Throughout this fully free course, you are going to learn directly from me exactly how you can start your own digital marketing company and make money from the digital marketing space. I have spent hours recording this exact training just for you to watch to make sure that you understand exactly how to make money in this space. Digital marketing is one of the most lucrative opportunities we have ever been given, and I really truly do want you to take advantage of that. So from me to you, a big warm welcome to the free digital marketing course. The reason why you're going to learn about digital marketing is because the US digital marketing industry is estimated at $155 billion in 2021. And Statista estimates that digital marketing spend will reach $1.26 trillion in 2026. So by 2030, who knows how much money is going to be spent in this space? A lot. So now you know it's a huge industry with a lot of money and of course a lot of opportunity for you. But what exactly is digital marketing? Well, digital marketing refers to the use of online channels, platforms and strategies to promote products, services or brands to a target audience. Now that is the technical definition of what digital marketing is, and I'll explain more to you so you understand this in more simple terms. The key point is that this type of marketing leverages the internet, digital devices and technology to engage potential customers and drive business growth. Marketing has always existed. The digital age has just made digital marketing. You are a consumer of digital marketing every single day that you use social media, and you are buying into people, brands, and products from digital marketing. It's so powerful, so good that you probably don't even know you're being marketed to. But a lot of people have such a mixed view of what it is. So what is digital marketing? Actually, well, it's not buying a digital product and reselling that digital product. People like to hype this up online and say this is what digital marketing is. No, that is not. It's also not promoting somebody else's product or service and getting commission on the sale. That's affiliate marketing. Again, very different. And it's definitely not pretending to be a make money online guru, flexing that you've made loads of money with digital marketing, when in reality, all you did was buy a digital product, post on social media, flexing as if you've made loads of money when you haven't, and then hoping that some poor sucker buys that digital product from you. Don't get me wrong, digital products are a great way to make money, but if you have never done anything of real value or substance, you shouldn't be selling a digital product to somebody else. The best digital products are from people that have built real businesses and they're teaching their business, or they're teaching a skill that they have spent years mastering. So what digital marketing actually is using social media and using marketing strategies to grow a business's online presence and revenue. The beautiful thing about this is that you do not have to be a social media figure yourself. You can use social media to grow another business and get paid by that business. You can work with businesses that have like legit businesses. They sell products that are actually good products and they manage hundreds of employees. You don't have to think about any of that. You just have to do the marketing for them and get paid very well to do it. And the most important part here is that you're going to be learning lifelong marketing skills that you can use to build, if you want, your own side hustle, your own business, or even just to improve your chances in your job or career of getting that next promotion or landing an even better job. Because no matter what you do for work, there's an element of marketing to what you do. So understanding the core principles of marketing and how that interacts in the digital age is going to make you more money whether you start a business or not. Here's some of the advantages of digital marketing, and this is from the perspective of businesses that pay money to people to do digital marketing. The first is that you get targeted reach. This allows businesses to target specific demographics and interests. So if you're marketing a headphone company online and this headphone company only sells headphones for iPhones, you can target users of iPhones with content. You can target them with specific paid ads on platforms like Meta, on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. So this means we're not just reaching people, we're reaching the right people that will actually be more likely to buy the products. It's also incredibly cost effective, like way more affordable than traditional advertising. You will make way more money advertising on social media or on a YouTube channel or on TikTok than you will putting an ad in a newspaper, on a radio, or in traditional advertising. And businesses are waking up to this. A lot of businesses already have, and they've moved online and they're spending lots of money on their digital marketing. There still are, though, so many companies that have not made that move yet, and they get overwhelmed thinking about it, which is where you can come in, offer the service, and make them a lot of money. More on that later. With digital marketing, you get measurable results. Okay, so if we spend $1,000 on a marketing campaign, we can track the results of that campaign. We can track the performance, we can track what worked, and we can see if there was an ROI, a return on investment for the business owner. This is so important because we don't want somebody to pay us money and we just hope it works. We want to get paid money and then know exactly where that money is going and show the return we've made to the business owner. You get real-time interaction with good digital marketing. This means that customers in real time via social media and other platforms can engage with a business. A business that might be massive with thousands of employees can be reached within minutes with the right type of digital marketing. And lastly, we've got scalability. You see, if you're selling products online and you're marketing those products online, the online world is just so big. It is so vast, it reaches to every corner of the earth. So as soon as you have something that's working, a ad campaign, a piece of content that's going viral and getting views and pushing sales to your product, you can scale that up. And if you're running a different campaign that's not working, you can just scale that down and cut the budget. These are just some of the reasons why businesses pay for digital marketing. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down the 5 most common digital marketing services that you could learn and then offer to companies where they pay you to implement this into their business. And we're going to rank them based on how much you get per sale, the startup capital you need, the startup knowledge you need, the demand for these services, the type of fulfillment, and the deal type. So we're going to start off with price per sale. Social media management, which is typically just you creating content and managing a social media page for a business. The price you're going to charge for this depends, but somewhere on average between $500 to $1,000 per month per social media channel that you manage. This is quite similar to email marketing, where you're sending out targeted and designed emails to a business's email list of customers or past customers, or it could even be leads that have requested more info from their business. Similarly, you're probably going to charge between $500 to $1,000 per month. Funnel building is a service where you're essentially building a type of website. It's a little bit different than a website, but we call it a funnel. And this is going to be something you design for a business, but it's a one-time thing. So you get paid a lot more for this. You might get paid $1,000, $2,000, maybe up to $5,000 for this, but it's not something that a business is going to keep paying you for. It's a one-time deal. For paid advertising, you're typically going to charge about $1,000 a month or more. The reason being is that if you're working with a business owner that can only afford to pay, a couple $100s per month into paid advertising, it's probably not worth it for them. And they probably actually won't get the return they want to get because they need a bigger budget to get better results with this. And this is, when you're on TikTok or Instagram or Facebook, when you see a sponsored post or a paid post, that's what this is. And website building, very similar to funnel building, is just building out a website. Again, this is a one-time deal, and you're probably going to charge about $1,000 for something like this. Now, this goes without saying, but with each of these, you can charge more money. There's people that start off with email marketing with small companies and they charge $500 per month. There's other people that offer email marketing like my friend Jordan, where he's been doing it for years now, and he works with really big companies, some of the biggest companies in the world, specifically in the e-commerce space. They have some clients paying $5,000 per month. So with all of these, yes, you can charge a lot more, but it depends on your experience level, and it also depends on how long you've been doing this and your ability to attract the clients that can pay that much money. Now, next up is startup capital. Okay, so the startup capital to start any of these types is low. Okay, you really can genuinely start this with zero. Of course, if you're paying for any help, any guidance, any mentorship, that's going to cost you some money. There might be a couple of tools that you spend some money on as well. But in general, the investment to start this is low. And that is why digital marketing is so attractive. And this is why I started it back when I started my business, because I didn't have a lot of money. I'd graduated college, I didn't have a job, and I needed something that could make me a lot of money fast, but didn't take tons of my money up front. Next up, we have startup knowledge. So how much knowledge do you actually need, and how much of an expert do you need to be in this specific type of marketing service to make money? Well, from what I've seen, and I've worked with thousands of people now, teaching them different types of digital marketing, social media management is the service that requires the lowest level of startup knowledge, which is where most people start. And it's where most people get to their first maybe $2,000 to $5,000 per month is with this type of service. And this is because we all use social media, right? So we can spot what good content is, what bad content is. We understand more from just consuming this all the time, that it means that when you start to learn how to create it, it'll actually click very quickly. Email marketing, the knowledge you need is medium, because I don't know about you, but I've never known really what email marketing is before I learned about digital marketing. And so yes, I would receive emails from companies, those promotional emails that you receive, which is email marketing, but I didn't still really know what was a good email or a bad email. So it's still something I need a lot of education on. On the last 3 services, you need high startup knowledge. Okay, this is why these 3 right here, although they can make you good money, are typically not going to make sense if you're brand new to digital marketing. Now, the demand for these services varies. We see that social media management has the highest demand, the most continual high demand, because companies are constantly improving their social media if they're already using social media. If they're not, they're looking at getting onto social media. And this is typically something they're going to do above all the other types of marketing. Because a business could have great email marketing or a really cool website, but if they don't have social media, which is really just the lifeblood now of most businesses, that's where they need to start. So email marketing and number 5 here, website building, come in at about medium in terms of demand. Funnel building and paid advertising also come in at high. Very high demand, but again, very technical. So not so suited for a beginner. And then lastly, we have fulfillment and the deal type. So social media management is ongoing, and that's why the deal type is a retainer, right? Because you don't just pay somebody to manage your social media for 2 weeks. You pay them every month to do it. And you'll probably pay them if they're doing a good job for the next few years. So you might charge $1,000 a month every month, and this is a retainer. This just renews every single month. The same goes for email marketing, and the same goes for paid advertising. These are ongoing things that you need every month, and that's why we get paid in retainers. However, funnel building and website building, these are project-based, and that's why it's a project, okay? So you're literally just doing it once, getting paid once. So the risk with these services is that there's like this high dopamine, because if you close a client to build a website for them, yes, you make maybe a few $1,000s up front, and that feels pretty damn good. But then it might take you 2 months to build out the full website, get all the approved changes done, and then publish it live for the client. And by the time that's done, you've been so busy doing the work that you now need to get new clients. So you're back down at 0. With these other 3, it's ongoing. So you're getting paid every month. And if you sign a new client, that just adds on to the money you're already making. So you can probably see from that breakdown, there's a pretty clear winner, and that is social media management and content creation. This is the exact type of digital marketing that I learned that took me past $10,000 per month. And that was after I tried funnel building, and that's after I tried paid advertising, email marketing, and website building. So I tried all of those different types, and this was the one that was the easiest to learn, the one that had the most demand, the one that I could charge good money for, and one that the most businesses just needed month after month. Because I wanted to build a predictable business, not a business that just makes me a lot of money in a certain month and then nothing the next. I wanted predictability. And so that's how I built a 6-figure business, which then later turned into a 7-figure business, collecting over $1 million in revenue in just about 3 years. And this is actually the skill that then allowed me to start my second business, which is a consulting business, where social media management was the main thing that drove the growth and really the customer base for this business. And that business also hit 7 figures. So without this skill of social media management and content creation, I don't know where I would actually be. And it's what allowed me to get to millionaire net worth status by 2023. I was 25 at the time. And more importantly, it gave me lifelong marketing skills that I can now use forever. Whether we've got AI taking over jobs, whether we've got another pandemic, we've got a recession, I know this type of digital marketing is the one that I'm going to be able to use for life. Now, this business model goes by many names. So whatever name you put on it, I'll explain right now. People refer to this as SMMA, short for Social Media Marketing Agency. People call this just social media marketing. People also call this just a marketing agency, or even things like AI automation agency or freelance brand scaling. You're going to hear many different names. The key is this: we sell a solution that business owners are really desperately in need of, and we get paid handsomely for that solution. So whether that's running paid advertisements, building websites, running social media campaigns, or creating content for businesses, it all falls under this one business model that I'm going to teach you today. Now, I've made a lot of money using the principles that you are going to learn in this free course, both in my marketing agency, so my own social media marketing agency, and in my own consulting business. These are just a couple of screenshots from 2 different Stripe accounts, one showing when my agency hit 50,000 per month for the very first time, and then also another Stripe account showing you total money made in one of my businesses, 2.5 million euro. Since I started social media marketing, I've run and operated many different businesses. So this is just to give you a glimpse of some of the results I've gotten, just so you know that I've actually done this and I've not just gotten to 10,000 a month and then started teaching people how to do that, because a lot of people do that. And this right here has taken me years to make. You see, I've recorded brand new content specifically for this free course. I've also scoured my best trainings from live trainings that I've hosted on Zoom and also in-person mastermind events I've hosted across the world. And I tell you this because I probably look a little bit different in these clips. It's because this has been a project of not days, weeks, or months. This has taken me years. I've decided to take the best of the best. I've put out a lot of YouTube videos. I've created a lot of content. I've done a lot of training throughout the years. Not all of them are 10 out of 10. So I have scoured and found the best of the best. Trainings that have gotten the most positive feedback. The trainings that people have watched and come to me months later saying that literally changed the trajectory of my life. And I've actually made some other free courses in the past. In fact, one I released back in 2024 got over 200,000 views here on YouTube, and it was about 7 to 8 hours in length. So that, as you can imagine, got a ton of positive feedback and changed a lot of lives. But a lot has changed since then. Some of those principles are still set in stone and work today, but there's a lot of new tactics and new strategies that we're using today, specifically with AI, that does change how we do certain things with social media marketing. Also, before we get into the full free course, I want you to be aware that in the description of this video, there's going to be a link that you can click that says something along the lines of claim your free resources, and that's going to give you access to a bunch of extra resources, completely free. Yes, you just need to put in your name and your email, but those resources are worth thousands. Those resources are really going to help you start your social media marketing business, scale it, and know how to run it correctly. So I'd really recommend take 2 minutes, click that link, put in your name, put in your email, and you'll get all of those for free. So the reason I created this free course as the next step to overtake the free course I made a couple of years back is that I see a problem in this industry. There's a problem with a lot of the free courses that you see online. In fact, a lot of the free courses you see are not actually courses. You will see videos on YouTube that are 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes long, and they're claiming they're free courses. They're not. They're just a video of somebody kind of hyping you up about a business model, and that's about it. You're not getting the full detailed breakdown of step by step what you got to do. Another thing is a lot of people will put out, again, a so-called free course. Maybe it's a 30, maybe it's a 40-minute training, but they're really just trying to get you to join their community where you will then learn the extras. And you could just argue that that's good marketing. So that's no problem. However, I want to make sure that there's really no barrier for you right now and that you can watch this fully free video here on YouTube and use the information to get started yourself. Also, a lot of free courses are just focused on one type of social media marketing, and specifically I see a lot of free courses talking about just paid advertising, freelance brand scaling, running lead generation campaigns, and this is a very specific type of social media marketing that can work. But I've also seen the other side of social media marketing, people making incredible money with different services that, in my opinion, are way easier to learn, way easier to deliver to clients, and way easier to use to actually grow a sustainable business. So that's my goal with this. Now, I do run a mentorship program. So throughout this free course, there's going to be a couple of times that you'll hear me make reference to my students or my community, or the fact that, yes, I have a program that you can apply to join. But I want to make that clear. It's an option. You don't have to join that program. Yes, it gets people great results, but I also want you to get value from this free course. So if you're curious about what you're going to learn, what I have done is I have put timestamps in this video. So in the actual video that you can just kind of click around and skip through to the parts that you want to watch the most, but also that curriculum, that timestamp should be in the description of the video as well. Now look, my recommendation, because I've seen a lot of people go through my previous free course and not get results, is to make sure that you go through it step by step. That video that got over 200,000 views on YouTube, the average watch time is about 11 minutes. That blows my mind. That means most people click the video and click off within not even probably 1% of the free course. Those that watch it through and actually watch at least a few hours get the most value, understand this the most, and get the best results. I've heard from a lot of people from that previous free course that what they found to work well is to watch this in segments. Maybe watch 30 minutes today, 30 minutes tomorrow, and continue with that. Of course, if you feel like you can go through more content at once, great, fantastic. Be my guest. I'd love for you to go through this in a day, 2 days, 3 days. But if you're finding the information is a lot, or maybe you're getting a little bit overwhelmed, just spread it out. Spend a couple of days or give yourself a week or two, watch it slowly, take notes, and come back to this video. Okay? I'm not going to delete this. It's not going anywhere. So before we begin, and before you get into the specific strategies that you can use to make money with social media marketing, I think it's very important that you understand how this opportunity has worked for me personally, as I'm going to be your coach and your mentor through this free course. And also so that you know that this opportunity does work. And it has worked for years and is going to continue to work for years to come. So for what I'm going to show you today, you can do this without having a social media presence at all. You don't need to post yourself online or create any content. In terms of the time that you're going to need, you need a couple hours a day to get good results with this. I've found people get great results with an hour per day, so somewhere between 5 to 7 hours a week. I've also seen people get great results with 2 or 3 hours a day. Look, if you have more time, great, but I know even if you have an hour a day, we can make that work. Also, this works in a recession. I've seen people do incredibly well with this during COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID. During the last few years when we've been in a weird economic place, the markets have been very odd. The job market is a bit weird and inflation is at all-time highs. So I know that this is still working today, even through those crazy periods. And the best part for you is that you really don't need lots of money to start this. You can start a business like this really with a lot of just time and sweat equity, which is fantastic because you don't need a lot of startup capital. You know, a lot of other businesses out there, that is what you need to start them. We are blessed in the digital age that you can start a business with your phone or your laptop and potentially make tens of thousands per month. Okay, this has genuinely changed my life, and it's crazy to look back that I started with probably about €50. Which for those of you overseas, that's maybe $55, $60. That's really all I use to get started. Now, of course, if you're going to work with me in my mentorship program or become a client of mine, yes, that costs money. I can't do that for free because I'll be spending time with you every day, coaching you and guiding you through the process. But if you're just going to watch the free course, then yeah, you don't need a lot of money to start this. I know you're probably thinking, money-wise, am I going to make money? Like, is this guaranteed? Look, nothing in life is guaranteed, okay? But what I'm giving you here is the blueprint that if you do follow it and you do everything as I say, it's going to be very difficult for you to knock out results. And I know that because most social media marketers make close to a full-time income in the first 3 months. I've had people in my program that you're going to see sprinkled throughout this video that have made 5K in their first 3 months, and that's 5K per month, okay, recurring income. I've had people where it's 2 to 3K a month in 3 months. Everybody's results are different, but I know if you put in a lot of effort and you put in the time, you can make this work. Okay, now also, what I'm going to show you, you don't need employees, you don't need to build out a big business with team members and all of that. You really don't need any experience. You don't need to post content on social media like I do, and you don't have to be an expert. You see, AI has made this a lot easier, so I'm going to be giving you a lot of trainings throughout this free course, showing you how we use AI for social media marketing. Now, if you're completely new, this is why this works. You see, the average business owner is about 51 years old. And so most 51-year-olds don't know that much about social media. Some of them do. And even the ones that do don't really know how to market their business on social media. Because there's a difference, right, between using social media and actually using it to market your business. And also, a lot of business owners are just busy. So even though they might know how to do it, they don't want to do it. They want to pay somebody to just handle that for them. So for just a moment, I want you to imagine making an extra 1,000 to maybe 5,000 to 10,000 per month, each and every month online. For example, to make an extra 5,000 per month, okay, you need 10 businesses to pay you $500 a month, or 5 businesses paying you $1,000 per month. Now, this right here, this business model, this is the probably least riskiest business model I've come across personally. And I've tried dropshipping, I've tried e-commerce, I've tried building YouTube channels, I've tried trading crypto and Forex. Everything under the sun I've pretty much tried. All of it has led me back to social media marketing. For me, this amount of money, okay, 5 to 10,000 per month, meant that my life was going to change forever. You see, it meant that I didn't have to get a 9 to 5. That's an email I got back in 2019 as I was graduating college saying, hey, we've looked at your application for this job and we just don't think you're the right fit. And I got that email from many different places. And at that point, I realized that me starting my own business, creating my own luck was going to be the thing that I needed to do.
And it meant that I could then actually travel all over the world, live in amazing beachfront apartments like this. All right, this was the first fancy Airbnb that I rented. It was for a month, and then I extended it for another month because I loved it so much. And this opened my eyes. This showed me the possibility of, wow, like if I just make decent money through this business, I can live a lifestyle that some people will never ever live, because I can travel to countries where the cost of living is cheaper and still make money online from my clients in Ireland or the US where they have more money. Now, I'm not a super materialistic person, okay? But with this business model, I've been able to buy myself some things. I've bought multiple properties in different countries. I even got a Rolex, okay? You know, I know a lot of young guys starting out, that's one of the key goals is, you know, get a nice watch or get a nice car. Yeah, I did that, right? More just to kind of scratch the itch and say, hey, I can do it. You know, I've had that watch for over 2 years now. I don't really plan on getting another fancier watch because I like it. It's, you know, it does the trick and it gives me that feeling of cool. I've put in the effort and I've gotten a nice result. But really for me, you know, buying properties, this is a different move. This is long-term wealth building. This is building my legacy essentially for me, for my family in the future. And those are the things that I think are really important for you starting into a business like this. It's not just to get the cool car and the nice watch. It's to actually build assets that can eventually make you money or that you can sell down the line and actually then make more money from them. Okay. Now, none of those would have been possible without learning the skills of social media marketing. Okay, just to walk you through the images, first two are from my villa that I'm also sitting in right now. So I bought this outright, cash, you know, no mortgage, a couple of years ago now. Absolutely love the place. There's my little Rolex. This is an award I got for hitting $1 million with one of my businesses from a company that I use. And then that's the last two photos here are a property I bought in Ireland. There's the keys, there's the backyard. Won't show you the inside. And I'm very, very grateful for the internet, for this opportunity to be able to do those things. Now, also for me, when I was starting, what was really important before buying properties, before buying a nice watch, it was to travel, you know, to see the world, to be in nice countries, go with my friends, have a nice time and not need to worry about taking time off or asking my boss if I could go on another holiday because I'd already been on one previous in that year. I wanted that freedom. I wanted to be able to work remotely. In fact, I've been able to now kind of bring my remote work into the real world, hosting in-person events with many of the people I work with within my program, which is deeply fulfilling, providing for my loved ones, you know, bringing my mother or my parents on a trip. In fact, my villa here, you know, my parents get to enjoy this all the time. They'll stay for a month when I'm traveling. They'll stay for 2 months and just enjoy it. And that's a beautiful thing to be able to do, to give them a holiday that they wouldn't book otherwise because they'd have to pay so much money for their own accommodation. But they can just book a flight, stay in my villa. Everything is sorted for them. But more importantly, it's to do what you want, like what you really want, okay? Not just work a job to make good money, but like the things you really want to do, when you want to do them and where you want to do them. Like this to me kind of, I guess, sums that up. This is a picture of me a couple of years back doing my first marathon, and I flew back to my home country to do it. And it really struck me because, you know, I flew back. I didn't have to plan much around that. I didn't have to take time off work. It was on a Sunday anyway. Okay. So if I was working a 9 to 5, yes, I could have still probably done the race. But I was able to then take a couple of days just kind of to recover and relax a little bit after the race and do a little bit of work here and there, but not need to be clocking in for, 5 to 10 hours a day. That's what this is all about. Now, my goals are my goals. You're going to have different goals. I just show you all of this to show you what is possible. And so that's to get you excited and so you understand that this business can work. But also you need to get really clear on what this business is and what it isn't, right? Because this is not a get rich quick opportunity. This is not like the people telling you, hey, buy this crypto and it'll go up and you'll make loads of money in the next 2 hours. This is not that. Okay, this is a real legitimate business model. It's going to take you a little bit of time to learn, but if you learn it, you can get life-changing results. And this is not the sexiest business model on earth. It's a business model that's been around for a long time. People try and dress it up and put new names and new spins on it, but really social media marketing has been around for such a long time. And that should be a good thing for you because the thing that's the cool new business model doesn't last, okay? That doesn't sustain. That works for a month or two and then everybody tries it and then it gets saturated. Okay, this is something that's actually worked for a really long time. It's not some new hidden way of making money online. Okay, a lot of people, of course, don't know about this, and it's massively untapped. But there's people like me that have been in this industry making money in this field with social media marketing for a very, very long time. And it's also not a trend or a fad. Okay, again, a lot of these things that you see marketed online come and go so quickly. It's hot today and it's gone tomorrow. Okay, so here's the reason why it's not the craziest, sexiest, cool, unique business model in the world. Essentially, what we're doing is we're selling online services to other businesses. Not very sexy, right? Most of running a business like this is not hopping on planes, to fly to another country and make a meeting with a client, or selling like the Wolf of Wall Street. No, it's just repeating the essential tasks, which is maybe sending messages, maybe talking to your clients, maybe managing their social media pages. Like, that's what this is. Now, that mightn't sound too exciting, but you can get really good at this. You can outsource a lot of the work, and you can really step back from the day-to-day operation. It's not a get rich quick, okay? Yes, it's possible to start and make money quite quickly with this, but it does take time to scale. Most startup businesses, right? Not this specific type of business, but just in general, right? Most startup businesses, they're not profitable for the first 3 to 5 years. However, with this business model, there's people making a profit within 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. So when you look at traditional business versus this, yeah, you can make a lot of money pretty quickly. But also you got to make sure that you're willing to see it out. Don't just try this for a week and then if you don't get results, give up, okay? Like, give this time. When I started, I said, hey, I'm going to do this for maybe minimum 6 months, and then I'll reevaluate and see from there. And again, as I said, it's not a new hidden way to make money. Okay, online marketing businesses have been around like literally since the internet began. Like, businesses have been on there needing help with different types of their marketing, getting a website set up, getting a Facebook page set up, learning all of that. Now, the first marketing agency was actually opened back in the 1700s, okay, before the internet even existed. So this whole idea of marketing has been around for such a long time. Of course, it's now different because we do it on social media, which is just way more effective and easier to do. But the principles that we're building on have been around for literally decades. And that is fantastic. Okay, that's why you're learning a skill that is not going to go out of style or out of fashion. Now, we have a very lean and efficient way of running this business online. So you're not going to need employees, you're not going to need an office, you're not going to need to have massive expenses. Most people that do this, their profits are really, really high, like disgustingly high. And I'm going to teach you all of that in this training. So don't worry, stick with me and we're going to get there. As I said, this is not a trend or a fad. You see, marketing businesses and online service providers like us, we've been around since the internet began. And since we're now in a post-COVID world, like, this is more prevalent than ever before, more important than ever before. We know people who have run online marketing businesses for the better part of a decade. Okay, I've been in this industry, you could say about 10 or so years between all the different types of marketing I've tried. And I know people that were in it way before me, people that I knew that when I started had already been in it 5 to 10 years. You see, this model is something that has existed, will continue to exist, and will make you good money if you get on it. So this is a legitimate business model that's been around for years. It's one of the best ways to create predictable income. It's a future-proof business model that has steady demand, and it's a business I would start again if I was at flat zero. Like, if I was to start from scratch, take everything away from me, this is exactly where I would start. I wouldn't start anywhere else. And that's from me after being in this industry for years. It's still the same thing I would start with. That's how powerful this is. Now, this is a very flexible business model. You can create a very simple business, okay? For example, you could have a graphic design agency, okay? So that's it. You just create graphics for companies. They tell you what they need, you go and create it, and that's that. Or you can have a more complex business. You could offer content creation. So instead of just creating graphics, you can create graphics, you can create videos, you can create animations, you can create YouTube videos, TikTok videos, Instagram videos, right? And this is where I think you're going to make more money. So I'm going to walk you through building a slightly more complex business, but still not that complex. Don't worry. It's very manageable, very attainable. And that's the beauty of this model, because you pick the route you want to go down. Profit margins are fantastic. With dropshipping, e-commerce, software as a service, any of these types of online businesses, the margins are really low and there's a massive upfront cost. Okay? Like, massive. Some drop shippers that I know personally, they'll make maybe 10 or 20% profit So if they make 100 grand in a month, they might only make out of that 10 to 20K as profit, which is still great. But I would much rather make 50 grand a month and keep 80% as profit, wouldn't you? Makes just a lot more sense, because to run a 100K a month business versus a 50K a month business, 100K a month is probably more stressful. Probably a lot more things could go wrong, right? So I can, in theory, make less money, but make more money than somebody else in a different business model. So I've given you these three numbers here. People in my program that I work with, some people get 100% profit because they do everything themselves. Some people get about 70 to 80%. They do some work themselves. They hire and outsource some of the work, and then cool, their margin is somewhat in the middle. Some people get about 60%. They outsource everything. So they barely do anything. All they do is maybe speak to a potential client, and then once they pay and agree to work with them, that's it. The rest is history, and they outsource it from there. So again, flexibility. You choose the route you want to go down, and again, based on your time, you can figure out which of these is best for you. It's also a cash flow business, which is what I love. You see, old school service providers used to wait to get paid. All right, like a friend of mine from college, I remember in college he would do video shoots and photo shoots for companies. And he would do all the work, and then they would pay him maybe 60 days later. I remember thinking that's absolutely crazy, because he's spent the time, he might have even spent money on his camera gear. Like, wow, to do all that work and hope that they then pay you in 2 months from now, no thank you. You see, what we do is we get paid first, and then we deliver our marketing service. So we only get paid first and then deliver it. And this means that you have monthly cash flow. So each month you should have positive cash flow. And this gives you security. This gives you sustainability. This gives you a predictable income. And this is my next point, predictability. You see, when you sign a client, you should do typically two things. Number one, get them to pay you a monthly fee. Okay, not just, hey, pay me a few $100 to create some content for you. No, it should be a set package for a set amount of time per month. Okay, that brings me to point number two. Ideally, that time should be a 3-month minimum. For example, $1,000 per month for 3 months. Okay, this is giving you two things. Lock in of, hey, I'm getting paid monthly, and I'll lock in of, hey, they're going to commit at least 3 months with me. After that, we'll reevaluate and see if they want to keep working with me. Now, some beginners don't do this. You don't have to do it, but I really recommend that you do those two things. Longevity, okay? I know people, again, running these businesses for over 10 years, and it's super easy to pivot and change the service you offer, which is great, because if there's a shift in the market, if there's a new industry that opens up, you can shift and you can profit from that. For example, in my own agency, I started with just creating content and managing social media pages for companies. Then we moved a little bit more into content and consulting. So we stopped managing pages and we would kind of teach our clients how to manage their own social media page. And then we did some other changes as well. My point there is that it's flexible. You can change this based on where the market's going and where you think you're going to get the most out of this. You don't have to show your face. This is really important. You don't have to post your own content on social media. You can really keep yourself very anonymous. So if you want to start a business like this, not tell anybody, and then maybe tell them when it's making you money, you can do that. I'll talk more on this throughout this free course, but just know that this is possible. And you don't have to be an expert, okay? You can use your experience from any jobs you've worked, from school, from college, if you have it, but you really do not need direct experience. Okay, I'm going to talk a lot in this free course about how you can sign clients without experience and why businesses would actually still pay you, because there's still a benefit for them even if you don't have experience. All of that I'll explain for you. Now, what's really important is that you understand this, okay? This has worked for many, many people I've worked with, okay? Minimum 140 people that I've taught this to have gotten great results. For example, Pavel, you'll see here I'm on the left. This is where he did 6.5K in 7 days. This is Rachel, where she did 8.9K in 1 month, which if you add that up, that's like 100K per year. This is Amanda when she got 20 new clients in 1 week, which is insane. Alvi when he got his 5K per month award. This was back, you'll see here in 2023. And if you see on my YouTube channel, I even interviewed him quite recently, an update as to where he's at now. Still crushing it, still doing really well. This is Ryan, where he got 3 clients in the first 2 weeks of 2023. And the reason I'm showing you some of these older wins to start off with is because you can see, again, the longevity of the business. Okay, go onto my YouTube channel. You're going to see lots of new interviews. You're going to see people I've interviewed in the last few months still crushing it, making great money with this. Some of them just starting. 2025, 2026 and going forward as well. And some of them that have been doing this for years, like these people. I make it my business to interview as many people in my program as possible. Of course, some people are private and that's no problem. They keep the results to themselves, but those that are happy to share, I interview them. I send them nice awards like this that they can put on their desk when they hit 5K a month, 10K a month, 20K a month. And this to me is just really fulfilling. I send these out for free when they hit those targets, and I know it puts a smile on their faces. This is Leia when she hit 9,000 per month. This is Karsten when he hit 5,000 per month. This is Oliver when he hit 30,000 per month. Reese when he hit 6.7K a month. Rosario when he hit 15K per month. And Shane when he hit 5,000 per month. Now here's a little bit more info on why this actually works. Okay, ask yourself this question. Why does anybody get hired? Simply put, there's something in demand or valuable that people want, and hence the person gets hired to provide that thing. You see, we sell a service that's in demand or valuable to businesses. That's it. Okay, we use social media to either save time or make them more money, and sometimes both. We make them more money and we save them time. For an example, this is a client from my own marketing business. We gained them 80,000 followers, okay, in 3 months with content creation and social media management. Okay, here's the proof. Month 1, month 2, month 3. We got them 7,304 new followers in one single week. Okay, so you average that out over the month, and we were typically getting them anywhere from probably, on the low end, maybe 20,000 followers a month. On the higher end, probably 25 to 30,000 per month. And from that, we got a ton of people clicking their website link. For example, this is when we got 827 website clicks in 1 week just from the content we were posting. And from that, as you can imagine, a lot of those people will buy their products. And these guys were selling supplement products. They were also selling fitness programs, and those fitness programs would go for hundreds of dollars. So you add it up and you start to see where, wow, they actually were making serious money from this. We had content that we would post. This one got 95,000 views, 3,000 likes, 2,000 saves. This is the real world impact of us actually not just making the money, but building their reputation in the industry and giving them a solid social media presence. So if you want to learn like the specifics of how to grow a business to social media channels, I got you. I've done it for many clients. I've done it for myself. I can show you how we do it. Again, to recap, guys, you just need a little bit more. You need to know a little bit more, right, than the business owner about social media, about marketing, and how to help a business get more customers online. You don't have to be an expert. You just got to know a little bit more than them, which I'm going to teach you in this training. Before we continue, to recap, we sell in-demand marketing services online. We deliver them ourselves, or we can hire somebody to deliver them for us. Again, I'm going to go into a lot more detail on how all of this works. And we're hired, okay, clients pay us because our services are valuable, they're cost effective, and they're convenient. We make them more money, we grow their social media, we grow their business. Okay, that's what you need to know about the business model. That's why it works. Now, again, we're going to keep going with the free course, walking you through the specific strategies, how you get clients, how you sell to business owners, how you get them on board, and how you deliver a service to them. Okay, I'm going to cover as much as I can with you in this. Now, as I mentioned, this has taken me years. So a lot of these clips are going to be in different settings, okay, different parts of this year or previous months. So I'm going to look a little bit different, and I'm going to be in different backgrounds. But I have pieced together the best of my work. So this, I know, is going to really help you. So enjoy. So if you're just not really sure, can you actually make good money with marketing? This video is going to explain to you how much you can actually make. I'm not going to give you pipe dream figures. I'm going to show you realistic amounts of money that you can make with this type of business. So can you actually make good money with marketing? This is the question I've been asked many times. When I left college and I decided, yeah, I'm going to do this marketing thing, I'm not going to get a corporate job. Yeah, that's what most people were thinking, is how are you going to make actual good, real money with marketing, right? In Ireland, for example, where I'm from, jobs in marketing don't particularly pay well. Where you work 40 hours a week, you do marketing for one specific company, they're not high paid. So these beliefs, they're true, right? So when people were saying to me when I graduated, hey, how are you going to make money with marketing? They were kind of right. But here's the real story of how marketing actually made me a ton of money. You see, that business that I started once I graduated college did very well. In fact, it was doing 6 figures a year within the first year. By year 2, or I think near the end of year 1, we were doing multiple 6 figures per year. So marketing, a thing that actually for most people doesn't make a lot of money or doesn't pay well, ended up making me a ton of money. This problem all stems back to the fact that we are just bred and conditioned to think that really the only way to make money in any industry, whether it's marketing or finance or accounting, is you get a job, right? You study hard, you get your degree, you get a job in that industry, in that field, and hope for the best, right? Whereas in reality, there's so many other ways you can make money. So in my case, with marketing, I didn't have to just work with one company 40 hours a week. I could work with 10, 20, 30 different companies, right? But have a team that supports me where I'm not doing all the work. I might not even need to work 40 hours a week, but somehow give all of those clients a great experience, create systems and structure where those clients actually get results, and then we make way more money. That's the difference. Tourism Ireland, which is basically a company, as you can imagine, responsible for tourism in Ireland, they're paying 65 million euro this year just on marketing, right? And that's a tourism company within a country, right? And we're a very small country. So you think of other nations out there, budgets are hundreds of millions a year. Some might be even billions a year, right? So marketing, yes, there's a shitload of money in it. You just have to be in the right part of marketing. If you're going to apply for a 40-hour-a-week corporate job as a marketing manager or a marketing director in a company, yeah, you are not going to make that much money. Okay, I got offered a marketing job for around 24K a year as a digital marketing specialist. That's not that much money, right? There's other jobs, of course, where it's maybe you're a marketing manager or a director and it's more, but again, it might cap out at 30, 40, 50K a year. Some of them, of course, might be higher, and maybe you might make 70, 80K a year, but you still have a boss, you still have a job you got to clock in and out to, and you still only get maybe a 2% increase every couple of years. So when I started, I had no clients, didn't really know what I was doing, but I wanted to do it. And that was the main thing that got me started, right? It was just that desire and that willingness to be wrong and to just bet on myself. So you do need that. Now, the second thing you need, of course, is an understanding of how this actually works. Okay, so if we look at the current landscape, where is the money in marketing? What kind of services are we providing? Well, I'll walk you through some of them. All right, you've got social media management, where you've got business owners paying you to manage a social media page, maybe an Instagram page, TikTok page, or a Facebook page. Oftentimes, these business owners are not necessarily looking for a crazy result or a ROI, return on investment. Most cases, they're looking for convenience. All right, they're looking for somebody to do their social media. They know they need to do it. They know it's important. They know they need to be active on there. They know they need to reply to messages and comments on their page. They just don't want to do it themselves. Okay, so that's social media management, one of the most common services that actually my students, my mentorship students are offering right now. And this is not cheap either. This is, of course, something you can charge low ticket for, $500 a month, $600 a month. But we have people charging $2,000, $3,000 a month for this service. It obviously depends on the type of client and how big they are. And of course, the scope of work. You know, if you're managing one social media page and you're posting once every 3 days on their page, yeah, you're probably going to charge $500 or $600 a month. But if you're managing 3 pages for that same company and you're posting once a day, twice a day, then yeah, the budget might be a couple thousand per month just for that one client. Now, content creation is another service that we see incredibly common within the marketing space because it's kind of the backbone of social media management, right? In most cases, a business owner for social media management is paying you because they don't want to create their own content. They don't have a lot of content to start with. So in that case, content creation is where you come in. Now, obviously, these days with AI, there's a lot of content you can create with AI. And there's a lot of content you can create without ever needing any input from the client. So this is a lot easier now than it was when I started. When I started, we did need a lot of direction and input from the clients, okay? Now, content creation, we typically charge a price per piece model, okay? So we might be charging $30, $40, $50 per piece of content we create, whether that's a video or a graphic. Now, if you followed my story before, you'll know we do a lot of outsourcing, okay? We hire a lot of graphic designers, video editors that do a lot of this work. And yeah, we pay obviously less, right? We pay maybe $5, $10 to them per piece of content, which leaves us with a nice, healthy profit margin of maybe around 70%. Those are two of the core services. Of course, there's others. There's email marketing, there's website building, there's Facebook and paid advertising, there's lead generation. There's all these things. My business, okay, my agency and also the consulting I do now, we specialize on content creation and social media management, really because it's what worked best for me. It's what got my business to 7 figures. It got there with a really high profit margin and a pretty lean enough team, but also it gets you clients again that are not just looking for ROI and return on investment. Because when a client is looking for that return on investment, the problem is the second you don't deliver that, they are gone. When a client is paying for convenience and the fact that they just know they need to do the thing that you offer, in this case, social media or posting content, then yeah, if results are slower or we have a bad month or something happens and our results are dipped for a couple of months, it's not as big of a deal. You know, they understand that, and it's more about the convenience. So that's why we focus on those. So look, the next time somebody says to you, there's no money in marketing, and look, if you know, if you're in school right now and you're going to go to college, or you're in college and you're thinking about doing marketing, like, yeah, if you say this to your parents, they're probably going to say that same thing. And again, just understand they're right, and they're coming from the right perspective. Because like marketing, inherently, when you get a degree and work as a marketer in one company, inherently you don't make a lot of money. Like that is the reality. That is the truth. There's just a different way of doing marketing where you have your own marketing agency. You work with many different clients. Those clients all pay you separate fees. They don't pay you per hour. They pay you per project, per month. This gives you that control where you can work 20, 30 hours a week and potentially make 10 times you would make in a marketing job, right? As a director or the marketing specialist. So to answer our question, can you actually make good money with marketing? Yes, you can. My marketing agency did very well, made me personally a lot of money. And the people I work with now and the mentorship I do, they make boatloads of money. Of course, some people don't want to make 10K a month or 20K a month and deal with that kind of, I guess, you know, the kind of complexity that might come with that compared to making 2,000 a month, 3,000 a month. They're happy with that. But we have people that are in 9 to 5, so they're still working their job and they're making 5 to 10K a month on the side, which sounds crazy. I know that sounds impossible, right? But this is the reality. This is the world we are living in. You can either move with it, get on board, or you watch from the sidelines, say it's too good to be true, and this passes you by. This right here is the mindset that I believe made me a millionaire. And this is an exclusive mastermind training from an event I've hosted. Very exclusive. People had to pay money to be there. I'm giving you that full training now, today, for free. So please do watch this. Don't pass this over thinking, oh, I'm here to learn marketing, so he's talking about mindset and this is a waste of my time, because the best marketers have the best mindset. The most successful social media marketers have dialed in their mindset. So make sure you watch this. The goal of this training is that you leave this knowing how to achieve pretty much anything. Now, obviously, not anything. Certain things I cannot help you achieve. But if starting a social media marketing agency is one of those things, if getting to 5K a month, if getting to 10K a month is one of the things you want to achieve, yeah, I think I can help you get there. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through exactly on a mindset level how we achieve this. All right. So when probably most of you joined this program, you might have skipped the mindset section. Maybe you watched some of it. And if you watched all of it, fair play, because not many people do. We can see the stats. And a lot of people skip it. And I know why. It's because they see it and they go, why are we talking about mindset? I bought a business program, right? A marketing program. And this seems too kind of airy fairy, woo-woo stuff. Now, the reason it's in there is for very good reason, because there's a lot of people that come in and join and say, hey, I just need the tactics. And then they don't really get the results they're looking for. And we look at somebody else in the program who went deep in the mindset section, who really spent the time uncovering what I'm going to show you today. And then they got results. So there's a very strong correlation, right, between people getting results and watching this type of content. Now, what we need to make really clear, obviously, guys, is mindset is not this magic pill. It's not, putting a Ferrari or a Lamborghini as your phone screensaver and then it magically appearing one day. You can put it as your screensaver. It's not going to magically appear. It's not about writing down, if anybody has read The Secret or any books about law of attraction, sometimes you can get a bit of a perverse view on what manifestation, quote unquote, is, right? People, writing down every day, hey, I'm going to make 1,000 per month, but they're not doing the work to get 1,000 a month, of course, are not going to get 1,000 per month, right? So that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about mindset here, okay? What it really is all about is changing your beliefs, changing your worldview, building real lasting confidence, obviously in the subject matter, of social media marketing, but more importantly, yourself, right? You as an individual, and building yourself and your character. So some of you probably remember this, right? But I need to remind you, right? When we look at the outcome, that's the outer ring here. This is what everybody wants. That's 5K a month. That's 10K a month. That's financial freedom. That doesn't just happen, you know. How that comes about, as you can see here, it starts with your identity. So how you view yourself, how you look at yourself, how you view yourself, how you talk to yourself, right? The things you would say about yourself in your head when nobody else is listening. Okay, that's your identity. This shapes what you do, right? Think of it. If you identify as, hey, I'm a healthy person, or I'm a person that likes to exercise, you'll exercise and you'll probably find that quite easy. If you identify as, hey, I'm someone that struggles with exercise, I'm someone that is out of shape, whatever, you're probably going to struggle to do the action of exercise, which then leads you to getting a certain outcome. Okay, so in the context, right, of what we're talking about today, social media marketing, building financial freedom, the identity needs to be there. Now, I also want to make sure, guys, look, nobody's perfect. Okay. So me saying this, I'm not saying, hey, I've got my identity so, well crafted and it's set in stone. That's not the case. This is something you're going to revisit, you chip away at, and you'll have to constantly reinforce. Okay. So it's not just like this overnight thing either. And I say that because if you're hearing that and going, oh, well, I don't have that identity, so now I can't be successful. Well, you can get there. Okay. We're going to walk through practical steps in this training to go from where you are, however you view yourself right now, whether that's good, bad, you don't have to tell me, right? That's you. But I'm going to just walk you through, again, what we see for the most successful people we work with, how they have gone about building that identity. The identity affects the actions, which of course affects the outcome that you get. Now, some of you have probably seen this book. Curious if anybody wants to let me know if you've seen this book, if you've read this book. Feel free to just pop a one in the chat. If you've seen it, you've probably seen we've talked about this before. It's personally my favorite book. It's one I've reread probably 4 or 5 times. I think it had probably the most impact on my life. And even though it's not a marketing book, I think you should read it, even though it's not about marketing. It has nothing to do with marketing. The whole goal of this book is to help you with your self-image, because how you see yourself determines how you act, aka what you do, which determines how you are and how you feel, and of course, the life you live, like what your life actually is, the results you have, the money you have in your bank account, the freedom you have to travel. That's all affected by your self-image. To give you guys a little snippet, something that really stood with me from this book specifically. The author, I'm pretty sure, used to be a plastic surgeon, right? And so where he kind of got this idea of studying this area of psycho-cybernetics is he would have seen people come to him, get plastic surgery, let's say a nose job, and fix, quote unquote, right, fix their nose. And for some patients, they would leave with their new nose and feel fantastic, super confident, feel like a new person, and it's a success. For other people, getting the exact same treatment, getting the new nose, they leave being like, I still see my old nose. Even though other people could visibly see it's different, their identity was still the same. Okay? So he illustrates it so well because if your identity does not change, you can't expect the outcome to change. Okay? So if you're starting this business for freedom, for more money, then we need to make sure that your identity is aligned to that. All right, let's have a little look here. Lucia, you said amazing book. Great to hear. Eugene, yeah, you said many years ago. Definitely, I would revisit it, Eugene. I read it first when I started in social media marketing, probably, the months previous. And then I read it again, probably within about 6 months. I read it, I think, last year as well. I've read it many times. So would definitely recommend you reread it multiple times, or even just find the summary and go over the notes. Super, super powerful. And if anybody hasn't seen this book, look, you don't have to go and read books, but if you're going to do it, this is the one for you. All right. So our mind brings thoughts to reality. Okay. Just to give you guys like a really basic example of this. If you have a bad dream, you're going to wake up and you don't just wake up from the dream and everything's normal, right? It's not like the dream happens and then you are personally not affected. No, you wake up from the bad dream, probably covered in sweat, heart racing,
and probably a certain level of like tension and anxiety, and stress in your body. Now, the dream isn't real, right? It's not real life. It didn't actually happen, but your body and your mind literally doesn't know the difference. Like it doesn't know the difference. And I feel like I need to repeat that because for me, even saying that, I'm like, this is the world we live in. We can have these experiences that we imagine in our head that have a real world impact. Okay. So the point of this is, again, if you are telling yourself, I'm not confident, if you are telling yourself, I'm not good at marketing, I don't have experience, I don't know enough about these things, then that's going to be your reality, right? Whereas when you start to reprogram that and tell yourself you are those things, and then actually doing the actions that back that up, okay? So saying, I'm confident, and then working towards little things that you can do in your life to just be more confident and step outside the comfort zone, this starts to solidify. You start to have alignment between the things you're telling yourself in your brain, the outcomes you want, and the things that you start doing to get you to that end result. So this stuff is powerful. And you might remember this if you saw previous trainings we did. Okay. If anybody doesn't know what I'm on about here, let me just explain real quick. So when you look at this, you're either going to see one of two things. You're either going to see a bunny rabbit or you're going to see a duck. Me personally, when I look at this, the first time I see a duck, and then if I really, really look at it for about 5 seconds, I can see there's also a bunny rabbit. Just curious, guys, type in the chat. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you see this? Okay, Lucia Rabbit, Benjamin Duck, Jason Duck, Shrina Rabbit. Yeah, so it's different for everybody, right? Now, I don't think there's any meaning behind this, right? I don't think there's anything to say if you picked rabbit or duck, you've got a certain set of beliefs. Maybe that's the case. But what I know is that we're seeing the exact same thing, but we're perceiving it differently. We're just perceiving it differently. It's a super simple example, guys. And obviously, I don't think this has anything to do with your identity, okay? It's like, just an example. But you can see from this, like, yeah, our minds are quite complex. they really play tricks on us all the bloody time. And we can't fix that, That's a wonder of the world. But what we can do is follow the science, that's outlined in books like this, and we can get a better idea of how we can manipulate it, okay, to be better, to feel better, to achieve more, and to be more happy. Like that's what we're all here probably to do, right? So that's the goal. So what matters is this, okay? Mindset is psychology. It's not woo-woo magic, manifesting, and all of that stuff. It's simple. Your identity shapes your actions, shapes your outcomes, okay? So you started off with no beliefs when you were born, no identity, right? You had no idea that you even existed, right? You had no consciousness, essentially. And now you carry beliefs and an identity, okay? And that has been programmed. Some good, some bad. So the thing is, if you don't choose your beliefs, you will just be assigned beliefs. And if you don't choose your career and take hold of that, you'll just be assigned a career, right? So the question then is, okay, well, what if I could shape my identity? What if I could choose my beliefs? Well, I'd probably be living the exact perfect dream life that I want. Like that is the reality. Now, again, guys, a heavy pinch of salt. I've got some right here for you, okay? When we're going through this, I don't want you to feel like the end goal is so far away from you because I'm saying this knowing that I'm a human. I'm imperfect. We're all imperfect, right? So this is just something we have to work on. Okay. I'm not expecting that you'll watch this training, leave today going, okay, cool. That's that problem sorted, ticked off, never have to look at it again. No, this is something we all have to come back to all the time. And believe it or not, but everything you do every day backs up your identity, backs up your beliefs, and reinforces, again, either good or bad. Okay, so we just need to make a really conscious effort that if you're getting into negative thought patterns of I'm not good enough, I don't have experience to do this, or other people are just lucky, that we catch that. We catch that early and we start to change that. It's not going to change overnight. You're going to have days where you're going to feel very low in yourself and your identity is going to be a shell of what it could be. But if we can start to slowly chip away at this, my days, the results you can see are absolutely astonishing. Okay. Now, to bring this back to kind of just practical steps for you, there's a massive difference between being interested in building a social media marketing business and being committed. Again, some of you can probably remember we did a training around this, where we built out a manifesto. And I know some of you have probably completed that quite recently. Some of you, I know, who are on this call might have completed this a long time ago, a year ago, a year and a half ago. So we're going to revisit that entire section and how we do that, because what does, right, somebody who's interested in social media marketing do? What do they do? Then what does the person who's committed do? And I can tell you guys, because there's people that will see maybe my YouTube or my Instagram content and are interested in social media marketing, but it doesn't mean that they're going to work with us. It doesn't mean that they're actually going to start their agency. It doesn't mean that they're going to go to Upwork or Instagram to try and get clients. There's a lot of people who don't even take the action, but they're interested in it, right? And some of these people, I can tell you for a fact, have been messaging me for years, 3-4 years of, hey, I'm interested. And then they go ghost. And then 2 months later, hey, I'm interested. And then they go ghost. And then 3 months later, I'm interested. And it's this cycle. And so if that person could just, obviously, if we could give them a pill, right, to go, hey, you're interested, now you're committed, I know they would get results. They'd get results probably within 6 months. They'd have a couple of clients, they'd be doing pretty well. So this is why we need to look at, how do we take you from, if you're interested right now, how do we get you to committed? Or if you're kind of committed, like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, how do we get you to fully committed? This is where the real magic happens, okay? Nobody gets 10 out of 10 results, right? Makes 10K a month by, just a little effort here and there. It's got to be something that you do commit to. That doesn't mean you have to work at it all day. You can work at it 2 hours a day and be fully committed. But, in the back of your mind, every day when you're hearing a podcast or you're reading a book, you're thinking about, how do I apply this to my marketing agency? And that's kind of a clear sign that you're committed, that anything you're exposed to starts to go, okay, maybe I could use that in my marketing business, or maybe I could use that system. All right. So all of these people, these are just some of the interviews we've done publicly, YouTube interviews. You've probably seen some of them. I can tell you for a fact, every person you can see here and all the others that we have are committed. They're not interested. Like, they are not interested. They were interested, and then they took the leaps and they changed their identity, their beliefs, their actions to be committed. And I can tell you that for a fact. If you were to ask Erica, Amanda, Alvi, Kira, and Megan, like, ask them, are you committed to building your social media marketing business? They'd say 100% for sure. Like, that's why they've gotten to 10K a month, 8.5K a month, 100K a year, 20K a month, 15K a month. It's because they're committed. Okay. And hopefully that kind of shows you that nobody who gets to these levels is kind of interested, a little bit, I'm going to try this thing and see how it goes. No, they're like, hey, I'm going to make this work. To give an example, Megan, right? She started with us, 2 kids, school teacher, not a whole lot of time. Not, very difficult to make this the top priority when she had 2 kids, like 2 very young kids, like a newborn and, a kid that was maybe like a year old or something. So obviously she had to make that hard decision of, I'm going to commit to this thing and really, really, truly make this work. Another example, if we say, take Kira, she was a teacher as well, actually, before she started with us. And she, completely left that to be committed to this. This guy, Alvi, didn't even go to college when he graduated school in the UK because he was that committed. He had a couple of clients and was like, hey, I'm going to make this my full-time thing. And guys, to even paint this further, I did this about a year ago. This was last summer. I did this interview with Alvi at 100K a year. What's he at now? Over 200K a year. Funny how that works, And I've seen him. He's been at like in-person events we've hosted. I can tell you for a fact, that man is committed. He's really, really committed to making this work. So essentially, with this training, I'm offering you a choice. Okay, on the left-hand side today, you can let your default programming just rule you and run your life. And this is just the reality, okay? If we don't change this, what you have gotten is what you will continue to get. All right, what you have gotten is what you will continue to get. What we have to do on the right-hand side is decide that, one, you want to change your life. You want to build yourself into the person that you need to be to achieve that life that you want. And then you choose the life that you get to live. But this doesn't just happen, okay? This is a very conscious choice you have to make. And we have to back this up. Of course, we got to back this up with massive, massive action. Okay, so this is the choice you have today. So guys, that was kind of step 1, right? Just actually getting to a point where you decide, okay, cool, I want this thing. I will make it work. And when you have that level of certainty in your brain, beautiful things happen.
Now, again, I want to give you that pinch of salt, right? Because I know for me, when I started into social media marketing, it took me a while to go from interested to committed. It took me a while. It took me probably a year to go from I'm kind of interested, I'm doing some research, I'm watching some YouTube videos, I'm building out my portfolio, I'm looking at Upwork, I'm looking at these platforms to committed. So it took me quite a long time. There's people in the program where it happens really fast. They make this switch really fast. The reason it took so long for me is that I wasn't fully aware of this stuff. I didn't know that this is what I needed to do, right? I didn't know that I had to be committed. And so it just took longer. So if you've been with us for a month, 2 months, a year and a half, doesn't matter what the time frame is. I just want you to be able to move forward from this today going, yeah, cool. I am now committed. And it's not going to be, day and night difference. Okay. Like I'm going to have days where I'm going to feel doubtful and I'll have a little bit of maybe limiting beliefs, right? Am I good enough, right? But I'm committed to that now. And I'm going to follow this training, I'm going to go put these steps into action to make sure that this becomes the thing that really, truly works for you. Okay. There's a quote. If you can tell me exactly what you want, you'll probably get it, right? So we basically just need to start there. We need to look at, okay, cool. What do we exactly want? Again, some of you watching this have already done this. Okay. You've done the manifesto. You've written that out. And if you haven't, I'm going to just kind of walk you through how this works. Now, please keep watching and stay on the live if you've done this already, because a lot of people fill out the manifesto and they never look at it again, ever. Some people fill it out, look at it again for maybe a week or two, maybe here and there, but not consistently enough to reinforce this. Because guys, again, think of it. I'm 27 making this video. You could be on this call being 20, you could be 35, you could be 40. All your beliefs, like that's taken years to build up, okay? So it'll be very naive of us to say that we can just click our fingers and erase that. This is years of programming. This is years of beliefs about yourself. This is years of telling yourself you're a certain type of person. We can't just reverse that. So it's going to take time. But if we revisit this every day, we're giving ourselves at least a better chance, okay? So this is what we do. In the program, the reason we started to actually do this with people is because a lot of people would join and say, hey, my goal is 5K a month. Hey, my goal is 10K a month. Fantastic. Nothing wrong with that. But we need to know like exactly what that means to you. Because for a lot of people, this is just something they've seen. They saw somebody make 10K a month. So they say, hey, my goal is 10K a month. We need to get clear on this, like really, really clear. You have to be honest first off. Okay. There's no need to be ashamed of whatever your goals are, right? Like when I first started this, my goal was different to what it is now. It's going to evolve. It's going to change. And when I was starting, I remember watching this guy on YouTube, right? And this guy on YouTube was talking about donating to charity, right? And he was talking about that was something that he did and he was making a lot of money and that was something he was really proud of. And I saw that and I was like, that's pretty cool. Fair play, clap, like amazing. Love to see that. But I knew for me at that moment, because of where I was financially, that wasn't even in my thought process, right? Because I needed to take care of me first before I could even think about that. Okay. So if your goal right now is, hey, look, I just need to make this amount of money to be able to buy these things or to buy this house or to have this level of freedom, cool. Own it, right? Just own whatever that is for you. All right. So here's an example. At the bottom, we have, I want to earn 10K a month. All right. Nothing wrong with it. But imagine it was this. I want to earn 12K a month in the next 6 months. I did the maths. I calculated out all of my expenses. And I realized that if I make 12K a month, I can put 3K a month into investments. I can have 6K a month to travel and fly and rent Airbnbs and hotels. And then I've got an extra 3K that I could give to my parents to retire them. Or I could give to a family member, or I could give to charity, or I could do for whatever. All right. Why? Because the person wants to travel all the time, fly to a new country every month, take flights, hop on Airbnbs, and between all of that, that should be enough. And then they also said, look, I want to be able to provide generously for my future wife, my family, have enough money to be able to donate each month. I want to be the person that's respected, committed, sticks to his word. I want to lose 10 kg, be in incredible shape. I want to be confident. I want to be like David Goggins, for example. And you can imagine when you go to this depth, you have such a better idea of who you need to be, how you need to look at yourself, what you need to tell yourself. And I think for me, right, when I see this here, immediately when I see this level of detail, I know that it's very difficult to write this level of detail, look at it every single day, and then act as you've always been acting.
right? Like it's actually very difficult for your mind to do that. It's very easy for your mind to write this and start to kind of question how you're showing up and start to question, why am I actually doing all these things? Like all these little habits that I have, these little kind of quirks in my routine, why am I doing them? Because if I want to be like this person, and I want to achieve all these things, is that what they would do? And that's something that's really helped me when I've kind of built out manifestos, right? Is pick someone, don't idolize them. Everybody has flaws, right? But pick the person and then think, this is like your frame of reference. What would that person do? What would they do? I remember thinking when I first started, I booked in my first sales call and I was absolutely petrified, like super nervous, palms super sweaty, probably waiting an hour before the call to kick off, kind of hoping they would just cancel because I was that nervous. And I remember thinking about this guy that I saw online that was doing this very well. And I was like, well, what would he do? Like, what would he do in this moment? I was like, this guy would probably just show up 5 minutes before his call, get himself a glass of water, maybe take out a notepad and write down three things that he wanted to ask on the call, maybe have a rough idea of what he's going to say, and he would just do it. He wouldn't even think about it. He wouldn't stress about it. He would just go with the flow. And so obviously that wasn't me on my first call. It still took time to build that confidence, but I started to, again, use that as my frame of reference, right? What would he do? How can I do something similar? And eventually I got to that point where I was relaxed on calls and I was able to close calls quite easily. And so that's the power of this, guys. It's really, really, truly powerful. Okay. Now, if you want to go a step further with this, you create a vision board, you review it daily. Okay. You can have this on your phone, like your screensaver, you can put it on your wall, whatever works for you. Again, the thing I don't like about vision boards is people make them once and then they never look at them again. You have to make it and just revisit it all the time. And if the vision board has a Lamborghini and it's got a bank account and all these things, great. But like always go deeper and realize, what do I need to do to get those things? Okay. Now, what you're going to see below this training, okay, if you're on the live, you won't see this now. I'll send it to you after. But if you're watching this in the training format, you're going to see below this that there's a link, a template for the manifesto that you can fill out step by step. And it's going to follow this structure that I'm going to show you here. Okay, so it goes through pleasure of basically the thing you're going to benefit if you achieve these goals, and the pain, the things that you are going to experience if you don't, and if you don't do what you know you need to do. All right. So again, guys, just to re-emphasize this, pleasure, right? So if I go back to this slide, right, and I do all these things, and these are the goals I want to get to. Well, the pleasure is I'm going to make my family very proud. I'm going to retire my parents, and they're going to have to, well, they're going to be able to just not get super old and work until they die. They're going to be able to maybe work less, enjoy life a bit more. That's going to make me feel pretty damn good, right? I'm going to be able to go wherever I want, give my family an incredible life, and then I'll also be able to retire early and me not have to work forever as well. So that's pretty damn good. And this is what we call positive motivation. You find something you want and you push towards it. That's your North Star. But it's also very important to go to pain. Some of you know where I'm going to go with this. I've talked about this a lot, of negative motivation. For me personally, right? Negative motivation almost makes more sense for me. If I was to start again, guys, take everything I have and I wanted to go from 0 to 5K a month, I would lean into pain. That's where I would lean into. When I got to 5K a month, if I was trying to get to 20K a month, I'd probably lean more into pleasure. Okay. Because pain is a really good motivator when you just need to get the first steps. You need to get the wheels moving, right? The pain will be this: my family will be disappointed in me. I'll be an embarrassment to these people, right? They'll work until they die and I'll feel like I'll have wasted a lot of my life. I won't ever be able to leave my country, and my family probably won't respect me very much. They'll like me, but they're not going to respect me because they don't think I'm that guy that I could have been. And then I'll have to work until I retire, and the people I told this to are going to know that I'm a failure. And you don't have to tell anybody this, guys. You can keep this completely personal. Share it with us if you'd like. I'd love for you to share it, but you don't have to. But the goal here is that this is the reality. And I know this is very heavy stuff, guys. This is very deep. It's not the most uplifting, but this is life. And this is how we get through it. Any big leaps I've made come from just being brutally real with myself, brutally real to say, look, this is the game. This is the reality. If I want to buy properties outright with no mortgages, that's not just going to happen, right? I'm going to have to put in a serious amount of work. going to have to view myself in a very specific way. And I'm going to have to hold myself to a very high standard. And there's guys 10 miles, ahead of me, in the levels I can't even think about right now that have done that same thing. People of all backgrounds, okay? So this is what really needs to be done to get there. So if you're watching this back, just pause this video, okay? And take 5 minutes to yourself and then continue on. Because what I want you to do is write down the pleasure and the pain, okay? So if you achieve that goal you've set out, what's the pleasure? What are you going to feel? How good are you going to feel? And why are you going to feel that? And then how negative would you feel if you didn't achieve it? Okay, what's that pain? Get really clear on that. If you're on the live, you've probably already done this, which is great. If you have, let's revisit it afterwards. Take 5 minutes after this and check it out and revisit it. No shame if you've done it once and not looked at it. Again, we're human, right, guys? We just got to move forward. Let's not focus on what we've done. Let's focus on what we're going to do going forward. Okay, so take 5 minutes and do that. Now, you also need to look at who, and this comes back to my original point of your identity shapes your actions, then shapes your outcomes, okay? Your identity starts by just who do we think we are, okay? Who do you think you are, all right? You need to get clear on this. So who do you need to be to accomplish these goals? Do you know anybody, again, that you can look to for inspiration? And once you have that person, what are their character traits, okay? What do they do? How do they show up? Are they disciplined? Are they consistent? What do they do? Get clear on that, okay? So find somebody that you can idolize to an extent. Again, know they're human and they've got their own flaws, but from what you can see, what are the positive character traits that they have that you could start to embody? And then finally is how, okay? Because yes, you need to be identifying as this person, but you can't just identify as this person and then do nothing, okay? We have to put in a level of work behind this to get to this result, okay? Now, where you're at right now, you don't need to know this perfectly. Okay, you need to commit to learning how to do this, but you don't have to have this all figured out. So if you've written down your goal as 5K a month, like you don't have to be able to tell me I need to do this, and this to get to 5K a month. You just need to now commit to saying, okay, cool, I'm going to figure that out. That how piece, I'm going to figure out. There's a saying, if your why is strong enough, you will get through anyhow. Okay, you'll figure out a way. But that why and your identity does need to be strong. So let's start working on that. Okay. Now, you also can't just replace a false belief with another false belief. Okay. You need to prove to yourself your new belief is true. Okay. So, for example, you can't tell yourself, hey, I'm healthy. Hey, I'm healthy. If I'm way, way, way overweight, right? And I don't exercise. It doesn't make sense. Okay. So it has to be realistic. I can't say, hey, I'm wealthy or hey, I'm a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire, right? Like it has to be real. So again, this is my point around the law of attraction and manifestation, where they can get misconstrued and people use it in the wrong way because they see people talk about that and they just say, okay, well, if I just tell myself I'll be a millionaire, I'll be a millionaire. No, it's not how it works. You tell yourself you're going to be a millionaire and you start acting like the person that does the things that the millionaire does. You identify and you look at yourself the same way. Okay. But if you don't have the action, none of it really matters. So the how, okay, so how you actually achieve this. Again, you don't need to have it completely figured out right now. And a lot of you might be experiencing chaotic thinking, or just call it brain fog, right? Just call it, this is a mess, right? Chaotic thinking, typically, if you can't reverse engineer your goals, if you don't know what to work on next, right after this, like you're hyped up, you're motivated, but you don't know what to work on, you probably have a little bit of chaotic thinking going on. If you're overwhelmed constantly, right, at very small things, probably a little bit of chaotic thinking. If you have a sense of dread about your business, right, or starting this business or doing outreach, it's probably a bit of chaotic thinking. And if you are constantly comparing yourself to others in a negative, right, where you're seeing successful people saying, hey, they're lucky, or they must have had the perfect setup, or they must have had loads of time, right? If you're doing that, then you probably have a little bit of chaotic thinking. Now, again, heavy pinch of salt, guys. Not every day you're going to wake up and have clarity on all of this. I'm going to have days where I'm overwhelmed, right? I'm human too. Okay. I'm going to have days where I compare myself to somebody ahead of me. Okay. So again, keep that in mind. This is not about being perfect. Nobody is. This is about just reality, knowing how we can move forward quite confidently through this. Okay. You've probably seen this before, but Kaizen thinking is something we talk about a lot. Toyota made this quite popular, right?
The essence of this is that this happens day by day. This doesn't happen just click of the fingers, okay? There's a famous saying, there's no golden bullet, there's only a dozen silver bullets, okay? So essentially what we need to do is focus on short-term change. What can I do this week? What can I do next week? What are these small wins I can start to stack? And those small wins do add up, and they add up quite exponentially, right? Like there's things that I do now that I've done for years that I don't even think about anymore, right? It just happens. I just do it. Whereas when I first started, it was such a mentally grueling activity to get myself to do those things. All right. If you think of a sales call, again, this is where a lot of people get a lot of nerves around it, right? Like my first sales call felt like the most difficult thing in the entire world, like the most difficult thing I've probably ever done in my life. That's what it felt like in that moment. Now a sales call is like, I can do 15 of these a day if you want me to. Fine, no problem. I'll be a little bit tired at the end of the day doing 15 calls, but I can do it, right? And this is the beauty of this, is because once you just start chipping away at this, amazing. Now you're going to have days where you don't chip away. You might have 7 days in a row you chip away, and then there's that one day you fall off a little bit. That's fine. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. You just get back on track the next day. Don't let that one bad day turn into a bad week or a bad month. Just get back on track. Easy, easy peasy, okay? Now, practically and tactically, I want to walk you through how we use this idea, okay? So your business for an agency is typically marketing and outreach. That's step number one. Then you have step number two, which is sales. And then step number three, service delivery. So you want to start to break this up. If we take marketing and outreach, we can look at cold outreach, Instagram DMs, Facebook, cold email, cold calls. We can look at warm outreach, Upwork, Fiverr, these kind of platforms. Okay, so we can start to think through these and then look at, okay, well, where do I need to put my focus now? So for most people, they need to put a lot of focus here on marketing and outreach. In fact, you know, a beginner, like someone with just starting, no clients, you need to put nearly all your time on this piece right here. Very little on sales unless this is cranking. Because if marketing and outreach isn't cranking, you don't have any sales to do. Okay, so we've got to crank this one up as much as we can. Then we start to have a little bit more time spent here. And only then, once we get clients, do we actually spend time here. Whereas there's some people where they do it quite the opposite. They spend all their time thinking about service delivery and building out systems when they don't have any clients. Doesn't make sense. You need to create a problem, right? By putting all your time and effort into outreach, then sales, and then service delivery. Okay. Now, from here, guys, this is what I want you to do. I want you to pick a few like very easy daily actions that you can take. Like easy. I'm not talking about hours of work. Let's just start really small. Okay. So just to give you an example, you could do 10 minutes of executing on your goals, which you've identified, okay, outreach, that's what I need to do. So you do 10 minutes of that a day. You do, let's say on a personal level, 10 minutes of exercise, if that's something you're trying to improve as well. You know, don't go for a half marathon tomorrow, right? That's going to burn you out. Just do 10 minutes, small amounts, 10 minutes of deep work. All right. Like don't expect yourself to sit down and be focused for 4 hours straight with no distractions. Again, you're human. Okay. So let's just do 10 minutes. Let's start there. And then let's just increase that. Let's just try and bump that up every day. Go from 10 to 15, 15 to 20, and so on. Some days you're going to make massive leaps. You're going to go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, right? And that's great. But go at your pace. You're going to know yourself what you can do here. Okay. Starting is the hardest part. But once you start doing 10 minutes of outreach, you'll probably keep going and you end up doing 30 minutes. Or you start doing exercise for 10 minutes and you go, well, I can just continue, right? I can do 20 minutes. Okay. So just start. And this is the key here of having this trigger for yourself every single day to just start, because that is the real hard piece. Okay. Because guys, look, you're not going to become an entirely new person in 1 week. You're not going to get fit after one workout, not after 10, maybe after 100, 200, 500. You might start to look different, feel different, and then have a new identity. And then it becomes really easy because the person that's, for example, worked out for years, they don't even have to really think about working out. It's just something they do, right? And the person who starts their business today and really starts to make that momentum, like Alvi, Amanda, and all the people I showed you, they just do it. Like they just wake up every day and it's just very normal. You know, it doesn't take a lot of effort. It's not a huge amount of energy. It just happens. Okay. So you just have to slowly chip away at this and make this your new normal. So your goal here really shouldn't be to accomplish this vision in a month. Think very short term, make very small goals that are manageable, bite size, prove to yourself that you can accomplish them, and then we can build on that. Okay. All right, let's keep going. So from this, guys, if you feel you are a little bit alone on this, you know, as in you don't feel like you're fully able to do all this by yourself, well, we want you to have accountability. Obviously, accountability with yourself is the most powerful, and this will develop over time. But for now, if you're struggling with this, you lean into ourselves, the coaches, you lean into people in the program. Okay, you can find an accountability partner. Okay, this is something a lot of people in the group have. I hosted an interview last week with a guy, Ethan. I know he's got an accountability partner. And it's quite common that I see people who are doing quite well have an accountability partner within the program. They're obviously accountable to us as well, but having all of these layers is very powerful. So accountability with yourself might be a 5-minute check-in at the end of the day. This is something I do. It doesn't take a lot of time. Some days I don't want to do it. I want to just go to sleep, or I want to watch something, or I want to read a book and just, you know, but it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes with a notepad. That's all it takes. 5 minutes, check in. How we doing? Are we on track? Do I know what I'm doing tomorrow? Great. Perfect. Fantastic. If I don't do that, I start to slip. Okay. So do it with yourself. Do it with us. Do it with a partner. So guys, to review, because we've covered quite a bit in this, okay? Let's give you some bullet points. So number one, your mindset, it's psychology, okay? So it can be changed. It's not fixed, okay? You can and you must change this to get to where you want to get to. You're now committing to making this work. You're not hoping. You're not kind of interested, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You're committed. Okay. And again, this is going to happen over time. You're not going to click your fingers today and you're 100% committed, but you have to start to do this. Okay. Now, from this, I want you to work on knowing exactly what you want, exactly why you want it, exactly who you need to be to get it. And then you should know the daily actions you need to take to get there. If you don't know the daily actions, reach out to us. That's something we can definitely help you with in the coaching, right? If you know what I want, why I want it, and who I need to be, cool. We can help you reverse engineer that. We can help you break that down, okay? You should have systems in place to make sure you do the daily actions. So check in with us, okay? Like we have people in the program that check in with us every single day. Sometimes it's just a, hey guys, here's what I did today. But they check in, and that's a system, right? Because that's something they know, okay, I have to do that. If I don't do it, the guys are going to notice. If they notice, I might be feeling a little bit ashamed or embarrassed or whatever. And a little bit of that is good, right? Because again, it's going to get you to do the thing that you don't want to do. And then understand Kaizen thinking and commit to doing it right. Okay, thinking through what's my bottleneck right now. If I don't have any clients, service delivery is not my top priority. If I don't have clients, doing outreach is my top priority. If I have 5 clients and my clients are leaving and everything's a mess and I feel chaotic, I should probably spend more time on service delivery. Okay. So guys, manifesto, again, link for that for this training is going to be down below. So you can check out that template. If you're on the live training, we'll kind of just switch up and do some Q&A here in a moment. So if you have any questions on these topics, let's run through them. And if you haven't done the manifesto, please do. I know a lot of you just seeing your names. I know you've done them. I remember reading them. So great to see that. And again, this is just your reminder to revisit that. Go over it again, write a new one if you need to, do what you need to do. Let's just move forward from here. Let's just make sure that tomorrow we are starting fresh with ourselves on the right track. All right, guys, let me know if that was valuable. Just drop a message in the group or in the chat here. If that was insightful, if it was valuable, should I do more trainings like this? I'm completely open to doing more like this. If you feel like you need more content on this and you need more help with it, so just let me know. I'm going to check into the chat here and see if there's any questions. Cool. All right. Tanisios, you said you've seen the vision board in a book called The Comfort Zone. Cool, man. Yeah, it's quite a popular one, man. You'll see a lot of people in this kind of in the mindset space talk about it. Very, very common, and definitely helps. Just to touch on that, guys, one thing for me when I was starting my agency, for a long time I didn't use a vision board, because a vision board is typically, you put photos of the things you want, like where you want to live, your lifestyle, cars, all that kind of stuff, right? And it's kind of more materialistic because it's images of things that you want. What I had for a long time was my desktop screensaver, and then on my phone was literally a bullet point list of what I needed to do and the goals I was trying to achieve. So I remember vividly having this like black and white screenshot that I had as my desktop background, and it was for my agency. And I remember it being like, get to 20K a month, and we were at maybe 10K a month. And it was a full breakdown of I need to do this, this, and this. And just seeing that every time I turned on my laptop and my phone made me check in with myself, made me go, am I actually doing that? Like, am I actually doing what I need to do to get there? And many times I wasn't. And it was a wake-up call because I couldn't bloody ignore it. It was right in front of me every time I checked my phone. And you can't see that every day and ignore it forever. You might ignore it for a day and say, oh, well, I'm busy today or something's going on today. But eventually you start to go, hold on, I need to call myself out on this and I need to do it. Sahib, you said you have chaotic thinking right now. Yeah. And look, how do we get over that, man? Chaotic thinking. For me personally, I'll just give you some thoughts, right? Again, notepad at the end of the day, super simple. 5 minutes with this bad boy helps me out a ton. I can get very overwhelmed. I can have a night where I'm overthinking so much. I've got this problem to solve, this issue to solve. Business is problems. Okay, we're going to have problems. And so if I don't take that time to just check in, I'm a bit messy. Some other things that help me, again, guys, not advice, it's just what I do. I like a cold shower. I know it's controversial. I like a cold shower. I've not had a warm shower in a long time. And that helps me because it's something I don't particularly like to do in the moment, but I like how it makes me feel. And it gives me a sense of clarity. It does, because when I'm in there, I'm not thinking about a business problem. I'm not thinking about, did that payment come true, right? What I'm thinking about in the cold shower is, it's cold, but I'm going to stay here because if I stay here for a couple of minutes, when I get out, I'm going to feel rock solid. I'm going to feel really good. So that's something I do. I journal, I write down. And recently, what I've started to do is actually use AI. Okay. So if I'm super confused about where I'm at, something I'm starting to doing is just going to AI, ChatGPT, or any tool like that, and just brain dumping, literally just brain dumping, almost like sending it a voice note. But because it's not going to a person, I can be kind of more vulnerable, more open than I might be with myself or with somebody else. And that really helps because if you prompt it to say, hey, ask me a set of questions after I give you this brain dump to help me figure out what I should do next, because I'm feeling very confused. I'm feeling like I have a lot of chaos going on in my head. You're going to get a really good breakdown. So try that one. I really think that's going to help out. Sharina, you said definitely valuable, needed this. Awesome to hear. Appreciate you coming on. Sahib, you said it'd be awesome to have more of these. Awesome, man. Good to hear that feedback. Jack, you said the same, 100% useful. Great to see that, man. Riley, you said perfect timing. Love to hear it, man. Athanasios, same thing. You said it really helped you. Awesome, man. Lucia, you said it was great to get a refresh on this after the training. 100%. My thinking is chaotic right now. And that's the beauty of this, Lucia, is you start to identify, cool, that's what's going on. There's no shame in it. It is what it is. We all have it time to time. So now we know practical steps we can take to get over it. Back one, you said very valuable. Awesome to see, man. Asha, you said very valuable. Awesome. Lucia as well. Yeah, great. Jason said gained a lot of game, man. Awesome. And the brain dump method, back one. Yeah, it's powerful. It's powerful, man. Really, truly is. So again, guys, I just want to re-emphasize no shame with any of this. Okay. It's very easy to see content like this and feel like, whoa, these people have it figured out, whatever. This is just it's a journey, day by day, step by step, we make these steps, and, to give you an example, guys, like there's things that I have to do each day in business that I don't want to do, but again, you get to a point where you do them. And you don't do it out of hatred and like actually really hating the task. It's just that starting point is the difficult thing. Just sitting down to actually do it, that's the hard piece.
So my friend, because you're in this program, I think it's only fair that I walk you through my entire journey. 0 to millionaire and my story with online business, because this isn't my first rodeo. Many people think that I potentially got lucky when I started back in 2019 and it all just fell into place. It's not the case. I have been trying this stuff for years. I tried it for years before I had any real success. I'm going to walk you through that today. So I've got a series of slides here. Some of these are from an Instagram story I made some months back because it sums it up pretty well. So I'll rush you through these slides, hopefully give you the full picture. And I think you're going to resonate with me. If you have tried any other way of making money online, I mean, trading, business opportunities, anything of that nature, then you'll resonate with this. And I want you to keep watching this because why you failed with some of the other business models is probably why I failed with them. You see, a lot of other business models have flaws, right? Meaning that they're just not as good, right? Categorically, like it's just a fact, okay? But more importantly, there's a way in which I approached them and probably the way you approached them in the past that just didn't make it work. And if you approach this in that same way, this might not work. All right. So let's get into it. So I tried a lot of side hustles, as I mentioned. If you're like me and you've always had that burning desire for more, you wanted to be better, to make more, to always make something of yourself, I became obsessed, right? Whether it was self-improvement, working out, reading, meditating, anything I could get my hands on to quote unquote become a better person. Yes, I did it. Now, part of that is the money, right? Part of that is, okay, I'm fit. Okay, I can meditate. I want to make money, right? I don't want to work a job. I want to be able to provide for myself, my family, etc. So I tried a ton of things: drop shipping, private label e-commerce, Twitter meme pages, forex trading, and much more. I'll talk on those in a little bit more detail in a minute. The massive problem I had with most of these is, yes, most of them were unsustainable, but we'll talk even further in a second about the mindset behind why that didn't work. And with a lot of these, I just spent months and months and months at them, and then I would make nothing back. So it just always felt like I'd get motivated and I'd want to start it. Then I'd start it and I would keep doing it, but then I'd get to a couple months in and realize I've got no results here. I have nothing to show for this. And then I would give up. Even when I had a little bit of a taste of success with some e-commerce and drop shipping, then the fact that I picked, in my eyes, the wrong business model, it all crumbled because I got kind of good at one area of the business, but I wasn't good at another part, which just crumbled the whole thing. Then I went to college. All right. Went to college. Didn't really have any other options. My side hustles weren't doing too well. And my parents always wanted me to. So I said, okay, I got the points. Let me go ahead and do it. Now, when I was in college, everybody there, like I mean, fucking everybody, wanted to get 9-to-5 jobs. I felt incredibly out of place. I wanted to work online. I wanted to travel. At this point in my life, I knew I was going to become a millionaire, but it wasn't a massive motivator. My main motive was I want to make 3 to 5K a month online so that I can literally just do what I want. Like I can travel to Asia, I can work out for half the day and nobody cares. Like that's what I wanted. Okay, that obviously changed as time went on. In my final year of college, this was 2019, this was when I learned about appointment setting and social media marketing. From other side hustles I had done, of course, I got a taste of social media marketing, of digital marketing, of email marketing with e-commerce, right? But this is where I really got introduced to these things. Okay. So when I graduated in that same year in 2019, I actually applied for corporate jobs. I went completely against what I knew I wanted. And I just felt really pressured by the people around me, my lecturers in college, and my parents to get a job. And that's what I tried to do. Now I got rejected by all of them. And the reason I got rejected, when you really think about why I got rejected from all the jobs I applied to, I clearly didn't want them. And if you don't want something, you won't put in as much effort and people will see that. And that's why I didn't get the jobs. So look, at this point, I got the opportunity to work as an appointment setter and social media marketer for a couple of online fitness coaches. How did I get those clients? Well, one, I was building my own Instagram page at the time. So I was posting health content, nutrition tips, fitness tips. And there was a couple of people I followed where we had followed each other for a couple of months and they literally just put up job postings on their story. Like, hey, I'm hiring an assistant to help with some social media marketing, X, Y, and Z. Applied to them, very low paid. We're talking $10 to $15 per hour, like very low, but I knew I would get the experience that I needed. So I landed these clients not longer after starting that journey. And, it worked. All right. I got to 5K a month with these clients. Now, you can probably hear the hesitation in my voice, which is, yes, I got to 5K per month, but I was working 60 hours a week. 60 hours a week for 5K a month, not so good. And I mean, I had to work 7 days a week. There was no days off, which was fine. I was happy to do so, but it wasn't fairly rewarded, right? Like I knew the skills I was learning were amazing and I'd be able to make way more by myself. So that's when I then later that year started my own social media marketing agency. I'm going to touch on a minute how I actually tried to start my agency back in 2018 right? Note, I said tried to start because I didn't start, and I'll explain exactly what happened. So at this point, you know, my goal was very clear. I wanted to make more money and have more scalability. So I decided I'll start an agency where I hire other people to do a lot of the work. Now, you don't have to do it that way, but I'll explain how I did that. My goal here was to make more money, give back to my family more, and travel the world. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to do that with my 5K a month, you know, side hustles that I was doing, right? So the skill of appointment setting really helped me scale fast, you know, and this is when it started to pay off. So signed my first client for the agency for 1,200 a month in November 2019. Literally changed my life. I mean, when you first make your first money online, that moment changes your life in a way I can't describe, because your eyes open up to the reality that this can happen. This is a real thing and it can happen for you. All right. So you're going to have a crazy experience if you haven't had that yet. The second one for me was signing the agency client, because this now solidified to me I was able to sign a client for a business that will actually scale, right? Something that will actually be able to give me the freedom I'm really looking for. So at this point, I was like, oh my days, like we are on to something. So yeah, you probably know my story. Within about 45 to 46 days, we scaled to 10K per month, right? 10K per month. So we literally went from 0 to 10K per month in that time frame. Pretty crazy. And obviously that's because of the months and years of other things I had tried beforehand that allowed me to have such a fast growth. But really, this is what can happen for you. I don't want you to think that you also will scale this fast, because it is rare. I've not found many people to scale this fast, but it is possible. And I want you to take that away from this. So in 2021, with that same business, we scaled to a record of 54K in a single month. You know, at this point, I was pretty shocked. I knew I would always get to that point, right? As I told you earlier, I always knew I would become a millionaire. Now in 2021, at that point, I wasn't a millionaire, but my business was making $500,000 a year. I was very shocked, right? Because I went from growing up in a lower middle class family where everyone in my immediate family and cousins and extended family, everybody just works government jobs or minimum wage. Like that's the norm, right? Like anybody in my family probably makes 20 to 30K a year. That's a good job and they're all happy with that. So to go from that to then all of a sudden, like 21 or something, and I've got $500,000 a year business with like a bunch of team members. Pretty surreal stuff, to be honest. You know, this business was paying me more in a month than most of my family would make in a year. Like it's kind of crazy. So look, this is the power of taking action when an opportunity presents itself. All right. And this is the power of actually making it happen, like seeing it through to make it yours, because it's not going to just happen for you. So at this point, you know, I had freedom, right? I could travel whenever I wanted. I was making more than I ever thought I would make. I could treat my family, friends to nice things. I had ultimate freedom. And so that's when I started to coach, consult, and mentor with people, you know. We started in 2020, but 2021 is when I took it really seriously. When I started coaching and mentoring in 2020, it was very low scale because my business, my agency, was at around probably 15 to 20K a month. It got to, I think, around 30K a month by the end of that year. And then going into 2021, when we started to hit these record months, that's when I really realized, okay, I'm onto something here, right? Like I've figured out something that so many people I know are struggling with. You know, they want what I have. And that's when I started doing coaching and mentoring. So the business models I've tried, we've looked at a few of them. Twitter theme pages was the first. I started when I was about 15 or 16. Then some drop shipping, some e-commerce, crypto, stocks, forex trading, all that. Selling digital products. So fitness, ebooks, training plans, diet plans, did all of that for some time. Then freelancing, then social media agency, and then consulting and coaching as well. Now, these last three I want to highlight: freelancing, social media marketing agency, consulting and coaching. All three of these are the basis of this entire program, right? And these are the three where, you know, everything we teach you here is going to relate to these. And it's all about learning how to attract clients to pay you money for a service or your knowledge. It's as simple as that. They're all just different variations of that same model. So the big question I want you to think about, right? is, Adam, why did all the other business ventures not work? Right? As I mentioned, right, the last point here, the business models did have some flaws, but 90% of the problem was me, was my mindset, how I approached it, who I thought I was. So you see, when you think you see an opportunity, right? And let's say it was drop shipping for me. I knew it could work, but a lot of the problem laid in I didn't think I could make it work. Like even then, there was a point where I did get some good results with it. I still didn't really believe it. You get me? I couldn't really believe that I was the type of person that would build this online business and it would actually make money, and not just make money for 1 month, but make money for 1, 2, 3 years. You see, if I had focused on the identity I held, the mindset I had, who I thought I was, I know I would have went much further with those. You see, I wanted to start SMMA back in 2018, but I didn't start. All right. I spent weeks building out sales scripts, the perfect pricing and packages, pitch decks, onboarding forms, AKA all the things I thought I needed. Then when it came to actually taking action, starting to reach out to businesses, selling my service and building an agency, guess what? This is crazy. I decided that now wasn't the right time. So I spent weeks, I mean weeks, right? Prepping all this stuff, thinking about it late at night, getting up, writing down my to-do list about what I had to do today. I did that for weeks. And then I decided, you know what? Now is not the right time. Absolute BS. That's exactly what that was. I was in the best time. I was going into the final year of college. Yes, I would have to spend 40 hours a week with college, but who gives a shit? I would have spent 20 extra hours a week building this up, because why wouldn't I, right? I was so excited about it. The problem was I just didn't think I could actually do it. I didn't think I could do it. How crazy is that? Because I've now gone and done it, but a year before it, I thought, nah, I'm just not ready for this. Like, I'm not the kind of person that does this. I'm not some guy that can speak to business owners. I'm naturally an introvert. You know, my personality type is introverted. I was very shy when I was growing up. I had tons of confidence issues. So I just didn't think it was for me. And the reason I'm telling you this is because out of the students we work with, so many of them go through this exact thing. So many students will build out everything we give them, and then they get to the point where they need to actually reach out to businesses, hop on sales calls. And guess what? It's just not the right time. In fact, we even had this one student I'm going to give you an example of, because I think this is really powerful for you to know, where he spent months at this. I mean, months, right? Testing different outreach methods, testing different messages, which one gets more responses. So he came to his own conclusion that he was self-sabotaging himself. He knew that he was actually purposely doing outreach every day, sending messages every day, but he knew he actually didn't want it to work. He didn't want a business owner to say, yep, cool, let's have a call, because he was so afraid of that part. He was so afraid of actually having a call and, you know, potentially having his ego hurt, because the business owner might call him out on the call. They might just not agree with him, or they might just think that he doesn't know what he's doing. So he let that basically self-sabotage all of his efforts. And he did that for months. So instead of that happening to you and you having that realization in 6 months, I want you to have that realization now. Because if you can have it now, you should hopefully not fall into that. So let's have some fun. I'm going to pull up this presentation. This is a presentation I built back in 2018 when I tried to start my agency. And it is quite funny to look at, because all of the things I did in this are what we tell you not to do. All right, so this is a pitch deck. I, at this time, thought I was going to send this to companies where I would email them or message them on social media or LinkedIn. And then I would say to them like, hey, my name is Adam. I'm a social media marketer. Let me send you over some info about what we do. All right. Again, you'll learn in this program as we go through. This is the complete opposite of what you should do. All right. So I was going to send this. All right. The first slide is our company, years of experience, locally based with a team of globally connected freelancer, not your typical agency. All right. Immediately wrong. I'm talking all about me and my company. I haven't even spoke about what I can do for them. I've just spoke about myself. Incredibly ego driven. Targeted results-based marketing. Okay. So instead of picking one service, as you'll figure out later on, here I am trying to do absolutely everything, like things that I had no idea about. Whereas, could I have just done social media marketing, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook? Of course I can. Anybody can learn that in a week. All these other things, you actually need to spend a lot more time learning. Email marketing, PPC, SEO. So ignore all this, right? It's just crazy. Common misconceptions about digital marketing. All right. Again, like super generic stuff that doesn't work. Saying it's too expensive, it doesn't work. I haven't told them anything about what I can actually do for them, what results I can get them, how I can grow their business. None of that. Getting started with us, you provide us this, and this. Again, this would be filled out fully for them. What we do, we develop a strategy and a plan. Vertical selection, right? I'm using words that I've never actually used with real businesses. This is the thing I want to get to you guys, right? I'm using words, vertical selection. Yes, I know what that is, but I've never used that ever. I've worked with over 355 businesses for my agency, yet I've never had to use that word. In fact, none of my clients would have even brought me those words, right? And this is something you'll probably fall into. You'll probably use these technical words that you hear online, right? Because you think it sounds good. You think it sounds like you're intelligent. You see, the thing is, people are people. People want to know black and white, what do you do? So when you say what we do, like nobody cares about any of this stuff. Track and adjust for results. Nobody cares about that. What they care about is you're going to make me money. You're going to grow my business. You're going to get me leads. You're going to get me customers. You're going to save me time. Nobody cares about this stuff. All right. Steps in our process. Again, they don't really care. Showing the services we do. Yeah. Cringy stuff, to be honest. Highlight competitors and what they're doing. You know, that's a good point, right? Show off what competitors are doing so that the person you're speaking to starts to think, I should be doing what they're doing. So that's some good stuff. Yeah, okay, do an optimization rate of their site. Again, fine, but you know, this is then delving into website development and a service that really I wouldn't recommend many people hop into. And it keeps going, right? Like this entire presentation just goes on and on and on. Okay, so I don't want you to do this. You'll learn later in this program. This is the complete opposite of what we do. The reason I wanted to highlight this is because look at the time I spent on this, right? Like putting this together probably took a day, like, you know, like 10 hours, right? From slide one to the last slide. So why spend all that time and then not actually use it? Why spend all that time and then actually get to the end of the process and say, no, I'm not ready for this. So avoid all of this, focus on the mindset stuff first, because otherwise you'll do all the things and then you'll confront your mindset in 3 weeks from now. And then you might decide, no, this isn't for me. So this video will be a little bit heavy. I'm going to walk you through my entire story, my struggle, my battle with depression, because I went through this before I started on this journey. And chances are, if you've seen me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, you've seen what I am now. There's a part of me that you haven't seen, and there's a part I want to talk about. And the reason I want to talk about it is not just because I want to talk about it. It's because I think you will actually learn a lot from this. You, if you've gone through this in the past, may resonate with this. If you're yet to go through it, maybe you're better equipped to go through it. And because a lot of our students are in a very similar state, maybe not as down and, you know, as far gone as I may have been, but pretty down. Okay. So this is why it's important. A lot of students we have in our program are miserable. Like, I mean, miserable, right? They hate getting up in the morning. They fall into self-sabotaging sprees. And, you know, this behavior is not going to make it for you. So you need to cut this behavior. You need to figure out why are you doing all these things first, and then you need to start correcting them. And you might not figure out the exact reason, but you need to start to try to understand it. Because if you just try and put a Band-Aid over this, all right, it's not going to work. Okay, so let's get into it. So that's young Adam on the left. All right, I'm going to talk about him in a second. Current Adam is on the right. Just a couple of recent photos to show where I'm at, right? At bottom right-hand corner, that's me speaking at a mastermind event where students attended, you know, never thought I would have done that. Then there's a photo of me and my mom having a glass of wine together, right? Giving back to her, giving her holidays, trips, all that good stuff. There's a photo of me after I finished my first marathon, right, with my mom and my brother. I should have kept that part in. That's better than just looking at me. And then there's a photo of me just in a nice hotel, right? A very nice hotel. And, you know, this photo really stood out to me, right? Because I've got a MacBook, which is obviously, you know, a couple thousand. I've got a Remarkable, which is a fucking $500 notepad. And I'm wearing a Rolex, right? It's a lot of material things. And I don't want to stress that. But those material things are because of the inner work. They're because of the inner journey that I went on. Okay. So you know where I'm currently at. You know, I've got freedom. So young Adam, if you look at that photo, that's probably when I'm 16 or 17. So if you don't want to know my whole story, you can click away from this video. I don't feel like everyone needs to watch this. Some of you will want to watch this and will need to watch this, okay? I'm going to go a little bit deeper here. I'm going to be very vulnerable. I'm going to open up to you on a level that I've probably never opened up publicly ever before. So the main message, if you decide that you don't want to watch all this, completely cool. I don't take offense. Is I want you to understand that if you're going through anything deep, dark, you know you have depressive thoughts, I want you to realize, as I mentioned before, that you need to take stock of that. Don't just say, oh, it is what it is, work harder. No, like take fucking stock of it, right? Because if you put a Band-Aid over it, nothing will fucking work. Nothing will heal that. Right? There's a lot of guys online right now saying, hey, depression it's not real, la, 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 la. It doesn't matter what you think about that. If you know you have something that is just eating you up alive, you do need to work on that. You need to work on it. Okay. So, right, how did we get here? So at that point in my life, that's when I had cystic acne. That actually wasn't the worst. That's when I was actually comfortable enough to take photos and take a selfie. There was a period where I wouldn't do that for at least a year. Like I was literally scared to look in the mirror. Okay. So before that time period, I was always very shy, just very shy as a kid. And for a long time, I just thought that's who I am. I'm always going to be this way. It is what it is. When I really look at it, it's because I was very insecure. I wasn't happy with how I looked. I wasn't happy with my appearance, how confident I was. And because of that, that just made me less confident, right? We looked at this earlier in some of the mindset training, how it's all a feedback loop. So when you start going down negative, it can keep going negative and negative, right? So cystic acne, you can see it on my face. You would notice it, right? But at the same time, you would be able to look past that. Whereas I thought at that time in my life, I genuinely believed everybody was staring at me. I believed everybody thought I looked horrible, disgusting, repulsive. Like my brain, my thought process was incredibly negative. This then led to a second issue with my skin. You'll notice my lips in that photo. I was on this medication called Accutane. Some of you might have had it or heard of it. It helps with acne. It really, really helped, as you can see on my face. Like I don't have these cysts anymore. I have the scar tissue from the cysts, but I don't have cysts. And yeah, it worked. But the side effect was that it dried out your skin, specifically your lips. And it developed into this weird, crazy issue where the skin on my lips wouldn't really grow properly for another year. So all in all, I was in this period for 2 years. So I had 2 full years of being really depressed. I mean, I gave up on my friends. I remember this one time vividly. It was like a Saturday night. I'm 17 and I'm laying in bed watching Netflix because I am down. I am deep, deep down. And my friends literally call over to the house because I was just ignoring the group chat. And they're like, come out, man. Like, what are you doing sitting here? And at the time, I didn't even do that. Like, I couldn't even face to get up and go out. Like, it was bad, bad stuff. So in this journey, because I was in school and I was always around people, I felt like the only route was a very bad route. So, and again, even saying this feels kind of weird. I've only said this a few times to a few people, but yeah, I genuinely thought I would kill myself. Yeah, it's weird to say. Yeah, I thought I would kill myself because I thought there was no way, there was no future where I could be happy. And that's a really, really scary thought. Like I literally thought that I could never experience happiness, thought I could never be confident, that I could never be proud of any achievements, to do great things. I genuinely thought I will always, always be depressed. I'll be always unhappy. I'll never be loved. That was my thought process. And that's crazy, right? For me to say that. And maybe you have felt this. Maybe you felt that same way. And it's amazing looking back to see how negative you can go. If you don't know this stuff that we've talked about, right? Your identity, your beliefs, your thought processes. It's crazy how dark you can go. Because I had a loving family. I had a brother and a sister that were always really fucking nice to me. I had friends, right? I had all the things to make a very happy life. My family weren't broke, right? Like we always had enough food on the table. You get me? Like I had so many good things, so many good things. And all I could think about was, I am destined to never be happy. It was my thought process every day. Wake up unhappy. I'm never going to be happy. Now, the reason I'm telling you all this is so that you know the depth. All right. It wasn't that I just had a couple of spots and I thought, oh, I don't look too good today. No, like I wanted to kill myself. That's literally how I thought. So where it changed for me was, there was a couple of moments. So there was a moment when I went to my doctor, and I used to go to him very often, and he said, yeah, I'll prescribe you antidepressants. So that was the first moment where I realized, okay, I need to change this. So he said that to me, and I said, no, I'm not going to take those, because I knew that was not the answer. And I knew all that would do would just dull my brain. It would bring me down, or maybe it would falsely bring me up, but it wouldn't solve the problem. I knew the problem was deeper than just a couple of pills. So I said, no, I'm not going to take those. So that was first point. The second point, and this is where it really changed, was I went to a appointment for like a skin doctor. Can't think of the name. For a skin doctor. And I come out of the appointment, and I was with my mother. I'm in the car. She's driving. I'm sitting in the passenger seat. And the sun is just beaming in the car window. Like, I even feel emotional just saying this. It's fucking weird. Sun is beaming in the window, and it's like in my eyes. When the sun is like literally in your eyes. And I literally just think to myself, the only reason I am so unhappy and so depressed is because of me. And this was a crazy moment. I mean, my entire world fucking changed, because I realized, here I am, I'm fucking 17, sitting in the car with my mom. She just drove me here. She, is so helpful. She's so emotionally supportive. And all I can think about is poor me. Like, so self-obsessed. And in that moment, even though I realized, fuck, this is all me, I got this crazy wave of joy, that I'm going to change. It was insane. I cannot describe it. And hopefully I'm doing an okay job at this, but I literally couldn't describe. I went from, I want to kill myself, to, oh my God, I am the fucking problem, to, I'm the only one that can fix this. And now I know the answer. I have to change my life drastically, radically. I've got to change everything about who I am, what I think, what I believe, and what I do every fucking day. And that's exactly what I did. I went on this extreme journey, right? And the reason I say extreme is because I say this and most people are like, why the fuck would you do all that? This is just an example, okay? You don't need to do any of these things if you fix your mindset. These were just physical things I did that helped me fix my mindset. So cold showers every day. If you live in Ireland, it's already pretty cold. So doing cold showers every day is not fun. Cold showers every day. No FAP, no pornography. Maybe you've heard of this, maybe you haven't. This, one of the biggest things I think specifically guys, because more guys struggle with this, you need to stop doing this, okay? I could make a whole separate video on this, but that's something I did. I realized, okay, I'm addicted to pornography. That's clearly not making me any happier because it's completely fucking up my worldview of women, but it's also fucking up my self-identity and how I feel about myself. Because every time I do it, I feel miserable. Every time I do it, I feel like if somebody had saw me do this, I would be disgusted. So I decided, why the fuck am I doing that? That's completely ridiculous. So I stopped doing that. Really hard to break that habit, but I did it. Quit for an entire year straight. I remember it very clearly. Loads of other things. Started training much harder at the gym, started cleaning up my diet, stopped binge watching YouTube, Netflix, all of that. Started listening to podcasts, self-improvement, reading books about personal development. I mean, anything you can think of, I did it. Meditated, yoga, spirituality, the whole 9 yards. And it worked. It worked really, really well. I mean, in 1 year, I was unrecognizable. Like literally, I would be at a family event. We'd have them maybe 3-4 times a year. And I remember being at a family event and people just could feel it. People could feel it. They could feel my confident energy. They could feel that I had become a new person. And it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And that only changed because I decided to change. This is the message of this video. You will only change when you decide you will change. Because if nothing changes, then nothing will change. So hopefully you have not had this same experience as me. Hopefully you'll never have this. But there's something beautiful about an experience like this. When you get an experience like this and you go so low, so deep, so dark, your brain does everything in its power to never go there again. Never. You never want to go there again. You know how scary and how painful that experience is. So there you have it, folks. That is a quick recap of that story. I hope you really actually got some value from this, because I think if I had heard more people talk about this when I went through it, I would realize that there's a way out of it. Whereas during the time, for me anyway, I would just see other people online and they looked happy. I would see people I went to school with and they were happy, they were confident. And I used to just always think to myself, some people just get dealt this hand. Some people just get dealt this shitty hand and they have to go through it. Some people don't. And those people have their own struggles, of course. I'm not taking away from that. But if you've had this struggle, hopefully you've learned from it. And if this resonates with you right now, and some of the stuff I've told you like hits a nerve with you, good. Because you'll have the realizations I had. You'll have those moments where you realize it's all on you. And that realization is scary, but it's also beautiful, because you know everything in your life is your fault. All the good things, all the bad things. So you have full control. How empowering is that? You have full control.
Now, a lot of you watching this are probably in a position, maybe you're working full time, maybe you're in college, maybe you're studying, maybe you've got something else that's taking up a lot of your time. So you really cannot do this full time. You have to do this on the side, whether that's for 30 minutes a day, an hour a day, or you've got a couple of hours. That's your reality. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through step by step, if I was working a full-time job, how I would approach this to get the best results, sign the most clients, and also get great results for my clients so they kept paying me. This is not an excuse, okay? You working full-time, you can still do this at a very high level, and this video is going to prove you just how. So at this point in my journey, I've had the pleasure of working with a lot of people that build really successful social media marketing business while they're working full-time. And it kind of blows my mind. I've seen people in my program like a guy, Johnny, who I've interviewed on YouTube if you want to watch that, who got to 10,000 per month with his business consistently while still working 40 hours a week. You know, a lot of people see that and think it's just not possible, it's unrealistic, and it's a pipe dream. But Johnny has done it, and many other people in my program have done it because they've followed a very specific strategic approach. So from having worked with, at this point, probably 100 people that have done this while working full time, and they've gotten to at least 2, 3, 4, 5,000 plus per month, I'm going to give you the breakdown now as to what you should know and how to do this if you're still working full time. So the first
is your time. So when are you actually going to work on this business? What I've seen to work the best is to have a time block in the morning and a time block in the evening at which you work on this business, rather than just having one big block in the morning or one big block in the evening. That can work. I have many people that follow that because they might work a bit of a different work schedule, and that's the only possible way for them to do this, is to either do it in the morning or the evening. But if you can, and if you have the luxury of getting up, let's say an hour earlier than you need to go to work, to get an hour in then, and then an hour in the evening, that works really well. If you want to take this to the next level, you go and make sure that you have a little break during the day. Maybe it's during your lunch break where you take an extra 15, 20, 30 minutes and you allocate that to this work as well. Here's why this works really well. A big part of running a social media marketing business is getting clients. It's talking to business owners. It's essentially trying to get a deal secured. And when you're trying to get a deal secured, communication and how fast you can communicate plays a big role in that. So if you message a business owner at 8 a.m. and then they reply and you don't get back to them till 8 a.m. the next morning, there's a high chance they've lost a bit of interest, because money loves speed. And we have this saying, speed to lead. Like when you have a lead, somebody who's interested, you need to be fast in replying to them. Now, the beautiful thing is that you can reply pretty easily. Okay, you could do it on your phone. Like you could literally do it on a bathroom break. So it doesn't mean that you need to be sat down for an hour writing a reply. So you might even have more blocks during the day where you can just check in and reply back to a few messages. The second part is working with a team. So if you're starting this and you work full time, you probably don't have the time to do all of the marketing work for your clients, and you might not even know how to do that. So that's when you're probably going to look at outsourcing and building out a small team, maybe a video editor, a graphic designer, and somebody else to help you deliver the marketing service to your clients. And so when you're working with those people, the same thing applies. Communication is important. For example, your video editor sends you a video today on a Friday morning, and you have a look at the video and you give them some feedback. During the day, they've revised the video, made some edits and sent it back to you. And if you wait till the whole next day, it's just delaying the whole process, where you might be able to check in that evening, give it one last piece of feedback, and then the video is ready to go by tomorrow morning. So again, speed of communication is going to help you run this business. The second question on your mind is, okay, that makes sense to kind of split up my time blocks, but how much time do I need to put into this? Well, from what I've seen, there's people in my program working full time where they do an hour per day. There's people doing 2 hours. There's people doing 3 hours. The sweet spot, in my opinion, is between 2 to 3 hours a day, because anything like this is going to take some time. So the more time you can put in, the better. But that being said, there are people in my program that do an hour per day, again, following this approach, maybe 30 minutes in the morning, maybe a quick check-in on a lunch break, and 30 minutes in the evening, and they can make it work. Now, it's going to be difficult to get to 10,000 a month with an hour a day, because if you look at Johnny, for example, the guy I mentioned at the start, for him to get to 10K a month, it took him the bones of 1 year. And he was working probably 2 to 3 hours per day. So if he was only working 1 hour per day, we can pretty much assume that it would take him 1.5 years, 2 years. Because to get the same work done, it's just going to take longer. The next step is to set a realistic figure as to when you're going to leave your job. Now that is if you want to leave your job. Again, that guy Johnny that I mentioned, he's a good example where he hasn't left his job. He's gotten to 10K a month, he's sustained that, and he's keeping his job. I really don't know why. It's a question I ask him very often, but that's up to him. But for most of you watching this, you're probably looking to build something up on the side. And then if that takes off and that gets you to a point that you're making more money than your full-time income, you're probably thinking it makes sense to do that full time. So assuming that's you, what I recommend is you pick a number. So let's just say you're making $3,000 a month right now in your job, and that's take home. All right, that's your profit that you take home. Well, first we need to figure out how much you need to make in this type of business to match that. So let's say you want to take home $3,000. We can assume your taxes are going to be maybe somewhere around 20%. So in fact, you need to probably make about $4,000 profit to come home with $3,000. Just rough figures, right? And then to get a $4,000 profit, again, assuming you're building out a team and you're outsourcing, you're probably going to be working with a 70 or 80% profit margin, which means that you're probably going to need to pull in revenue, maybe 5.5 or maybe 6,000 a month to come home again with that 3,000 profit after tax. So let's say you've identified that figure, okay? So 6,000 per month revenue that you need to get to be in that comfortable spot. I personally probably wouldn't quit a job at that point, and I'd probably want to run that for a couple of months. So see if I can sustain that amount or at least increase it. And if I can do that, great. Then I can quit that job and I can go full time on this. So personally, I would do that for probably 2 to 3 months and then make the leap from there. Now, there are people in my program that don't do it that way. There's people that get to even half of their income and they say, hey, look, that's enough that I need to see the proof of concept that this works. And then they go quit their job and do this full time from there. So it's really up to you. So like, take a check on it yourself, you know, look internally and figure out how do you operate best? Do you operate best when your back is against the wall? If so, you should probably quit your job before you're making enough money to give you that pressure. If you operate best, not when your back is against the wall, but when you're in a very comfortable, secure position, great. You should probably wait till you get this to match your income, do that for a couple of months, and then you can quit from there. Now, the next thing you need to do is identify what we call RGAs. Fancy little acronym for revenue generating activities. Because if you're going to work 2 hours a day on this, there's a lot of things you could do, but there's only a few things you should do. These are your revenue generating activities. These are the activities that actually generate revenue, that bring new clients into your business and make you money. So if you're just starting, assuming you're working with me, the highest revenue generating activities you can do is use the coaching with me to get everything up and running in the first few weeks. Okay. So that you have your packages, you know who you're going to work with, you have a little mini team built out. Great. That's very, very high impact work. The next phase then is to move into revenue generating activities such as getting clients. So getting on platforms like Upwork, sending out proposals, and really actively trying to get deals coming your way. And then when you're using your, let's say, morning block for an hour and your evening block with another hour, so your 2 hours per day, you want to make sure that most of your time is spent on those RGAs. Because if you spend a little bit of time on your RGAs and then you do a bunch of other kind of busy work and admin work that really doesn't need to be done right now, you're just prolonging how long this is going to take. There's people in my program that do just that. Spend a couple of weeks really intensely working with me to get everything set up and running. And then from there, they switch that focus. They still work with me and still keep me in the loop as to what they're doing. And I help them get better at client acquisition and where to find clients. But they're really putting most of their time into those RGAs. And that allows those people who have 2 hours a day to get phenomenal results. But you could also spend 2 hours a day doing a lot of just things you don't need to do. I think of this like the gym a lot, right? When I started in the gym, I used to go to the gym with my friends and, you know, it would take us 2 hours, right? Because it'd be 3 of us working on one machine and then we'd move to another machine. And so I'd do a set and then the next guy would do a set and it would just take way too long. That same workout I can now do if I just go to the gym by myself in probably 30 minutes. Because number one, I'm not sharing with 2 other people. And number 2, I'm not actually talking. So I'm taking less time between my sets and I'm just getting, again, if we come back to the business term, revenue generating activities. I'm just doing those and I'm not doing anything else. And it's also the same analogy that when you're starting into the gym, or let's say you want to do some running, right? You don't start off on day 1 saying, I'm going to buy all the gear. And you don't say, hey, I'm going to run a marathon in 3 hours. And this is the exact strategy I'm going to use on the race day to get that sub 3 hour marathon, right? You just start. You do a 5K run. Next week, you do a 6K run. You just start one foot in front of the other. And you focus on the basics, the things that actually will get you a result. Because if you want to start running and you want to run a sub 3 hour marathon, it's probably not going to make sense to spend 2 months studying how to do a sub 3 hour marathon. Rather, you should probably spend that 2 months running, right? Like doing a couple of runs per week, even if they're very small runs, but just to build up your base. That same analogy you can bring to this business. You use the little time you have, you block it out into a morning and an evening block, you identify the highest leverage activities to work on, the revenue generating activities. You set your clear vision of where you're going to go with this and when you could quit your job or maybe do this full time, and you just work religiously at those activities. The last thing I want you to focus on is shifting your existing screen time into this. A lot of people I work with, you know, say, hey, I have 2 hours a day, but they're not accounting for the 2 extra hours a day they spend on their phone. If you want a bit of a reality shock, just open your phone, go to your screen time and look at the time. You're probably spending between TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, or whatever other social media you use, you're probably spending an hour, probably spending 2 hours. Some of you, okay, it's maybe only 30 minutes. That's still time that you could put in, again, into the revenue generating activities to make you money. And I know you might say, look, but that's time that I relax in. Okay, that 30 minutes on TikTok is relaxing for me. It's actually not. It might seem like it's relaxing, but like your brain is actually firing at a really high level. It's getting such an amount of dopamine in that time that you would be more relaxed reading a book. You would actually be more relaxed sitting in silence. Now look, we're all human, okay? So I'm not saying that you need to cut out all TikTok and all scrolling forever. There's people that run great businesses that do that every day. Don't worry. But again, just keep in mind that the goal is to shift that screen time into this. I really think that's how people like Johnny who have gotten this to a really high level have done it, because they've taken time that's already being used on their phone and they're putting it into this. They're not creating time out of nowhere. They're not sacrificing their sleep. They're not sacrificing their social life. They're sacrificing their screen time for this. As I mentioned previously, you do not have to show your face to start a business like this. This video is going to show you specifically how you can start, how you can get clients, how you can serve your clients without needing to put yourself online. You can keep it private, no problem. Just make sure you watch this video to understand how you do that. All right, so I'm assuming that you want to make money online, ideally with social media marketing, but also you don't really want to compromise your privacy, okay? You don't want to be shouting about this on social media, telling your friends and your family about this little business that you're starting, and you really just want to keep things private. Well, I'm going to walk you through step by step how you can build a social media marketing business that can go on to make you 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 per month without really having to show your face online. You've probably seen countless of interviews I've hosted with people inside of my program that are making really good money with social media marketing. But here's the thing, what you don't see are the people that keep this private, the people that don't want to publicly talk about their experience working with me or the business that they've built. And you can imagine I have a lot more people that want to keep this private than people that want to shout about it and be public. I know from experience, there's a very specific way that you can start this, scale this, and keep it running where nobody really knows that you're doing this apart from you and maybe a few close friends. So I'm going to break this down into 3 areas. I've got them written down here in my notes so that we're going to make sure to cover all of it. Number 1 is setting up your marketing business. So how you set that up without showing your face. Step 2 is sales and marketing. So how you actually get clients to pay you and take them through a whole sales process. And then finally, step number 3 is actually then servicing those clients. So I'm going to walk you through how to set it up, how to get clients, and how to keep clients, again, without really needing to show your face publicly. So when you're starting your marketing business, what a lot of people jump to doing is thinking that they need to set up a business Instagram page or maybe update their LinkedIn profile that now they have a marketing business. You don't need to do any of that. I have a lot of people right now inside my program that are making, let's take that 5 to 10K per month range, and they don't have an Instagram page that talks all about their marketing business. In fact, there's no mention of it even on their personal page. Their LinkedIn says that they're working a full-time job with some other company that they are actually working because they're doing the marketing on the side. There's really no public footprint of them running a social media marketing business. And I know you're thinking that you might need to have that footprint so that business owners can see you talk about it online, but in reality, you don't. Of course, if you are watching this and you're thinking, hey Adam, I actually don't mind posting myself online and talking about this on my Instagram or my LinkedIn, fantastic, great. Yes, that gives you a little bit of an advantage, but it's still very, very much possible to do this without ever needing to do that. So your blueprint is that you're not going to set up a new Instagram page, you're not going to change your LinkedIn, and you're not going to mention anything on your personal Instagram page about this new social media marketing business that you're running. You are, however, most likely going to look at setting up a profile on Upwork or similar platforms where you can apply to jobs where people are essentially looking to hire social media managers. And when you set up a profile there, yes, you need to use your name, your real name, and yes, you need to use a photo of you. It doesn't need to be, just of your head. It can be just a photo of you, but it does need to be you. But the only real way that someone is going to find that profile, let's say on Upwork, is that if they also have an account on Upwork and they search specifically for your name. The chances of anybody doing that is so low. So that's it for the setup process. You will, however, most likely look at setting up a website, and on that website, you're going to use a business name. So let's say your name is Adam Walsh. You might set up awmarketing.com. Right? A similar abbreviation of your name, or you can use a completely random set of words. I'm looking at the ocean as I record this video, so I could call it Blue Ocean Marketing or Scale Further Marketing, right? A generic name. You can go on to ChatGPT, ask it to give you a bunch of variations. It's very easy to do. You're probably going to have a website set up with that business name, and also you're going to have a professional email with that business name. So instead of people emailing you where it's adam@gmail.com, it might be adam@awmarketing.com. So for setting up your business, that's pretty much all you need to do. Of course, you need to go through the other processes that are required to start this business, setting up your packages, figuring out how much you'll price your services at, figuring out if you're going to niche to work with a specific industry or not. You can find a lot more of my content that goes into detail on that. Now, step 2 is getting clients. So outreach and sales. Okay. Let's look through that process, how you do that if specifically you don't want to be showing your face publicly. So again, let's assume that you've set up an Upwork profile. Yes, you have your name, and yes, you have a profile photo on there. The next question is, okay, how do I essentially do that without needing to show my face publicly? Well, as we looked at, your profile is pretty much private anyway. The only people that are going to see that profile are really just going to be the business owners that are on the platform looking for people like you. Now on Upwork, if you find a job that says, hey, I need a social media marketer, and you apply to that job, yes, they're going to see your name. Yes, they're going to see your profile. They're going to see that all the details that you have on there about you and who you are. And most likely, before they go and work with you, they'll probably want to have a call with you. Now, not all the times. I have many people in my program. In fact, there's a guy that I've interviewed here on YouTube. His name is Harry, H-E-R-I. If you type his name on my channel, you'll see the interview. He has gotten a couple of clients. I remember this one big client he got for $2,000 a month, and he never had a call with them. They posted a job, he applied, they hired him directly. So it is very much possible to get clients without that, but if you're not willing to do calls, you're going to grow at a much slower rate. We normally want to speak to people before we buy from them, and it helps us build that trust. So if I was you, I would be willing to do those calls. Again, the only people that are going to be on those calls are the actual business owners looking to hire you. So it's kind of like an interview you would do for a job anyway. And when we get to step 3 of servicing clients, the same pretty much applies. When you have a client, you'll probably need to do check-in calls with them, probably every 1 or 2 months, okay? Quick Zoom call, or it could be WhatsApp, where you check in and you go over what you've been doing, what's working, what's not, and you set a plan for the next month. Again, yes, you're showing your face there and you're not completely anonymous, but the reality is you can run this type of business to a pretty damn good level, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 per month, where really publicly there's no footprint of you doing this. You might have a website, but you use a obscure business name. Okay, so it's not linked directly to you. You're not mentioning it anywhere on your social media, so nobody outside of the people you want to know about this are going to know about it. And so I wanted to make this video because a lot of you who are looking to start social media marketing have this fear of, hey, Adam, I don't want, people that follow my Instagram page to see me talking about marketing. Like, I don't want to be posting content of me, videos of me talking about marketing. And I completely get that, because when I started, although I create content now, I didn't want to do that either. I tried it, and I remember posting a few videos on LinkedIn, and I was like, I don't really like this. I didn't want the people that I was in college with to be seeing that type of content. Now, looking back, I know that a part of that was insecurity. And in fact, now I have no problem doing it. And that's just because I've matured a bit and I've had more experience in this business to know, hey, look, it doesn't really matter what people think of me. But again, I'm making this video because if you're starting, I don't want this to be a barrier for you. I want you to be able to start, get clients, see how amazing your life can be with this being a side business that you run, and maybe being your full-time income pretty soon. I want you to experience that before you even think about needing to post yourself online, have a personal brand like me, or anything like that. Now I'm going to walk you through why you don't need to set up a business, a legal entity, because that process can take anywhere from a week to multiple weeks. And I don't want you to hinder yourself. I don't want you to have to jump through extra work just to get this thing off the ground. Okay. Now, disclaimer, I'm not a tax expert, lawyer, accountant. None of what I'm going to tell you right now is financial advice. These are just observations of what I've seen many people do. I have to put this at the beginning because I'm going to tell you what people I've worked with have done, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is advice for you. You should go to a tax professional, legal advisor, someone who can give you the real correct advice. Now, this is my opinion when to think about tax and legal. For most of you, it doesn't make sense to think about this early on, right? It's easier to make an extra 1K by getting new clients than it is to save 1K by optimizing your taxes, looking at company structure setup if you're making less than like 3 to 5K per month. Now look, some countries will require you to declare your intention to start a business before you've made any money, but most have tax-free threshold, meaning that you don't have to start a business, you don't have to set anything up, and you can make a certain amount of money tax-free. Or in some cases, you can make that money and then backdate it, meaning that if you made $3,000 for 3 months straight and then you pass the threshold, you could just go back and say, hey, look, I'll set up now, but just so you know, for 3 months I made this amount of money and all should be fine. Okay. You see, when you're starting off, this is what most people do. When a client or a business agrees to pay them, they'll get that payment directly in their personal bank account. And in this case, you'll most likely, if you pass a threshold, pay a personal or freelancer tax. Now, this is often more than if you had a business. Okay, like if you have a business, normally your tax burden is normally lower, and with a business you can expense things. So for example, I run a marketing online business and I buy this phone for my business, I can expense that through the business, which means I can get a heavy discount on the item essentially because I pay less taxes, okay? Again, so just observations, things for you to think about. Now, one of the reasons it would make sense to set up an LLC, a limited liability company, free zone company, right, is that you can expense things. This is a really, really simple example, but it's one you should understand, okay? So let's say I make 100K this year. I pay my team 30K, and then I make other business investments, a total of 50K. So all in all, between team and investments, 80K. That means I would theoretically only pay tax on the 20K that's left over. Okay, so expenses in this case might be a company car that I bought, a rent for a home office, softwares I pay for, etc. And just a very glorified example, if you look at Trump's tax bill in 2017, that's what it looked like. All right, so this is why people set up businesses. This is the main reason. Now, for yourself, as a beginner, I'm going to assume you're a beginner. This is what I would do myself, not advice to you. I would scale my business to at least 2 to 5K per month. I would track everything. Okay, I'd have a spreadsheet tracking money coming in, money going out, all detailed. So I have complete clarity on how much I'm actually making, how much is profit, and then how much tax I would owe when I hit whatever threshold is there. Now, once I've gone past this part, okay, once I've gone past 5K per month, I would then set up a business, an LLC, limited liability company, wherever I'm based, okay? Now, at this point as well is when it normally makes sense to start considering relocating either your business or your own personal residency to a lower tax country. Again, I would never look at this if you're under 5K per month. And in some cases, you'd want to wait to maybe even 10K per month to really get the benefits of doing that, okay? There's no point of going to Dubai. If you're making 2K a month, you won't save much money and you'll just spend more money on the cost of living, okay? So make sure you're making enough before you start looking into this. Now, please keep track. Don't be silly. So many people do not track this stuff. And you ask them how much they make and they're like, oh yeah, 5K a month. But they've no idea if that's actually how much they make. They just think, because they like counted up how many clients they have and what they paid. Right? Like you need to track how much you're making, how much you're spending, so you actually know profit, how much of that you're keeping, okay? It's gonna be super simple. Get yourself a Google Sheet, a spreadsheet, something simple. Separate your bank accounts, okay? So like if you just have one personal bank account, don't use that one personal bank account for everything. Right, like set up a second Revolut, a TransferWise, a separate account that you can use for this specifically. Keep it separate. This is the bare minimum. Okay, so in this video, I'm gonna walk you through using GoHighLevel, how you can create a really good website or funnel for your business, but also funnels and websites that you could sell to other businesses using templates that are already inside GoHighLevel. One of the tools I now use, which I wish I used years in advance because it would have saved a lot of time, a lot of headache, and a lot of money, is GoHighLevel. If you sign up with the affiliate link in the description below, which yes is my affiliate link, you will get a free trial to the software, but you will also get some bonuses. You will get a custom snapshot that I'm going to show you in this video specifically about this website template that I'm going to give you. So you're going to learn in this video how to build it out, but also you can just take the template from me. And I'm going to be adding a lot more bonuses throughout. So if you sign up with my link, there will be a lot there for you. Let's jump straight in. All right, so once you're inside your GoHighLevel account, you're going to need to click over on here and make sure you're in the right account first off. So you'll see I've got a couple of sub accounts set up here. I've got my Figure Accelerator account. This is the active account I use to pretty much run my entire business. So I'll be showing you some of that within this video. And then also you're going to see I've got my test account, which I'm going to swap over to in a second. So first, when I'm in my main account, if I come to the left-hand side here and click on sites, this will show me all of my web pages, funnels, and essentially my websites, right? You'll see here, I'm in the funnels tab. This is the main feature I use to build out web pages. I'm sure, of course, you can play around with the websites tab, but this works the best for me. First off, on the left, you'll see this is like all the different pages. So essentially, this is the page somebody starts on, and they go all the way through to the end page from here. I just want to show you this website so that you can get a grasp as to what you can actually do with GoHighLevel. I think this is a very good funnel. It works very well, and I know that because I can see the stats of how many people visit the site and then actually buy the program that I offer. But you'll see here, it's very robust. Like, you can do a lot of things here. You can have full bullet point lists of what you do and who you help. You can add in lots of screenshots, testimonials, graphics like this, very easy to add. External links to other web pages. As you see here, if I click this, it'll go to another web page. Okay, this is really useful for me where I've got a lot of results that I need to showcase and I can't fit all of them on one page. So I can essentially use this to put all of my results on one page if people want to go there. Of course, I have checkout buttons throughout so that people can click this and it will bring them down to the actual checkout section of this web page. To show you what else we've got YouTube videos linked here, so super easy. Somebody can click these and it'll start playing this video right away. Same then with some testimonial videos. You'll see these ones are with like the red button from YouTube. These are from Vimeo, so slightly different, but we can link those in directly as well. Okay, nice little check boxes here, and a lot of this has been built out using just very basic templates inside of GoHighLevel already, so you don't need to have any coding experience or anything fancy like that. Okay, so this is an example of what you can build out all within the platform. And to be honest, I've used a lot of different platforms in the past. This is easy to use, trust me. All right, so now you'll see here I've swapped to my test sub account, and this is where I've put together my website template, which I'm going to show you how to build out and how to modify this website for yourself. But you will also be able to get this by using my referral code, my affiliate link to GoHighLevel, which gives you a free trial, of course, to trial the software out and see if it's for you. But it'll also give you the snapshot, which essentially is a fancy way of saying you will get this template added to your account.
And if you don't want to use the template I've given you, still watch this video because I'll walk you through how to build out a website, which will be useful for you to know. But also inside of GoHighLevel, you have access to all of these templates. So some of these are pretty much ready to go. Like, you can plug and play this into your business. It'll take you a few minutes to update it with your unique info for your business and a couple of links that you might need to change, but it's essentially done from there. These are really good, and how I build out websites and funnels is typically by starting with a template and modifying it then as I go. And as you'll see, you don't pay extra for these. These are just included in the plan. So start the free trial, check it out and see if it's for you.
So I'm going to open it up. We're going to click through here and kind of walk you through how to customize all of this to really just set up your website as fast as possible. So once it loads up fully, this is what it looks like. Now, I've put this together in a way that I have found has worked very well for a lot of marketing companies. Whether you sell, you're a marketing agency, right? You'll see this is for a done-for-you social media management agency. You can do this and use this template for any type of business that you have, okay? If you sell physical products, maybe not, but if you're selling anything online, this should work pretty well for you. So we've got a small sub-headline here. We've got our main headline here. Again, this is all just text. You can very easily change this around. Super easy to use, by the way. We've got a nice banner here for the video, and then this is where you would put a video similar to how I've put here on my program website that actually starts auto playing the second you come onto the page, which is really unique because it means that when somebody clicks on here, they're more likely to watch this because it actually starts playing, right? So that's something you can do directly in here. Of course, if you don't want to put a video on your webpage, very easy. You can just click the delete button here and that will remove it. And then you can add in something else. For example, click the plus. Let's say you want to just add an image, click add image, voila. You can add it in from there, okay? You'll see here throughout, I've got this link for a free strategy session. And this is actually linked to another page within the funnel, which I'm going to show you here on this video. So when they click that, it'll bring them to the next page, and that's when they can go and actually book in a free call. So we've got a quick about section, essentially what you do, a little photo of yourself, so you can swap this out. how you do it. Very important to not just say we do X, Y, and Z. You need to give a bit of a breakdown. This builds a lot of trust to show people how you actually do what you do. I've given you an example of my marketing business. Okay, so my marketing agency, I've taken screenshots of results we had for clients and some content we made for clients and such, and that's where I would display them here, plus then a breakdown of how we actually do that. Okay, so you'll of course change this for your own business depending on what you do exactly, but you'll see this is just a very simple, easy breakdown of what you do and how you do it. Some frequently asked questions. Okay, you want to go for, as you'll see here, let's go back to my program page, come back to the end. You know, I've not just put these together randomly. I've taken the most common objections that I hear from people, whether that's people messaging me on Instagram or maybe on a call that they might have with me. These are the things I get asked. What's in the program? Does this work in this country or that country? How long does it take to get results? How much time do I need? Do I need to know much about marketing or sales to do this? So you want to take the most commonly asked questions in your industry that are specific about the service that you offer and put them here. This button here, again, this would redirect people over to, you guessed it, the next web page, which is going to be where they can go ahead and book in a call. Testimonials, if you have any. Obviously, if you don't have any, okay, you can delete this section. Very easy. Just come up here and click delete. All right. But if you have results, you even have some sample pieces of content that you could show. You could put that all in here and obviously just change this out to basically just describe the piece of content, right? You could take a graphic that you've created, put it here, call this sample infographic for Instagram, and then give a breakdown on why you created this piece, right? Again, this button will redirect to the next page. And then this is where you can add some kind of like standard website info. Not that important, to be honest. Not many people are going to click around here, but just some info, right? Like links to social media pages, your business name, and so on. All right. So that's what it all looks like. If I click the preview button here, you'll see it will save for me. And then we can go ahead and open this up so you can see it live. So that's what it looks like. Pretty clean, basic, to the point, everything you need. All right. We're using this just as a very basic website landing page that you can push people to if they need more information. And it's very important. If you see here, it's going to say unable to find form. Okay, this is where you would essentially, I'll show you in here. Come to our pop-up settings. All right, so the pop-up here, let me click edit. And this is where you would integrate a form. Okay, so this works if you want people to fill out a form first and then be able to book a call with you. If you don't, you could do something different and you could have, for example, a direct calendar integration in here. Or in this case, you can actually just remove it completely, all right? Because as you saw here, we've got these links to the next web page, which will have the calendar on it. So the pop-up, you know, if you don't have it all configured, right, what you would do is just delete it, okay? So essentially just delete it, get rid of it, and then we can just focus on pushing people to this button here, and that will push them then to the next page when they can book in a call from there, all right? So when you click save, oftentimes, it'll actually just show this right away. It didn't show it for me there, and know why, because I didn't make any changes. So I double saved, right? But when you save, it'll show up. And so when you come in here, this is where you can actually give some info. So like, for example, you could put in here business name, and then what you do. We help XYZ companies achieve XYZ results. Okay, this is essentially just the SEO data. So what would appear on Google or a search engine if somebody types it in. And then this here will be, you know, your description of what we do, how we do it. Again, you've already probably written a lot of this with this headline up here and also this text here. So you can copy a lot of this over here. Keywords, if you want to get fancy about this, you can obviously research how to basically put in the best keywords for what you're doing. You know, if I'm a marketing agency, I'm going to go specific. So marketing agency for coaches, right? I can put in like small, just keywords like marketing, right? Instagram. Again, we're not going to go into SEO and keywords here. It's not the point of this, but it's just to make sure that you have all this filled out. Author, you don't have to do this for most websites, but of course you could put in your name. Okay, so let's just do that there. Social image, what this is going to be is essentially if I send a link to this website to somebody on Instagram, most times it pops up like a little preview, a little social image. You know, something like this could work well. You just take, let's say, this image link. So I've just clicked on this image that we had, copied the link here, put the link in, and then that will show. Okay. Links and tags, again, not super necessary unless you want to go deep on SEO. And then once you're done, update SEO, and we are good to go. This will hover, giving you the prompts to go and save it. And once that's done, I'm going to bring you over to the next page from here. So we're going to click back, then we're going to click onto our free strategy call here. So I've already got this set up for you. And what you'll notice when we open this up is we don't have the calendar integrated just yet, because I want to show you how you can go ahead and set that up as well. So super easy. You can of course change this around. What I'm going to do for the case of if you're an online business owner, this is probably going to make the most sense, is we're actually going to remove most of this info here. So we're going to remove the location, the phone. We're going to go just with the email. You'll see in GoHighLevel, a lot of times it has these parameters where you'll set your location and your email in the account settings, and then it will basically auto update on all your web pages. It's a little thing, but personally, I don't really think you need to do that. Okay, you can just go ahead and just set it up directly in here. It'll work the exact same. All right, so like all this info should auto update as you see here, but it's up to you if you want to go and do that. It's easy to do, by the way. So here is your call to action for book your appointments, and what we're going to do is we're actually going to change this over. Again, because we've called it free strategy session on the first page, I want to make sure that, or free strategy call, I want to make sure that we're calling it the same thing on here. Now you'll see that doesn't look too good, right? So this is an example of how you change that. Maybe let's just highlight the text. Let's come over here and let's just simply make it a bit smaller. So we'll go with like 42. Still needs to be a bit smaller, 38. Voila. Okay, perfect. As you see, you don't have any calendars set up, so we need to go and figure that out. I'm going to walk you through that right now. Okay. So in your account, you're going to come over to calendars. Okay, let me just show you again how to find this. Okay, so we were just in sites. You're going to come up here to calendars. When you come here, it's going to have all this blank info. So we click go to calendar settings. And then in here is where we're going to go ahead and create it. So you'll see it's got many different options for calendars. I'm not going to go into detail on each one. For example, as you see here, this is good for like webinars, online classes, where you need multiple people to book in for the one time slot. This is what we're going to be using. So one-to-one client meetings, private consultations. This would be if you had like a sales team, 3 people on your sales team, and you needed people to book into the sales calendar, but you wanted it to be distributed between all 3 people. You would use that. We're just going to go ahead with this one because this is the most basic. So we're going to call it free strategy session or call. Team member. Yeah, so you're going to have to set up yourself as a team member to make sure that this is, of course, going to go to you. In here, I'm going to call this free strategy call. Okay, you'll see this is taken. Reason being is I haven't actually connected a domain to here. So what this means is it's going off of GoHighLevel's domain. So of course, there's somebody else that uses the GoHighLevel domain that has free strategy call. So we're just going to put in some random figures to make sure that it is unique. Cool. We're going to do 30 minutes. Booking availability. Let's just do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Cool. Let's do 8 a.m. to, let's do it a little bit later. Okay. So once we've set up our calendar, we can then open up to edit more of the details. Okay. If you want to add in a little logo to your calendar, you can do that. There's no need. Okay. We won't need to do it for this setup. Team member, I've just created myself as Adam Test, the team member. So you can go ahead and set yourself up. You just go to my staff and click basically create team member. Very, very simple. So once we're done here, this all looks good. You can actually link this up, as you can see, to Zoom, Google Meet, or anything else. It's completely up to you. The way I would do meetings is directly in Zoom or Google Meet. So you can link it up, and this is where then you're going to need to go and connect your Zoom account to have all that set up as well. Okay, so once we have all of this, then we can go click save. Let's check through everything else. Cool. We're going to go into the form. Okay, so the default form, as you see here, is first name, last name, email, phone, and notes. Okay, so what we're going to basically ask from people. So how it works is they select the date and time, and then they fill out the form. So that's how it's done. You could do it the other way around, but it doesn't really make sense to do it that way. It makes more sense to do it this way. Consent box, yeah, this is just to make sure people opt in for you to then contact them, so that's good. If you want to allow people to add guests, you can do that there. The default confirmation page, you know, again, this is pretty standard. If you're running an online business, there are some of this that you of course want to tweak. Okay, so for example, thank you for booking your free strategy call. We're just going to make this to sound aligned. The last thing you want is somebody to book using your calendar, be interested in working with you, and then get confused on the messaging. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this and write one for you. Thank you for booking a free strategy call. So our call will be hosted on Zoom, which you'll receive an invite to in your email to attend. Super simple. And then I'm going to add in some contact info. If you have any questions, here's my email. Okay, let's just put in a random one. Cool. Good to go. If you want to accept payments, you can do that. Again, in this context, most of you don't need to do that. If you do want to do it, you have to, of course, then set up your payment provider like Stripe or PayPal or one of these inside of GoHighLevel. Okay, so click save. Now we're going to go through to the next steps. These are very, very important. Okay, so don't skip through these parts. All right, so appointment booked notifies when an appointment is booked with an earn confirmed status. Okay, so I'll leave that on. Appointment booked, status confirmed. When somebody is successfully confirmed, you may as well just leave all of that in for now. Cancellations, yep, reschedules, reminders. These are just notifications, right? So good to know what's happening. You don't want somebody to book and then not have these set up, and then somebody cancels and you're sitting there waiting for the call. Okay, so let's just leave that there. Rescheduling of meeting, yeah, again, most cases you're going to leave this on. Same with cancellation, so I don't think you're going to need to change this. These are the meeting notes that the person will see. So this will just give them, again, all their info that they booked with, and the cancel and reschedule link as well. Okay, I'm just going to show you how some of these look though, because you might be wondering what this is, how it works. All right. So for example, as you can see, this says the notification is going to be sent after the appointment as a follow-up. So this is, you've had the appointment, afterwards this email is going to be sent from there, and it's going to show you basically who should it send to. So the contact, this is what they're going to get, like feedback. So if you're, for example, running a marketing agency, could you go and add in here, hey, great to speak to you. Here's a link to our website with all of our results, or here's one of my clients that's doing really well right now, put in their social media link. All right, this is something, of course, you can automate. Do you need to do it? Only if you're dealing with a high volume of calls, because most cases you'll personalize this and you'll write it out specifically for the prospect after the meeting. But if you wanted to do this, of course, you could do it. Let me just show you here as well. Let's say this one, so you can see what it looks like. So again, let's go to the contact. So this is what they'll see. These are the details. This, again, I would recommend you customize, and I would recommend you turn on and keep this turned on. For example, you're giving them all the info they need for the meeting, but then you can put in some links like, here's our social media, or here's my past client results, or again, here's a client of mine doing really well. Okay, all of these are really good to have in there to make sure that the person receiving the call is going to know who you are, what you do, and they're ready for their meeting. Last step, customizations. This is just fancy stuff that you don't really need to do, but if you want to, change your colors to red, of course you can do that in here. So the buttons and everything look like that. Now that we've got our test calendar set up, we can essentially come back to this. I'm going to reload the web page, and we should be able to link in our calendar now, and this should be functioning very, very well. So let's just load this up. All right, calendar, Adam's test calendar, voila, look at that, beautiful. And we've got that bright red that I selected on the last slide. All right, so I click save, and then we are good to go. Again, same as last time, you've got all your SEO here. So it's worth going in here and basically updating this, okay? I'll let you do that yourself, customize it to your needs. Let's take a quick look at our preview. All right, looks pretty clean, right? Again, this background image you can change. You could add even a photo of yourself here, add more info, but this is everything you need for now, right? You can see I can book in, put in my info, fantastic. All right. Now, once they book that, it's gonna redirect them to a confirmation page, which I'm gonna show you right away. This is really, to be honest, easy again, because I've set it up for you. So everything is pretty much good to go. It's going to be a very basic thank you for booking in type of web page. All right, Let it load up properly. There we go. Great. Now I'm going to change this, and I would go ahead and actually put in your email here. Okay, so I'll let you update that yourself. And then here, this will go back to the homepage. It's always worth having this on your confirmation page, because then they can go back to the very start, because they might have forgotten, like, actually, what does he do again? And they've booked their meeting and now they're lost. So at least now they can click that, go back and get all the info that they need once again. And so again, you're going to go through here. If you click save, same as before, you're going to need to update the SEO on the left-hand side. And once you do all of that, you are ready to go. The last thing that I need to show you when it comes to this specific template and just funnels in general is that there's a lot going on here, and I want to make sure that you understand how these work. So if I come back to the very first page, this is our home page, you'll see if I click publishing, this is where I can change the name. So let's say I change this to homepage, and the URL. Okay, what this means is, let's say your website domain is adamwalshisgreat.com. Well, now this is going to be like this, because I've just put it in here, right? Dash home. So that's what that's going to look like, dash home. Okay, update step. And I'm just going to update for the 3 so you can see what it looks like, because it should be different for each page. Click on the next one, publishing, free strategy call. All right, all set for you. And then the last one, the thank you page, thank you. Super easy. And then what you can do here is you can click settings, and this is like your overall funnel template, your domain. So this is where you'll add a website domain. So for example, with my website, I've already got that set up here, as you can see. The path, so this is just the default path. Don't put people on, don't worry about this, doesn't matter too much. Favicon icon, this is essentially these little images you see up here. Not super necessary, but of course you could add one in if you'd like. Tracking codes, this is for like paid advertising. So again, depending on what you're doing, you might need that. And yeah, these are just basic stuff, right? Like credit card, if you want to be able to collect payments on your website. Image optimization, definitely keep this on. Otherwise, you can add an image to your website that's actually really big, as in it's a big file, and then that'll slow down your website big time. So that's pretty much everything you'll need to know here. You can click through all of this yourself and check it out. So there you go. That is pretty much how you can take my website template, but also know how to edit this and set this up so that you are ready to go. Is this the perfect website for you? I think if you're selling stuff online, it's going to give you a really good start. If you're a marketing agency, coach, consultant, it's a really clean, basic web page funnel that does what it needs to do. So you don't need it to be much more complex than this. So as I mentioned, if you use my affiliate link to go ahead and get access to GoHighLevel, you will get a trial to this amazing software, but you will also get this. You'll get this added into your accounts automatically. So instead of needing to go through GoHighLevel's templates and figure out which one is best for you, and then go ahead and change a lot, because trust me, you will have to change a lot to kind of get it ready for your business. The templates are great, by the way, but they do take a lot of time to set up, a couple of hours at least, from my experience. If you take this, it's pretty much good to go right away. You just change out a few of obviously the keywords, the titles, the headlines, and you're good to go from there. So if you use my link, this should get added to your account as well. And there will be many, many more bonuses that I'm adding as part of kind of, I guess, my incentive of you using my link versus maybe somebody else's. If you have any questions on this, of course, let me know. And I hope this has made sense so far.
So now you know exactly how to go ahead and get my template using the link in the description of this video to GoHighLevel, which will also set you up with your own free trial. So you can try it, see if it works for you, if you like the software, and if you do, fantastic, you can keep it.
So beginners can sign social media marketing clients that pay them between $500 to $1,000 a month, sometimes even more money. In this video, I'm going to explain to you why. Okay, because right now you're probably doubting the process, thinking, but I'm getting all of this so far, but like, why would they pay a beginner? Why wouldn't they pay the person that's got 10 years of experience? This video is going to explain to you very clearly why. And when you finish this part, you will see it so clearly that those people with loads of experience are just not competing for the clients that you're going to be signing. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to walk you through why beginners that start social media marketing can sign clients, specifically clients that will pay them hundreds a month, sometimes 1,000 plus per month. And I completely get it, because if you haven't started this type of business yet, a social media marketing business, and you're seeing people that I have posted on Instagram or here on YouTube that are making a lot of money, I totally get it. You have doubts. How is that even possible? How can I do that if I'm a beginner? I literally have no experience, Adam. How am I going to get clients? And all of your doubts make sense. Like, they are completely logical. So I want you to know that you're not crazy for thinking those. But the reality is there are people doing this who are beginners, who may even know less than you, that are making the money you want to make. I spoke with somebody recently that's been in the social media marketing space for probably at least 6 months now, running her business, working with clients, really understanding this space. And what she's really struggling to do is get clients that will actually pay her good money. She's way undercharging, which is okay to get started, but to scale your business, there's a point at which you need to respect yourself enough and understand how to find these clients that will pay more money. So let's get into it. Here is exactly why. So there's some businesses out there that have massive budgets. Okay, they're paying $2,000 a month, they're paying $5,000 a month. Heck, there's businesses paying $10,000 a month just for their social media, just for somebody to manage their social media page. And I know that sounds absolutely insane, but they do exist. But there's some businesses that have lower budgets. They just cannot afford that amount of money. So they're going to look for somebody who can offer them services at $300, $400, or $500 per month. And so when you're starting, trying to go for those clients that pay $2,000 or $3,000 per month, it's a bit of a losing strategy. It can work, of course, and you might get a couple of clients, but in reality, you're starting. So what makes more sense is to work with more clients that pay you less money to get more proof and testimonials and results, so you can then charge more money and work with better clients. For example, just this week, one of my students, Kieran, who actually came to my in-person event in Dublin, so I got to meet him in person, well, he signed 2 clients. Now, both of those clients are not going to change his life financially. They're both going to pay $300 a month, so $600 a month for 2 clients. But they're only expecting him to post about 10 times a month on social media. So in theory, because they pay $300 per month, he's getting paid about $30 each time he posts, which for his first couple of clients, that's actually pretty good money. But what I'm more excited about is the fact that now he gets to understand what it's like to work with clients, with 2 different clients, with 2 different businesses, and also 2 chances to get results and get a review and maybe even get a testimonial from one of these clients if they really like his service. And that's what it's all about when you're starting. It's not about getting the highest paying clients, it's about getting clients in, getting your numbers up, like going to the gym, getting your reps in, because once you get your reps in, you can start to see what works and what doesn't and what you like and what routine's not for you, which allows you then to build a business that you actually like. And so although those higher ticket jobs are out there that are paying $2,000, $10,000 per month, you're just not competing for those. The more experienced marketers are going to be going for those clients. There's interviews on my YouTube channel, right? You've seen some, maybe, Ethan, who hit $3,000 a month, maybe Aoife, who hit $3,000 a month, maybe Sean, who hit $5,000 a month. But then you've seen the other interviews, right? The ones where it's $10,000 a month, or recently Amanda, who's done 500 grand within 1 year. That averages out at like 40 to 50K a month roughly. Well, you're not competing with Amanda. If you watch that video, you'll see Amanda is charging a lot of money. She has certain clients that alone pay her 6 figures a year. And trust me, you're not competing for those clients. And that should give you confidence. That should give you reassurance, because you do not need to be the most experienced. Those clients aren't looking for you. You're not looking for them. You're looking for those clients that have budgets, most likely in the range of $300 a month to about $1,000 a month when you're starting. Now, look, that's not to say that as a beginner that you can't sign higher ticket clients. There's people in my program, like every month, there's a couple of people who are complete beginners that will sign clients that pay them over $1,000 a month. If we look at the majority, right? Because if we look at my program, probably on a monthly basis, we're getting at least a couple messages a day of people saying, hey, new client, new client. And when I look at those stats, it's quite clear. $300 to about $1,000 a month. That is the most common when you're just getting this started. So understanding that you're not competing with Amanda, who made 500K this year, should give you that confidence. You're competing with the other people. If, let's say, you're getting clients on a platform like Upwork, you're competing with the other people in that price range. And so a lot of those more experienced marketers will price themselves out of the market. On their Upwork profile, they might be listing their hourly rate as $20 an hour, $50 an hour. You're probably going to be listing yours somewhere around $10 to maybe $15 an hour. And with that, when a business owner posts a job, they're going to have the option to select who they want to look for, beginner, intermediate, or experienced. So those people with those higher budgets will just be priced out of the equation right away. Again, leaving you and the other people that are charging less. Now, if you're a beginner, there's other ways that you can build up proof as well, because I know if you're watching this video, again, you're completely right in thinking this, but you're thinking that it's just not possible as a beginner to get these clients. You're thinking, and you're kind of thinking about it on two lenses. Lens number one, like how will I actually convince them? Which I'll talk to you now about how you can convince them if you're a complete beginner. But number two, what if I actually sign them? Like they actually pay me money and then I panic and I go, okay, how am I now actually going to deliver to them? So that's a different question. And that's not something we're going to really get into in this video. That's something that with my program members, I work with them very closely to make sure that they have a really good grasp on that. But if we take lens one, right, just you having that proof to be able to get these clients, something you can do is what we call pairing with a freelancer. So think of it like this. You go to Upwork, you post a job for a graphic designer, or let's say a video editor. You find somebody that's got a good price that could work with you long term, but also has a really good portfolio. Like they've just really good examples of what they've done. Well, you agree to partner with them, that as soon as you get clients, you will outsource a lot of that work to them. And in return, that freelancer is lending their portfolio to you. You're not going to just take their portfolio and send it to a client. What you're going to do is you're actually going to create your own portfolio on Canva. You're then going to add in the samples from their portfolio, their graphics or their videos into yours, but still your portfolio. You're just leveraging theirs, and you're going to frame it that these are just samples of content that you and your team have made. Sounds simple, but incredibly effective. Again, I work very closely with the people inside my mentorship program to help them build out this portfolio, to find the right freelancer, and to, of course, word and phrase this all in the right way that convinces clients that you can actually give them a great experience, but doing it in the right way, because we need to make sure you're doing this ethically. And so now I just want to give you some reassurance. If you're a complete beginner, again, completely normal if you're thinking that, you know, you got these doubts, how will a business pay me and why would they do that? But you can do it. Like I literally see people do it every single week in my program. If they can do it, you can do it too. Now, I do think it's very important that there's a few key pieces of information that you know before you start on this journey. This video is everything you need to know before you start a social media marketing agency or a social media management agency. And please do not skip this, because if you don't know these before, you'll be in for a sorry mistake. So I started watching content about social media marketing agencies, or what we call SMMA, back in 2018. I was coming into my final year in college. I was thinking, what am I going to do when I graduate? And I really liked the idea of social media marketing. I had done some things in the past, like drop shipping, a bit of e-commerce. I built up some like theme pages, posting memes on Twitter. And so I'd used a little bit of social media, done a little bit of marketing, not at a very high level at all, but I could see, hey, I'm kind of interested in this stuff. But more importantly, I could see you can make money with it, because the interest alone didn't get me into social media marketing. It was the money. Of course, a lot of people do this to make good money. Now, I never started in 2018. Like I watched videos on YouTube. I did not start. I got a logo for myself. I built out a basic website. I never actually started to get clients. That's my point. I procrastinated. I spent a lot of time on the wrong things, feeling kind of semi-productive, feeling like every day I was getting a little bit closer to being able to get clients, but I never actually did the things that would get me clients, purely out of fear. I was just scared to start. So in 2019, when I graduated college, I finally started. That was kind of the stimulus I need, you know, the kick up the ass to say, all right, man, you got to do this thing. And so I just went all in. I decided this has to work. I'm not going to get a job. And if this doesn't work, I'll make it work. Simple as that. That was the mindset. And so across 3 or so years, I built a 7-figure agency. Hey, we collected well over $1 million in revenue. We served hundreds of clients, and I learned a lot about what to do and what not to do if I was to do it all over again. So I'm going to give you those lessons now, so that again, if you're just starting, you know where to start from. And if you've already started, that you can maybe course correct if you've gone down and made some of these mistakes already. Lesson number 1 is to give your clients and to sell them what they want, but deliver to them what they actually need. So I'll walk you through an example of mine. Megan, one of my students, I actually have an interview with her on YouTube as well that you can watch if you search her name on my channel. And there was a point in time where Megan struggled. She's now doing incredibly well, but there was a point in time where I remember we had a coaching call. She had taken 19 calls with people in the construction industry in the UK, and I think she closed one of them. So 1 out of 19, it's not too good. And when I say calls, these weren't cold calls. These were people that she had spoken to, maybe on Instagram or a different platform, arranged a meeting with to actually like sit down together and talk about how social media marketing might make sense for their business. And then they had their call. So 1 out of 19 is not good. The problem was she wasn't selling them what they wanted and then giving them what they needed. For example, she would speak to one company and they would say, hey, I just want more inquiries. Others would say, hey, I just want somebody to manage my social media. Just take the burden off my hands. Others would say, hey, we just want to show before and afters, right? We want to have, when a customer comes to me, that I can just direct them to my social media and show the before and afters of the projects we've done. And so essentially they all wanted slightly different things, but things that could all all be achieved through social media management, which was her service. So now when she would speak to business owners, if they said, hey, I want more leads, she would say, great, I can get you more leads through social media management. If somebody said, hey, I want to spend less time working in my business and less time on little things like social media, she would say, great, I can save you time by managing your social media. Somebody else who wanted to show those before and afters and then increase their conversions so that when they had leads on the phone saying, hey, we want to see what you guys do because I want to work with you, that the Instagram or the social media would actually really represent the business well, show those before and afters. So now, again, she could say, hey, great, I can help you boost your conversion rate by posting this type of content for you on your social media. So now what she was doing is she wasn't just selling social media management. She was selling them what they wanted. Because what they wanted was an outcome. They wanted a specific result which could be attained through social media. So see how there's a difference? There's a difference between saying, hey, I'll just do your social media and I'll get you this result that you really want that you're talking about through social media. Lesson number 2 is to try and avoid the stagnation trap. You see, most people, when they start this business, they're doing it on the side. So they've got a full-time job or they're in college. They've got maybe 2 hours a day, sometimes less, that they're putting into this business. And with that time, they're trying to get clients, serve clients, do absolutely everything, and then keep growing. Naturally, most people get stuck at a certain level. They get to 3,000 per month, they've got a handful of clients, they're doing most of the work themselves, hence they don't have time to actually continue to get new clients. Worse yet, they might have 3 clients and they're doing everything for the clients. They have the intention of outsourcing and hiring other people to do a lot of the work, but they've actually maxed themselves out. Like they literally do not have any extra minutes in the day. So now even having the time to hire somebody, they don't have. So the first thing you want to do is make sure that you're only ever at 80% capacity. You should never be at 100% capacity, right? That just means you're working every hour that you physically have possible and you're just working on serving your current clients. If that's the case, you are going to get stuck. Because this is what it normally looks like. When you start and you're at zero, you put 100% of your time into getting clients. Then you get a couple of clients and you start to shift. You put some time into getting clients, sometimes into managing clients. That's where a lot of people mess up. They get their first client, they stop trying to get new clients, and they just work with their one client. Big no-no, wouldn't recommend. And then naturally, the balance between marketing, trying to get new clients, and service delivery, serving clients, just starts to skew. So it goes from 100% marketing, 0% on service delivery, because you have no clients, and that just starts to slowly go like this until eventually it's like this. And you've done the complete opposite. Now all your time is here on service delivery, serving your clients, and you have no time to get new clients. Now you, my friend, are stuck. So you need to make sure, again, number 1, that you get to max 80% capacity. Number 2, you need to make sure you're outsourcing early. Number 3, you need to make sure that when you get a client, you don't just stop trying to get new clients. I get it. You want to just get a client in, take it slow, get good results with them. But if you take your finger off the pulse, you stop doing the thing that got you that first client, you're going to get out of the practice of marketing. And once you lose that, it's very difficult to get back on track. So you need to make sure, again, think of this balance between marketing and service delivery, that this doesn't go from one end to the other, that it needs to always be balancing somewhere around here. You should always be putting time into both of them, but never all of your time into just one, apart from when you're starting, because you're at zero, you don't have clients. Of course, you need to just work on getting clients. Lesson number 3 is to actually figure out what you want with this business, because there's 2 routes to scale. So if you want to make $5,000 a month with social media marketing, you can DIY, do it all yourself, keep all the revenue as profit, everything you make you keep, and you have full control over everything. Or there's route 2 where you hire other people to do it with you. You make less profit, okay, because at $5,000 a month, you might be netting $4,000 a month because you're paying $1,000 a month to team members. But then you could also, with that model, make $10,000 per month and keep $8,000 as profit. So one, of course, is more scalable than the other. So what you need to do when you're starting is make sure that you know what do you actually want long term. If you want a lifestyle business, right? Let's say you're working a job right now, you're making $3,000 to $4,000 per month. You want to basically make enough to make the same. So you want to make maybe $3,000, $4,000, maybe $5,000 per month, give yourself a little bit extra. And then you want to quit your job and just have a good lifestyle. As in, you want to work a couple hours a day, work with a handful of clients, not have a huge amount of stress to deal with, and then just enjoy life, travel, go to Asia, whatever. Then DIY might make a lot of sense for you. But if you want a lot of time freedom, as in you want to work just 2 hours a day and do whatever the hell you want for the rest of your day, you're probably going to need to do route 2, which is actually building a team, hiring some people to do the work with you. And if you want to build a massive business, you want to build this into 6 figures a year, you want to build this into 7 figures a year, you want to go beyond that, then yeah, the DIY approach is never going to get you there. You're always going to have to go with the approach of hiring other people if that's your goal. And what I want you to do is just get clear on what that is for you, because the goal of this video isn't to tell you that you should hire loads of people, build a big team, and scale this into the biggest company you can possibly think of. That's not your goal. If that is your goal, great. But for a lot of you, that's not. And so the biggest trap getting into an online business like this is following somebody else's goal. And trust me, I've done it. I've followed other people's goals because I thought that's what I should do, or that's what success was. The reality is the business you build should be the business that you like to run, or at least, even if you don't love it, that you've built it in a way where it allows you to live a good life. You don't have to you don't have to love your business, but if you love the things that it gives you and the life that it allows you to live, fantastic. You've done a great job. So yeah, take it from me. I've spent too much time chasing vanity metrics and revenue goals that deep down I didn't want. I just wanted to hit a certain number to say, hey, cool, I can hit that number, because I saw other people do it and I thought that's kind of what you were meant to do. Now, these lessons would have helped me start sooner back in 2019. It would have allowed me to avoid a lot of the scaling hurdles I ran into between 2019 and 2021. And it would have given me more peace, knowing that I was building something that I actually wanted. So to recap, that is what I would do if I was starting again with a social media marketing agency, and what you should probably keep in mind as you start or continue on with this journey. All right, time to get into the good stuff. This is the service, aka the thing that you are going to sell to business owners to make your first 5 to 10K per month. All right, so first off, if you don't know, this is what services are. It's what you sell, all right? It's not just that. We're gonna talk more about selling an offer, right? Not just a service later on. You see, your service is more your vehicle of transformation. It's the how you get more customers for your business. It's how you get more followers for the client, right? It's how you get more leads and inquiries. It's the way you get them from A to Z, from point 0 to point 10, all right? It's the thing that gets them there. So services need to do ideally 3 things. One is create a desired outcome. For example, go from 0 to 10, right? That's the transformation, that's the outcome, 10. Solve a problem and offer convenience. Okay, I'll break these down in a little more detail for you now. So the first ever client I sold social media marketing to paid me $1,200 per month. So let's go through these 3 things and why they bought from me. Number 1 is they wanted a desired outcome, right? They desired an outcome that I was able to give to them through social media. And the thing is, they didn't know that was going to happen, but they believed me, right? They believed that I was going to get that out for them. That outcome was more engaged social media followers, more new followers, which would then turn into new leads for their business and new customers. That was the outcome. The problem was multiple, all right? So problem 1, they didn't want to do it themselves. Problem 2, they didn't know how to. Problem 3, they had tried a bunch of people before and it never worked out. That's the problem I'm going to solve for them. Convenience is me doing it all. So instead of them trying to figure it out themselves and figuring out getting a graphic designer, a video editor, and all these people in place, I would do all that for them. So that's the convenience factor. So if I had a call with them and I didn't offer them a service that was going to get to the desired outcome, wasn't going to solve a problem, and I wasn't going to offer convenience, they wouldn't have paid us. Simple as. They just would not have paid us. It wouldn't have mattered if we had the cheapest service or the best result ever. If we didn't solve these things, if it didn't solve these, then they wouldn't have paid us, okay? So look, your service can do a whole lot of things. It can save your clients time. It can help them generate more sales. It can help them collect data for their marketing team. It could conduct customer service, in the comments and DMs on Instagram. It could build an email list for them. It could build relationships with their customers. There's 100 things it could do, okay? Your goal is to figure out which of these is the most important for the type of business you want to work with, and then solve for that. Now, the thing is with services, many services can solve the same problem. Okay, so the example is a business owner is struggling to get leads. That's their only problem. Well, I could solve that with content creation, right? If I create really good videos that go viral, that could get them more leads. I could solve that with social media management by posting the right Instagram stories that drive people to engage with their business and then become leads for the business. Could also do that with Facebook ads by running ads to a lead form or their website, right? You get the point. So you need to make sure that you understand this first, because some people think that there's only one service to get one outcome. All right, not the case. So more examples for you to get this really clear in your head. The problem, no time or no knowledge of how to do social media. Your service, social media management. And the solution is this. The business owner pays you, you manage their social media, this saves them the time and the effort. Plus, this is the extra benefit, not the one they're paying for, but the extra benefit. It boosts their online presence, brings them in more followers, more customers, and more sales. Another example, the business is not getting enough customers or leads. My service, content creation. Solution, business owner pays me to create engaging video content that reaches more followers and convinces people of the reasons why they should buy the products of the business. All right, that would be true content creation. And again, as mentioned, this way of looking at it works for all different services: paid ads, Google ads, YouTube ads, copywriting, email marketing, etc. These services I would only recommend to somebody that has experience in doing them, because content creation and social media management are the two things that are the most beginner friendly. They're the easiest to learn. You don't need to do a fancy certification to learn how to create content, right? You can learn all of this stuff very, very easily, which is why we focus on them. Well, one of the reasons why. Now, do keep an eye out for new services. So for example, when a new social media platform comes out, that can create a new service. So when TikTok first came out, that created a massive, new opportunity for people to offer TikTok as a service. When Threads came out with Instagram, same thing. And this will continually happen. There's alternative platforms that not a lot of people talk about. So for example, if you were to manage a Reddit for a business or a Pinterest account, like I know off the top of my head, those are not as common. So not as many businesses will want that, but then there's not as many people providing a service to that. Okay, so have a think about these and see if you can find a unique angle where there's sufficient demand for it as well. That's important, right? There's no point in me saying I'm going to manage Pinterest if no business wants that. Okay, user-generated content, just an example of a service that's been around for a very long time but became very popular in the last few years. And these are the kind of things that you want to keep an eye out for when you're looking at new services to add on. And there's a whole bunch of other services. But as mentioned, we want to focus our efforts on content creation and social media management for all the reasons of them being the best for beginners. And I'll go deeper into this as we progress, but just know that it's worked the best for me, and I do think it can work the best for you. Very important that you don't try and offer all of these services. Okay, a jack of trades is a master of none. There are certain services that we combine and make a lot of sense to combine and do two of them together. For example, content creation and social media management, perfect fit, because you create the content and then you post the content. All right, Facebook ads and funnel building, for example, work really nicely together. Email marketing, copywriting, really nicely together. Okay, but apart from these, pick one thing, get good at that one thing. You see, before I started my social media marketing business, I was a freelancer. Okay, I did everything you can think of. I did appointment setting, email marketing, content creation, copywriting, like so many different things. And I was okay at all of them, but I could never truly be great at one of them because my focus is split between 5 or 10 things. When I decided, no, you know what? This whole freelance thing of me doing everything isn't going to work. It'll get me to a few thousand per month, but it's not going to help me build a real long-term business that can replicate the same thing over and over again for our clients. That's when I decided I would do the marketing business with just one thing: content creation, social media management. Those are the two things we started with. I say it as one because they link, right? But doing that, if I didn't do that, I would not be here. Okay, if I continued on this path of trying to do everything for everyone, I wouldn't have been able to get this far so far. Okay, now a really key point is that even if you just pick one service, it doesn't mean that you can never offer other services. My advice is that you focus on one service until you have enough clients, get enough results for your clients, and then you can add in what we call upsells. Okay, so you've sold someone and then you upsell them. It's selling them an extra thing. Okay, an example is my student success manager. This is a very common example for him. Is he gets a client for 500 or 1,000 per month for social media management and content creation, and then he actually upsells them onto paid advertising, but not immediately, maybe after 3 months with him, so that he can get a business in, create good content, build their brand up, right? Make it look really good, very professional, build up their social media, get more engagement, more followers. And then when that starts to work for them, they can then do paid advertising. And when they do paid advertising, they get better results on the ads because the social media actually looks good. If he just ran the ads and the social media was really bad, then people would take that into account. When I buy from a business, right, this watch, if I was to buy this watch right here, if I got an ad for this watch, I wouldn't buy just based on the ad. I would buy based on the ad, the website, the social media, and other factors. So it's very important in my eyes that if you go down the route of paid ads, that there's some element of content creation and social media management in that. So this is why social media management and content creation is the service pairing that I would recommend to you. It worked for me and I know it can work for you. I genuinely believe it's the easiest path to your first 5 to 10K per month. And one of the biggest reasons why is that it's easier to sell. If I'm selling you a $1,000 per month social media package, it's actually half the price of a $1,000 per month advertising package. Now, you might be confused, so let me explain. When you pay me $1,000 a month to manage your social media, that's it. You don't have to pay any more money, right? You pay me, I'll handle it, we're good to go. If you pay me $1,000 a month for Facebook ads, Instagram ads, YouTube ads, that's my service fee. So that's not the money that we're going to now spend on the actual ads, because ads aren't free. You've got to pay for them. So that means you'll have to fork out another at least $1,000. Like minimum. It wouldn't make sense to pay me $1,000 to manage $500 in ad spend for you. It wouldn't make sense. You'd want to spend at least $1,000, maybe $2,000, maybe $3,000. So what I'm actually selling you, even though you might only pay me $1,000, is that I'm telling you have to commit to spending $3,000 or $4,000 a month. You can start to see how this image of selling Facebook ads for $1,000 a month is not as easy as people make it out to be. It's also, in my opinion, easier to retain clients with social media management and content creation. You see, a lot of business owners see ads as a set and forget kind of thing, right? They think they can just pay you to set up, run the ads for a couple of months, optimize them, and then just remove you, kick you out, and manage the ads themselves. And this happens very, very often. See, social media management is not like that. Like at all, because if I'm going to get paid to do social media management, the work I do now can't just be, it doesn't just run on autopilot, right? Like we have to manually post content every day. We've got to manually post to Instagram stories. We've got to manually respond to comments in DM. It's an ongoing task. So, yes, it's laborious. It's a labor-driven service, but it means that they can't just kick us, right? Like your client can't just say after 2 months, oh yeah, social media is looking good, we're just going to stop now. No, and in fact, they might do more. They're more likely to actually do more. And so, of course, not all business owners think this about ads, but it is very, very common, right? Because when ads get to a certain point, they don't need to be optimized as much. They can, to an extent, be set and forget. And you don't want that for your service, because if they think they're paying you $1,000 a month to do nothing and just check the ads once a day, that ain't going to last very, very long. Okay. Now, since we're providing a convenient service with social media management and content creation, right? Like it really creates a lot of convenience. Okay. Like we'll do the thing that you probably don't want to do or don't know how to do. That's convenience. But we're now doing it at half the price of what ads would be. It's easier for your clients to renew and not cancel. All right, think about it like this. If I'm going to be spending $2,000 a month on X and $1,000 a month on Y, well, $2,000 a month on X is a bigger decision, right? There's more of a negative outcome if I decide to keep that rolling, or there's more of a positive outcome if I decide to cancel that. So I'm more likely to put more thought into, do I renew or do I cancel? It's like how your Spotify subscription, you probably don't even notice, right? $10 a month, you don't even think about. But if you're paying $100 a month for something, you'll think more about it. It's the same analogy here. And this is if, it's $2,000 a month. What if you're getting paid $1,000 a month and then they spend $3,000 a month on the ads? That's $4,000 a month. Well, you make one, they spend $4,000 versus $1,000 a month on social media. Okay. So you can see by this, what we're doing is we're kind of keeping our prices in a range where it's less of a big decision. It's a smaller decision, which means it's easier for a client to just keep it rolling. Okay. Example, my first ever client that paid $1,200 a month, they stayed for 20 months. And here's the kicker. We had to fire them simply because they were working with us. Okay. My business partner was managing their social media and they didn't want any of our team members to manage the page, which was kind of annoying. And it was just the way it happened because they were our first client. We didn't have team members when we signed them. And then we, of course, brought in team members as we scaled. And they just didn't like that. They didn't ever want to be handed over to a different team member, which was fine. And we were willing to do it for a long time. But we got to a point where we fired them. They stayed for 20 months. Right? A lot of that was down to the convenience, the fact that we had to do the work every month. They didn't want to do it every month, and the price was low enough because this was a big company. So $1,200 a month for them was nothing, right? But if they were paying a 3 or 4 or $5,000, they would have thought about it more. So we might have actually made less money by charging more money. Crazy how that works. It's also easier to hire and build a team with social media management and content creation. Okay. The reason being is that this is less technical. It's much easier to hire a social media manager, a graphic designer, a video editor, or a virtual assistant to handle the service than somebody who knows copywriting, funnel building, conversion rate optimization, and ads, right? Like they're just more technical. And the way to understand this is if you go to a job platform, let's say Upwork.com, and you look at the average price for a graphic designer versus a Facebook ads guy. There's normally a big difference. The Facebook ads person might charge $30 an hour. Graphic designer might charge $10 an hour, okay? So because they're charging more money, they're charging more because it's a more complex job that they're doing, which means that if you're going to build a team for that, it's more difficult and it's more expensive, which is not what we want. We want it easier to hire people. So if I need to replace my graphic designer, it's easy to replace them. Like I don't have to stress about it, and that my profit margins are higher by hiring people that don't cost as much money. Okay. And in my opinion, it's easier to get results of this. You see many businesses that pay for social media management, like they pay for it because they know they have to do it. It's kind of like in the era we're in right now, businesses don't just do it to make more money, to get new customers. That's a massive driver, but a big part of it is because like they have to, right? Like if I find a restaurant on my phone on Google Maps and then I check the Instagram and the Instagram is terrible, I'm probably not going to go to the restaurant. And businesses understand this because customers tell them. They know this by now. In the day and age we're in, they know it. So they see it as a thing that they have to do. They're not looking for miracles. And this is really, really important. You see, Gary Vee, just for an example, very famous business guy. He's been talking about how businesses need to be on social media for years. Nearly every business has heard it. They've heard it on a podcast. They read it in a book. It's just known, right? Whereas running ads or doing email marketing, they know probably about those things, but they're not as essential. You know, they're still very important, but not as essential. And this just means that it's easier for our client to be happy because we're doing the thing that they know they have to do. So they're not necessarily thinking that their business is going to explode overnight. Of course, some clients will think that, but the vast majority won't. It's easier to understand, right? It's less complex. And this is really important for you if you're a beginner. To understand about funnels, ads, conversion rate optimization, tracking pixels, email marketing, all of the stuff that goes into ads, that's tough. Like that will take time. Trust me, that takes a lot more time than understanding how to create some content in Canva and CapCut and post it on social media. It's way easier, trust me, okay? Like I can get a beginner up and running within like 2 weeks, even if they've never done any social media, any content before, and they can, through using templates for Canva or templates for CapCut, they can do it really good. Not 10 out of 10, but 8 out of 10. Like decent quality, enough to satisfy the needs of a business, okay? Really guys, the most important reason is not my opinion, but it's based on the data. The students we work with, people I've coached and mentored, the most successful of those do these two things. We have successful students that do ads and emails and different services, but the overwhelming majority are doing content creation, graphic design, photo shoots, video content, and social media management. Managing Instagram pages, Facebook pages, TikTok pages, etc. You know, some of these people here, just a couple examples, they're all doing this. This is, you know, all of these people got to this point with this being the main thing that they do. And me personally, I built my agency to 50K a month doing this, over $1 million in revenue, got it to fully automated stage, meaning I did 30 minutes a day. That's what I mean when I say fully automated, is 30 minutes of work a day, communicating with my team, checking in, managing, just seeing everything is good to go. And that's, you know, having a sales team, client managers, service delivery team, the whole 9 yards. And so much so that, you know, I'm going to actually show you right now. I'm going to show you what a package looks like for $2,500 per month. So you can see for your own eyes how you would package this together, how you would sell this, and really that you can charge a lot of money with it. I've told you about all the benefits of charging less, but if you're like, no, Adam, I want to charge more money and I want to charge $2,000, $2,500 a month, $3,000, you can do that for this service as well. So I'm going to show you that in this mini video right now, so make sure to watch. Now, one of the most commonly asked questions I get is, Adam, how much do you charge? And then what does a package actually look like for your clients? So in this video, I'm going to break down an exact client proposal that I sent out a couple of years back for a $2,500 per month social media management client. I'm going to show you, of course, the price we charged, what was included, and the full breakdown of what we had to deliver to the client for them to be willing to pay that money. So this is the title of the proposal: Instagram community management and custom content creation. We have listed here what's provided by the client. So the client needs to give us guidelines and directions if needed for the content and community management. For example, if we are creating content, we want to get our client to approve the content before it goes live, so that when it goes live, there's no issues. The client needs to give us a shareable folder, aka a Google Drive folder or a Dropbox, with any content that my agency, Engagency, can use in the community that my agency can use in the community management and content creation services. So this means, again, this is putting the onus on the client so that if we have not received any of their raw photos or photos of their product or whatever we may need to create content, that they need to give it to us. This is very important because in my agency, we have never provided UGC or photo shoots to clients. We have always told the client that they have to sort that themselves, and then they got to bring it to us and we'll use it in content. The client must provide us with any promotional or bonus material that will be included in any content creation services. For example, if they're running a sale on their products on the 14th of the month, they need to let us know and they got to give us the heads up and the content for that beforehand. Same goes, just to reiterate that, time and schedule to follow for any promotional launches or live Q&As that they may be hosting in the weeks. All right, here's what's provided by my agency. Now, if you look really closely, I actually have here, find a breakdown of hours and pricing below this section. I don't believe we give the full breakdown of hours, so we may have removed that, but maybe we forgot to remove it from this part. So first, custom content. This is infographics and captions created, scheduled and posted for the Instagram page, which is listed below. Content will be studied and analyzed on an ongoing basis to ensure posts are designed to reach the largest audience possible. And content can be based on specific product launches when requested by the client to promote more revenue generating activities. Okay, so again, this is saying when requested by clients, so that if the client is just expecting us to promote the sale that they're running, they need to let us know in advance that, hey guys, there's a sale running, let's post about it. Community management for the page listed below. This involves responding to DMs. This involves replying to comments, responding to DMs, and adding content to stories. This also includes directing followers to relevant product pages to boost sales. And promotional content provided by client can then be scheduled and managed. So here's the price. We have $2,500 as the monthly price, and this is for 3 client accounts, not just one account. So client account 1 is the highest paid of $1,200. This includes 30 infographics, and we say at least for the first month, based on this, and it's all done by us. Aha, I was correct. We do include the hourly breakdown for the community management. So we're saying to the client, because of the size of your page, because for this specific client, this was a big client account, they already had 80,000 followers, that we recommended we would spend at least 1 hour per day on the community management. For client account 2, it's only $800 because we're creating 15 infographics ourselves, and this is for one of their meal pages where they post about meals. And then 15 posts would be provided by the client. So they would send us the photos and we would just write captions and schedule the content. Actually, in client account 2, you'll see we dropped it to 45 minutes a day for community management. And client account 3 is only 500. Why is it only 500? Well, 2 things. One, we're doing 15 to 20 posts provided by clients. We're not creating any content. We're just taking what they give us, putting captions on and posting. And then finally, the community management is only 15 minutes per day. This is really important. If you're managing multiple pages from one client, I recommend you add this in. All 3 pages will be promoted / grown through all 3 pages, meaning that we will help grow the following on pages number 2 and 3 by leveraging the bigger sized page number 1. Because the page number 1 had 80k followers and the other client accounts were very, very similar in the same industry, we've told the client that we're going to use that big account to grow these other smaller accounts. Payment terms, so the payment plan provided by agency of $2,500 per month provided by the client. And this is where the client signs, confirm the payment will be made via preferred payment method at the beginning of agreed payment period. And then we include a non-disclosure. So there you have it, folks. That's the entire package. If you're doing this for just 1 page, then $1,200 a month is typically a price point that we have charged for multiple clients for this exact service. But make sure you change this, like we discussed earlier, based on if you're going to hire a team, make sure you have a high enough price to basically allow yourself to hire those people without killing your profit margin, and you should be good.
Once upon a time, I was offering Facebook ads as a marketing service to my clients. And I did it for some time and I was actually pretty good at it and I got good results with clients, and then I stopped doing it. This video, I'm going to explain to you exactly why and why I think offering that as a service is not the best option for most people. This video will probably be a little bit controversial, and that is because I scaled my social media marketing agency in a way that doesn't make sense. You see, most people, when they look at starting a social media marketing agency, they look at paid advertising as the main service that they could offer because it's very scalable. In theory, if they get a client that's paying them $1,000 per month and they're getting them great results, they can scale up the amount of money they're spending on ads for the business, and hence they can probably then scale up the amount they're charging and make more
infinitely. And so when I was starting my agency, I didn't actually start with that. I started with social media management and content creation. Those two services, social media management and content creation, go hand in hand and got my business to over $50,000 a month. I was then able to get that same business to over $1 million in revenue, and eventually I exited my half of the business to my business partner. But before I started that, I actually was a freelancer. I was getting paid by companies to do a bunch of random things. For example, I had this fitness coach that was paying me to do some paid advertising, to take some sales calls for him, to do some basic admin, but also to manage some of his social media. And so working with him and a few different clients, I was able to see the marketing sphere. I was able to see all the different services that you could offer: email marketing, paid advertising, social media management, and so on. And being brutally honest, it was so abundantly clear to me that the most scalable was actually going to be content creation and social media management. And in this video, I'm going to walk you through why. So one reason why social media management and content creation, I think, is a much better service for you to offer than paid advertising is the low barrier to entry. The learning curve is minimal. It's easy to outsource. You can hire really talented people for very cheap, and it's quite easy to manage, meaning that you can focus on the things that make your business the most money, which is speaking with more clients and bringing in more deals. You see, if you take Facebook or Instagram advertising, it's a very technical skill. There's lots of little things that you can do that can go horribly wrong. For example, when you're setting the budget on your ads, I've seen this happen to friends of mine. They accidentally, instead of putting in $50 a day, put in $500 a day. And that's not your money you're spending, that's your client's money. Of course, that's a small thing, but that can have a massive impact. When we look at outsourcing, finding somebody that can run paid advertising at a pretty good level, but also in a way where it's going to be profitable for you, as in they're not going to cost too much money, it's quite difficult. When we look at the amount of graphic designers and video editors, because of that lower barrier to entry, there's more of them, meaning that there's just more people out there to find those that are actually really good and won't charge you much money. Probably the most important reason why I love offering social media management and content creation instead of paid advertising is because paid advertising is seen as a return on investment service. Essentially, that means if a business owner pays you money and you don't make them money right away, they're probably not going to pay you for next month. It's very transactional. They pay you, you run ads, ads hopefully make them money. If ads don't make them money, they're going to cancel. However, with my favorite service, social media management and content creation, it's completely different because a lot of clients are buying that because yes, they want to get a return on investment, but they know that that takes time. And they also know that they can't just expect to post a few pieces of content and immediately get a result. If you're posting on social media for a business for 3 months, and let's just say you haven't hit that financial target that they're looking to hit, you haven't made them as much money as they would like to based on how much they're paying you, it's still not the end of the world because you've built up brand, you've built up awareness, you've created assets, pieces of content that they can reuse down the line, and you've done that for 3 months. So it's very unlikely that they will now cancel with you if they like the content, but they're just not happy with the result because of the fact that now their audience is used to seeing that amount of content. If they go from posting once a day with the content you're posting right now to nothing, their audience is going to know that, and they're in fact probably going to make less money, because some of those people in that audience were probably buying based on the content they were seeing. Another reason that Facebook and paid advertising is probably not the service I would start off with as a beginner is yes, it's very complex, hard to learn. That's the main thing. But also it's quite difficult to have very good profit margins with that type of business unless you do everything. Again, way easier to find a graphic designer that will create really nice graphics for Instagram at $5 per graphic versus a guy that can run really high level Facebook ads and create the content for those Facebook ads at a reasonable price. The typical way, if you're running paid advertising and you're building a team, is you would ideally pay your team a percentage of what you're getting paid from the client. But trust me, I've been there and a lot of my friends run these types of agencies, so I know it's quite difficult to find those people that are really good at advertising but also won't charge you an arm and a leg. The last thing I want you to consider is this. I've seen this play out time and time again with people in my program. You get a client, let's say it's a roofer, and you're running Facebook ads directly for this guy that offers roofing services. Well, it's a pretty high ticket service. You know, he's not going to be doing that kind of work for $50 or $100, right? It's high ticket. He charges quite a lot of money and he's probably the one doing the work. Maybe he's got a small team, a couple of guys that help him out, but his capacity is probably going to be quite limited. When you run Facebook ads for him and it doesn't work, he will fire you, right? Because he's spending money and he's not getting a return. When you're running Facebook ads for him and it works and you book him out, cool, great. But he also may stop working with you. It's really common with this service where even when you get a client, great results, depending on how scalable their business is, they may need to cancel anyway. So you can get them fantastic results. And then all of a sudden, 3 months in, they go, hey, we got to take a pause here. We've enough business here for the next 3 to 6 months. We'll come back to you in 3 to 6 months. Whereas if we go back to social media management, content creation, we're not just getting paid for that return. So even let's say if we're posting on social media for a business and it's absolutely blowing up for them, right? Like it's clearly getting them tons of leads and now they're booked out for 3 months. Again, are they going to cancel? Way less likely, because that audience has now been built up. That audience is used to seeing that content, and the content we post to that audience, we can now shift. We might talk less about directly their services and pushing people to sign up for their services. And we might talk a little bit more about just like awareness and reviews and different pieces that will still build the brand and build that momentum. And we can let people know that there's a waiting list for now. If you want more proof on this, just go to my YouTube channel and look at the interviews I've hosted with people that are making 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 30, 40, 50,000 and beyond. Most of them, guess what they're doing? Social media management, content creation. You're not going to find that many people running ads. There are some people running ads in there, but when we look at how much of their revenue is coming from ads, it's actually quite little, and the work that they do is quite high for that amount of money.
Quick question for you. Do you want my full program where I give you absolutely everything you need, kind of like a business in a box setup, and I give you daily coaching to get results? This is everything you get. You get my full step-by-step training videos, so all of my course content, my private mastermind group, our weekly live calls, the daily coaching with me, copy and paste templates to start your business, a one-on-one onboarding call, and even a certification once you finish. If you are interested in working with me, you'll see some options in the description of this video where you can go and learn more about getting my help. At this point, you might be struggling to understand the day-to-day. Like, what does this actually look like for you day to day? What do you do and what do you need to make sure you're getting done to do this well? In this video, I walk you through what the daily task and daily checklist would look like for a social media manager.
What does a social media manager actually do? The checklist I'm going to give you is what was responsible for gaining over 80,000 followers in just a 3-month period for one of our clients. This checklist works for freelancers and for agency owners. If you're a freelancer, you sign clients, you do all the work yourself, you keep all the profit. If you're an agency owner, you hire other people to do some of the work, you focus on marketing and sales, and you keep roughly 70% of the do. Quick side note, the price that you charge your client should reflect the checklist. The checklist I'm going to give you is what I used for clients that were paying $1,200 per month, not a $300 per month client. The client is paying you $300 per month, you're probably not going to do as much. For example, you would post less content, engage with their followers less, post stories only a couple times a week. You would just dumb down, right? Condense the amount of work down to a smaller block. The checklist I'm going to show you, I used to personally follow myself for clients before we had lots of team members, and it would take me roughly 30 minutes a day to follow this checklist. So that means it was taking 30 minutes a day to serve one client. All right, step number 1 is to identify the platform that you will use. For my clients, we always focused on Instagram, and the price that we charged was for one platform, not for 2 or 3. I would recommend that you stick to one platform, because if you have 5 clients, one pays for Pinterest management, Instagram management, another pays for TikTok, it gets messy and you will not be able to perfect your strategies because each platform is different. For my agency, because we just stuck with Instagram, it meant that we could get very good at that. We didn't have to be TikTok experts, we didn't have to be Pinterest experts, we just had to be good at that one thing. Cool, so that's step number 1. Step number 2 is to create your content strategy for the month. In my agency, we never once took any photos or any videos for clients. Here's how things would work. Clients would send us access to content they had. For example, if they're a supplement company, they'd send us photos of their product and some videos. Now, 9 times out of 10, the client had barely any content. So then we would have to create most of the content ourselves. So we would rely on a lot of quotes, graphics, carousels, and animated videos for Instagram. So if somebody is telling you that you have to go physically to your client, take photos and videos, it's cap. What you're going to include in this content strategy are 2 key things: a content calendar and a content idea sheet. For example, if we take a look at my laptop, and I'll show you a screenshot here, this is a content calendar template we give to my students, and you'll see we have content pillars. So we have 4 content pillars that we want to use for each client. So pillar number 1 could be educational content, Pillar 2 could be valuable content. Pillar 3 could be testimonials. Pillar 4 could be showcasing the product. And then we always want to remind ourselves of the 5 E's of content marketing, as you can see here. Does it get the community talking and sharing the content? Does it help them learn something new? Does it make them laugh or entertain them? Does it lift them up and brighten their day? Does it drive them to take action? Before you create any content or put any ideas of content to your client, make sure one of those is ticked. Now, if we look at the content calendar itself, you'll see we have a posting schedule where we lay out the days from Sunday to Saturday, what we're going to post. So Sunday, let's say lifestyle piece of content, Monday a graphic, Tuesday a text or a tweet, Wednesday a reel, Thursday a graphic, and so on and so forth. And then we can use this content calendar to put the ideas on this sheet. We can show them what type of content it's going to be, what's the title of the piece of content, and even a screenshot of an example of a piece of content that it might look like. And then we can track if it's made, if it's in progress, or if it's ready to go. Cool. So that's step number 2. Step number 3 is actually creating the content. So if we're focusing on Instagram, we need to create content for the feed and for the stories. The easiest way to do this is to have given your ideas in the content calendar to your client. They approve all the ideas for the month. You then send those ideas to your graphic or design team, or you do it yourself. While they're working on the designs and the videos, you can go ahead and start writing the captions and the hashtags for the content. Step number 4 is to actually post the content. Follow the content calendar each day. That's why we've already done that, because it saves you a lot of time and effort each day. Step 5 is to monitor and engage. So check the comments and DMs, respond to anything you need to respond to. And finally, growth hacks. If you are creating good quality content that's educational and shareable, your client account should grow. And if it's not, the content is probably not good enough. But some clients will want more growth. You're getting them 300 followers a month and they're expecting 1,000. I'm going to give you some growth hacks that I have personally used in my agency. Not all of these I recommend. Some of these I would not do, but I'll give them to you. You can make up that decision yourself. So growth hack number 1 is the $80 strategy, coined by Gary Vee. You basically give your 2 cents on a bunch of pieces of content every day in the hope that people then follow you back because they saw your cool comment. Then we have follow for follow, where you basically hijack somebody else's followers. In my case, I would find another business coach, go to his followers, follow them, and hope they follow me back. Again, pretty spammy, wouldn't recommend. Then you've got buying shoutouts. Very, very useful, but only applies to certain industries. For example, in the fitness industry, works really, really well. There are tons of fitness Instagram pages with millions of followers, but again, you're not going to have those type of pages in every industry. And number 4 is running paid ads. I have seen social media managers run very low budget paid ads, such as $5 a day, to boost engagement, boost likes, and to bring in followers. Would I recommend it? No, definitely not, but it's an option. Now you might be thinking, Adam, how do you follow that entire checklist in 30 minutes a day? That seems a little bit unrealistic. Here's why it's realistic. That 30 minutes per day is averaged out from the hours that I put in each day over the entire month. So because ideally I want to plan out all my content and give it to my client for them to approve at the start of the month, that block of work that I've done creating the content calendar might take me 2 hours, but that's it. I don't have to touch it again for the month. Same when it comes to creating the actual content, the graphics, the videos, the Instagram stories. If my client has approved all my ideas, I can get all of that content done. If I'm creating it myself, maybe I can just go into flow mode for a day and create all of the content. And if I'm working with designers or editors, I can send it off to them so that they get it all done. The 30 minutes per day is primarily consisted of you actually taking the content, posting it with the caption, with the hashtag, and then monitoring the account.
If a client is agreeing to pay you money, you need to know how to create content for their social media if that's the service you're offering. These right here are going to be the 3 questions that you need to ask your clients before you create any content for them. This will save you a lot of heartache, a lot of headache, and this will save you a lot of time.
For the sake of this video, we're going to focus on a client that is paying you for short form video content. But the questions I'm going to ask will also apply if you had a client paying for graphics or for any other type of content that you have to create. And these questions apply whether you are personally creating the content yourself as a freelancer or if you're sending the content to a video editor who does the work for you. Question number 1 to ask your client: did you send me all of the raw footage and the raw video files that are required for this specific piece of content? This question you should not have to ask to your client every single time you create a piece of content. You should cover this exact question in your onboarding call with a client. This is the call where you set up how you guys are going to work together. But from time to time again, you will need to re-emphasize this question and re-ask this question so that your client remembers to send you everything. Making sure that you have all the raw video files, everything that you need, is key, because it's going to make it easier and faster for you to go ahead, get the content made, and then to get it back to your client. Question number 2, you definitely need to ask, if the client has not given you this information already, is what style are we going for with this video? For example, if you pull up my TikTok page, like my editor will do right now, you'll see there's various different styles of content on my page. Some with animations, some with just text on screen, and then the text on screen even changes style, colors, different shapes, etc. The reason it's key to ask this question is that you could spend 40 minutes, 2 hours creating a beautiful video for your client. You send it back to them and they say, hey, it looks cool, but I don't want that style. I want this style, which is completely different, meaning that you have to start the edit all over again. Similar to question 1, this is something I would ask my clients in my onboarding call. In fact, one of the things we did in my agency was, as part of our onboarding form, which is a form a client would fill out, we would literally give them examples of styles, different fonts, different color schemes, and we would ask them to give us their opinion. Which one do you like best out of all of them? That way we have a really good understanding of the type of style we're going to create for our client. On top of that, when a client would sign up with us, before we create, let's say, 30 videos, we would edit one video in a particular style, and we would use this as what we called a template. We use it to nail down the style and then explain to the client that we're going to continue creating your content in this specific style. Are you okay with it, or do you want to change anything? Question 3, is there anything I need to include in the video that you need to send to me? I'll put my hands up, this happens quite often to me and my editor. For example, I'll reference in my notes to my editor to include a certain screenshot or a certain testimonial video, but he might not have access to those things. So I need to make sure each time that I actually have sent him things that he has access to. Same goes for your client. Make sure you have access to the things that they want included in the videos. Otherwise, the delay can be crazy. A video that could have taken you a day to make may take a full 7 days to get approved by your client and live on their page because of not asking these questions. And the bonus question, question number 4, is to ask your client for a deadline. You, being a savvy business owner, are going to aim and strive to deliver the content as fast as possible. It's just a good business practice. But nonetheless, if your client has sent to you 10, maybe 15 videos to be created, you need to get clear on which ones are the priority. If your client has not told you yet he's expecting video number 7 to be done tomorrow because he wants to post it for a promotion he's running, you need to know that. So again, ask your client this question. It's also a little trick that you can use to over deliver. Your client says 5 days, get it done in 3. They'll be impressed, they'll like your service even more. Now, my friend, as you can tell from a lot of these questions, there are certain clients that you won't need to ask these questions to. Certain clients just get it and they understand that you're not a guy or a girl sitting there with a crystal ball with all the answers and all the tools, okay? They understand that they got to give you the info. But for clients of yours that are not thinking that far ahead, you need to make sure you ask these questions.
One thing you'll notice in the social media marketing space and in the online business space in general is that there's a lot of tools you can use. There's a lot of tools that are free, there's a lot of tools that are paid. You never really know which one you should use. So in this video, I'm going to give you the top 3. Of course, there's more tools you could use and you don't even need to use these 3, but these are just 3 that I would recommend that you use that I've seen myself to really help beginners get this off the ground and get the best results. I'm going to give you the 3 best tools that I would recommend that you use to build your social media management business. These 3 tools are pretty much free. They all have free options and the paid plans are pretty cheap. So this is not going to cost you a lot of money. Now, a lot of these tools were the tools that we used inside of my marketing agency. My marketing agency did over 7 figures. We worked with over 300 clients. So what I'm going to show you has actually been proven to work. Okay, to create good content for clients, to keep your clients happy, and also make the business in a way where it's easier for you to run. First tool that I recommend that you use is canva.com. Now I'm using the paid version of Canva here, which I pay, I believe, €11.99 per month for. That's maybe about $13 US. But as you can see here, they do have a free plan. And I actually used the free plan for a very long time. The only reason I use the paid plan now, which I'll show you in a moment, is there's a couple of key features that I use personally that just save me a lot of time. But with the free plan, you can still use their photo editor, which I'll show you here in a moment. You still have access to over 2 million templates. All right, that's literally giving you such a good starting point for creating content for clients that want to work with you. There's millions of stock photos and graphics you can use, so really you don't need the paid version. Why I like the paid version, it's actually this one right here, removing backgrounds in a click, which I'll show you right now.
So I use Canva to create a lot of YouTube thumbnails. This is something I'm currently doing myself. I used to have graphic designers doing this for me, and I found that I'm getting pretty similar results, and it's sometimes quicker for me to just make it myself. For example, I had an interview with a student last night, so I recorded that, and as I was exporting the footage, which took maybe about 5 minutes, I was able to create the thumbnail in that time. This was the thumbnail. It's nothing crazy, but I found that this is actually working well. So the pro feature that I like to use, which I use on a lot of my thumbnails, is this. If you see here, it says BG remover, background remover. And if I remove this, as you see, I've actually isolated the background. And this is something that you literally can do in one click. So what I'll then do is I'll duplicate it. So I've got my front layer here, which is me. I've got the back layer, and this back layer I can blur, and I can even make the brightness lower. So it makes the thumbnail for YouTube pop out quite a lot. You see here, I've got a blur on this as well. So all of these that you see here were created in Canva, and you could use the free plan to create most of these. Again, that feature, the background remover, is pretty much the entire reason I pay for the premium. So if you want to create anything similar to this, it's all easily done in Canva. Other types of content I use Canva for is something like this, what we call a Twitter or X style post, very easily made in Canva. I believe they even have templates for this that you can just use. And here's some content that my team for my agency actually created within Canva. So you can kind of see the levels you can go to if you want to take this very seriously. Now, this is not how I use it. All right, I don't actually know how I would create this. This is just my team had put this together for clients. And we started to use Canva like this because we could all be logged in to Canva at the same time. This really sped up revisions. For example, let's say your video editor has just made this video. Your client wants you to post this today, but you've noticed there's a spelling mistake. Well, instead of needing to tell your video editor to change it, you can simply come into the Canva file, open the text, change the spelling. Like super easy, will take you literally 30 seconds, which is going to give you so much more control, getting a better service to your clients, and then probably sticking around a lot longer and paying you a lot more money. So a couple more examples so you can see what can be done in Canva. As you see, you can create video content like this. Personally, I don't use it for video. I just use it for YouTube thumbnails, some very simple graphics, and that's about it. But you can do video content like this in here as well. The second tool that I recommend looking into is CapCut. The second tool I recommend for social media management and content creation is CapCut. This is going to give you a lot more functionality for video. So you're going to be able to do a lot more in here that you either can't do in Canva or it's not so intuitive to do in Canva. Similarly, this has a free plan and a paid plan. I use the paid plan. Again, there's a couple of little features that I like to use, but you don't necessarily need it. To give you some examples of content that can be made in CapCut, something like this, which is a voiceover video. You can't hear it here, but I'm talking over this. This can be very easily created in Canva, where you would add in your audio file. You would then add in this case, clips of me, a bunch of 5 to 10 second clips. And then in CapCut, you can auto-generate these captions you see here. It'll just sync to the sound of your voice. Very easy to do. Content like this, video content, can be created in CapCut quite easily as well. You could do this in Canva. This is nothing too fancy, but this is content that works really well for me. Okay, if you want to get a little bit fancier, some of the CapCut templates are really damn good. Okay, so this is just a template that I would have used for a kind of transformation story post on my social media. And if you go to the CapCut template section in the app, you will see like there are hundreds and hundreds of templates, and they're really good. Oftentimes from people that are specifically just creating templates, like that's all they do. But the chances are you will be able to deliver exactly what your client is looking for between Canva and CapCut. It's quite rare that you'll need something else. Okay, tool number 3 that I recommend that you look into is an AI tool, whether it's ChatGPT or the tool I'm currently using called Perplexity. They're both pretty much the same thing. You need to look into using some form of AI to speed up your content ideation, your strategy planning for clients, how you revise content, and a lot of these very manual tasks. When I started my social media management business back in 2019, it was a very different landscape. Okay, we did not have AI. So for example, I might have a meeting with a client, let's say an onboarding call where my client has agreed to work with me. I would then have to, take notes myself on that call. Then from those notes, try and build out a content calendar, a plan for the first month of content for that client. Then put all of that on a Google Sheet, get it sent to the client, get the client to approve it. Then once that was approved, send it to my content creator, so graphic designer or video editor, and get them to create content from that. Then once we get the content back from our content creator, we'd have to review the content. So just manually looking at it and seeing if we think it needs to be changed. Now, right, and this is why I'm showing you, this is just a section of my AI Social Media Marketing Accelerator course that all of my mentorship students have access to. In here, we talk about a few key ways you can use AI to save a ton of time. For example, in this section, we're looking at content ideation, and we talk about the fact that you could have an onboarding call with a client, which is recorded by AI. Then you take the recording of the call, you plug that into Perplexity or ChatGPT, you prompt it with the right prompt, and it will give you back a really good content calendar for that client based on the call that you had. So it's not generic, it's specifically tailored to what the client mentioned they want, their goals, and what their brand is all about, which they would have mentioned in the onboarding call. So that cuts the entire process pretty much not even in half, it cuts it nearly completely, right? That once very manual process can now be done 80% by AI, and that 20% is you putting the final touches on it, making sure it all looks good. We send that to the client, we get the approval from the client, you then send it to your content team, and when your content team sends you back your content, you can manually review it, or you can put it through AI. Let's say they've given you a graphic, right? Let's say they gave you something like this. You could take the graphic, plug it into AI and say, hey, here's a graphic my team member just created, check it for spelling, and now check it across the industry standards, let's say for a YouTube thumbnail, and let me know if there's any feedback or things that I can do to make this better so that when more people see it, they are drawn in to the image and they click on it and give me more views. So if you get a content piece back from a designer, an editor, and you're not really sure how to improve it, do that, right? Like use the tools that are there. In this next video, what we talk about is writing captions, okay? So taking the piece of content, but also taking the transcript from a call with a client, plugging it into AI, prompting it with the right prompt, and getting back written captions, okay? So you know the text that goes on an Instagram post like this, you can get that done from AI. And you'll see this is just a very short, right, caption. But if you want to get those long captions, which is multiple paragraphs, you can get that done within AI. There's a lot more you can do with AI. That's why we have this entire mini course here for all of my mentorship students, because it's not just going to help you create ideas and content calendars and then write captions. As you see here, there's a long list of things you can do with it. So it doesn't matter what type of marketing business you want to start, whether it's social media management or a different service, doesn't matter. One thing you need to get very clear on is if you're going to do this as a freelancer or an agency owner. All right, so let me just walk you through. Okay, I'm going to walk you through two routes that you can take. Which one you choose is going to depend on what you want to put in, how much work you want to put in, and of course, what you get out of the business, how much profit it makes, how high you can scale, etc. Now, this is not a high stakes decision. So you can decide you want to start as a freelancer and then change to an agency owner down the road. So don't put too much pressure on this. Watch this video and then make a decision and then move and take action, okay? So number one is the freelance or one-person business model. Super common, and this is where you just do everything yourself. You find clients, you deliver the service, you don't pay any employees, none of that. It's kind of like a high-paying job, but you obviously get to choose who you work with and the time you work and all of that good stuff. So in the Uber example, this would be you selling the rides in your car and you do the driving. Okay, so most common, it's how I started as a freelancer before I started a marketing agency. And with our most successful students, most of them start this way and transition to agency owner later on. And it's what I'd probably recommend for you. Now, agency or the business route is where you sell services online, but you hire somebody to deliver them for you. So it's essentially the same as freelance, but you hire somebody to help you create content or manage a social media page. So you don't own the car or drive people around, you hire other people to drive others around. Okay, so that's the example. I think you understand that, but I want to make it clear again that you can switch. So the main difference between the two is really whether you want to hire people or not. Some people just don't want to do this when they're starting. They want to take it slow. They want to get a client, spend time with them, understand how that whole system works. And then when they're comfortable with that, they can then start to hire people. So this is, again, how I started, and then I transitioned to agency owner. So whichever route you decide, just make sure you make that decision now. So for most of our students, this is what it looks like. 0 to 3 clients is freelance, do everything themselves. 3 to 10 is a hybrid between freelance and agency, where they don't hire people to do everything, but a lot of the work. Okay, so for example, Chris and Robbie, 2 of our students I can think of right now, they're in a business partnership. Those guys are doing about £10,000 a month, so about like $13,000, and they do the hybrid because they've got around 10 clients and the profit margin's like 85%. So they do a lot of work for their clients, like communicating with them, but then they have graphic designers, video editors, appointment setters, people on the back that do a lot of the other work. And then 10 plus clients is when you typically go agency route, because trying to scale the freelance route is a recipe to burn yourself out very fast. You'll get annoyed, you'll be stressed, you'll be working way too many hours. Okay, so make that decision now and get clear on this. Okay, so if you're not sure, you want a quick refresher, this is the most common. Freelance, you do everything yourself, find clients, deliver service, don't pay for employees. It's a high paying job. Best for, right? These are the people we think is best for. Someone who doesn't want to hire anybody, someone who understands how to deliver a service. So you know, for example, how to do social media management. That's fantastic. Someone who's happy to spend time working in the business, doing the things, you know, learning the operation. And starting off, you know, it's not a hard and fast rule. Like you can switch later on. Okay, so student success manager example, right? My student success manager, he did freelance until about 4K a month and then scaled to 20K a month with hybrid / agency. Okay, so this is, again, very common to start off. Now, working on your business, not in your business, is a term you're going to hear in the business world. You might have even heard it from me. Okay, so the idea here is that, you know, the most successful people don't do the work. They figure out how to hire other people to do the work. But when you're starting off as a beginner, it's not really the best advice. I think one of the best things you can do as a beginner is to get your hands dirty, do a lot of the work, and then later on, you can work on and not in the business, okay? You see, when you're not managing a team, like, there's benefits. You don't have to track time, making sure they did the work they said they did and double checking stuff. You don't have to worry about selling your client this service and then your team delivering a subpar, you know, a not so good service, and profits. You make more money. Like, you will profit more money. Obviously at scale, it just doesn't work and it breaks, okay? So the profit margin for freelance one-person business is between 90 to 100%. Right? Like, you don't have an office, you've no employees, you might pay for a couple of tools or softwares, but you know, that's kind of it, right? Like, your income potential with this is up to about 10K per month. And then after that, yeah, you're going to be fairly burnt out. Okay. But obviously very high profit margin. An example would be Rachel, one of our students. This is a little old, this photo. This is just the award we sent to her, but she got to over 10K a month with freelance. And, you know, she worked a lot, but she didn't work 70 hours a week. With the agency business, this is the quick review. So you're selling the services, but you're selling social media management and then hiring somebody to do the work, or hiring 2 people to do the work. All right. You could hire one social media manager, or you could hire a designer, virtual assistant, and you know, you could change the way in which you do it. Okay. So that's the review of it. It's really best for the person that's already making some money with this. All right. Maybe between 1 to 5K per month. Or you're at 0, but you don't have a lot of time to deliver the services, or you've absolutely no idea. Like, you genuinely have no idea and you don't want to learn how to do it. Fair enough. You can start from 0 with this model. Not a problem. And it's really best for scaling. You know, getting past that 10K per month ceiling and going upwards to 20, 30, 40, 50K per month. And now profit margins is where you're going to take a hit with the agency model. We want to aim for between 60 to 80%. Your biggest expense is going to be labor, hiring the right people to do the right things. So for example, when I scaled my agency to 50K per month, you know, our margin was somewhere in that range, between 60 to 80%, depended on every month. For example, we would have certain months where clients might pay in full. So they might pay for 3 months of service upfront for a bit of a discount, and maybe we had already paid for a software in full for a year, and then our revenue would be higher and, you know, costs would be lower. So it just depends on how you run things, but this is what you'd want to aim for. So if you're thinking that you're going to need to hire other people to do a lot of the work for you, you should watch this video. This video is going to show you how to hire A player, so top rated, top talent social media managers that also won't cost too much money. Never struggle with hiring again. Seriously, hiring A players for your business is one of the most frustrating things you can do, especially if you're looking to bring on a social media manager for your business, either to manage your social media channels or to manage the social media channels of your clients. In this video, you're going to learn how to hire a social media manager that's going to be easy to work with, that already knows what to do, and somebody that will actually take your channels or your clients' channels to that next level. First, let's begin with where you're going to find social media managers. There are two places that I've primarily hired from. Those are Upwork and Facebook groups. And it's quite a shock to many people, but there's still so many talented people on Upwork and in these Facebook groups just waiting for somebody to hire them. You can often find social media managers in these groups and on Upwork very, very cheaply. We're talking $5 to $10 per hour that are incredibly good at what they do. They may just not know how to get clients. They just know how to manage a social media page very well. So if you can get the clients and they can handle the work, you've got a perfect start to your relationship. I'm going to share with you a quick hack for Upwork. Many people come to me and say, hey Adam, I've been posting jobs on Upwork and I'm not getting any good responses, right? Everybody who's applying is either not good, too expensive, or I'm not getting anybody applying, right? I'm posting the job and all I hear is crickets. I'm going to show you how to get the best of Upwork. You're going to write out a job post for a social media manager. If you need some inspiration, go to ChatGPT and ask it to write one for you. Step 2 is to post the job on Upwork. Step 3 is to repost that same job 2 to 3 times per day, each and every day for at least 1 to 2 weeks, and just change the wording in the title and in the description of the job post. This is a little trick that we used to use in my agency that literally changed this entire process for us. It made hiring a social media manager very difficult and changed that into a very easy task. If you follow this approach, you will get inundated with social media managers applying to your job. You now need to know how to filter so that you can look at 1 or let's say 200 candidates and pick the perfect person from that batch. What I recommend you do is you send them a trial task, then invite them to an interview, and then hire the best. And here is a sample trial task that I actually sent to one of my students during the week that I'm going to give to you guys for free. So before you hop on 100 interviews with 100 different social media managers, get them to finish this trial task. This trial task will give you a really good understanding of if they are going to be a good fit. I'm going to call it out for you right now and we're going to put it on screen. Task number 1 is to send us a Loom video. This Loom video is going to be sent to our client John, and you want to explain to John the following analytics from his social media: 1,000 new followers, 15,000 new accounts reached, engagement up to 100%, and keep in mind John runs a skincare business, so make sure he knows how these analytics are going to help him grow his business. Step 2 is to come up with 10 ideas for new content for John's skincare business for the following month, and step 3 is to check out the attached graphic that we've made for a client and identify what needs to be changed to make this post better suited for Instagram. So really the idea here is very, very simple. If we post this job 2-3 times a day and we get hundreds of applicants, we need to narrow down the applicants to find out who's going to be a good fit before we waste hours and hours on hundreds of potential interviews. So if we have 300 people that applied to the job, maybe only 50% complete the trial task. So that means 150 people complete this task. Out of those 150, trust me, you will get a very, very good and clear understanding within a couple of minutes of reviewing each application who's going to be a good fit and who's not going to be a good fit. You may only have 3 to 5 people that you then need to go ahead and interview, invite them to an interview, and it makes the hiring process 10 times easier. The reason this trial task works is for the following reasons. 1, you understand their ability to understand analytics and social media insights. This is key because if they want to be a good social media manager, they need to know that. 2, you'll get a good understanding of if they know how to create good, engaging content. Again, if they don't know how to do this, the chances are they won't be able to grow any client accounts or your account. And point number 3 is you're going to get an understanding of their communication skills. If you're hiring a social media manager to work directly with you, you need to make sure they can communicate easily and effectively with you. But if you're hiring them to manage your clients, if they're good at communicating, they could actually take over the client communication process, meaning they do the work for the client and they speak to the client. The final question you probably have is, how do I get them to log into an Instagram or a social media account? Is there any tools or safe way of doing this? There are, but I would highly recommend that you just find somebody that you trust and you can just give them the login directly. Aside from that, you might be wondering, how much do you pay? As I mentioned, I've hired social media managers and client managers for as low as $10, sometimes even lower, just depending on the amount of responsibilities that they have. I found a lot of incredibly talented social media managers and client managers from countries such as India, Pakistan, but also South Africa. So in my social media marketing agency, I niched down. Now, many of the students I've worked with in my program have not niched down. So I'm going to give you 2 cases in this segment, showing you the reasons as to why sometimes it makes sense to niche down and why in other cases it doesn't. And sometimes for beginners, it's more preferred to not niche down. It gives you a bit more flexibility. You don't tie yourself into working with just one specific type of business, and it can give you the flexibility that we're going to discuss. Okay, so I wanted to make that clear that there's two routes. We're going to discuss them here. Again, in my agency, we worked mainly with fitness coaches and supplement companies. Now, we had clients that fell outside of those niches. Okay, those were clients such as referrals, clients that would have referred their friends that had businesses to us, where we were going to take them on. They didn't fit the ideal client, they weren't exactly what we were looking for, but it was an easy client, so we didn't turn them away. But out of the 355 clients that we worked with, I would estimate, we're talking about at least maybe 150 of each, between 150 online coaches and 150 online brands. And the rest of the clients then were a mix. Okay, so let's get into it. Now, as mentioned, I'm going to show you two different sides. Now, to really make this clear, this is not a high stakes decision, okay? You don't need to spend the next day figuring this out. You can spend the next 5 minutes and then you're going to rock and roll with that. Okay, it's okay to change your decision. Now, what I will also make very, very clear is that my view on this has changed. You see, for my agency, having a niche was I think one of the most important things. I genuinely don't think we would have scaled to the heights we got to without having a niche. Like, it really played such a crucial role. But a lot of the people I work with, a lot of the students I've mentored don't have niches. Okay, and they have shown to me that there's a different way. So I'm now going to give you the insights based on what worked for me and hundreds of people I've worked with. All right, so let's get in. Number one, which is what I did, is you choose a niche now. So before you work with any business, you decide which type of business you're going to work with. Now, this can be a specific type of business or a certain industry. Example, you could say online coaches. That's a type of business. That could mean you could work with an online yoga coach, a fitness coach, a business coach, a mindset coach, right? There's tons of variations. Just the online coaching business model is what you're looking for. The opposite of that is finding an industry, okay? Fitness, that's an industry, but you could have a gym, you could have a PT, a fitness coach, you could have a supplement company. They're all very different in how they operate, what they sell, how much they charge, and their business, all right? So most people choose a niche and then they change it, right? They don't just pick one and then that's it. From day one, they know exactly they're going to work with that niche for the next 10 years. For me, that's how it worked. We chose fitness because I was in the fitness niche myself. I had a Instagram page where I posted fitness content. My business partner did as well. It just made sense, and that's what we then committed to work with. So look, why do people niche down? Number one is they know a lot about a thing. I knew a lot about fitness, it made sense. Number two is they have previous results working with them. Some of the freelance work I did was with fitness coaches. So when I was doing absolutely everything, right? Appointment setting, emails, ads, social media, I worked with some fitness coaches. So I had that little bit of experience with them to know, all right, I understand how they think. I know how to sell to them. Yeah, that's going to work well. Number three is if you want to streamline service delivery. Okay, think of it like this. When Nike sells, just their standard, say, caps, right, or Nike shoes, doesn't matter the product. They have an assembly line. The product's the same. Okay, so they can sell 10 units or 10,000 units. All that differs is they just need to feed it more of the raw materials, right? Like, it's a conveyor belt. It's just the same thing over and over again. However, if Nike was a custom designer store where they make clothes, right, really high-end clothes that are custom, meaning that like they take your measurements, they, tailor you choose the materials, all of that, it would be very different, right? They'd have to charge way more money because they wouldn't be able to have a conveyor belt system. For my agency, this really helped. It really did help, because when we had a client come in and sign up, I wasn't thinking, oh, I've got to figure out the process now, or I've got to figure out how to get them results. No, I didn't, because we'd already done the process with other clients. So when you have your 100 client work with you, you've already done it, right? Like, you're just replicating the process. So big reason for me, and a big reason why it works for a lot of people. Number four is they solve a specific problem. So if you, like in my case, right? Like, I knew fitness. That's number one. I had some previous results. I could then streamline service delivery, and I knew I could solve a specific problem, which was I knew fitness coaches, what they were good at was helping their clients, right? Like delivering the service, and they were good at sales. They were good at get somebody on the phone and sell them a fitness package. What they weren't good at was posting content on social media, managing that, posting Instagram stories, That wasn't what they wanted to do and it wasn't what they were good at. So I knew I could solve that problem. Number 5 then is to have clarity when you do outreach. We're going to talk more about this in outreach, but this is one of the reasons why you would and wouldn't choose a niche. If you decide to go with an outreach platform that's not niche specific, more on that later, you won't need to worry. Okay, so if you're going to niche down, I'd recommend that you don't just have one of these factors. You ideally, like myself, want to have multiple of these factors that you can say yes to. If you just know a lot about something, but like you don't really understand the other stuff, it mightn't make sense for you right now. Or it might make sense for you to pick a niche, not be married to it, and then potentially change it down the line. Okay, so we've already looked at Nike. We don't even need to go into detail there. So who should niche down? Typically, it's someone who has a deeper understanding of marketing or the service they'll deliver, or they've got relevant experience. All right. So for example, we had a student that had been a realtor for 10 years. So obviously it made sense for them to work with real estate agents, right? They know a lot about it. They have previous results working with them, pretty straightforward, right? Whereas if we have John, who's a beginner and he doesn't have any experience, he's never worked with anybody, he's maybe in college, then yeah, it probably doesn't make sense to niche down. It probably makes sense to keep his options open and let his niche find him. This is what we've just put this slide as. Let your niche find you. You see, for a lot of our students, they start off with no niche and then they pivot, right? And at 10 clients and going from 10 to 20, then they have a niche, right? This is basically going out there and letting your niche find you. So if you have multiple clients on board, this is the most common way to do this. For example, you've got a fitness coach, you've got a real estate agent, and you work with an e-commerce brand. 3 very different businesses, very different industries. But you really enjoy working with one type of client, you got good results with them, and you can see that most of the businesses in that industry will be the same. So for me, right, let's just say with fitness coaches, I'm like, oh, damn, you know what I mean? Like I get these guys, I like working with them, I like creating the content for them, I'm getting them good results. That's an indicator as, oh yeah, I should focus on that. Whereas if you don't have that, right, you've got 3 clients and to be honest, you don't like any of them, or they're all kind of fine, well then yeah, don't niche down. Just keep going until you get to that point. All right. So look, you will probably niche down eventually. Okay. If you're going to go from 10K to 20K to 30K a month, doing so without a niche is really fucking difficult. It's like really, really difficult. But for you right now, I'm assuming that you are starting this journey. Don't worry about it. All right. Just get started. A lot of people use this as an excuse to not get started. And they say, hey, look, I'm still trying to find my niche. It's like, man, don't worry. Just like, you're good. You can start without one. Let's get rocking and rolling. It will find you when the time. So if you've decided you do want to niche down, I really need to make sure that you understand the industry and how it works. So for example, I'm not going to niche down on candle makers, right? Even if it checks all the boxes, like I can solve a problem for them, a relevant experience, but I don't truly understand their business. It just wouldn't make sense, right? Like you need to understand the business. So for example, with me with fitness, I understood it. I understood how a fitness coach gets clients. I understood the struggle of getting clients because I had tried it myself. So I could relate to them on that and understand it. One of the biggest mistakes I see with people I work with is they'll choose a niche like, e-commerce brands, dog e-commerce brands, right? And they don't have dog. They don't understand how an e-commerce brand works. Like they don't understand supply chain or the profit margins in an e-commerce brand. And that will just make it more difficult for you to appear as the expert. This training is going to show you the niches for social media management. If you want to get to 5,000 to 10,000 per month or even beyond that. Okay, this is going to show you the top niches and the niches to avoid if that's your plan. In this video, I'm going to give you the niches that are working the best right now for people that I've worked with that have gotten to 5,000 per month, 10,000 per month, 20,000 per month and beyond. The reason I want to do this is because if you start a social media marketing business today and you pick a niche or an industry that you want to work with that I know based on the experience I have and the hundreds of people I've helped at this point that it probably just won't work, or the service you're offering them doesn't make sense, or the pricing you want to charge them doesn't make sense, you're going to waste a ton of time. The goal of this video is to save you time, to get you on the right track as fast as possible. You see, if you do this by yourself and you do things wrong, and let's say it takes you 12 months to get to 2K a month with social media marketing, because you've gone through tons of trial and error and you've gone into so many routes that have just not worked for you. So it took you an entire 12 months to get to 2K a month. Well, if I was able to speed that up, and let's say you get to 2K a month within 2 months, you're going to save yourself 10 months. But you're also going to make a shitload of money, because 2K a month for 10 months, that's over 20,000. So you would essentially save yourself a ton of time, 10 months, but also you would make an extra $20,000. And that's on the minimum, right? That's just if you get to 2K a month. That's not assuming that you'll scale beyond that. So you can see how important it is to make sure that you're doing things correctly from day one. So I'm going to walk you through all the case studies I have here. These are live interviews I've hosted with people that I've mentored one-on-one. And I'm going to give you the breakdown of what niches I've seen to work the best for social media management. I saw this guy, Alvi, get to about 10K a month with his business, not operating with one single niche, but working with a bunch of different businesses, all in random industries. I then saw him go and decide from 10 to about 20K a month to niche down to one industry. He worked with fitness coaches specifically and was able to essentially add an extra roughly 10K a month to his business just in the fitness coach industry. I know for a fact, based on the results Alvi got, and also my own agency, which worked with a lot of fitness coaches and supplement companies, that does work. That niche is golden. I've seen with Kira, she works with a lot of local business. Okay, we're talking about a lot of contractors, roofers, construction companies. I've seen her get incredible results with them, but also be able to retain those clients long term. She mentioned in this interview, I believe, or it was on a call I had with her, she's had certain clients for over 2 years. I know that industry, when we look at handymen and contractors, right, typically local service providers, they are typically recession-proof industries as well, which means that you can keep your clients long-term. Megan, who's based in the UK, this is an interview I did with her when she was at 10K per month. She started at 0 and she's actually now at 15K per month. She works with construction companies. Very similar to what we found with Kira, Megan has found that construction companies typically tend to stick with her long-term. Okay, she's obviously clearly found a way to help them with their social media and their marketing, which gets them more business, brings them in more leads and more projects, which, you know, if you know construction, one construction project could be upwards of 50K, right? So there's a lot of money to be made for them. And she obviously saves them a ton of time and a ton of effort. And that is why we found that industry to work very well. This is David, one of my students. He's 17 years old. This is a pretty recent interview I released. He's gotten to 10K a month. Also similar to Alvi, this was in the fitness coach industry. I believe he has 1 or 2 clients that fall outside of that scope, but the vast majority of the revenue he makes is from the fitness coach industry. This is Robert, who got to 12K a month with his social media marketing business. He's based in the UK and he works with a lot of real estate or property agents. He essentially helps them take boring photos and videos of their properties, right, and turn that into something that on social media looks good, represents the property well, and actually brings in buyers for those properties. So I've seen with him, that's an industry that's been doing really well. This guy, David, works exclusively with people that have podcasts, okay? So business owners or even personal brands that have a podcast, he helps them take that raw footage and edit it to make it look really good. And this just saves them a ton of time. So what you're probably getting an image of here is that there's not just one niche that works, right? All of these people here pretty much have tried different things. Some of them have a niche in one specific industry that they work with. Some of them work with clients in all different types of industries, okay? There's no set industry. They might have one client that's a gym, one client that's a restaurant, another client that's a online coach. I think this is really important to understand because you might feel right now that this is the biggest decision that you need to make. And while I agree and think it's really important for you to be on the right track, I also don't want you to think that, you know, spending a couple of weeks exploring an industry, it's not the worst thing in the world. However, what I wanted to do in this video was to give you some of those niches and industries that we've seen to work really well. If you've thought of an industry or a niche that I've not listed there, that might be a sign that maybe that's not one of those that works very well. But it also means that it might be too early for you to make that decision right now. You might need to get started, get a few clients. I'm talking maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 clients, not in one industry, okay? Just in different industries. And from that point, you'll then have a lot more information to be able to decide on which niche is best for you. In my program, the way I work with people is I will, 1, help them figure out if they need to have a niche or not. Some people should, based on experience they have or the work background they come from, where it just makes sense, right? They've got a clear advantage in a certain industry. For others, it doesn't make sense. And that's when we will go with a more general, broad approach, working with clients in different industries. Then, once they've had a few clients on board, I'll help them make that decision of when it might make sense to pick an industry to focus in on to be able to scale their business up. Also, before we get into the full free course, I want you to be aware that in the description of this video, there's going to be a link that you can click that says something along the lines of claim your free resources, and that's going to give you access to a bunch of extra resources, completely free. Yes, you just need to put in your name and your email, but those resources are worth thousands. Those resources are really going to help you start your social media marketing business, scale it, and know how to run it correctly. So I'd really recommend take 2 minutes, click that link, put in your name, put in your email, and you'll get all of those for free. So if you're starting a social media marketing business, a question that has probably come into your mind already is, how much do I charge? How do I know how much to charge that's fair for me and I get paid a good amount of money, but also a price that's reasonable, right? A price that a client will actually pay. And then you're thinking, okay, but what if I go and outsource and I hire a video editor and a graphic designer? How do I make sure that my pricing is correct so that when I bring those people on board, that I'm still left with a good profit? That's exactly what we're going to cover in today's video. I'm going to walk you through how we're using AI to come up with packages, knowing the profit margin to make sure that we can outsource and scale, and based on rates that we've found that the market actually pay for. So you'll walk away from this video knowing, using AI, how to go about calculating these packages, so that if you're on a sales call with a prospect and they're somewhat interested in what you do, you can go ahead and pull this up and calculate the price with them live on the call. This is going to help you close more deals, and it's going to give you more confidence as well.
So how you would do this is show it your past packages that we've sold, or in your case that you've sold. You can use our copy paste pricing examples. So for example, if you are in our main program, you'll see that that's in our pricing section. You would then give this specific info for this new potential client, aka like how much content they're looking for, what kind of goals they have, and then basically ask it to use the packages to come up with this new package. That's one way, very easy. Number two is use this pricing calculator prompts that we've put together for you. So you give it the data. And this is the data we have on our pricing calculator. We say the average cost for a freelancer to design or edit one graphic or video is $5 to $10. We say our desired profit margin is 70% plus, and this is the job task. Social media management work, such as replying to comments and messages, should be priced hourly, approximate $5 per hour. That's typically what you would pay a virtual assistant to do that kind of work for you. Approximate time is around 20 minutes per day per 5K followers. Okay, so this should be capped then at 1 hour per day if it's a page with a larger audience. So if it's a page with, 50,000 followers, we can't be doing 200 minutes a day. That would be a bit ridiculous on the page. Then I say, if I have a prospect that wants 20 pieces of content for social media, graphics, reels, quotes, and I will reply to comments and messages on their 5K follower page, create a package that I can offer to them with a pricing breakdown to accommodate my desired profit margin, to account for me outsourcing the content creation to a freelancer using the rates I mentioned above, and take into consideration how much time it would take to reply to comments, DMs on a page with 5K followers, etc. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste that right now, put it into AI, and you will see exactly what it gives me back. So if you're not good at maths, if you get very overwhelmed, you get very confused with coming up with your pricing and your packaging, this is what you can do. Give it the data, like word vomit, like I did here, and just tell it, this is how much I can pay for this stuff. Here's what the client wants. Take all of that, put it together, and figure out how much I should charge. So here we are. I've copy and pasted that. I'm going to enter that. And this should, if we've done this correctly, spit back out a perfectly crafted pricing breakdown of what we should charge. Okay, so let's just see here what it gives back and see if it is correct. If it's not correct, we're going to have to rejig our prompt and give better data. All right, so as you can see, it's working away, a little bit slow, but here we go. All right, so here's the pricing breakdown. Content creation cost per piece, total cost for 20 pieces, 100 to 200, great. Social media management, hourly rate, 5, time required, monthly cost, $50, great. Total cost, 150 plus, okay, so minimum, it's giving us our minimum and maximum, right? Because I gave it a range here of $5 to $10. So that's good, it's giving us a min and a max. To achieve our desired profit margin, the monthly retainer should be priced between, on the low end, 500, on the higher end, 833. It says I recommend offering a monthly retainer at 650 to 750. It covers the cost of outsourcing. It provides a profit margin of over 70% and offers flexibility. Yeah, this is good, right? Because it's somewhere within the two. Package inclusions and what's in there. Great. Now, if you wanted to go ahead, then you could, of course, prompt this to write that out in an email to a client if they wanted to see the breakdown, not of your profit margin, but the breakdown of your price and what they're going to get. So the package, what it includes. So there you go. Super easy to do.
So there's a concept called a no-brainer offer. It's become really popular the last couple of years. A no-brainer offer is an offer so good that people feel stupid saying no to it. So typically, to make a no-brainer offer, people add things in like a guarantee or money back. You know, they add in something that makes it really good. Right? Very attractive. Now the question is, do you need one of these? Because if you're a beginner, my strong opinion is that you shouldn't have a no-brainer offer. A no-brainer offer makes a lot of sense when you have a track record and you can prove that you can do the thing you're going to say you're going to do. So for example, in my mentorship program, we have a no-brainer offer. We have a guarantee. We didn't start with a guarantee. In fact, we only introduced the guarantee after maybe 1.5 years to 2 years of running the program. We couldn't start with one because if I had started with a guarantee, to be honest, it's kind of lying. If I had started my program, never mentored anybody ever before, and just said, hey, I'm going to guarantee you to make 5 or 10K a month. Yeah, could I really guarantee that? Because have I been able to take somebody else from 0 to the first 5 or 10K a month? No. So, my friend, if you're hearing about this concept, I want you to take it with a heavy pinch of salt. It's important. Having a good offer is important, but it is truly not necessary. All right, these are just 2 DMs I got on Instagram with no-brainer off. I'm going to have a little bit of fun here and pick them apart a bit. Obviously, I won't expose their names. I wouldn't do that to them, but this to me is the epitome of the downfall of everybody using no-brainer offers. All right, let's start with the one on the right. He says, I will get you 5x the followers, reach, engagements, clients, no less, every month, guaranteed, organically, no paid ads, no nothing. This is my 6th year in social media management. If it does not work, then you don't have to pay. Or you free this week for a quick chat. Okay, so is this a good offer? Yeah, it's a good offer, right? Like this guy's telling me he's going to 500% increase the number of followers I have. Okay, so on Instagram, let's say I have 50,000 followers. Wow. So he's going to bring me to 250,000 followers. Whatever my reach and engagement is, he's going to 5x that. The number of clients I get, let's say I get 1 client a day. So he's going to now get me 5 clients a day, right? All organically, so I don't have to do any paid advertising. And then if it doesn't work, I don't have to pay him any money. That, to me, sounds way too good to be true, right? That's number 1. Number 2 is the way he's written it, the text, it just doesn't look professional. Let's be real, right? Like this is like buying a real estate property and the listing has spelling mistakes and, you know, there's no contract. Like it's just all over the place messy. Yeah, even if the property was 20,000 euro, for a penthouse apartment, you wouldn't do it, right? Because it's something is off. That's how I would think about that DM right there. So I think you can see where I'm going with this, where a lot of beginners are using this because they just don't know how to get clients. Like genuinely, they don't know how to get clients. They don't know how to do sales. They haven't gone through the stuff that we teach. And because of that, they resort to, oh, well, if I just tell them I'll get this crazy result for free and then they don't have to pay me unless I get it, I'll get a client. No, please don't do that. If we look at the one on the left, all right, more professional, all right, so we've got good grammar, everything looks good, but still I'm going to kind of explain my thoughts on why I don't think this works very well. So, hi Adam, this is Aman. Feel free to tell me no, but I'm looking to take one more SMMA coach, take their coaching business to the next level through the power of BYA mechanism. Okay, red flag number 1 is he's pitched me immediately. I don't like that. I don't think it works. Number 2 is he's introduced this concept, BYA mechanism, which I've been in the industry long enough to know that he's just watched a YouTube video of some guy who said like, you know, come up with like a unique name on your thing, right? Like BYA mechanism. Like, bro, what is that? Like, what is your BYA? Like, geez, bro. Like, is it social media management? Are you going to manage my page? Are you going to run ads? Like, what are you going to do? BYA mechanism just sounds like gobbledygook. Made up words to make it sound impressive when most business owners are going to see through that directly. I've nothing against having a name like of your unique strategy, but like that there is just, that's too much to me. If you haven't heard about this, it's a unique system where we come in and help you get a 35% increase in your sales or you don't pay. He's failed to mention how, right? So he's just basically saying you're going to make 35% more money for free because you don't have to pay if I don't get it. But he's not explaining what that is. He's just saying, again, like it's a unique system. So it's kind of like marketer speak, but look, business owners are smart. You know, business owners are in business. It's not like you're selling to somebody that's never heard of this before. Like you're selling to someone that understands this stuff. Your goal is just to figure out what they need. You know, it's not to try and introduce a BYA unique system mechanism, in my opinion. Also, it requires zero work for you. The same framework helped one of our clients who is a coach, was able to get, okay, so grammar is off, which immediately makes me not trust this. Okay, so who is a coach was able to get does not make sense in English. 30,000 top line revenue by just spending 2,500 on Zuxland. He means Facebook ads, okay? Okay, so now we know how. It's true Facebook, Meta, Instagram advertising. Fair enough. He's mentioned the coach, which is cool. You know, adding in a result is fantastic. So this guy, right, where he's got a guarantee of 35% increase or you don't pay, actually makes more sense because he has a result. You see, now I'm going to take him more seriously. Right? Even though I was not a fan of his outreach, I'm going to take him more seriously because he's actually done this. Okay, so fantastic. Now I'm going to believe him on a base level and maybe I'll have a conversation and see, you know, cool, does this work? In terms of how he pitched me, I would never respond to a message like this, and most business owners wouldn't. So again, I'll cover more in this training of how you do outreach effectively. But now you know what a no-brainer offer is, and hopefully you're getting the vibe as to why you don't actually need one of these, okay? So a big reason why people want to have a no-brainer offer is, one, they don't feel that confident and they feel like it kind of takes the pressure off their ability to sell. But two is knowing what you're actually selling. So look, my advice to you is to actually start your outreach. We're going to talk about outreach very soon. Outreach is the process of reaching out to businesses. I want you to start that before you finalize your packages. You see, like your goal with building a package or an offer, it's to find a starting point. It's not to have the best offer, a no-brainer, or the best pricing in the world. It's just to start. Like some of our students waited until they had the perfect packages, and that doesn't exist. Like they never find the perfect package, so they waste months. You know, I was still figuring out my packages 8 months into my journey. When I signed my first client for 1,200 a month, I didn't go into that call with that prospect with like the package ready. No, like we literally had the call, asked them questions, figured out exactly what they needed, and then I built the package after the call. So you don't need it. And if you're going to rely on this as a beginner, it's not the right place to rely on. Okay. Now, if you are going to build a package, fantastic. You can. All right. If you'd like to, if it gives you confidence, go for it. Don't build out 10 different packages. 1 to 3 maximum. All right. The last thing I want is you to be pitching a client and they have to choose from 10 different packages. It's way too much. So custom packages, that's essentially what I used. It's not having a package. And then when you have a prospect, working through them, right? On the call, like, okay, for example, got you guys, so you're interested in social media management. Fantastic. You know, how many posts a day are you looking to do right now? They tell you, oh, 1 a day. Fantastic. Got you. And are you looking to post on your stories as well? Oh yeah, we want to post, you know, 1, twice, maybe 3 times a day in the stories. Nice. Cool. Yeah. And you know, in terms of the management of your page, like, do you get a lot of DMs right now? Like, do you guys get a lot of comments, DMs, a lot of things you got to reply to? Oh yeah, we get, you know, a few a day, just a few. Fantastic. All right. Now me as the guy who's selling to them, I know what they need, right? And I can start to calculate with a custom package exactly what they need, how much I need to charge for that, and we're good to go. So if I was starting from zero, I'd start with custom packages and then I'd build out packages after I've signed a few clients, because you might think your package sounds great, but you don't know. You only know it's great when someone actually agrees to pay it. Serve, don't sell. Your first few sales calls, all right, is not about selling. And you see a lot of people when they're like, oh, I need a package to be able to sell, it's the wrong mindset, because you're now just trying to sell. When you go with the mindset of I'm trying to serve this person, I want to genuinely figure out how many posts do they need. I want to figure out, like, do they need me to do Instagram stories for them? When you approach it with that mindset, you'll come across way more genuine. But number 2 is you'll actually be able to sell better. All right, like you're genuinely interested in them. You're trying to figure out the best package for them. Okay, so think, how can I help the person? Not like, how can I just sell them the best package and make the most money? Now, avoiding shiny object syndrome. All right, I've got to touch on this. New offers. Okay, I've seen this with too many of my students way too often, where they are chasing a new offer. AI automation, IPGA, some term they've seen on a YouTube video, right? Of like a new offer, a new way of doing it. And look, I'll be the first to say that sometimes these offers work. Do they work very long? No, normally very short term, right? Like you might tap into an offer and it works, but it might, because it's just this kind of like this thing, you know, like that everybody's hyping up. It might work for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. But is it going to actually build you a long-term business? Probably not. Now, at the same time, I'm not against adding these in, right? Like, you know, when the market is in a certain position, you got to take advantage of the market and you got to hop in. But at the same time, don't risk everything you've built to chase a new offer. So we won't even go into too much detail on this, but I just want you to avoid this, okay? It's shiny object syndrome. It's you thinking that, oh, you know, the reason I'm not getting clients is that my offer isn't good enough. Look, I know people that can sell the worst offers at crazy prices because they're good, all right? So your goal with this is to become good. And you will become good by doing this, doing outreach, taking sales calls, practicing the craft, and trust me, you are not going to have to rely on some crazy no-brainer offer. And the beauty is that when you do land clients, you get them good results, you can then build a no-brainer offer and it's going to be fuel to your fire, but just don't rely on it when you're getting started. So now we're going to begin our journey looking at client acquisition. That is simply saying how to find clients that will actually pay you. So there's two main ways. There's cold marketplaces like Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook. And then there's warm marketplaces like Upwork and Fiverr. We're going to start with Upwork as an example. So Upwork is a warm marketplace. For example, take this message from Vin, one of my mentorship students. He said, I'm on fire with his Upwork game. 4 proposals sent, 3 seen, 3 booked calls, already closed one of the clients, and I'm going to close another. So it's a warm marketplace. What this simply means is that this is a place where business owners are raising their hand saying, hey, I need your help. So you're not trying to convince them of why they should pay for social media. You're not trying to explain to them the benefits of social media. They already get it. That is why they are on that platform. And you can see that reflected here with Vin's message. Because if you were to message 4 business owners like he did, let's just say on Instagram, I can pretty much guarantee you're not going to close a client from that. Because they're cold, all right? They don't need your help. You've just found them on Instagram and you message them and they might say, hey, I don't need your help. Simple as that. All right, so this is the power of a warm marketplace, going to where they're already raising their hands and you can just directly offer your services to them. For example, this is a student of mine, Harry, who I have an interview with on YouTube as well. This is a client he got for $2,000 per month for just 20 posts on their social media per month. And this is actually his biggest client, yet he never even took a call with them. He said even before a call. So essentially, they posted a job, he sent a message back to them, they probably exchanged a couple of messages, and he signed a deal with them from there. That's the power of a warm marketplace. So on a warm marketplace, specifically like Upwork, this is what it looks like to get clients. 30% of your success comes from the jobs you apply to, so actually finding the right jobs. 40% comes from the proposal you write, so essentially what you send to the business owner. 10% is going to be your profile and how that looks, and 20% is going to be your portfolio. Now, there's a way to build up your portfolio without having any experience, and there's ways to partner with other freelancers out there, other graphic designers, other video editors that have experience, and using that to build your own portfolio. It's actually very easy to do, and I'll be showing you how to do that throughout this free course. So this is your step-by-step. You build your profile and your portfolio. You find ideal clients, you understand what the client wants, you send a proposal, you book a call with them. Again, sometimes optional, like I showed you with Harry. Sometimes they'll be ready to go and you'll close the deal without it. If you do book the call, you then typically build out a package. So figure out their budget and how much what they want to spend, and then you close a deal from there. Now I can give you the blueprints to setting up your profile. I can show you directly how to build out a portfolio even if you don't have experience, and how to write the right type of proposals to land clients as well. Here's some examples of what the jobs can look like. This one says grow small business Instagram profile for the florist industry, and then they give a description of what they need. This one says social media manager for wellness company. This one says social media manager, very simple. This one's social media manager, Christian nonprofit ministry. This one is social media presence. So a food truck business, they need help growing their business. Now, on the other hand, cold outreach, these are some examples. So sending a DM or a message to a business owner on Instagram, sending an email to a business owner that you found on, let's say, Google Maps, cold calling a business owner, maybe you saw their number on a billboard, sending messages to business owners on LinkedIn, and many, many more. The difference here is that you're messaging or reaching out or calling when you don't know if they have an interest in what you offer. You're just hoping that they do, and then you'll strike a conversation from there. There's a few different types of outreach. So I'm going to cover the direct approach, the lead magnet approach, and the student approach with you. These are specifically for cold outreach and how you do that. So first, you have to decide, where do the businesses hang out that you want to reach out to? Do they use Instagram? Do they use email? Or do they use a different platform? You want to make sure that you're messaging them on the platform that they spend time. What kind of message could I craft? Like, what would actually get their attention? You need to make sure that you're kind of speaking their language. What could I offer? Should I offer them a free call with me? Should I offer them like a lead magnet? Maybe like a PDF with some tips for their social media, or an audit of their social media? Think about that. And am I taking a quality or quantity route? So am I going to spend more time maybe personalizing my messages to each business owner, making it personal to them? Or will I go with a more kind of generic kind of copy paste approach and just go with the quantity route, trying to message as many business owners as possible? The direct approach is one to be very careful with, because this is where you're essentially just saying, hey, this is what I offer, this is what I do, let me know if you're interested in. The thing with this is, when somebody knows they're being sold to, the walls go up, the barriers go up. Like when you get a knock on your door, right, and it's the phone provider or the Wi-Fi or the internet provider, you kind of know they're there to sell you, right? So immediately you kind of tense up and close up and go, hey, I'm all good, I don't need any help. Even if you had a problem with your internet, you might just say, hey, I don't need your help, because you don't want to be sold to. Now, this is quite good for someone who's good at sales and understands how to write very convincing messages. And it also works best with a very personal outreach approach. So for example, lots of messages back and forth before pitching the call. So what I mean by this is, instead of just your first message being, hey, this is what I do, this is how I help, it probably makes sense to go with more casual conversation first. Okay, think of it as, if you wanted to approach somebody to ask them on a date, you probably wouldn't just message them and say, hey, do you want to go on a date? You'd probably chat back and forth first, right? Kind of build up a little bit of trust and rapport, and then you'd pitch your direct approach, aka in this case, do you want to have a call with me to see if there's a way I can help you with social media, a little bit later on in the conversation. Now, the second approach is the lead magnet approach. Okay, a lead magnet is simply something that you give away to someone in aid of you booking a call with them. So this could be a case study, this could be an audit of their social media, it could be a free strategy session, right? Something that you're offering for free that kind of bridges the gap to say, hey, I've actually something free to offer you before I try and sell you my service. The student approach is directly going in and asking for a call with a business owner just to learn more about their business and how they do marketing. And in exchange, you'll be happy to give them some free advice. The thought process with this is that nobody really says no to a student who wants to learn. So if you say, hey, I'm a student, I study digital marketing, I study social media, I'd love to know a little bit more about your business and how I might be able to help you. There might be some tips I could give you based on what I'm studying. That's the approach. It's very simple. It's a little bit of a more difficult sell because they see you just as a student. So you'd really need to give them great advice when you're speaking to them for them to feel trustworthy in you. This right here is the outreach mindset. So the mindset behind doing outreach that my most successful students embody. All right. So outreach is one of the most important activities you can do each day. We call it an RGA, a revenue generating activity. And the key here is that volume negates luck. If you send way more messages than me, even if your messages aren't as convincing or they're not really as good, then you'll probably get better results than me, because you just knock on more doors. You'll eventually find somebody that goes, yep, that's exactly what I need help with right now. Okay, so volume negates luck. Outreach takes time, okay? So it does take some experimenting. You can't just assume that you'll write like a message and then that message is going to work from day one. You're going to have to measure it to improve it. You're going to have to start with a message, send that out a certain number of times, measure the result that you get. How many people saw it? How many people replied to it? How many people were interested? Then you try a different message and you measure that. And you compare and you keep experimenting kind of like a scientist until you find one that's a clear winner. Now, also, this is probably the most kind of challenging and important part of running a service-based business like this. So that's why you have to spend a lot of time making sure that you get this right. The mindset is that you have to get started and not be perfect. So you can't have the perfect message from day one because, again, you have to test it, experiment it, and measure it. So you can't expect it to be perfect from day one. So you have to be just okay with getting started. Understanding it's also a process and not a script. So it's not just a word for word message that you'll send and copy and paste to every business owner. It needs to be more a broad understanding that this is a process, okay? So like we looked at, there's 3 different ways that you can do outreach. You have your direct approach, lead magnet approach, student approach, and those are just 3 examples. There's many more out there, but out of those 3, you're understanding which of those processes, which one works the best for you. You also need to view it as numbers, not people. This sounds a little bit inhumane, but when I was doing outreach very early in my journey, I would not see it as, when I got a reply as like, hey, this is an individual person messaging me, because then I would start to take it personally. If they ghosted me or left me unseen, I'd feel a bit weird, If they said they were interested and then they didn't book a call with me, I'd feel annoyed. And so I had to stop viewing it as people and start viewing it as numbers. I was like, okay, if I message 100 people a day and I get 20 people to reply to me, cool. Well, that's actually just 20 numbers, right? So I'm doing 20 replies out of 100. Cool. How can I just optimize the number? It's a little bit hard to explain this, but basically you want to try and take the personal connection out of it, because what people do is they get very attached to the outcome. If they get a business owner that seems somewhat interested, they get overly excited and they get overly optimistic that, whoa, I'm gonna get this deal across the line. What's best is to just detach emotionally, purely see it as numbers, as like, oh, cool, somebody's interested. Let me send them the info. I'll just do what I need to do, walk them through the steps. And if they work with me, they work with me. If they don't, they don't. That's the mindset that you need. And it's kind of the key abundance mindset that allows you to see this from that perspective. Numbers, not people. And also you need to know that 0 to 1 is probably the hardest part, okay? When you get your first client, you'll find this boost of confidence. You'll realize I've done it once, I can do it again. So getting your second, your third, your fourth client will probably seem a lot easier. But going from 0 to 1 in anything is always going to feel like the hardest. But trust me, it is very possible and you can do it. You also need to understand that rejection is good. You getting a business owner that says, hey, I'm not interested, okay, is good, because rejection is one step closer to a closed deal. If you message 50 businesses a day, right, for 2 weeks straight and you sign no clients, but then you sign one client for $1,200 a month for a 3-month minimum, would you actually then give up after 2 weeks? No, because it might have taken 2 full weeks where you got absolutely nothing, and then on the next day you sign that client, and that changes everything. And that is why rejection is good, because you're getting one step closer to that person that says, yes, I need your help. And now I'm going to walk you through how you can write outreach messages that actually sign you clients. So this needs to be your thought process. How can I make my free offer so good someone can't say no to it and makes time for it? What I mean by this is, if you're offering a business owner, hey, I'll give you a free call to give you tips about your social media, like that needs to be so compelling that they would be stupid to say no. Okay, that's the thought process going into this. Now, there's the quality and quantity matrix. You need to understand which of those should you follow, okay? Do you go with the more quality, personalized approach, or quantity, mass market approach? Well, it depends on the platforms, okay? There's platforms with limits. For example, LinkedIn, okay? If you're on LinkedIn, there's only a certain amount of messages you can send per day. It's very, very specific, okay? So it's going to make more sense to focus on quality. However, a platform with less limits, email, for example, you could probably in theory send hundreds of emails a day. You can focus more on quantity, okay? Another example for you, Instagram, you can do about 50 DMs a day. It's kind of like a safe number. Cool, that's quite a lot of volume. But Upwork, for example, if you were to do 50 a day, would make no sense, because how it works is that you kind of bid connects on each job you apply to. And so 1 or 2 quality proposals a day is going to make the most sense. Now, you also then need to find a platform that your prospects are on, okay? If they hang out on Instagram, you should message them on Instagram, okay? If you work with people, let's say like me, an online business coach, a consultant, yeah, I probably hang out and I spend some time on Instagram. I probably spend some time on LinkedIn. I probably spend some time on Twitter or X, okay? But I don't spend as much time on a place like TikTok, okay? So it wouldn't make sense to message me there. You also need to then match your message to the platform. So for example, what you say in an email is different to a text, okay? And what you say in Instagram is different to an email, okay? So the wording needs to be different for the platform you're on. And also understand that warm and cold is different. So how you speak to the business owner on Upwork that says, hey, I need a social media manager, you can be more direct of, hey, this is how I help you and what I do. Whereas again, the business owner that you find on Instagram who doesn't know you, doesn't know what you offer, and doesn't say that they need any help, you need to communicate them with a bit different, right? Also, avoid overusing emojis or like exclamation points and question marks. Just a small thing that I notice that, yeah, it's just, you need to know that. Don't overuse that. So let's go through the tips, how you actually write your script. So number one is to be personal. Okay, let's read through this example. It says, do you create all these posts from scratch? And the business owner says, yes, I use Canva for most of my content. And then they say, wow, Revive Laser Skin, it's definitely not an easy thing to do, which is the name of the business. What if we could do a whopping 12% boost in your engagement through your content? And then they're offering this free offer, which it's okay, because they've gotten the name of the business in here. So that's good personalization. But this right here is a little bit generic, okay? If we were to write this message again, but this time to have it say something more specific about their business. So for example, here, I'd love to design a free custom piece of content showcasing the magic we can do for you. How about we say, I'd love to design a free custom piece of content showing what laser skin and your team offers to your clients. That's a way at which we make it personable, okay? For example, if you look here, it says, hey, I just saw your fantastic product. A lot of athletes like me miss seeing this. It's personal in the sense that they're saying, I'm an athlete and you must have an athlete or an athletic business, but it's not very personal, right? It kind of looks like it's just copy and pasted and probably sent to many businesses, okay? So that wouldn't be my recommendation. Now you need to create connection and avoid confrontation. So for example, hey, just came across your page and love the content. How come you don't post more? This is confronting them, right? Saying, how come you don't post more? Okay. Sometimes this can be seen as quite negative, and a business owner can get a little bit, I guess, emotional when they see this and they go, it's kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I don't like that. Okay. So for example, if this was changed to, hey, just saw your page, love the content about X, Y, and Z that you posted last week. By the way, were you thinking of posting more content like that? Would love to see more. That's very different. I'm saying the same thing, but I'm not confronting them. I'm creating more connection by saying that. Send something that'll get their attention. Okay, so your goal here is to spark genuine curiosity or a genuine conversation. Okay, don't just send something for the sake of sending a message. Okay, you got to think, what will actually get this person's attention? Okay, like what would get Adam's attention? Okay, you got to be specific to me. Also, you need to make sure you don't bait and switch. Don't ask a business what their hours are, like their opening hours, and then ask if you can send them a case study in the next message. A lot of people do this and they say, hey, do you guys ship your products to the US or to Ireland? And then they go, yes, we do. Which product were you looking to order? And then you go, oh, by the way, I'd love to show you how I can help you on social media. That's a bait and switch. You got their attention with something that they have to answer because they think you're a potential customer. And then you switch it to saying, hey, I'm not a potential customer. I'm actually going to try sell you my thing. Don't do that. It rarely ever works. Also, you need to make it very easy to read your messages and easy to respond to. So don't send large blocky messages because people don't read paragraphs like this. They're going to skim your message. They're going to literally just skim over it. And if it doesn't catch your attention, they move on. So for example, this guy said, quick question, do you make all your content yourself? And he said, yes, sir. And then this is just a monster of a message. It's way too much. Even if the info is good in here, it's way too much. You need to drill this down and get this a lot shorter into bullet points. You need to learn how to check their temperature. So for example, if you've had conversations with now 500 business owners, you need to know what their temperature is and then figure out how to proceed from there. For example, if you message me and I'm hot, which means like I'm very interested in what you do, you of course should message me and talk differently to then the business owner that's stone cold, that's giving you one word answers, one word replies. Okay, this is called temperature checking, and this is just a social kind of skill, but we bring it into outreach and sales. Really important to understand this. For example, if they're hot, you can advance to taking action. If I'm like, oh yeah, great, I've been looking into hiring somebody for social media, I'd love to learn more. Cool, you can be direct with me and pitch me the next step. If I'm lukewarm, I'm kind of somewhere in the middle, you know, like the thought process then is, what can I do to get them from kinda to a strong yes? Okay, so you got to look at your conversation, see how can I really step this up and give them more value? Are they stone cold, right? Well, the first thing is like, seriously, how did they not get at least lukewarm? Are you being too spammy? Are you being a bit too salesy? Or are you just not providing any value to them? You're just asking them questions and it's kind of going around in circles. That's what you got to be thinking through when you're temperature checking and they appear as stone cold. The next tip is to ask specific questions and don't ask more than one. Okay, just ask one question and keep it short and sweet. For example, this first one says, "Hey Dave, how are you doing?" And then it says, "I found your page on this hashtag. Do you get clients on social media? Are you planning to post more reels?" Three questions. Okay. This one is, "Hey Tyler, do you have a social media strategy in place?" Much better. Okay. One question. That's all. Again, keep it short, sweet. Ask one thing and be specific. And get them to take action. Okay. Now, you can only do this once they're engaged. Okay, so if a business owner is replying back to you going yes, no, maybe, they're not engaged. They're stone cold. They're not warm. They're not lukewarm. You can't go and push them now and say, "Hey, book a free call with me," right? They're not really interested, so you kind of just have to leave it as is. Don't waste too much time with them. If they're warm, if they're hot, if they're lukewarm, great, get them to take action. Like, always be trying to advance to that next step to get them to book a call with you to learn more. Don't try and just pitch them what you do in your messages or in your emails. Get them to book a call. Get them to sit down with you on Zoom or have a call on WhatsApp and have a chat to see if you can actually help them. So when it comes to your script, you need to begin with the end in mind. What's your ultimate goal? You trying to just get them to book a call? You trying to get them to say, "Hey, send me a case study or send me an audit"? You got to know that. So you got to begin with something that's easily going to lead you to that goal. For example, if let's say I have a case study here and it's about content creation. Well, if I ask a question about their content, well, then I can easily connect the two. Okay, so I should ask about their content if I'm selling them the service of content creation. It just makes sense, right? So I could ask them a question of like, "Hey, have you thought about posting this new style of content? I saw your competitor posted one and it looks great." And then they go, "Yes." Well, then it makes sense for me to explain a little bit more on how it works, what they could try. And then once I get some more replies, pitch them a call and explain that, "Hey, by the way, I'd love to walk you through how I could create content like that for you. Would you be free for a quick call?" So that's beginning with the end in mind. So if I'm pitching something completely different, like I'm trying to pitch a business to run their advertisements on Facebook, then I should probably ask something about, what are they doing with their ads? Are they on Facebook? Are they running any ads? Where are they getting the best results with their ads? I need to start with that. Begin with the end in mind. So, creating your script. An idea for you is to send them their own content. So on Instagram, you can just find a post on their page. You can hit the little like paper airplane, like the share button, and you can just send a piece of their content to them. That's a nice conversation starter. You could give them a recommendation. So like, "Hey, gang, digital marketer here. Saw you guys don't have any story posts up. I've seen a lot of your competitors use these and they seem to be working well." Okay, it's quite direct, but you're giving them a tip and you're doing it in a very casual, friendly way. That's a recommendation. You can do a query or a question about the content they're posting or not posting. "Hey team, love your most recent post. Are you planning to post more reels?" You could do a query or a question about their products or business in general. "Do you offer weight training at your facility?" But again, link this to the end in mind, okay? Like, don't just ask this question. You could say, "Hey team, do you offer weight training or weight training at your facility? Would love to see some reels about that, or would love to see some infographics about that." All right, let's look through. Creating your script here starts, okay? So we've got, "Hey Tyler, do you have a social media strategy in place?" That's being specific. Here's, "Hey there, that's a great reel you posted in May. Have you ever thought about posting something like that as an ad?" End in mind. See, that person's going to be selling ads, right? Because that's what they've asked about ads. Okay? Personable or personal. "Hey, name, found your page on this thing. I'm a marketing student. I'd love to," yeah, that's personal, all right? Read through that. You'll see here they've got the name, they've got the connection to where they found them, and mention they love their videos. This one's attention and curiosity, right? "Love your content and vibes. You got great information on your page. Saw your YouTube is doing well. Have you considered posting more reels here?" Okay, so you're kind of just hitting them with like, "Hey, I'm grabbing your attention here, and then I'm getting this little question across, but I'm just being curious." Okay, I'm just curious. Have you considered posting more reels on here? So again, you need a start and an end, and you need to link the two together. Now, the middle of your conversation can be one message or it can be 10. So you might send your first message and get a reply and then pitch them a call, and then that's it. However, most times it's going to be a lot longer because people are less likely to just book a call with you right away. They normally need to hear a little bit more about what you're asking, what you want to understand, how it is you work. So just know that that's not going to be set in stone. So this is how you sign clients when you have absolutely no experience and no results whatsoever. Okay, the sun may be in my eyes, but I wanted to make this video to make sure that you know how to sign social media marketing clients, even if you have absolutely no experience. Specifically, not just that you don't have experience, but you don't have results. You don't have proof to show these people, so why would they pay you money? Now, believe it or not, if you don't have experience and you don't have results, you still actually can sign clients. But you can't just go empty-handed, right? You can't just show up to a business owner and say, hey, I'll manage your social media, have nothing to show, and for them then to just trust you on that. If you go empty-handed to a business owner saying, hey, I'll manage your social media, or hey, I'll run your Facebook ads, and you've literally nothing to show, the chances of you getting that client is very, very slim. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through 3 specific strategies you can use. And these are 3 strategies that I have seen people inside of my mentorship program use to sign clients. So I know right now these work. So now that the sun is completely out of my eyes, I can give you these 3 strategies so that you can walk away from this video and actually know and have the confidence to sign clients. The first thing you can do is partner with a freelancer. So let's imagine you're offering social media management. Well, you could go to Upwork, you could post a job, you could hire a graphic designer, or maybe you could hire a video editor. You could find somebody that has a good price, okay, so that you could actually work with them. So if a client pays you $500 a month, you might pay $100 a month to that video editor, and you guys can actually work together. You get clients, you give them work, everybody's happy. But more importantly, what we're trying to do at this stage of the journey is not commit to paying them right away. Agree on a price, agree on that when you have clients, you'll be able to pay them. But for now, if they can give you their portfolio, you can use a sample of that to show to your potential clients, to show what you and your team can do. Here's how it works. You find the freelancer on Upwork, and once you've agreed on a price that is fair for both of you, and they actually have a good portfolio, you move to step 2. Step 2 is to set up a case study, or what we call a portfolio template. If you go to Canva, which is a free tool that you can use to create graphics videos and such, go to Canva, type in case study template or portfolio template. You'll see there's many to choose from, and they're pretty good. Start with one of those, fill in the information that someone would want to see, who you are, what you do, the services you offer, how you go about social media management, the specifics of how you deliver that service, and then add in the graphics or the videos from your freelancer to show the proof of what you and your team can do. Now with this strategy, it's really important that you do this ethically. Don't lie to a client saying, hey, these are graphics I've made or videos I've made, because that's not really fair for the client, and it's not fair for your team member either. Now, the second thing you can look at doing is what we call talking the talk, because it's great to have the portfolio, the case study, the physical thing that you can show to a potential client to say, hey, this is what I can do for you. But what takes that step and just makes it even more powerful is you being able to talk the talk. Back that up by explaining how you actually do this, what the onboarding process looks like, so that if they agree to pay you, they know exactly how do you actually do this, right? Like, how do you manage their social media? Walking them through the steps. You onboard them, you research content ideas, you build out a content calendar, you agree on the content plan with the client, and then you and your team go and create graphics and videos. And when you're learning to talk the talk, you want to make sure that you're not drawing attention to lack of results. I've had people in my program not have a portfolio, not have a freelancer's portfolio, and still get clients because they were really good at talking the talk. They were really good at, let's say, when they had a sales call with a business, explaining to them during the call, this is what I would do if you were my client. This is something I like to do with my clients. This strategy I'm seeing working really well in your industry. These are all little things that build up an image in somebody's head that you actually get this. You actually understand it, you know how it works, and you're interested in the social media space. That might sound very simple, but a lot of buying decisions we make, it's because the person or the business we're buying from talks the talk. They might have that proof to back it up, like the portfolio, but if they don't have the ability to talk about it, we're not going to trust them. Lastly, when you're starting out, you're not competing with the people that have been doing this for years, right? Maybe you've seen interviews of people within my program. Some of them are still starting out. They're at maybe 3,000, 5,000 per month. Other people are making 200, 300, 500 grand a year. You're not competing with those people. So you thinking that you need to have the same level of experience, the same level of knowledge, and the same same portfolio as those people, it's just not true, because those people are typically going for the higher paying clients. When you're starting, and you shouldn't feel bad about this, you should go for lower paying clients. Clients that might pay you $300 a month, sometimes $1,000 per month, but probably not those clients that are paying $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 per month, because they do exist, but they're probably for the person that's just got more experience. And so for your first few clients, you are probably going to undercharge. And because you're undercharging, you actually have what we call like a foot in the door. Because even if you're not the most experienced and you don't have the best case study in the world, and you can't talk the talk like an expert, it's okay, because you're not charging expert prices. You're not charging the prices that the people with the most impressive videos for social media are charging. You're charging less, you're giving a discount, and hence that's your angle. So this might sound simple, but you put these three things together. You talk the talk, you understand that you're going to undercharge, and you partner with a freelancer and ethically use their portfolio to sign clients, and you, my friends, are in a great position. Again, I have people in my program using all three of those individually. So there's people undercharging and not really talking the talk and not really having a portfolio and getting clients. And there's people doing all three of those, which is what I recommend. You do all three of those, you're giving yourself the best chance at this. Now, for step one, when you're building out that portfolio, there's probably a lot of questions you have on that specifically. How do I build it out? What do I put in it? How exactly do I partner with that freelancer? This is something I teach my mentorship students in a lot more detail, and I coach them through the process, because it's not as simple as putting up a job on Upwork, finding one freelancer, and then voila, job done. No, you need to make sure you find the right person who's got the right type of portfolio for you to actually use to get clients. This is how you find unlimited leads, unlimited business owners to reach out to on a platform like Instagram. This strategy works really well.
One of the biggest problems you will encounter on this journey of starting your own social media marketing business is finding leads, finding enough business owners that you can reach out to offer your services. This is a numbers game. I worked with over 355 clients in my agency across 3 years. You do the maths, that's a lot of clients each month and each year that worked with us. And to get that many clients, we had to reach out to a lot more. I'm going to show you an exact strategy you can copy to get unlimited leads using Instagram. A quick note, Instagram is not the only place you can find clients. Right now inside of my mentorship program, I have people using platforms like Upwork to get clients, Fiverr.com, and also other channels such as LinkedIn, email, and TikTok. But for today, let's focus on Instagram. So once you have come to Instagram, this is how you're going to find unlimited leads. So you first need to identify an industry. In my case, my agency worked with fitness companies and coaches. So I'm going to focus on fitness for this example. But this works with pretty much any industry. Now, if you don't have one set industry that you want to work with, that's fine. You can also do this for multiple different industries. For example, you could use fitness. You could then go down into a different industry. Let's take skincare, and you could use this same approach. So the first thing is you come to Instagram. The second thing is you need to find a profile of somebody that's in the industry you want to target, but it needs to be their profile, not like mine. You see, I have this verified tick on my profile. What this means is that if you click on my followers, you won't be able to see all of them. You will probably just see 10 or 20 of them that will load up. What you need to do is find somebody like this guy, Charlie Johnson Fitness. You'll see he's got 500K followers. He's not verified. If I click on his followers here, you'll see they all pop up. This will keep loading as far as I scroll down. It may not show you all 500,000, but it will show you a lot. That's step 2. Step 3 is to use what I call the profile search method. I don't see a lot of people talking about this. In fact, I've never seen a video about this, so hopefully this is new to you and something that you can take away from this video. Fun fact, this is actually one of the strategies my student Alvi used to get to over 10K a month, over 100K a year at the age of 19. So when you go to the followers, you're going to now come up with keywords. So we're looking at fitness and we want to find fitness coaches. So you have to think through, what are the keywords that a fitness coach would use in their bio or in their name that might show them on this list. So I'm going to start off with a very simple keyword. We're going to use the word coach. If I type in coach, you'll see all the people that have the word coach somewhere in their name, their bio, or their username come up here on this list. Now, what you can do is you could just type coach, type your keyword, and then open up all of these people in a new tab. Okay, so if you're on Mac, Command click, and it'll open it up in a new tab. And then you could just do that with all of them, right? So you could theoretically do this with 100 of them, open up 100 and then message them individually. However, if you do that, you will eventually run out of leads, right? Because although Charlie Johnson has 500,000 followers, how many coaches follow him? Maybe a couple of thousand, maybe a lot more. Maybe it's like 50,000. And in that case, you'll have a lot of leads for a long time. But not all of these are going to be ideal leads for you. For example, if I open up this first guy, he's got 1.2 million followers. He's not really the kind of guy that's going to be buying my service. There's a chance. And when you look at offering content creation or social media management as a service, which is what I recommend you do, it's what Alvi offers that got him to over 10K a month, 100K a year, what Amanda offers got her to over 20K a month, and even Robert here doing 12,000 per month. What you'll find is that someone like Ammon, there's only really two ways I could help him. Number one is that there's a type of content I can create that he doesn't know how to make, or he doesn't have somebody on his team making. Like a certain style of video, for example. Or somebody like Ammon where they've got the followers, they've got the content, but they don't have the time to manage their page. For example, he's a busy guy, he's busy running his coaching. Maybe he doesn't have the time to manage his Instagram DMs, his comments, or posting his content on his page. But ultimately, we are going to be looking most likely for those people that are a lot smaller. They might only have a few thousand followers and they're not posting as consistently. So you need to be picky, of course, with this. And if I scroll down, we're going to go through some examples to see if these people fit in what we're looking for. Here's an example, this guy Uman with about 17K followers. I know he's someone we could definitely help. Where this method goes and becomes just fucking so powerful is when you find somebody, let's say like Uman, and you then click on his profile and you do the same thing. Because think about it. This guy has a smaller following. He's got 17K followers. So there's going to be a lot less people, a lot less leads in here. But are the people that follow him also pretty likely to have similar number of followers to him? Yes. It's probably going to be quite rare that he has hundreds of coaches that have 500,000 followers following him, right? This is kind of like how social dynamics work with social media. So if I go to his profile and I type coach, let's have a look. Yeah, we can see we've got Mateo, who's got 8,000. We've got Adin, who's got 29K. We've got this guy, Premin Singh, with 5K. So you can see immediately we've got people that would be more target to our market. Now, if you get to a page like this and you notice, for example, in this case, we type coach and we have less than 10 results here, you can use different keywords. So if I use the word fitness, we'll see that we'll have some other people come up, right? We've got Rahul, different guy, Aswin. Or I could go something like PT. Not all coaches have the word coach, right? This guy has it as PT. Or let's just try the word fit. Maybe they don't have the word fitness. For example, fit Limbu, fit like Sid. Now, if you want to really ramp up this strategy like Alvi would have done, you do this and you prove that it works and you build out a script and you test that script. And if it's getting you a good amount of responses and people interested in your services or at least booking calls with you, you then go and duplicate this to multiple pages. So instead of just reaching out from one Instagram page, you can do this across 5 to 10 pages. You could do more as well. In my agency, when we were at our peak volume scaling and getting multiple clients a week, this is what we did. We had 10 Instagram accounts sending out roughly 50 messages a day. It's a total of 500 per day. And you can imagine that gets you a lot of people interested in what you do. If you've got really good systems, you've got good automations, and you've got appointment setters that know what they're doing, this can print money. But the key thing here is that if you just go to Instagram and follow exactly what I did, and you just start spamming, let's just be honest, copy and paste, generic ChatGPT style messages, this isn't going to work. In fact, any strategy that will give you leads is not going to work if you do not know how to do this properly, if you don't know how to actually build rapport with people and make them want to book a meeting with you. For example, with Alvi, he didn't just go and hear me say, hey, message loads of people. He understood and he worked very closely with me. We worked together, we scripted out his messages, we tested them, and then when we got it to work, we then looked at ramping that up with the other strategies. Shameless plug, if you want more details about the coaching I do, the mentorship we offer, you can see that in the description of this video. This strategy is one of the reasons why I love Instagram so much, and I think it's such a good channel to be able to scale your marketing agency at scale. However, if you are a complete beginner, this method is not as easy as other methods because you might not have any proof right now, any portfolio, and there's some other things that you need to put in place to really make this work. That's why right now with Upwork, this is a platform we're using with a lot of beginners inside of my program, we're finding really good results. Because with Upwork, your prospects already want what you offer.
right? With Instagram, you find 10 fitness coaches. They don't all need help. They don't all want help. And there's a whole process they've got to go through to get to the point where they actually exchange money for your services. But when we look at a platform like Upwork, they already want what you offer. They already want to pay for it. They just have to figure out if you're the best fit or if somebody else is the best fit. So there's less of a sales process that needs to happen, which means as a beginner, it's just a lot easier for you. Again, though, very much a right and a wrong way to do this, which is why inside the mentoring we do, what we do is we don't just tell you go to Upwork and apply to jobs. We will build out your portfolio, your profile with you, and then we will help you script out your proposals as well. So you'll know word for word what you should be putting in those. And then we'll coach you and critique those to make sure that they're actually working and getting you clients. In this training, I'm going to walk you through how in my own marketing business, I was sending up to 500 messages a day on Instagram on Autopilot. I didn't do it myself, and I built out a team and a system to do this for me. Today I'm going to show you how I've been able to send 500 DMs a day for my SMMA on Autopilot, literally without sending any DMs myself. Look, the reason I think it's imperative you know this information is because the number one reason why people don't see results with their SMMA is not because of their offer. It's not because of their lack of results or lack of experience. It's because of their lack of volume of outreach. Look, if you're sending 50 messages a day and I'm sending 500, even if I have a worse script, a worse offer, and less experience, less case studies, less results, I will still win. Now look, right now there's a lot of people on YouTube saying that cold outreach doesn't work for SMMA, and that is just blatantly wrong. Those people are lying to you because they want you to buy what they're selling, which is probably some program on how to build a personal brand or a new golden shiny system of how to grow your SMMA or consulting or coaching business. I'm glad we got that out of the way. Outreach still works, because if students of mine can book 7 calls in a day like Christopher, as you can see here, using an appointment setter I placed in his business where he didn't send any DMs himself, or Megan, who just brought in this client for over £1,000 again from an appointment setter we placed in her business, if they can do that, that's your proof outreach still works. So I'm going to switch over to the Remarkable here in a second. I'm going to walk you through step by step exactly how you can send 500 DMs a day, and how when I was sending 500 DMs a day, we were signing anywhere from 5 to 8 clients every single day. All right, so my Remarkable, it's not working. We're going to do this on a Google Doc. All right, your goal is to send 500 DMs a day. We're going to look at Instagram for this example. Why Instagram? It's probably the best platform for cold outreach. Now, you can't send 500 DMs a day on one Instagram account. You're going to need roughly 10 accounts to do this. The reason why is this. If you send 500 DMs on an Instagram account, you'll probably get banned. From doing this for years, the upper limit we've seen on accounts is around 40 to 50 DMs a day. Now, this is assuming you're doing cold DMs, which means you're messaging somebody that doesn't follow you, you've never had a conversation with before. It's different if you're messaging people that follow you, but we're not going to look at that. All right, so we're going to do 50 DMs per day per account. So now you're thinking, you only have one Instagram account. How are you going to get 10? Well, you have a few options, okay? So option 1 is create backup accounts. Like literally, you're going to create whatever your username is, create a second account, Adam Walsh 2. You're going to post some photos, follow a few hundred people over the course of 3, 4, 5 days. And within a week, that account should be ready to go. You can have as many of these as you want. So there's people in my program that have 5 of these. Number 2 is to buy an Instagram account. Now, I'm not recommending this, just saying this is an option. Now, you could buy a theme page. This is quite common. For example, for me, I ran an agency working with health and fitness coaches and supplement companies. So we had quite a few theme pages that were in, guess what? The health and fitness space. So if you know what industry you're going to work with and you know your niche, then buying a theme page might make sense. But if you're just starting and you don't really know what niche you're going to be in, if you're going to buy a theme page, you want to do a swap. All right, so buy it and then switch it to your personal profile after that. AKA just like change the name, change the username, remove the content, post new content, good to go. Those are really your main 2 routes. You can do that yourself, or if you're working with an appointment setter or a VA, you could have them do it. All right, you could have them set up the accounts. It's up to you. Now, if you're not yet convinced this is going to work, let's just run through an example. So let's look at first example 1, which is you're sending 50 DMs a day. We're now going to look at those numbers over 1 week. 50 a day times 7, 350 a week. Now we need to calculate your average response rate. It's going to depend on how your account looks. If people think your account looks legit, if people think you're selling something, if people think you're genuinely asking a question in the DMs, we're just going to go with a safe number, 20%. I have students with 20% response rates, absolutely crushing it, getting tons of clients every month. And I have students that have like 40, 50% response rates. I don't want you to get too focused on this right now. We're not looking at how to have the best script in the world. We're looking at how to get volume. Because as I mentioned, even with a pretty shitty script, if you have volume, you're set. Out of 350, we got 70 responses. Now, then your ability to take somebody who responded into a booked call, again, is going to fluctuate. But we're just going to go with 20%. Now, this is not a 20% booking rate off of every message you send. This is a 20% booking rate off of the people that have already responded. So out of the 70 people, 20% of that is 14. Now, that's a lot. And you can see immediately, if you were to send 50 DMs today for the next week, I would probably guarantee you're not going to book 14 meetings. What this tells us is these numbers are high. So let's just assume you got 30% of these results. All right. Okay. So you booked 4 calls in 1 week. Pretty decent. Then out of the 4 people that booked the call, your show rate is probably going to be anywhere from 50 to 70%. For a lot of people, it's as low as 50%. All right. So 2 people showed up to your calls. That means you have 2 opportunities to sell. Now, I'm assuming you don't have sales experience. I'm assuming you're not very good at sales. It's not something you're very comfortable with. So your close rate is going to be lower than my close rate or somebody that has done sales for a long time. So we're going to assume that you close 20%, meaning 1 out of every 5 or 2 out of every 10 calls you take, which is still good. But someone who's done this for a long time will probably close 30, 40%. What does that mean? That means you close 1 in every 5 calls. Well, you have 2 calls a week that show, but that's 8 people a month that you can actually sell to. With a 20% close rate, you're going to close between 1 and 2 deals. Not bad. 1 to 2 new clients a month. Happy days. But this is assuming that you've got good response rates and you've got good close rate and you've also got a good ability to take somebody from response to actually booking the call. You can see how immediately, if your messages aren't very good, you won't get results, right? You will only sign clients if you were to push way more volume. So if we go from 50 DMs a day to 500 DMs a day, that's a 10x increase. All right, a 10x increase. Assuming all of our numbers are the same, we close the same amount, we book the same amount show, you are now going to close 10 to 20 clients per month. Don't you see how crazy that difference is? And here's the thing. You see, as you do more volume, you get data faster. For example, I'm testing a new script. I send 50 a day for a week. I've sent 350 messages. And then I decide if the script is good, if it's bad, if I need to change it. However, if I'm sending 500 DMs a day, I can probably test that script for 2 days, for 3 days. I've gotten 1,000 to 1,500 points of data that I can look at, and I can do it in half the time. So now I've got double, triple the data. I can make better decisions and I can do it faster. So the chances are you won't see a 10x increase in results. You'll actually see a 10, 15, 20x increase because of the fact that you'll be able to iterate, make changes faster, better, with more data, and they're more clear. So at the start of this video, I mentioned that I would send 500 DMs a day without doing anything. I would not send any of those DMs myself. So you're going to do this through 2 routes: appointment setters or virtual assistants. Pretty much the same thing, slight difference. Appointment setter, you're typically going to pay like a base salary and then commission. So really their main goal is to get you deals, because the base salary is fine. It's enough for them to put aside the time to do the outreach every day, but the commission is where they make money. A VA is typically just hourly or monthly base. Okay. So they don't really have any incentive to tweak the script, to go off script. No, they just get paid to send the messages. An appointment setter makes way more sense for nearly everybody. Look, if you hire an appointment setter and you sign 10 clients, you will make less money, right? You will pay them more because you're going to give them a good commission. If you were to hire a VA, you'd make more money, right? Because they would pretty much cost you less. But here's the thing, because the appointment setter has commission and is incentivized, when a VA gets you 10 clients, with the same effort, an appointment setter will typically go ahead and get you more, 12, 15 clients. So I've run the numbers in so many scenarios. Appointment setter always makes sense. If you want us to place an appointment setter in your business, you can reach out to me. It is a service we offer. So if you follow this approach, this is what your day-to-day looks like. You should ideally have a weekly call with your setters. Okay. So quick check-in, review progress, etc. You need to make sure that they have an outreach tracker. This is something we give to all of our students. It's essentially a fancy spreadsheet where they can track every day how many messages they sent, responses they got, scene rates, any other notes. And this will pretty much just allow you to see exactly what they're doing, but also to make changes to your script faster. So really, you just sit back. Like, you sit back, you watch them do it. Of course, if you have tips for them, you give it to them. But really, your main goal now is to close the deals. And I know you've probably seen other people talk about how you can send Instagram DMs, LinkedIn DMs automated, right? With a tool, with a software, with a Google Chrome extension. Let me just tell you this. Instagram and LinkedIn fucking hate those things. So yeah, you could try and use that. It might work for a couple of days. 9 times out of 10, you'll get your account banned, and you might even get an Instagram IP ban, meaning Instagram will literally ban your IP address. You're never allowed to create an Instagram account again. Plus, people know when they're speaking to a bot. They can tell from the responses. So look, my friend, this is how you do it. You need volume. Cold outreach works. It's not dead. It still signs clients for our students. There's typically only 3 problems. Volume, you're not doing enough of it. Your script is just boring as hell. 3, you're not following up. Before we can look at follow-ups, before we can look at fixing your script, gotta do volume. So if you do anything today, put a plan in place, write down exactly how you're going to implement this yourself. Social media marketers, if you want to close more calls, make more money, convert more leads, automate your onboarding process and save hours a month, this is probably the video for you. I'm going to be walking you through a full tutorial here on how to set up GoHighLevel so that you can build out just an amazing CRM that tracks your leads, converts more of them, and saves you a shitload of time. I'll be showing you how to set up a form to put on your website that collects leads in your sleep. I'm going to show you how to use my website template to integrate that form that you can send that link to somebody, they click your website, they fill your form, and they get put into your marketing machine, emailing them and reminding them of what you do until they buy. I'll show you how to set up an automated CRM tracking each person and where they're at. Maybe they opted in on your website, maybe they booked a call. I'm going to show you how to convert them from wherever they're at to close clients automatically by using systems within GoHighLevel. I'll show you the full automations and how we build it out and how you can do all of this yourself. And probably the best part for you is that you are going to get 30 days free to GoHighLevel using my link instead of their standard 14 days. So you can just trial it for a full month before you even decide to pay for it if you think it's worth it. And you'll get all of my templates. You'll get a website template. You'll get the templates we're going to go through here, building out these systems. So instead of you needing to build out all these systems yourself and the automations, which does take a little bit of time, you can go and use my templates, install them directly into your account. And I'm going to be adding way more of these bonuses, like way more. So this is just the start. If you're using my link, you'll get all of those as well. So once you've come into your GoHighLevel account and you come into your sub account here, go to dashboard, and this is what you will see. Now, this is my test account where I'm going to be building out the templates that I'm going to be providing to you all within inside this account. So it's all brand new. You'll be able to get those using my affiliate link below. But once you come in here, this is what it looks like. All right. So for example, I have set up a pipeline, which I'm going to talk you through in a moment, which basically tracks the people that go to my website, the people that book a call with me, the people that show up to the call that they've booked, the people that don't show up, the people then who become a client, and of course, pay me money. The big thing that we got to figure out is how to get people that go to your website and then opt in on your website, whether that's to receive a free call with you or to receive a free email or even a free PDF, that how do we get them into this system? That's what we're going to go through right now. So this is when you come to the opportunities tab. You'll see I've set up my marketing pipeline. Pipeline is just a fancy way of saying tracking people where they are, all right? The stage at which they are. So I've got opted in on the website, booked call, showed call, didn't show to call, and closed. You can add more, but for me, for this kind of basic type of funnel, this is all I need. And you can see I can obviously drag and drop. So if Alan opted in on the website and then he booked a call, we can drag it in there, drag it in here, and so on. Now I'm going to show you how we're going to actually automate a lot of this so that if Alan opts into the website and then books a call, that automatically updates him for you. Okay. I'm also going to show you that let's say he booked a call, he showed up to your call, then you actually closed the deal with him. So he paid you money and he signed up with you, that you simply by clicking this and bringing it into here, into the close tab, will automatically trigger a welcome email to send to him with then reminders of that email with all the next steps that he needs to take. Same for this right here, the no show. I'm going to show you that if somebody booked a call and then didn't show, that by just one click, dragging them here, it'll automatically email them explaining, hey, you missed our call. The call was at this time and date. Do you want to go and rebook a call with me? To set one of these up, it's really, really simple. Okay, I'll just show you how it works. Go to pipeline, click create pipeline here. I just deleted these and added my own. Okay, so you can follow my template like this. Super easy. Once you've created your pipeline, happy days. We're going to move on to the next step, which is how we then get people again who opt into the website or do anything else like book a call. How do we get them into this so that it automatically updates and drags them in here? So that's what we're going to cover now. So first, to do that, we are going to set up a form. So you're going to click on sites, then you're going to come all the way over here to form, click builder, and then we're going to click add form. So I've created this right here, website opt-in form. When I open it up, what you will see is I've got a basic first name, last name, and email. You can do more. You can add phone number, as you can see here. You can add date of birth. I don't know why you'd want that, but you can. You can do things like sell products directly through here. You can do a lot more. All right. But for most situations, you're going to need first name, last name, phone, email. That's about it. Okay. So I've added those fields. I then edited this button to be blue and I put it in as continue to book call. I'll explain why in a moment. You know, obviously the standard might be just to complete or click to submit. Okay. Privacy policy terms of service. This will just link directly to whatever you've set up on your own website. You know, if you want to get rid of this, you can. I'm not going to give you advice on if you should have this here or not. That's up to you. So that's that for now. Have a look through here to settings. So what this means is that when somebody submits the page, what's going to happen is they're going to see this message. Thank you for taking the time to complete this form. Click here to find an available time for you. Again, that's going to become very clear in a moment why I've done that. And I've got it linked to a page where they can then book a call directly with me. All of this here, you can probably skip through. You're most likely not going to need this unless you're running paid advertising on Facebook or Meta to this form. I'm not going to, so we don't need to do it. I'm going to click enable time zone and that's it. Click save, good to go. And then here on submissions, this is going to track all your submissions. So you'll see I've done a test here under the name Alan James, and you can see that's in there. Okay. So if you had a form, for example, like an onboarding form, as in something you would send to a client that they would fill out when they become your client, maybe with like, hey, what's your business name? What's your website? What's the target customer that you're trying to target with social media? You would obviously be able to put all of that in here as well. I'm just doing a basic form here for first name, last name, and email. So once you've got this, super easy. We're going to go to our website template. If you don't already have my website template, go down below this video, click my affiliate link for GoHighLevel, and that will give you my website template. So when you sign up with my free trial link, it gives you 30 days free. You'll also get my website template link as well. If you have your own website template link, that's fine. You can use that. But if you want to just use mine, you may as well. So this is what it looks like. I have a previous video covering this in detail, how to build it out, etc. But again, I give you the template so you can just copy mine. So I'm going to open up my template and show you how we add in this form so that again, somebody can click on your website link, click a button, fill out a form, and then automatically go into your CRM. So on here on my page, you'll see I have this book a free strategy session link in a few places down here and here. So 3 of them, and each of them it's set. If I look over here on the settings, right? If I scroll down, cool. Button actions, link to open pop-up. Okay, so it just means that there's going to be a pop-up that opens when anybody clicks this. So that all looks good. I don't need to edit anything there. And then I'm going to come up here to the top bar and click pop-up settings. So this is what they're going to see. So when they click that, it's going to come up like this. Now I'm just going to make it a bit more congruent. So when I say congruent, what I mean is I said strategy session on the button. So I then want it to say strategy session again. I don't want it to be any way confusing where they're like, hey, I clicked it to book a strategy session and now I'm booking an appointment, right? So just a small thing. So that's that done. Then you're just going to click, I've already added the form, but if you just click here and then just come up here, type in form, click form, and then you select your form. So as you see, I've only one form, so it's just going to add in the pre-existing form I already have one, so we're going to delete that there. So that's that essentially done. If you want to just check your settings here, click pop-up settings, and this will show you, for example, close pop-up on clicking outside. It just means that they don't have to click the X, you know, they can click somewhere here and it'll disappear. I might also have it as show exit on pop-up. This essentially just means that if somebody comes to the website, doesn't click the button and then clicks the red, like the X button on the website, that then it will actually show the pop-up. It's just a nice way because somebody might be like, oh, I'm not interested. Then they click that, or they're about to click it and then they see, oh, well, I can actually get a free strategy session. Let me go and do that. So I recommend you turn that on as well. So that's all good. Then you want to make sure you click save and we're good to go from there. All right. So that's essentially that integrated now. So that again, if somebody clicks this, which I'll show you now, it should open up the pop-up and now it should fill the form. So click and then they fill this out and I'll just do a test for you. Okay, so I've just filled out some sample data, Alan2, James2, Alan@gmail.com. Apologies if this is your email. Click continue to book call. And then as you can see, it's actually redirected me. Okay, so this is fantastic. This is what I wanted to happen. I wanted it to redirect to this link, which I explained to you back here. Okay, this right here. So redirecting to that, happy days. Okay, it also means with the form, a pretty cool thing is that you can send like a link to the form. So for example, if I don't want to integrate this on my website, for example, I just want to send it to you to get you to book a call. So I'm going to fill this out and I'll show you what this looks like as well. Okay, so first name, last name, email, continue to book call, and now it should show me the message that we crafted. So this is just like an easy way that if you were to send a link that it shows like this, you can obviously edit this to make it look better, but yeah, this is all set up, ready to go for you. Now, back at the website, if I come back here to our website, you'll see we've got these 3 sections. Okay, so the homepage, which is what we were just on. The next step is the free strategy call, and that's where we just got redirected to. Okay, so if I come over here, this one, this is what we got redirected to. And so the reason I've done that is so that when people click the form, it fills it, but then it automatically brings them to this page. So they don't have to click anything else. And then once you've got your calendar all linked up, you'll see the option here to be able to then book the call and get it sorted from there. So now I've just come back to our opportunities tab, and I'm going to show you what has happened. So we can see number 1, opted in on website, the sample we put through. So these 2 samples, you'll see they're in here. Okay, so successfully it has worked, and I'm going to show you how that has worked in a second, because it doesn't just automatically do that. We have to set that up. Again, I've got a template for this to show you, so it's going to be very easy for you to follow. Now the next is I've gone and booked a sample call, and we've also noticed that this is actually booked in the call, right? And what's really cool is it actually tells me when the call is booked for. So it actually gives me the date, the time, and all that info. Just to show you what this looks like if I actually open up one of these, what we call leads. So a lead is essentially somebody in your pipeline here. What we can see here, we've got the name, perfect, email. Okay, you know, I use the fake email, so it's not worked, okay? But you would put in a real email, their phone number that they booked with, and then I can see, as again, here, I can see all what's happened, okay? So they created the appointment, they booked it in, an opportunity then was created, which is what we're seeing right now. And then there was also this email sent. Again, didn't work because I put in a fake email, right? But they would actually get this welcome email, which is pretty cool. I'm going to show you how to set all this up now. So to set this up, you're going to navigate to this tab, so the automation tab. And in here, I'm going to walk you through one by one, all of these. So we're going to start off with number 1, which is when somebody fills our form on the website, we want them to go to the CRM first. So our CRM is our pipeline, this one here. So this is our pipeline. So we want them to go in here, and then also we want them to get an email. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through this now. Very simple. We're going to open this up. So you see I've called it form filled CRM plus email. So the first thing is we've got to set up a trigger. So when you come in here, this will be blank. Your first box is this. So my trigger is form submitted because they've submitted a form. Okay, so form submitted. And then I've put this filter that the form is the website opt-in form, because I might have 10 forms, right? I don't want them all to go into this. I just want these people to go in. Click save trigger. Yeah, and then we're good to go from there. I've already done this, so that's why it's giving me this small error. So I'll just unconfirm. Here, then we're going to click the plus, and you're just going to type in op, and that's going to give you the option here of create or update opportunity. They might change the wording on this sometimes to this, for example, create opportunity or update opportunity. So in this case, we're going to create it. Okay, so just click create up or create opportunity. Once we've done that, just to show you the settings of it, in pipeline, so I've selected marketing pipeline. In pipeline stage, I want it to be opted in website, and then the opportunity name. Okay, so this is very easy to do. You can obviously just use this as a template. So this will be their first name, so Adam, Walsh, and then email. Now you can do it differently. If you want to put any other info in here, it's up to you. This is just always how I've done it in my business. To set this up, you're just going to click this tag, and this is where you get all of this info. So for example, click first name and it will insert this, the first name tag. So you can play around with that. It's got some other fields as well, right? So all of this stuff here, or if they've booked an appointment, all of that as well. So that's that. Opportunity source, I'm putting as website opt-in. I'm not going to put a value on this because I don't know. right? This is essentially, some people like to put it in, right? So if you sell a $5,000 program or something, right? You might put that in here and be like, oh, well, each lead is potentially worth 5,000, which, yeah, it's true. But also you don't really know that yet because they might be just looking at your stuff. They might be fully interested yet. So I just leave it blank, and then the status put as open, save, and then we're good to go. The next step now is wait. So I'm going to do a 5-minute wait. So essentially a time delay, 5 minutes. The reason being is I want them to, when they opt in, get added to the CRM, to the pipeline, but then I want to wait a few minutes before I send them an email, because again, when they fill that form, they then will go to the next step, which is to book a call. But I want to be able to email them to kind of remind them that if they didn't book the call, that they should go and book the call. But I don't want to do that the second they do it, right? Because I want to give them about 5 minutes to fill it out to book the call. It realistically shouldn't take somebody more than 5 minutes to, you know, check their calendar and then book in via your link. Like, it's really, really easy to do. It takes a couple of seconds. So 5 minutes is by far enough. So what I've done is I've set up an email from my name, my email, right here. The subject line of the email is book your free call. You set that up how you want. And then you'll see I've said, hey, first name, thanks for filling out the form on my website. You can book a free call with me here. And then you would put in your calendar link. For example, if you don't know how to get that calendar link, I'll show you really quickly here. So you click into calendars, open up whichever your calendar is. So I've clicked my one here, Adam Test Personal Calendar. There's this nice little arrow, click share, and then scheduling link. Okay, just take that, good to go. So I can just put that link directly here and I can paste it, or I can just highlight the text, click add link, and then this will add the link in here. Okay, so just to show you, if I take that, put that in here, action, new window, boom. All right, so that's that. And then I also say, if you've already booked in, I'm looking forward to speaking with you soon about how I might be able to help you grow your brand on social media. Talk soon, Adam. P.S. Here's a link to a case study showing you how I helped a client get this amazing result. So there's a way at which you can add some more proof. And again, same thing. You can just highlight the word, add a link, and then add your link in there. Now, what's also cool is we have this Write with AI feature. I wrote this one myself, but you can use this. It's really good, actually. I've tested this a lot, and it's bloody fantastic. So if you're stuck, you would just click this and say, hey, write an email to the person that opted in on my website and thank them for opting in, but also remind them to book a call with me and include the link to book a call. Okay, so it's actually phenomenal. So that's that. Once that is done, you want to click publish up here, and you can test it yourself, okay, just to make sure it works and everything. So that's that. Okay, that's going to get them into your CRM and then send them that email. The next step we're going to look at here, you'll see I've got a total of 4, is when they book a call, I want similar to happen. I want to email them and I want to update it. So again, my trigger here is going to be customer booked appointments in calendar, Adam personal calendar. My step then here is to create our update opportunity. So it's pretty much the exact same as we did last time, except the opportunity source I'm now calling booked call website, and status, I'm going to put that as open as well. Email then, so I'm going to email them immediately, right? I don't need to wait 5 minutes, right? Because if they've booked the call, boom, let's just hit them with the confirmation right away. So from Adam Tester, email, thank you for booking a call. And then this, now this is an AI generated. So I actually use the built-in AI and it's fantastic. So good, really impressed with this. And yeah, you can see that there. So all good. Next then, we've put in a wait. This is unique, right? So normally when you add in these waits, it's like you put in a certain number of minutes or hours. But in this case, let's say somebody books a call with me for tomorrow, and maybe they booked it for 5 hours from now, because it might be late at night. Well, then if I've set up a wait, a wait as 6 hours, then they wouldn't get this email, right? Because they'd be within that window. So this is awesome. GoHighLevel does a great job at this. So I'm going to do it as a wait, but this time, instead of time delay, I'll do event appointment time and then until. So this is going to basically send it to them before 20 hours. So 20 hours before their booked meeting. Now, obviously, this is going to depend on when you allow people to book, which you can obviously change in your calendar settings. You might allow people to only book 2 days out from now to give you 2 days to prepare for the meeting, or you might do it as they can only book within a day or two. And you need to obviously change this to make sense. Okay. Then I've also ticked this that essentially just that, look, if they've passed this, so if they've passed the 20 hours, so in this case, if it's 10 hours till the meeting, we just skip all communication, right? We're just going to leave it at that. So that's that. From there, you know, that's pretty much it. Now, you'll see what I've done here is I've added then this email. So I want to wait 20 hours before and then hit them with another reminder. So it says reminder, upcoming call in 20 hours. And then hi, full name, writing to remind you of our scheduled meeting or a call. The exact date and time is this time. If you need to cancel, here's the cancel link. Here's the reschedule link. Look forward to it. Okay. So super simple, but very similar to what we have just set up. Okay. Again, once you're done, publish, save, good to go from there. So that now explains how we have gotten people into here and where they're also going to get emailed. Now, a couple more things we want to cover is what if somebody doesn't show to your call? They booked a call, they got the emails, and they still didn't show up. Unfortunately, that is going to happen. Okay, it's just part of the game. So my trigger here, as you see, is pipeline stage changed. Because if somebody doesn't show to the call, the way I'm going to basically let my system know that they didn't show for the call is that I'm going to drag them. So I'm going to drag them from booked call to didn't show. Okay, very important. You have these names so you know which one you're doing. So from booked to didn't show. And then what's going to happen in here, as you see, I've set it up so pipeline status changed, in pipeline, marketing pipeline, pipeline stage, didn't show to call. And then from here, it's going to email them. And the emails are very simple. From email, again, this is all just with their built-in AI. And I'm saying, hey, look, I know you missed our call. Hope everything is okay with you. To make it easier for you, you can book via this link. Voila. And you can obviously customize this, all right? Again, once we're done then, we're going to click publish, save, good to go. And that saves a lot of time because I will deal with some time wasters, you know, or someone who had an accident, an emergency that came up and they didn't show to the call. And so it's very easy then, instead of emailing each person individually, I just drag them from there to there and boom, they get that email. Great stuff, right? You're probably starting to see how cool this stuff is. You know, yes, it takes a bit of time to build it out. It gets a little bit of time to get used to this stuff, but wow, it's powerful. And it's really powerful when you set this up, kind of set the foundation for your business, and then this allows you to scale at really a much more rapid pace. I've also again got our last one, which is closed. So coming back to my pipeline, if this person did show to the call and I actually closed a deal with them, I can then drag and drop them to the closed tab. And then that's going to trigger all of what I'm going to show you here. So pipeline stage, same as we looked at, in pipeline, pipeline stage, closed. Great stuff. Then it's going to email them. And the email is going to be welcome to our agency. And let me just show you here. So welcome you as a client. This is our goal to get started. Here's the link to fill out our onboarding form. You can just set up the form link and put it in here. Additionally, we need to book an onboarding call, book that here. Lastly, message me on WhatsApp. Here's my phone number. And so this is a very easy way where if a client signs up with you, you just got to drag them over and immediately what's going to happen is they're going to get this email to message you on WhatsApp, to fill out your onboarding form and to book an onboarding call with you. How powerful is that? Mightn't seem crazy now, right? But when you're at scale with a marketing agency, with a consulting business, this is a game changer, an absolute game changer. Because you could, in theory, sign up 10 people a week, never have to manually send that email. I then put in a wait for 3 days to give them a few days to get that set up. And then I hit them with a reminder. So basically just, hey, look, I sent you this email a few days ago. If you've already completed the steps, ignore this email, but here's a reminder. Here's all the things I need you to do. Boom, get them done. So that is the beauty of this. This is the beauty of the CRM feature, the opportunities tab right here in GoHighLevel, and how you can set that up automated. And again, there's more you can do. You can add more to this. What I now want to show you is on a day-to-day basis, how you're going to use this to make sure you're actually making money. So we've looked at how we automate these steps, and that's just really going to save you time. But where this really gets interesting is you can do a lot of things. So for example, let's say Alan here has opted into the website. He's gotten the email about booking a call. He's not done anything with it. Okay. Well, what I could do is I could actually reach out to him directly. So what we can then do is you could change your form. So it's not just name and email, but they also give the phone. And then in here, you'd actually have their phone number, where then you could try them on iMessage, WhatsApp, or a different platform. Again, you can automate all that through GoHighLevel. That's the beauty of this platform. I just like to do a lot of, these kind of little follow-ups manually, just because you can add that personal touch. Okay. So that's the first way that I'd be looking at using it. The next is, let's say I've got somebody here in the booked call, and yeah, again, I just want to check in with them before the call. Again, great, I can do that. I can add reminders, tasks, etc. But what I want to show you here is, let's say they show to the call, and this is where you're going to use it the most, okay? Because when somebody books a call with you or opts in on your website, there's only so many times you're going to follow up with them. But when somebody books a call and then shows up to your call, right? Like, you've probably pitched what you offer. They've probably said, hey, I need to think about it. Or, hey, I'm going to speak to my wife. Or, hey, get back to me in 3 weeks. That's when you need to make sure that you're using this. That's where the real value comes in. So let's just go through this. Number one, I can add a task. So let's say Alan goes, hit me in 3 weeks. I don't have the money now. I can do this in 3 weeks. So I can add myself a reminder, follow up via WhatsApp, for example. A description if I need one. I probably don't. I'm going to go ahead here for, a few weeks later, boom, 3 weeks roughly, and happy days. Assign it. Great. I can assign it to myself, Adam. Perfect. Okay, that now is going to give me a task that I need to do on that date. So that's the first thing that you can do that I think is quite powerful. So once you've set that up, you'll see here, again, if I click on the tab here, it should show me the task. All I got to do is click here on tasks, and here we go, right? And this is where as well, like, you can actually have this so that you could have tasks for 20 different people, and you can then look at it, right? And you can have this set, like due date, for example. If I want to just today, 30th of September, if I just want to go and follow up with the people that I need to follow up with, that I've set a task on for the 30th of September, I just click 30th. I click confirm. It's going to show me just those in the 30th. That's the task. And that's the first thing, the first way I would use this. I'm going to now go back to my opportunities, show you some other things you can do. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm probably going to add a note, okay? Because I want to know, like, what did I speak about with Alan? So for example, pitched him 5K offer for social media, right? Or whatever it is, okay? And I can just add that in, super simple, save. The reason why you do this is that if you come back to this 6 months from now and you look at your pipeline and you might have hundreds of people in here, you go through each person and because you now have your notes. You have your notes. Okay, I put in, I had a call with this guy. Oh, I pitched him this thing. He gave me this excuse. He told me to come back in 3 weeks. I then came back in 3 weeks. He ghosted me. I then set another task for myself for 4 weeks later to follow up with him again. Okay? And so this is the beauty of how you really truly use this kind of feature, a CRM. Okay. Now, what you could do is you could add a tag. For example, let's say you just want to add a tag for all the contacts that you had a call with that gave you a certain objection. Okay. So for example, I'm going to add in here, partner objection. Okay. So I'm basically going to add this. So I'm kind of categorizing anybody that I have a call with that says, hey, I need to speak to my wife, my husband, my partner. I'm going to add this. And the reason I'm doing this is more so for tracking, so that in a year from now, I can come back to this and I can look and I can search the keyword partner objection in my tags. And then I can see, like, am I actually getting this objection a lot? A lot of time in sales, what happens is we think that we're hearing something a lot. So for example, I coach people running agencies. And a lot of times I'll hear people say to me, I'm getting a load of calls where they just don't have the budget, right? And then when we look at the data, we might see that, no, you had 10 calls, 2 people said they didn't have budget. That's actually not that much, right? 2 out of 10. Whereas in their head, it felt like everybody was saying that. Now we can be objective and we can see the data. So again, if I had 40 people in the year give me the partner objection, I can just type in partner objection and look at that. Alan appears, all right? And so I could do this, again, I could do it for not partner objection, but I could do it for no budget or follow up with me later. So you can create all of these little things where, again, it just gives you more insights that when you're following up with these people, you know how to follow up. So when I come in here and I see that task of, I need to follow up via WhatsApp, And then I look here and I go, oh, I pitched him the 5K offer. And he gave me the partner objection. My follow-up is going to be like, hey, Alan, hope you and your partner are doing well. How did the conversation go with your partner after we looked at the XYZ package? Right? You see how we're using all of the data you're tracking? This is the real true power of a CRM like this. Now, if you want to get really, really detailed with this, you can go back to the automations that we set up and you can make them more complex. I'm trying to give you the bare bones because you won't need the most complex systems today. But if you're dealing with a lot of volume and you're setting this thing up to run for the next 5 years, you might go with a more detailed approach. For example, I could have it here that, for example, when somebody gets added to the showed call tab, I could actually, instead of just manually adding in my tasks, I could do it automatically. Now, there's pros and cons of this, because when it comes to following up with people, the more personal you can be, the better. Okay, that's just the reality. However, you could set it up in the automation that when somebody drops in here to the showed call, that it automatically sets a trigger for 4 days from now to follow up, or a task, or to add a tag, or whatever else you need. So you can go very detailed, but for now, this is going to be probably as much as you need. So to recap, how we've set this up is that when somebody opts in on your website, they get fed into here into your opportunities. When they book a call, they get fed into here. And then when they go through these different stages, different actions are happening. You also, as I explained to you, don't have to have this on a website. You can use just the inbuilt calendar link here, and then you can just send people a link directly. They can book directly, and you can have it also update in here so that when somebody clicks your link, booked your call, they come in here. You might not have this stage because you might not have a website yet, so you'll leave that blank, but you're going to use this part here. So all you have to do now is to go and click the link in the description of the video, sign up, and you will get my 30-day free trial. The link will look something like this. You just click start an extended free trial. And if you're already a high level user, you can click this link, which will show you the options to get all of the access to my resources, okay, all the benefits you get from using my link, even if you're already on a paying plan. So just click below, go through those steps and enjoy. This interview snippet, you're going to see me talk with Amanda, where I talk through how to get high ticket social media marketing clients where you can earn commission off the work you're doing for them. This one is very interesting. So one of my mentorship students, Amanda, signed a client recently that ended up paying her $200,000 in one single month. Now, this client is paying for social media management, which typically is a service that we sell on a retainer, maybe charging $500 a month, maybe $1,000 a month. On the higher end, maybe $2,000 to $3,000 per month. So the question is, and this is why you're here, how did Amanda get a client to pay her $200,000 for that exact same service? Well, I recently interviewed Amanda. She's been in my program for over 3 years, and we've done an interview pretty much every year since she has joined. First at $5K a month, then at $20,000 a month. And this year, so far, she's made over $500K. And so in this segment, you're going to learn how she finds these clients that are up for and are suitable for these commission-only deals, because not every single client that you come across should you pitch to them a commission-only deal. There's only certain clients with very specific criteria that are even qualified to do this. Because if you pitch a commission-only deal to any business owner that has a business of any size, making any amount of money, you might end up working for free, making absolutely no commission back. This is a rarity. I rarely see anything like this. Most people are working purely just on monthly retainers with their clients for social media management. But Amanda has struck gold with this one client. So I want to jump back into this commission deal that you had, because as you said, Amanda, like you're a big fan of them. I've actually never done a commission deal when it comes to social media, ever. It's always been just, flat pay structure, and that's been it. I'd love to know what's your criteria for knowing if a client is ready for a commission deal, or if you should just go with your standard certain amount per month set retainer.
Great question. So we only do commission-based payment structures with companies that can prove that they are doing a certain amount of money per month consistently. So whatever our monthly retainer would normally be, like let's just say it's $3,000 a month, we would make sure that that company is doing at least $30,000 a month in online sales before we would sign any paperwork.
Okay.
So yeah, we do make them verify that. Like we do make them give us access to their Shopify or whatever payment processor they're using. And then, yeah, that's basically the only criteria though.
Okay, cool. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, right? Because obviously we're not going to offer commission for the brand new company that's at zero if they've,
Yeah.
yeah, no proof. Makes
Yeah.
sense. And when you're, let's say, having a conversation with a client, man, are you bringing that up early in kind of like the discovery? So, say if you have your first meeting with them, is that something you're talking through then, or is it more have a call, see if they're a good fit with other criteria you look at, and then you might have a second call to go deeper into logging in, verifying, and really seeing if they're a good fit?
Yeah, so we actually send out a pre-call questionnaire. So that's like one of the questions that they have to answer. And then if it's not the answer that I want to hear, then I don't get on the phone with them. But typically I tried to ask that in advance. There was times where we didn't have the pre-call questionnaire, and that was something that I had to bring up like in the first call,
Mm-hmm.
just one-on-one with them. But now we pretty much know everything before we get on the phone with anyone.
Nice. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. And obviously, most people listening, if they've started an agency already, they're probably doing that, but maybe not to the same extent. They might have, Calendly or a basic calendar with a couple of questions, but you've probably got a more detailed one, right? As to monthly revenue and a few other questions as well.
Yeah, for different industries, we have different questionnaires
Mm-hmm.
because some of the questions don't apply to certain people.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but I liked Calendly when we did use Calendly. Um, I just like the option to give them mandatory questions so that when
Mm-hmm.
you go into it, you know sort of what you're dealing with.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense because it adds a bit of friction, right? Some people are going to start filling that X off the page and never book, but that's obviously not the type of person that's probably going to become your client anyway. So,
Right.
yeah, makes sense. One question that I imagine a lot of people are going to be thinking, Amanda, is like, how do you first find these big clients? That's the big question, right? Because as you said, that commission deal really only makes sense if they're doing a certain amount. So is this clients that are coming to you, like kind of inbound, or are you going out and finding these?
They're all inbound. So basically, all of our bigger corporate clients or bigger e-commerce clients
Mm-hmm.
have been referrals
Cool.
or reached out to me directly based on knowing that I've worked with certain other companies that are, within their industry or in like the same niche as them.
Cool. Nice. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Makes sense. And I know even in our last interview, we did touch on that. Like for you, those bigger clients, typically it is referral, it's inbound, it's personal. And
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's quite the norm in the industry.
Yeah, what I will say about that is you can definitely reach out to bigger companies. Like when I, was first starting, I was reaching out to like the directors of marketing or like anyone who I thought could have been the decision maker, like on LinkedIn.
Mm-hmm.
And you can definitely do that, but there's a very low percentage of you getting an answer, unfortunately, because everybody else is also thinking the same thing. And that's the thing with cold outreach to these bigger companies. When you pitch yourself, it's like either you have to have a really good pitch and a really good portfolio and just lay it all out on the
Mm-hmm.
table in the first message, or you work your way up and eventually get the referrals.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense because like even people we've had, let's say in the last 2, 3 months that are beginners joining, and if they're doing cold outreach, yeah, like it's not two massive companies. It's still a very small, brand new company. And it works
Mhm.
for that because they're obviously not getting hit up as much. But that company that's been around for 20 years and they've been in the space successfully, like doing well, yeah, they're going to be
Mhm.
inundated. Like they've probably got an email specifically just for pitches they've received in the last year.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
use AI to like filter out certain words and certain messages. So
Hmm.
sometimes your emails don't even reach the inbox anymore,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Literally. Literally. Another question I'll have for you on that, let's say that big month, right? That 200K month, which came from the 2 million that you guys attributed from social media for that brand. Would you say if you were to compare that to your typical like social media management client, was the workload massively different? Or was it that you did the same work roughly, but you just went viral more and had more success with the videos you were putting out there?
So there's definitely a trade-off when this is a good question. So there's definitely a trade-off when you do land a bigger client. There's a lot more pressure on you and it's a lot higher stakes.
Mm-hmm.
So although we didn't have a set amount of posts that we had to deliver, like we didn't have certain deliverables per month, they were just kind of like letting us do whatever we wanted because they were trusting us that we've done it before, obviously. And the one thing about that is that it's significantly more work because the harder you work getting their content out and on their strategy, like the more money you make, obviously. So we were doing 20 posts a day per platform for this one client.
Wow.
And that was taking some of our account managers literally 8 hours a day to do just this one client. So there is a trade-off, and it's definitely more work, but it's worth it for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see the payoff pretty quick with that client? Like say in the first couple of weeks or?
Yeah, like so in the beginning, we were doing probably like 25K in commission a month.
Cool.
So they were sitting around like $250,000 a month just from our posting for them. And then I realized like, hey, if we ramp this up by like ×5, this is going to go up ×5. So I got everybody on a meeting, like all my account managers, all of our designers, all of our content editors. And I just made sure with them first, like, hey, is this even possible? Like, is this even like feasible? If we were to do this, like, is this going to like burn everybody out? And they were like all totally on board. So, luckily I have a good A team, but I definitely had to check with everyone first before I pulled the trigger on.
Yeah. Definitely. Did you have to like reduce the workload for other clients that they were working on or?
Yeah, we had to shift around like a lot of clients. Like we had to take certain people off of other projects and give them other people, then hire some other people. So it was a lot of shuffling around and a lot of like logistical things to figure out. But it was,
obviously worth it.
Mind is pay off.
Pay it off big time. Yeah, that's so good. So good. So 20 posts a day on each platform. Wow, that's heavy going. But obviously to do numbers like that, you're going to have to do some things that are pretty insane. That's just the reality. What would you say, looking back from say that big months, like what were the biggest either angles that you used in the content or like, I guess just takeaways? Because, when you're doing that kind of volume, it's inevitable that you are going to have things that work, right? Because you're doing 20 a day, like that's 600 a month per platform. Like, it's pretty impossible to post 600 times and not get at least something to hit, to click, to resonate. So I'd love to know, I'm sure you guys have done probably like a big old breakdown on that, but just some rough insights because, people starting off in this game, that's the thing they struggle with almost the most is the confidence of how will I ever know what will actually work? Right now I have 2 clients. I'm kind of just posting here and there. I have a rough strategy, but I want to know from the bigger players, like what's actually working.
Controversy works. Like being controversial is very much tied to success on social media, unfortunately. I will say with this client, like with every client that we talk to initially, like I have a very questionable leadership style and a very questionable like process of my social media strategy creation. So I make sure that everyone knows like, hey, I'm actually a little bit insane, but this is why X, Y, and Z works so good because I'm like cracked in the head. So we definitely did a lot of things that were controversial. We had a lot of hooks that were like purposely rage baiting and like definitely inciting some like emotional responses. But if you're scrolling through your For You page and you don't have a response immediately to a piece of content, you're probably going to scroll away. The only time people actually stay and you retain viewers and you retain followers and engagement and even conversions is when you're getting to the root of emotions or thoughts or even like just relatability.
Yeah, no, it makes so much sense because I know, Amanda, I think the first video you ever saw from me was a video that was controversial. It was a video of me going like, hey, how is this legal? And it was me explaining, outsourcing to lower cost countries. Some people love it, some people hate it.
And
Yeah.
like, you know, that was years ago, right? But that's just the reality of like, I've seen it myself for sure. Controversy definitely is the key to get that mass spread engagement or that virality.
Now, if you want to watch the full interview with Amanda, it's about 40 minutes. You can find it on my YouTube channel where we talk about a lot more. We don't just talk about this one client. We talk about how she runs her entire business, how she has automated most of it, and how she's made over 500K this year so far. Now, I know Amanda would not mind me saying this because she has credited a lot of her success to my program and the help we've been able to give her. So if you're in the market for getting help and understanding more about social media marketing, having somebody like me guide you through the process, hold your hand, and support you not only to get your first client, but to get you up to 5,000 or 10,000 per month, watch the videos on my channel or click the link in the description of this video. There will be info on how you can work directly with me. So if you're in the market for that, you can check that out. Hope you enjoyed the video and I'll see you in the next one. All right. So once you've figured out how to find leads online, how to reach out to them, hopefully you're going to use what I've just given you in the last few trainings. You're going to now need to know how you sell, because just because you can reach out to a business and get them to book a meeting with you, it doesn't mean they're going to buy your stuff or buy your service in this case. You need to learn how to sell. So I'm going to walk you through some of the most important high-level sales training I can give you in the next few minutes to give you the basics that you need to know. So the first thing is you need to frame your sales call. Let's just look at this, okay? We've got John. John books a call manually with his prospect. You know, he texts them back and forth and says, hey, does Saturday suit? They say, yep. He says, how does 3 p.m. suit? They say, nope, 5 p.m. That's the process. He then sends them a Zoom link a few minutes before the call. You know, just say, hey, Jimmy, see you on the call in 5 minutes. And then there's no communication. So he books the call today on a Friday. The call is for Saturday. There's no communication between that. Or for example, he books it on Wednesday. The call's for Saturday and nothing happens in between. So we've got multiple days where the prospect could fall sick, could become disinterested, could go with another service provider. A million things could happen. On the flip side, we've got James. James books a call via his calendar. So when the prospect books in the call, they get a notification via text and email confirming when the call is going to happen and the link to the call, so that it's already pre-framed in his head. Aha, Saturday, 3 p.m. and I've already got the link. Fantastic. And it's in his calendar. He also sends over more examples of content he's created, social media pages he's managed, case studies, results. Or if he's brand new and he doesn't have any proof or any results, he might send over some content that he think could work well for the brand, such as something from their competitors or a certain style of content. He also messages the prospect with a voice message or a video message a day before the call to hype them up. This is a really, untalked about strategy. Drop them a voice note. John, can't wait for a call on Saturday. Just wanted to remind you, you should have the link and the time in your calendar. It's 3 p.m. We're going to be able to look at X, Y, and Z. If you got any questions beforehand, let me know. Excited to speak. You can imagine when his prospect shows up, one, they're going to most likely show up because they've actually been reminded and they've got the call link. Number two, they're warmed up. They've been sent stuff to look at. They've then gotten this reminder. Who is going to be more likely to close the deal? James is. It's an absolute no-brainer. So this is what you need to do with your calls, okay? For example, if you're using Calendly, this is just, screenshot this if you want to walk through it yourself. Super simple to figure out, but essentially it just means that you can use Calendly. It's got a free plan. Book in the free call and enable notifications so that they get everything. And there's no doubts. Send over the examples. Super easy. You can do that via email, via text, Instagram. It doesn't matter where you do it as long as they see it, all right? And then message the prospect, super important. Again, I would do this on the platform you first communicated. For example, you message the person on Instagram, they booked the call. It wouldn't make sense to now email them, right? And send them a video there. No, keep it on the platform you booked it with and you should be good to go. In your voice note, you can also do this, which is setting clear intentions for the call. All right, so you might have noticed when I gave you the example of the voice note, I mentioned, John, we're going to talk about X, Y, and Z. The reason I want to do that is to pre-frame it in his head what we're going to discuss so that he doesn't think it's just a chit chat. He thinks it's actually going to be valuable, but it also puts him in a state to know that I'm serious and I've got a plan and agenda for this. I'm not just trying to waste his time for 30 minutes. Now, my friend, look, sales is not easy. And I really do. I want to say that because some people say it's easy. It's not. I was really scared of sales when I started. I was not confident. I was shy. I was an introvert. I thought this is not for me. I'm not the type of person that's going to do well at this. And I got okay at it. I learned learned, I did the reps, I put myself through the uncomfortable situations, and that's how you will get good at it too. But I do want to make it easier for you, and I want to give you some tips just now, okay? So when you start off a call, you want to show appreciation to them. Hey, John, appreciate you hopping on the call. Super simple. You might want to compliment them. For example, you liked the painting in the background, or you know, his glasses are cool. Like, just something small. Don't go over the top, don't overthink it, but these little things make a good first impression. State the purpose of the call. All right, like what I really don't want you to do, and I see this too often, is somebody hops on a call and they say, hey, John. John says, hey, how you doing? And then John takes control of the conversation and starts saying like, yeah, so I know you do social media. Tell me about that. And that's not a sales call. That's just a chit chat, right? Like, that's not how we do it. You want to step into the call. John, appreciate you taking the time. How's your day so far? John tells you how his day is. Now state the purpose of the call. John, amazing. Really, again, we can't appreciate enough. Appreciate you taking the time to actually show up as well, John. I speak to a lot of people that don't show up. And today, my goal is to do this. Walk him through. What are you going to do? You're going to show him how social media could be used in his business, but more importantly, learn about his business. Because you help people with social media, but you want to make sure that you get the info that you can actually help him. Tell him what the purpose is. Be honest and set that from the start. These are just, you know, ideas for you. Asking questions in a sales call that start with who, what, where, when, why, and how. I read this in a book years ago, so I don't know who I should credit for this, but whoever it was, thank you so much. Because I read these when I was starting my agency, and I used to always think of this when I was on a call. For example, who? Who manages the social media? What's their goals for social media? Where does John spend the time in the business that makes him the most money? AKA probably not social media, which is why I should do it. And you go through these list of questions, and these really helped me when starting off, because they put a lot of the decision making onto the prospect. You're putting the power in their hands, but you're moving the conversation forward to figure out who's involved, what are they doing, when's a good time, how am I going to be able to help? Okay, so the sales basics, let's go through some of them. Again, I can't give you everything unless I was going to build a 20-hour course just on sales. So I'm going to give you as much as I can right now. Mirroring is very important. You do this visually and verbally. Have you ever been on a call and you've seen someone like bob their head like this? Yeah, you probably have. I've been on calls and I do it all the time. Or have you ever sat down across from someone and all of a sudden you've noticed that you've just crossed your arms and their arms are also crossed? All right, this is mirroring. We tend to copy the people that we're speaking to. Or like, it's happened to me so many times where I'm speaking to someone and they just so happen to have their hands on their hips, and now my hands are on my hips. And I didn't even know it, and then I catch it and I'm like, wow, that's awkward. I just copied that person without even knowing. So you want to do this on your sales call. The head bob just makes it look like you're listening, like this. Super simple. But also you can do this verbally. For example, I asked John, what are your goals with social media? John says, look, right now we're trying to reach more people. We're trying to convert more of our current followers into customers and something else. Me mirroring him would be saying, gotcha, John. So converting more of the leads, right? Converting more followers, right? And what I'm going to do there is going to end that with a right, or is that correct, or is that what you mean, for him to then continue and to go deeper on that point. And it shows I'm listening, shows I understand, and it gives him the platform to go deeper on that specific point as well. Now, labeling is defined as describing a person in terms of their behavior. Okay, so for example, if someone breaks a serious law, we label them as a criminal. Okay, pretty simple stuff. This is a very effective sales tactic where if I'm speaking to someone that's really driven, really motivated, I can say that. I can label them as driven and motivated. John, love it, man. Love your view on social media. You sound really motivated to make this work. Like, you seem like a hard worker, right? And then of course he's going to like that, right? It's going to build up that trust. Now, labeling can also be, why they're not doing something, what they've tried in the past, or how they're going to solve the problem. John is telling me how they tried social media in the past. They hired someone in-house, and she didn't know social media, but she worked in the company like on an admin role, took over the social media, and it didn't work out. The way in which I can use labeling is I can start to basically label why it didn't work. Okay? The reason I want to do this is because I want to move it away from John thinking social media doesn't work to, no, the person you hired was the problem, which means social media does work, and I'm going to show you how we can do it proper. So just an example of that would be like, oh, gotcha, John. So you said she spent 2 hours a week on the social media, is that right? and then he's going to confirm or deny, right? So what I'm doing there is labeling the negative points so that he can very, very clearly see how, yeah, I know where the problems were, and then he sees the problems and sees me as a bit of an expert. Objection handling. Oh boy, again, we could spend hours on this one. This is, okay, objection handling, if you've never heard of it before, is this. You have a call, you offer them something, and they say, yeah, sounds great, but insert reason. A very common one in this space is, you know, sounds great, send me the information via email, I'll speak to my business partner. Or, you know what, look, leave it with me, I'll speak with my wife, we'll see what we want to do, and I'll get back to you on Monday. Right? These are objections that people will give to you. Your goal is to be this little fella, this little emoji, right? Is to basically navigate the objections. What I don't want you to do is stampede over them and say, hey, that's bullshit, you know, that makes no sense, you're wrong. I don't think that's a good way of selling. It works for some dudes, not for me. What I would rather do is, for example, let's say they give this one, you know, I need to think about it. Cool, yeah, John, makes sense, man. I'd probably think about it as well. How much time do you think you need? And then he's going to give me more information. Or, yeah, John, makes sense, man. Like, when it comes to thinking about social media, what do you think you need to think about? Is it just social media as a whole, or whether, like, we're the right people to help you out? And what I'm going to do, and again, remember what I said earlier? Who, what, where, when, why, when, and how. Those are the questions we want to be using here, because I don't want to be like saying like, oh, John, why won't you do it today? Like, I want to go more as, okay, like, cool, I get it, man. How much time do you need? What do you want to think about? When do you think you'll have a decision made by? Like, where do you see yourself going with social media in the next, let's say, 6 months if you decide now is not the right time? I'm going to ask these types of questions to not be too pushy, but to navigate. Right, this is what objection handling is all about. These are 3 sales tactics that I use to make over $1 million with my marketing agency. Take note of these. We have a full-length exclusive training about this in my mentorship program, but this is going to be the fundamentals of what you need to know about this. All 3 of these sales styles work, and I've used all 3 to sign high-ticket deals for my SMMA business, but I've also used them in my coaching consulting company as well. So I'm going to assume you're an agency owner, coach, consultant, and my goal is to give you value, whichever of those you fall into, so that you can sign more clients. The reason I'm giving this to you today is that most people have a sales problem. You probably have one, and maybe I have one too. Now, jokes aside, every single person that wants to grow their business wants more sales. So if I can give you 3 techniques that you can use that have made me a lot of money, well then hopefully they'll make you money too. So first, let's just clear up a massive misconception. A lot of people have the excuse that they are not good at sales. Let me tell you, my first couple of sales calls were absolutely terrible. And as a natural introvert, I always found sales to be very scary, daunting, and not something I was good at. However, learning sales is not about being good at sales. It's about being consistent. So I don't want you or anybody else to be using that excuse that they're not good at sales, and that is the reason why they can't grow their business. You can be terrible at sales and be good at sales, right? It's a bit of a conundrum, but sales is all about volume and consistency. Now, the reason this is important is because if you run an SMMA business and you have been able to book meetings and actually get prospective clients to book a time on your calendar, you need to be able to close them. And the reason these 3 SMMA sales styles work is because I'm not going to give you a script. I'm not going to tell you word by word what you should say, because if you try and do that now in your current state where you're struggling with sales, I can almost guarantee that the script will sound robotic and you won't even close deals with it. Even if it's a script that I've used to close 40-50% of my quads with, you might use it and close 0. Instead, I need to teach you these sales styles, because these are styles that you can test, tweak, modify, and find which one actually works for you, because one will work for me and one is going to work for you. All right, so sales style number 1 is the doctor approach. If you choose the doctor approach, you will spend most of your time in silence on a sales call. You will spend your time asking questions and letting the other person speak, letting them open up about their problems. The premise is simple. When you go to a doctor, they don't just start talking at you and say, buy this medication. They sit you down, ask you questions, they get you to open up, and then they diagnose you a solution. Most SMMA/coaching consulting business owners are not doctors. They don't ask their patient to open up, and they don't diagnose solutions. They just try and pitch, and somehow think the prospect will say yes. So a real life example, if you were on a sales call and you've booked it in for 30 minutes and you're speaking to a fitness coach that wants to get more sales for his coaching business, this is an example of some of the things you would ask. How are you currently getting clients? How much do you charge? What's your closing rate on discovery calls? Do you post once a day on social media? Have you ever run any Facebook ads? Just asking questions and getting the person to open up. And eventually you get to a stage in that call, probably after 15 to 20 minutes, where they have literally given to you on a silver platter, here are all my problems, here's all the things I've tried that haven't worked, and then you come in and you put your solution as the custom diagnosis that you give them. But this approach does not work for everyone. This is why I'm giving you 3 sales styles. Some of these styles will fit your personality better, but also certain people will respond better to certain styles. So you can't just use the doctor approach with everyone. You may need to try one of the others. So style number 2 is the value advice giver. In this type of sales call, you ask questions, but you actually speak most of the time. In fact, I have a couple of these exact sales call styles on my YouTube channel. You'll be able to see where I show you live sales calls I have taken with people where I've used this exact approach. It's an approach in which you give a lot of value, you ask questions, but you ultimately spend a lot of the time explaining what you do, how you do it, and the results that you get. Cases in which I've used this exact approach where it has worked is when I have gotten referrals, meaning one of my clients referred somebody to us, because in that case, I know that person is coming to me because they have the problem, probably the exact same problem that the other client already had. So it's relatively easy for me to then just assume, cool, let me ask a couple questions, see if I'm correct and that their problem is also a lack of clients for their business. And then I can go ahead and after 5 or even 10 minutes, I can start to transition from asking questions to just explaining, here's how it works, here's the results we got, do you want to sign up? Because they got referred, they've already got the trust and they know the results that we've gotten. So it's a lot easier to just breeze through that sales call without being a doctor. And the final sales style that I've used is a blend of the two. It's where you combine the doctor approach with the value giver approach. So how you would typically structure this is that the first typically 15 minutes of your call is going to be you asking questions. So you ask a question and then you shut up and you let them speak for like 2 minutes. And you ask another question and you keep going. After that 15-minute mark, your ideal goal here is that you have asked all the questions you need. They've come to you with their pain point, their problem, and where they want to get to, any roadblocks they've faced along the journey so far. And then your last 15 minutes is just you saying like, cool, John, everything you've just told me there sounds like something we can fix. Now I've got a presentation I'm going to walk you through that'll show you how we can fix that and how it looks like to work with us. And you would then just pretty much explain for the next 10 minutes, here's everything we do, here's how it works, here's all the details you need to know, and your last 5 minutes is moving them to the close. So what I want you to do, my friend, is I want you to try these sales approaches. So in your next 3 calls, why not try one of these calls on each of them and see which feels more natural and which one works the best. For some of you, the doctor approach is going to come super natural. For some of you, the value advice giver will work, and for others, it's a blend of the two. What I do know after working with hundreds of beginners in this space is that the doctor approach can feel awkward because you're essentially sitting in silence for most of the call. You're in control. You're asking them the questions and you're dictating where the conversation goes. Most beginners struggle to do that effectively. However, most beginners that know a lot about social media marketing and are very passionate about this space do incredibly well with the value advice giver approach because they have to just basically talk and talk and talk about all their knowledge and how good they are at what they do. But I want you to test them, because in my opinion, none of these work better than others. It's just finding which one works for your personality, but also for the type of client that you speak with. So my friend, realize that sales is not easy. And as we looked at the very start of this video, if you are not good at sales, that is not an excuse. It's not that you're never going to be good. It's simply a case of you probably have not done enough sales yet. If you're not good at sales, it's probably because you've taken less than 10 sales calls. I've taken well over 2,000 sales calls in the last couple of years, so I have a very good pulse on what actually works, but not only what works, but what is actually realistic, what you can do day in, day out without burning yourself out. So, hope you enjoyed. Have a good day. We'll talk soon. Now, I'm going to show you live sales calls from my own social media marketing agency. Now, these were done a few years ago, so keep in mind my sales skills were not even very good when I did these calls. These are some of the first calls I did. And that's why I want to show them to you. Because I want to show you that you do not have to be perfect. You do not have to know that much about this. You can get this going with just the bare basics. I am just about to head off to the gym, and I decided, why don't I break down one of the fitness coach clients that I signed for my agency that ended up paying us over $10,000. This client signed up for a minimum of 3 months, paying us $900 for each of those 3 months. And as you can see from this screenshot here inside our Stripe account, they've actually paid us over $10,000. I've just watched through the sales call recording. It's roughly 30 minutes long. And before you watch that, there's a couple things you need to know that are really, really important. So first, I took this sales call myself. As of recording this video right now, I have a salesperson in my agency that does all the sales calls for the agency. And she has done so for roughly the last year. The second thing to note, this client was a referral, meaning that one of our clients, whose name is Julian, basically told a mastermind group that he was a part of how good our service was, and this guy John then booked a call with us directly from that. The reason that's important is because in a traditional sales call, where we booked the call via cold outreach, okay, I find a business, reach out to them, invite them to a call, and they book with us, I would be a lot more salesy. I would ask more questions and I would get them to do most of the speaking, not me. As you'll see in this call, it's quite funny to look back on. There's a lot of things I would have done differently, but you will notice that I talk for the majority of the call. In fact, I probably talk for at least 2/3 of the call. That's not what I want you to do. That's typically not what I would do in a sales call. But we did have some communication with John before this call via email. So it made sense for me, based on what he had told me, to spend a lot more time just explaining what we do and presenting our offer to him, rather than asking him the questions that we had already asked him, if that makes sense. You'll also notice that I was recording this sales call just on Zoom, and at the time, I did all of my sales calls on a standard laptop. The audio quality was really bad, as you'll hear in the video, and the video quality was even worse. So I'm not afraid to show you this call, even though I've got a terrible camera, I've got a terrible mic, and that, to be honest, from my opinion, the call wasn't very good. I did a lot of the things that I would not recommend to my students now, but it's real, it's authentic, it worked, and we closed the deal. So hopefully you get some value from this. I'm gonna play the clip now. Just before I do, I release multiple of these sales calls to my private coaching students. If you've any interest in working with me further, I'll leave a link down here in the description. You can go ahead and book in a consultation with myself, and we can see if what we do might be a good fit for you. Anyway, back to the video, let's get it.
How are you doing today?
Hey man, I'm doing good. Looking forward to chatting with you.
Yeah, great.
100%, man. Cool. So obviously what we do, right, is mainly Instagram. So maybe fill me in on what you're currently doing. You're mainly doing Facebook ads and getting your clients on Facebook, right? So maybe fill me in what you're doing there, and then we can obviously discuss kind of the plan for Instagram and what that might look like for yourself.
Yeah, I've always had an Instagram connected to my Facebook, and I've always had, I think it's connected to my business fan page, I believe.
Okay.
But I think whatever's posted on there, I think automatically posts on there. So that's really the extent of what I have done on Instagram. Yeah. Now I'm looking, since I do paid Facebook ads, I'm looking at adding the other facet of the organic,
of course,
lead generation side of things through Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, having them all intertwined.
Okay, perfect, man, perfect. And yeah, okay, that's good to hear. And then, have you done much on Instagram at all? Just kind of posting just generic content, or was there any strategy at all?
Yeah, well, I've got a company that does they do my content posting on my Facebook fan page, my business page.
Okay.
And then it just links to that. So we've talked what that strategy looks like and verbiage and those types of things that, who I'm speaking to.
Yeah.
In that, but outside of those things, it's going to be pretty blanket generic. It doesn't have like pictures of me or anything like that.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Obviously, what I can do is I can walk you through, say, some of the clients we work with and kind of show you what that usually looks like. I believe you probably would have seen some of the clients we already work with. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm in a mastermind group. I'm in a mastermind group with Julian.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah.
And I didn't know that he just tossed out y'all's name as who created his content for his Instagram, and obviously he kills it. So.
Yeah, of course. He's such a good example of like what you can do organically. I think he's still just doing organic. So Instagram, he's got his Facebook group, does a little bit on Facebook, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't even touched the paid ads yet, which is obviously great. So yeah, I can definitely walk you through what we do with him, show you what it looks like.
And yeah, you're probably, is that in Nick's program?
Correct. Yes.
Gotcha. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. That's always good because we know anybody coming from Nick's program is serious. They know how to close. They know how to actually get the clients. So, we can come in and maybe get you more followers, better content, more potential leads. Our job is pretty easy because you're going to do the most important work. You're actually going to be able to close those clients, which is
we've got
amazing.
systems in place to accept the leads, and we know what to do whenever we get those leads and how to do the reach outs and turn those into, monetize those things. So that part is good, but the content side of things is not my forte. Now we have assistants within the group on that type of stuff, but posting it every day and multiple, that's takes way too much of my time.
Yeah, of course, man. Like, how much time do you spend at the moment doing that?
So right now I've just kind of worked through and I've optimized my Instagram. I've optimized my Facebook. I've been optimizing my social media platforms with, there you go. So with my link that's pushing into my free group on Facebook and, all that kind of stuff. So that's mostly what I've been doing. And I spent like 10 hours one day doing that. But as far as content is concerned, I'm not posting anything on Instagram right now, so I'm not spending any time doing that. It's the company that I have connected to my fan page. Now on Facebook, again, I'm not used to doing that. So on my personal page, I'm posting like one main thing on my wall and then a couple of things on my story is what I'm doing. But that, it takes me an hour to do those things. I'm just I don't have a very good rhythm with that type of cadence yet.
Of course, man. Yeah, that makes complete sense. So like when we work with people like Julian, basically what we're doing is we're posting on the feed, so on the actual page. He still does post on his stories, right? So his what he does is his stories and his comments and his DMs. So he's still handling that part of the equation because obviously that's where he does a lot of the selling. That's where he gets a lot of leads generated as well. What we do is we handle all of the content going out because for him, it's a case of coming up with 30 pieces of content per month, one post a day. And then it's also the written piece, the copy and the caption that goes with that. And then we've got to schedule that and actually post that out there as well. So for him, look, that saves him a lot of time. We're probably looking at about an hour a day, I would say. And obviously, okay, yes, we can save you time. But the more important thing is that we can put out really good quality content, right? So quality content is going to make you look authoritative. You're going to look like the go-to guy in your specific niche. And all of those really key things, which are, a little bit more advanced than just saving you time. So if you look at his page here, basically we've got a pretty clear structure of the content. You can kind of tell it straight away. So we've kind of got 3 different types of content. Okay, so we've got infographics on one side. These are these pieces here, and these are really just to show people that you know what you're talking about, right? Whether it's nutrition, fitness, mindset, accountability. It's more the in-depth topics where we're just trying to educate people, give them a bunch of information, and make them just see us as that go-to person. Right? That's the ideal with them. Obviously, then we've got the actual content of Julian, and that's super important for, the social proof and the kind of connection, the personality with him as a coach. And then the last part is kind of just these motivational quotes, right? So sometimes motivational, sometimes they're just, generic, but the kind of cadence here is that it's authoritative, and then we've got the personality, and then we've got the motivation as well. And it's a nice kind of triage, and it works pretty well together. Now, obviously, as well, it looks pretty cool, right? So when people come on, they see it, they're like, wow, it looks clean, it looks professional, and it doesn't look messy. And at the end of the day, if someone's going to invest 3-4K with you as a coach, you obviously want to look professional. It is a very key part of the process, from your sales process, your outreach, but also your page and how you run your business on the front end as well. So there's obviously quite a big factor, that would influence people signing up with you. And so as I mentioned, so we create these, okay? So he doesn't really have to do anything with these. We send him a bunch of ideas for these. So we'll say, hey, Julian, here's 15 ideas for this month. He'll look at them, he'll take off maybe 9 or 10, and we'll go and actually create those bits then. So he gets to approve everything, but we actually do the heavy lifting and we research the content and send it over to him first. Then with this stuff, obviously he takes that and he gives it to us. So he just gives us a Google Drive folder at the start of the month. Here is a mix of 10 photos and 10 videos. And then the last part, we can actually create these. And I'll just show you some other examples of these because we use a very, very clean basic one with Julian because that's what he likes. Some people we work with will actually make them look a bit more in depth. So I'll just show you this one here. So this is just an example of what they can look like. So we can literally just, take it and make it look way better, right? And more professional as well. And these are very easy for us. Essentially what we do here is you would send us a Word doc with like 10 quotes, or you could give us 5 or 6 and we can give you a bunch then and we can kind of just go back and forth on the last few. And ultimately that's all you got to give us. You could probably get that done in half an hour or 40 minutes, just bang out a load of quotes that you have, send them over to us. We'll design them and get them all made up like this then.
Yeah, I already got like a bank of 400 quotes. So.
Well, hey, there we go, man. We're sorted for the next 2 years.
Right.
So then, that's the actual front level content. And then obviously, as I mentioned, we obviously write the copy and the captions to go with it. So that's obviously the second part. We've got to write a piece of content that, for example, is going to relate to what we're posting. So if it's the infographic, we're going to talk about snacking and how snacking can be the best or the worst thing. But obviously a key here is to try and get the personality across as well, because that's what's going to ultimately sell you as a coach and, sell your coaching service. So essentially what we do with that is we would do a short little interview with you, just get kind of like a background on, your story, what you preach, what you don't preach. So we can kind of create an avatar, and a kind of go-to model for what we're actually going to be putting out there and what content we're writing for you. So in the simplest terms, that's what it all looks like. It's 30 pieces of content per month that we're doing. We're writing it all, we're scheduling it all, and he doesn't really have to do a whole lot apart from obviously approving some ideas and making sure he's happy with how it all looks. Now, we do also grow his page. Okay, so, Julian has grown quite a lot over the last few months. And for any new coaches starting with us, what we essentially do is we would just get a list of accounts that would have the audience that you want, right? So you might have, a list of people that have very, very similar to clients or customers to you, right? So it might be another coach, or it might be another, it could be a gym, or it could be a fitness brand that has a very similar audience. And what we can do is we can essentially just engage with their audience on a daily basis, where we're sending out maybe, 50 to 100 interactions per day. And what that does is that obviously gets a lot of attention onto your page. Most of those people are going to check out John's page, they're going to see what you're posting, and going to have a look. And so that's just a very basic strategy we use as well when we're starting off with coaches, where we can get on average about 10 followers a day, which doesn't sound like that much, but when you put it over a month, it's around 300 or so in a month. And obviously it builds up, right? So when you start getting 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 followers, that number becomes a lot bigger because you've got more social proof, and it's a lot easier to build up that momentum once we've got that kind of validity there. People say, hey, John's got a cool profile, good content, but he also has a lot of people following him, so he obviously knows what he's doing. So the kind of stuff that we provide for our clients is that. So it's content, posting it out there, and then it's actually growing your page as well. And so obviously the idea there with the growth is that if we can get 300 people in per month, obviously then you've got a pool of people that you can do outreach to. So it just means that we're constantly kind of filling that funnel. So when you get 300 new followers per month, that's 300 new people you can message, follow a script with, try and get them into your Facebook group, or whatever kind of method you use to get your clients. Cool, man. And then we do have other packages as well, right? So some coaches might start off with us and they don't want that full package. They might just want us to come in and say, let's create 10 graphics and we'll give them to you when you post them out there, or we'll just grow the page. So that's kind of like our top tier package. And what we do with most coaches, because they want that hands-off experience, like you're saying, you don't want to be spending the time, and your time is better spent on other activities. So that's kind of what that looks like. It's $900 per month. And we basically work off a 3-month minimum with our clients. But you can drop down to one of our lower packages during those 3 months if, for example, you need to put more marketing budget into Facebook ads or something else in one of those months.
Okay, and so what? Explain to me what the other drop downs are. What not included in those?
Of course, man. Yeah. So the drop down then from 900 is basically $600 per month. And in that, what we do is we grow your page and we do the graphics. Okay, so we don't do the quotes, we don't do all of the captions and posting your content. So, for the sake of $300, you're basically getting us coming in and writing 30 captions and posting all of the content for you. And then the drop down from that one then is $350 per month. And that is just us just creating the graphics. So you basically got package 1 is just us doing graphics. Package 2 is us doing graphics plus that strategy of around 300 followers per month. And then the final package, the 900, is us doing everything. So graphics, growth, 30 captions and pieces of content, the quotes, and posting and scheduling all the content as well.
So with the that middle tier one, do y'all post that, or do y'all just create the content and then I post that? Is that how that works?
Exactly, yeah. So in that package, we're just creating those 10 graphics. We're giving them to you, but you would still have to write the copy and the captions and actually post the content out there as well.
Got it. Okay.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah. So, there's a bunch of people we've worked with recently actually from Nick's program. And, obviously with a lot of people starting off with us, the main thing we're kind of, focusing on is what is your niche, right? So, having a look at your page and, the ads you're doing at the moment, do you have like a super clearly defined niche, or what does that kind of look like at the moment?
Yeah. I've just rebranded my online.
Okay.
I've got a brick and mortar. I've been doing online coaching for about 18 months now,
Mm-hmm.
but I've just now actually branded it separately than my brick and mortar. So I do have very clearly defined person who I'm talking to, that we, I went through a whole process. Probably took me about 3 weeks between the logo and finding out why I gravitate towards these people and why I want to help them, and then build a whole brand around that. So yeah, I've got all that locked down.
Awesome, man. Yeah, that's good, because some people starting with us are kind of still in that phase and they're still figuring all that out. So just makes that process a little bit more elongated, because we're trying to create these graphics and the quotes and things, but if you're not super clear on what your brand looks like, it obviously takes us a bit more time to fully grasp that. So that's definitely good to hear. And from what I can see from the profile, it's busy women and it's mainly fat loss and confidence, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Perfect. And do you have any specifics in terms of age groups, or is it purely just females?
Yeah, but it's typically going to be 35 to 65 plus. The anything, there might be your one-off that's kind of under that 35. But because we're going to be doing high ticket, it's going to be $5K for 6 months. Probably not going to have a disposable income below that mark.
Exactly. Yeah, it's good to go for the older age groups, definitely. And obviously the reason I ask that is because that's something that would influence the content we're creating, right? So obviously we want to make sure we're shaping it all very much to that audience. But even in terms of the graphics we create, we want to make sure they actually match that, right? So with Julian's, they're a little bit more hardcore. He's got blacks and dark greens and things like that. A lot of our clients want to go for the more female aesthetic, even if they are male, because they know that's my audience. That's what they're going to resonate with. So that's definitely something that we would just implement into the content. And so I'll just actually show you just kind of some kind of completely different ones to Julian, so you're going to see what that contrast looks like. So this is a female coach, and she works primarily with females. So for her, as you can see, it's a very, very different look, right? So, we're using female characters, we're using light colors, pinks and pastels and things like that. Again, obviously we try to match what your branding is as well. So match the branding, match the niche, and then come up with something that works in there.
Perfect. Cool. I like it. Hey, I've got somebody walking up to my door to drop something off. I just got to grab it real quick.
No worries, man. No worries.
I'll bring you with me, though. Well, I guess he's not there.
Bring me on the journey.
Yeah, no, I like the idea. I mean, I definitely need the content created and the growth strategy of that. I would like to. So you said you do everything on about a 3-month basis, minimum basis?
We do. Now, that only relates to us creating graphics. Okay, so for example, if you're to come in on the 600 or 900 package, it just means that we're doing the minimum package of 350 for the 3 months. The reason that's being is because the captions, writing the captions, doing the growth, those are things that we can pretty much turn on and off quite easily. We can just do it 1 month and stop the next. Whereas the graphics, we obviously put a lot of time up front in terms of researching the branding, the avatar, the audience. So that's kind of where our upfront time goes. So for that, we just have to have that on a 3-month basis.
Understood. Yeah. All right. Let me see here. What do I want to do? I mean, obviously, I'd like to be hands off, but
yeah.
I don't know if I wanted to spend 900 every one of those months to be 100% hands off with it, or if I just want to invest some of the time to take creations of what y'all have gotten and have it.
Of course, man. Yeah, of course. And to be honest, we don't kind of push people into that higher package unless they really want to go for it. So, if you're kind of hesitant, I would say let's start with 600. Give you the graphics. We can kind of see pretty quickly how that's going. So we might give you the graphics, and then you're finding it overwhelming, right? You only get a couple of those out in the first month. You don't really have the time, and it's kind of slipping. And in that case, maybe okay, it is a good fit, and we can move on to that higher package. But at least with that, look, you'll see the follower growth coming in. You'll see some of those new people, and from there, you can probably make that decision of, hey, is this worth it for me to just spend 300 extra and take, like I was saying, maybe it's 10 hours a month, maybe it's 20 hours, take that back, put that time back into the lead gen and into the sales side of the business.
Right. Let's see. So you're saying that either way, you're averaging 10 growth per day, growth-wise, about 10 people per day?
That's it on average, yeah. So obviously when we're posting all the content, we have a lot more control over that. So it's a lot easier for us to hit that figure. Now, if we're giving you the content, we're giving you the graphics, we've obviously got to make sure you're posting it and you're posting other content as well. Because obviously if we're getting people onto the page and there's nothing going on and there's 1 post a week, we're not going to get probably 10 a day. And it's going to be a slightly lower number. Obviously the 10 is very, very achievable when we're running the page because we're posting daily, we've got consistency up there, and it's just a very, very clear conversion for us.
Got it. Now, question: the content? I assume that since I'm paying for it, I'm allowed to repurpose it.
Yes, 100%. We actually advise our clients, look, if you can use it on LinkedIn, Facebook, and any other platform, 100% go for it, because you're going to get more value out of our service and it's going to make more sense long term.
Now, and because I'm not as familiar, I'm doing everything from my personal Facebook in regards to this new brand.
Yeah.
And do I need to, would I connect my Instagram to that one? And does it, if you post something on the wall, does that post automatically on my Facebook wall as well?
It should do, yeah. So we do that with most of our clients. It's just connected. So the IG, whatever we post on there, just goes onto the Facebook.
Okay.
Obviously, it's like a 2-in-1. It's like, hey, we'll do it on Instagram, and boom, we can get it on Facebook as well. And if you're posting then yourself on Facebook, well, it just means we've got 2 posts a day instead of 1. So we've just doubled up, if anything.
Got it. Or I can use them for my stories or whatever I want to do. I'm sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
Does I had one more question. What was it? I can't think what it was. As far as so I noticed there was, a lot of pictures of Julian that you put into the graphics for recognition and branding purposes. Will y'all give me guidance on what it is that y'all kind of need from me in order to create that type of stuff? Because again, on the content side of things, it's not my forte, and I don't like spending time really developing that skill.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. So the first thing we would usually do is just look at what you currently have, right? So if you have a bunch of photos, or we can go onto your Facebook and we can just have a bit of a look through there and see what you've got on there. Because most of those ones with Julian, where we've got him in the graphic, most of them weren't taken specifically for the graphic. It was simply just, we found something and we're like, hey, we can merge it in here. We can just Photoshop it in and make it look good. So to be honest, with those, we don't really have to, because we can just kind of see what you have and plug that into a graphic. Now, obviously, if you're stuck, right, and at the start of the month, we need to get the 10 images from you and you have no idea and you don't really have time to plan it out, we can definitely give you a list of similar posts that we would recommend you take. So, go to your gym, take 5 photos like this, take 3 like this, 2 like this, and we're good to go.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, because I've talked to predominantly women, so I'm probably not going to have as many shirtless pictures in my.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's just roll with your top tier package. That way we can get this thing cranking, and then we'll reevaluate in 3 months, see what we want to do from there.
Exactly, man. Yeah, and as I said, you are locked in for 3 months, but only just with the graphics. So, for example, look, if something comes up in 5 weeks' time, and you're like, you know what, I'm putting an extra 1,000 into Facebook ads, it's completely fine. We don't take any hard feelings with that. So, just so you're aware with that. And we also do work basically in the first month off a 5-week basis, just so we give ourselves basically a full week, so that we can get set up. So we're basically not going to bill you for that week, if that makes sense. We give you an extra kind of week period where we're just getting all the things from you. We can have a kickoff call. We can just go through the whole process together. And then after about a week or so, we should be kind of hitting the ground. And then after a week and a half, we should be full steam ahead. Content going out. Assuming we've obviously had our call, we've got everything from you, and we've got all the login details and things like that.
Right. So just for clarification, the minimum 5-week commitment is within this tier that we're talking about. And then if I needed to drop down because of ad spend or whatever, if I just didn't think that it was, not to say that it is, but didn't think that I was investing into it, then at that point, then I can just go to the paid, the second tier or whatever.
Exactly. As long as you give us a heads up of a few days, we can just drop that down then and put it at, if it's the 600 or maybe it's the 350. Now, obviously, it's quite rare. Most of our clients will just stay on the 900 because of time savings and things like that. But that is exactly how it works. Yeah.
Well, if it gets me 300 new followers per month, that turns into one sale. Then I've paid.
That's it. Exactly. Yeah, you've paid for 3, 4, or 5 months.
I'm not going to put that on y'all. So I'm going to do my work on my end to make sure that it's worth it. So yeah, let's just get fired off with that, with the intention of going the full 3 months that way, and then we'll kind of play it by ear as we go.
Perfect, man. Sounds good. I can get the invoice up actually now if you want. It'll take me about probably 30 seconds to a minute. I can send that over to you, and then afterwards I'll send you over an email with the proposal where you have that written detail of you can drop down and just all of that, so you have it in writing in formalities as well. And then from there, we'll send you a second email, which will be all of the onboarding information, right? So chance to book in that first call with our team, a chance to upload any logos or the branding materials you have, and just any other information that we need to get from you. So I'll just get that up. Like I said, it'll take me probably 30 seconds to a minute, and I'll just shoot you over a link in the chat here in a second.
Great. We all have will there be kind of that kickoff call availability today, tomorrow, Saturday? Because I'm going to be, next week's Thanksgiving here. I assume that y'all not in America.
Yeah, so we're basically based out of Ireland. Most of our clients are in the US, but we usually have times on a Saturday, but I might be able to squeeze you in for something tomorrow. So what I'll do is I'll run it by the team straight away afterwards and see if we can book it in for Friday. If not, book in for Saturday and we'll have that booked in. But I'll try and get it done tomorrow just because two of the main staff will probably be around.
Perfect. Yeah, that'd be awesome because I know next week as my wedding anniversary and then Thanksgiving, I'm like actually not even going to be here, so I'm not going to be able to. I think our time frames probably won't really match up very well.
For sure. Best to just get it going and then you can enjoy your time off, enjoy your anniversary, and
get everything dialed in. I can answer questions y'all may have in the interim during that time period, but get all the big technical stuff that you need from me, from my time standpoint, out of the way.
100%. Yeah.
And then we can just be ready to rock and roll after that next week as far as the posting and content and reach outs and all that.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. And is there any company you want me to address this to, or is that I'll put it on for you?
Logos and assets and everything that I can send to you, and y'all can use at y'all's discretion in regards to that. And I may need some advice on that. You know, my Instagram is just under, my handle is business name or anything.
Yeah. We kind of recommend sticking with the personal at the start. We have some people who start off with the business page, but to be honest, we see better results with the personal because at the end of the day, they're buying into you. And the company thing is more of like, for example, you've scaled up your personal and then we can look at the company. So that's what we did with Julian. He's got like 23K followers on his personal. And then we've got a second page, his business one, and we're scaling that one. So now it just means he's got like 2 lead gen sources. But at the start, definitely focus on your one, get that going first, and then we can move on to the other when it's all moving pretty well.
Did you see anything just from that view that I need to change on mine? I just kind of followed Nick's steps as far as the optimization of that. I am going to get a new profile picture made where my means that it cut off on the side.
Yeah. So the first thing I noticed was the actual link wasn't in the link section. So you put it in the bio. So if you just take that link and put it in the website link, just means it'll actually be clickable. So if you go on the page at the moment, you can't click it. You have to like manually copy and paste it in there. So that's the first thing. But it looks decently well. But obviously in the kickoff call, we can go into that in a bit more detail and just kind of make it stand out a bit.
Great.
So I just sent that over. And I also have the link here, so I'll just pop it in the chat for you.
Oh, there it is. Nope, got it in my pocket. Y'all get a lot of the same. I'm sure y'all get a lot of the same stuff as we do. Oh, I don't have my wallet with me.
yeah, exactly.
Well, I look at my car.
yeah. It's at home, and I'm not at home.
Do that.
Yeah. And do you actually have a sales team then involved at the moment, or what does that look like?
Yeah, I've got 2 coaches that do fulfillment, and then I've got one that's just a straight up closer. She'll do my reach outs and my closes, and then I also do close calls as well.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
So we've got the infrastructure to
scale up, man. Yeah, I love it.
Leads running in.
100%, yeah.
Should be good there. And I've got, like I said, I'll share all those assets with you. Did that come through on your end? It looks like I've completed it. I've got the logo for my, I don't know if we want this, and I guess we'll talk about this in the launch call, so I'll just save it for them. But we've got like our tribe name, like separate tribe name for mine. And I've got logos and icons made for all of that, so we can, I guess, talk strategy on how we can incorporate all that stuff into that as well.
Awesome. Yeah, 100%, man. The more things like that you have, the better. And I'm getting a good vibe from you based on the fact that you have the infrastructure, you have the people involved. So that's really good to hear for us because, as long as we can bring you those followers, get the content out there, and you can then put on the work, on your end, do the reach outs, do all of those things. It's always a good scenario because that was the exact same with Julian. He was just so ready for it. We came in, gave him the plug and play, and then boom, we hit the ground running.
Perfect. All right, man.
All right, cool. I got that there. So I'll shoot you over the email with the proposal, the written stuff for you. And yeah, we'll try and book in that call. So when you see the email, definitely book in for Saturday. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll let the team know that you're going to be busy. So if we can get it in tomorrow, that's way preferred. So we'll just shoot you an email if we have a space then for Friday. If not, we'll do it Saturday anyway. And we'll just make sure we have everything we need to get kind of kicked off then.
All right. Adam, that sounds great, man. I'm excited.
All right, man. Sounds good. Looking forward to working with you and have a good evening.
All right. Cheers.
All right. See you later, man.
So there you go. That is exactly how we closed the deal. You'll notice that John paid the invoice on the call. So we locked in the first payment of $900. And as I showed you previously in this screenshot, John went on to spend over 10K with us. Now, John did not stay on that $900 per month package. In fact, if you look at this screenshot, you'll see a bunch of different payments, some where he paid like 1,000 plus and some where he paid 500 a month. So there you have it, folks. I hope you enjoyed that slightly embarrassing sales call. Kid you not, when I was watching that back, I was cringing at a lot of the things I said and how I conducted myself. I was still very much in my learning phase and I was not an expert at doing sales calls at this point whatsoever. If I was to take a call right now today, I would do it very differently. But hey, hopefully you got some insights or learned something from the video. My calendar is down below if you want to book in a free consultation with me to see if what I do would be a good fit for yourself, helping you start or scale your own marketing business. I hope you enjoyed. See you in the next one. So this is exactly how I closed a $900 per month social media marketing client. A couple of really key points just before we dive right in. You'll notice at the start of this call, I started the call with my camera turned off on Zoom. I did this intentionally, and typically I will only turn my camera on when the prospect turns their camera on. I do this because I want to match their energy. If they want to keep the camera off, I'm going to keep my camera off. If they want to turn their camera on, I'm going to turn mine on. During this call, I share my screen on Zoom and I'm looking through different Instagram pages for a lot of time. We're not going to show you that here in this call. We're just going to either blur that information or we're going to zoom in on the camera because unfortunately I just can't show you that information because it will give away the exact client or other clients that we work with. Note number 3 is that this call took place back when Instagram Reels were just getting started and were just kicking off. So just in case you think I'm talking about something that's really outdated, no, it was relevant at the time. Obviously Reels, as of recording this video, are very, very important, but I just wanted to let you know. Last but not least, this sales call is going to show you why client retention is so damn important, because when you have a client that is happy with your service, they are more likely to refer their friends, their colleagues to you as well. And those are easy sales. So without wasting any more time, we're going to get right into it. Hey Adam, how's it going?
Good, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How's your day going?
It's going well, man.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Let me just turn on the camera here. 1 second. There we go. Cool. Perfect, man. So I know you were referred over to us by Paul. I know you mentioned that you know Julian and Barb as well. So
Yeah.
good to hear, because that obviously means you're doing good. You know, you've got a good coaching business going if you know those guys. But yeah, fill me in on what you're currently doing. You know, are you currently just focusing on Facebook and looking to move onto Instagram as well, or what's the kind of setup?
Want to use really both. Just trying to get more traction. Really want. I know I was talking to Paul yesterday, and he said that your really focuses on Instagram.
Yep, that's it exactly.
Okay. Now, but he did say that you do handle posts for his Facebook. Do you use like Later or Hootsuite?
We do indeed. Yep, we use Later. Just link it up, so everything on Instagram goes straight over to Facebook.
Yeah. Okay. That's pretty much what we want to do, man. Because I don't know if you've checked out mine. We want to get it looking a hell of a lot better because, you know, image is everything.
100%, man.
And I'm like, man, I was like, Paul, yours and Julian's, but yeah, Paul's, his Facebook too. It all looks fantastic, man.
Cool. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. So yeah, look, you know, that's exactly it. We just help them basically with all of their content. You know, again, you know yourself, if you're doing high ticket, you need to look the part, and we need to have a good mix of content, right? Of what you're doing right now, which is lifestyle, and you've got the kind of tweets, you know, those motivational kind of quotes and the call to action tweets, but now having some infographics in there as well, going that bit deeper with people, giving them that extra value, really just shapes the whole thing. And as long as you're doing, you know, outreach and you've got a good script in place, you're going to grow. You know, you're going to grow, you're going to get clients, and it's really it's a pretty straightforward process for clients like yourself, because we know you know how to sell, you know how to get leads on the phone, you know how to do all that, and it's just a case of tidying everything up. One, saving you time so that you don't have to post all the content, but also getting you those leads, right? Because that's a big thing we see with coaches is you put out some content on Instagram, and a lot of times it doesn't really go anywhere. You know, you might get 2 followers a day, 10 followers per month, something like that. And ideally, we need new people coming in to feed into your calls, right? We can't get leads if we don't have people coming in. And we obviously can't get clients and calls if we don't have the leads there. So it's all just a big kind of circle of things. I can walk you through exactly what we're doing with those guys. If you want, I can just share my screen and I'll just walk you through that now.
Yeah, that would be great, man. And I think Paul said you do have different packages and stuff. So again, I'm curious about everything you offer.
100%. Yeah. So I'll walk you through kind of what we do with Paul. Okay. So his is kind of our main package, and that's where we manage all of your content. So that means we're posting one post every day on Instagram. We write all the copy and the captions.
We schedule the content. It all goes out by our team. Again, we link it up with Facebook. Now, obviously with that package, you're still going to be posting your stories. Okay, so you're going to still do your stories, your DMs, your outreach and all of that. We just handle all of that feed content for you. So we do give our clients a lot of feedback. Now, obviously you probably have a good script, but if you do need help with that, and if you need help with your stories and strategies for your stories, we can definitely help you out with that as well. We do weekly coaching calls for our clients, mainly just because Instagram changes pretty much every 2 to 3 weeks. You know, there's a new feature, there's a new update. It's always changing. So to give you kind of all the things that we're learning from our clients that are performing, we dissect that every week on a bit of a coaching call.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up Paul and then Arlene's page, because Arlene, her page is a really great example as well. Just have a look here, okay? So basically, this is kind of the look we go for with most clients. Now, what we can do, Adam, is we can do this in a couple different ways. Okay, so this is one way where it's very straightforward. It's 10 infographics, it's 10 tweets, and then 10 lifestyle photos or videos. Okay, that's kind of the typical one that we've always done, and that has worked best. Now, we are going to be slightly changing that up with some of our clients just to test things out. We've found with a couple of clients already that it's working pretty well. And this is essentially where we don't do as many of these kind of graphics and the tweets, but we have more of the lifestyle. So it's almost more of a 50-50 approach of 50% lifestyle and then 50% tweets, graphics, and all the educational content. So you don't have to decide on that now or anything. It's pretty much the same package, and it's just something that we can kind of run with, see how it goes, and we can tweak that in, you know, the first couple of weeks if needs be as well.
Yeah.
So basically, with all of this, Arlene or Paul or whoever the client is would give us this content. So they're going to give us a folder with maybe 10, 15 photos. We're going to write captions for those. And then the rest of the content here, we pretty much create from scratch. Now, all of the content, just to make sure it lines up with, you know, your coaching program and what you offer, what we do there is that any of the content pieces we create will run the ideas by you first. So it's essentially, we come up with an idea based on your coaching, what you're solving for your clients and your competitors and what's doing well. We send it to you. You say, hey, I like 10 of those ideas. Let's run with them. We create them. We schedule them in, write the copy and the captions, and boom, we're good to go. So that's kind of like the content structure, how that all works. Another thing we do then, Adam, is that we basically try and get you more followers. So as I mentioned, we need to obviously get leads and calls. And to do that, we need to get new people coming in the top of the funnel. So how we go about doing that is, first off, we look at who your ideal client is and we find where they hang out on Instagram. Okay, so in your case, you know, or in Arlene's case, let's just take this as an example. First off, it's women, and these are the things that she solves for them. So what we're going to do is we're going to find pages that have those people on them, because if they already have them on there, what we can do is just engage with those people from your page. So we might like some of their piece of content, and we might follow some people as well, merging those two things together. And what we get is obviously a very good kickback, because we're reaching out to people, they're coming back, and then if they follow you, you can start to DM outreach as well. So that's usually what we do. The kind of average growth with that is somewhere from really 10 to 15 followers per day, roughly in and around 300 per month. Look, some months at the start, it's going to be a little bit slower because we're finding our feet and we're getting things fine tuned. But ideally, we do want that to slowly increase, you know, over the course of 2-3 months as well.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the whole rundown. That's the main thing we do. Now, I can walk you through the packages we do have that are less than that. We do have some packages where we give you some content, we do the growth strategy, and we basically just don't post it for you. So if you just want some graphics and you want some extra growth, we can do that. Obviously, the main difference is that you don't really get that time saving of us posting all the content for you. So I can definitely walk you through the two packages. You can look at the pricing, and if it's a clear distinction between the two, you can just make that decision from there.
Okay, cool.
Cool, man, cool. And then just based on your current Instagram, are you getting any clients from it at the moment, or are all the clients just from Facebook?
Pretty much from Facebook, because
Okay.
we're not going in there, but that's why I want to get more traction there and use IG, because it's a little bit different than Facebook, right?
Exactly. Same premise, same fundamentals. You know, you're usually going to use the same script, but obviously the way you go about it is slightly different. Definitely.
Yeah. So that's why I know we need it to look more professional for sure.
Yeah, 100%. It seems to be more of like Facebook, you can get away with less professional because it's more of, you know, adding people as friends and everybody's friends, whereas Instagram is more of, I'm a professional, you know, and you're trying to get people to come to you rather than you always go to them. So yeah, slightly different. So yeah, I'll just pull up the pricing here. We'll take a quick look. And I presume you're doing pretty high ticket as well, right?
That's all we're doing right now.
Yeah. Perfect.
We're in the same thing with Paul with Nick's Savage Group. Yeah. So with
Awesome,
Julian
yeah.
as well.
That's like music to our ears. When we hear Nick's group, we know, one, you know how to sell, you know how to do high ticket. It's always good.
Yep.
Good stuff, man. So basically this package right here, this is the main kind of coach package, management package. Okay. So this is 30 pieces of content, targeted growth, weekly coaching call, monthly one-to-one call, and then we give you a mini course that we have as well. That one is $900 per month. Now, as I mentioned, if that's too much or you don't want to go with the full kind of hands-off approach, we can look at that as well. What we do for that is this one right here. So the growth package, you get 10 infographics, you get the growth, which again, roughly 300 followers per month. You still get the weekly coaching, but you just don't get us posting all of the content for you. So it's basically, the difference here is about $200 and the difference of 20 extra pieces of content that we would write captions for, and we would also post for you.
Okay.
And then this one right here, this is kind of like our starter package. This is where you choose content or growth. We wouldn't recommend it for someone in your situation. This is more for coaches that are literally getting started and they're not really getting any leads. They don't really have any idea what they're doing. That's more applicable for them. When you have something that works and it's more about just firing that up, this or the third package will be the better fit.
Yeah. What was number 3 again? I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. So $200 difference. So it's $900 per month. And the only real difference is here we're doing 30 pieces of content. Okay, so 10 infographics, roughly 10 lifestyle images, and 10 of the kind of quote Twitter style posts as well. Now, obviously, all of these we're writing the copy for as well, and the caption that goes with it. Whereas on package 2, we're just creating 10 graphics without the captions. We're sending them to you in a Google Drive folder, and then you would post them from there.
Okay. Is there any way, I mean, we really want to go to the package 3, but I wasn't anticipating 900. Is there any way you could sharpen your pencil with that one?
We do have a pay in full discount. Now, I'm not sure if that's something within budget. If it is, we can definitely look at that. Cool. So usually if you're to do the math, it would be 900 times 3 months, let's say. That is going to be 2.7K. Okay. So if you're doing pay in full, we basically do 2,400. So if you do the maths, it roughly comes out at about 800 per month.
Okay. And so you basically do 3 months at a time?
Exactly. Yes, we do work off a 3-month contract for packages like this.
Okay. All right. So if we want to start today, so what do we do?
Yeah, good question, man. So basically, a couple of things. Obviously, invoice and proposal are the main 2 things at the very start. After we get that locked in, then we book on an onboarding call. Okay, so we usually book this in because it's Wednesday today for Friday or for the following Monday. Okay, so that one gives us time to sit with your brand, what you're doing, get all the information from you, then hop onto that call and just get straight into things from there. Okay. So basically on the onboarding call, we will have our client executive who will hop on with you, managing the content for you. We may be able to get our branding specialist on as well. He's currently just sick at the moment, so we're just not 100% sure if he's going to be around next week. But ideally, we'll have those 2 key people on. They'll run you through absolutely everything you need to know. And before that as well, Adam, we send you over an onboarding form. Okay, so the onboarding form has things like give us your logo, give us any details of lead magnets you have, give us more info about your ideal client, the pain points you solve. And again, we use all of that, put that into our research, and we'll use that then to shape all the content as well.
Okay. Where are you from? Or where are you? Are you in Europe?
Yeah, so we're based in Ireland. I'm not in Ireland right now, but our company is based in Ireland.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, my wife's from Stoke-on-Trent, England. So.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
Okay. Well, so yeah, let's get rocking then, man. Again, because Barb and Julian and Paul spoke highly of you. And again, if this goes well, I'll push it into the group as well. Like, hey, you guys should use these guys.
Sounds good, man. And with that, we do have a bit of a referral system as well. So we've had some clients that have gotten pretty much to 3 months with us because they've referred a decent amount of people. So that is something we do have as well. Again, all going good. You can obviously get to that kind of stage as well. We do roughly a 10% discount. Okay, so let's say, for example, you refer 3 people, they all sign up on a similar package. Yours would probably be, $250, $270 off your monthly package as well. And obviously that can go quite down, if you refer a decent amount of people over.
Okay.
Cool. So what I'll do then, Adam, if that suits you, is I'll just pull up an invoice. Are you looking to do monthly, or do you want to take advantage of the pay in full?
No, let's do the 3 months. Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. Yeah. No worries. I'll get that up now.
And then if we could schedule, like I said, the call as soon as we can too, because I really want to get it rocking and rolling.
Sure thing. You know what? I'll pull up the calendar now and we'll see if we have something for Friday.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great.
And like that, I'll get you the onboarding form straight after this call as well. So you can fill that out straight away, and we'll get our team to get straight into that. So while I'm loading this up, I'm just also going to get the calendar and we'll take a look at that.
Sure.
So for Friday, what time zone are you on, Adam?
East Coast.
Perfect. Cool. So we would have, let me see here, we have 8 a.m. your time. We would have 7 a.m., 6 a.m. Do any of those work for you?
How long's the call?
Roughly 20 to 30 minutes.
You said 6, 7, or 8 a.m.?
Yep, we've got all of those open.
Let's do 6 a.m.
6 a.m. Perfect. And if you need to reschedule it, you can do that as well. So yeah, don't worry about that if something comes up and you need to change it.
Okay.
Cool. So I just have the invoice now. So I'll send it via email and then I'll paste the link into the Zoom chat here as well.
Okay.
And then afterwards, Adam, what I'll do is I'll send you over the proposal just so you have the kind of full written breakdown of what you're paying for, all of that good stuff, just so you can keep that on file as well.
Yeah, that'll be good because the wife's going to ask.
100%. Yeah. Good for the records.
And then, hey, question for you, Adam, while I got you on here too. Paul had said, so I get what you guys are posting too. I really like Paul's page as well, but how he's posting some like workout stuff as well, like a workout with 3 little things underneath. I do stuff like that, but just not like he's doing, which I want to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? Like if I'm posting stuff, or do you guys handle more of that? Or is it, can I mix in what I'm doing with you all? Like I said, I don't want to mess up your strategy.
Yeah, so like it depends on what you have. Ideally we would have a situation where we're kind of posting everything. Now, if that's the case, you can always just say to us, look guys, here's a folder. I've got maybe it's a couple of videos or stuff that I've made and I want you guys to post. You can just give them to us and we'll incorporate that then into the flow of the content.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you guys know how to grow this on Instagram. That's why I'm coming to you and what Paul said. I want you to just take it, but anything else I could be doing that won't take me an arm and a leg to do.
Mm-hmm.
So
for sure. Yeah. So obviously on those coaching calls as well, we go into a bit more detail on that. One big growth area right now, Adam, is Instagram Reels. Not too sure if you've heard of it yet. It's relatively new. It's short form videos, very similar to the platform TikTok. And a lot of coaches are jumping on this. I'll actually pull up a couple examples of Julian. Julian is doing some really good ones on there. So we don't do them for him because, he literally sits down and records it, mirror selfie, a workout video, something like that. That is a very big growth opportunity. So while we're doing our interactions, maybe getting 300 per month, with the Reels, you'll be able to get extra growth on top of that. And it's extra content for the page. So again, I'll show you some of Julian's, and on the kickoff call, we can definitely give you some kind of ideas as well for videos that you could be doing.
All right. That would be awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. So onboarding call is booked in, and you can just let me know whenever that payment goes through.
Yeah, let me do that right now.
No worries.
All right, you should be good now.
Perfect. Yeah, that has gone through. So we've got the call booked in, we've got the invoice sorted. So the only 2 things left, Adam, are onboarding form, which I'll send over, and then also I'll send over the proposal for you as well.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Right. What I'll also do quickly while we're on is just to show you the ones Julian is doing, just to give you some inspo.
Okay. And then also you'll send me the schedule. What days and times are the coaching schedules?
Yep. So let me actually just double check that now, but I'm pretty sure we have it in about 10 minutes. I'm just going to double check the calendar. We do indeed. So if you're around in 10 minutes, Adam, we can get you on that coaching call. It's every Wednesday at this time.
And how long is it?
Roughly half an hour. They're all recorded as well. So if you miss it, you can watch it back too.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be awesome. At least if I could email the thing. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll actually send it over to you manually after this as well. It'll just be on Zoom. You can just join in, and yeah, good way to kick it off, I think.
Okay, cool.
Cool. So just before we go, just to show you Julian's ones, again, you can just have a look at his page. Oh, they're actually not showing up on my page because I'm logged in on an older account. That's funny. So if you just come onto his page, you'll see there should be Reels here. right?
Okay.
So mine isn't showing up. He's got some really good ones. You know, some are getting 20K, 30K views, very simple videos. Obviously, like anything, there's no kind of proven strategy. It's all about trial and error with Reels because it's new. So I would just say, look at what he's doing, see what you can replicate for your niche, and just give it a shot. You know, try a couple of weeks and you'll find something that works.
Okay. Now, hey, something too. Will you guys handle like up top with this stuff, like the mindset recipes? Do you make those little things as well? Because
we do indeed, Adam. So we can get you a set of those. Just give us, you know, on the onboarding call, bring that up with our team. Let us know which ones you want. Maybe it's going to be 3, 4, or 5. Let us know. We'll get that done for you as well. Another thing we can do, Adam, is basically having a kind of branded background for your Instagram stories. So see the way Julian stuff, it's very clear. It's black and green, and that's kind of all of his branding. So what we can do is have basically this vertical image with your logo at the bottom with the color scheme you want. And it's a blank image that you can essentially use for any stories you're doing. So let's say you put up a poll or a Q&A or something on your stories. You can just swipe up, add the background. It's already branded with like your website, which could have a call to action for your lead magnet, everything you want. So we can get that done as well. Again, just bring that up on the onboarding call and our team will get it handled for you.
yeah, that'd be great. Okay, cool.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah. So in the form you're sending me, I'll put in there like, hey, what our colors are, black, red, and
Yep.
silver. Okay.
All of that good stuff. Yeah. So you can attach your logo and pretty much anything you have. You know, if you have lead magnets as well, feel free to just put them on there. We'll take a look because again, if we can reference to that in the content, we're just going to get more leads. So anything you have, just shoot it over.
So like free. Yeah, we have a 4-step body transformation guide. We got a recipe book. We got all that.
Yeah. All of that's perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Cool, man.
Cool. All right, well, look, you will see David, my business partner, on the coaching call in about 10 minutes. I'll shoot you over that email in the next 2 to 3. And yeah, looking forward to working with you.
All right. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
No worries, Adam. We'll talk to you soon. Have a good one.
Take care.
Bye.
So there you have it, closed on the phone, $900 per month, minimum 3-month contract. Not my best call, and there's definitely things I would have done differently if I was to take this call right now, knowing what I know now. But still, we closed the deal, so it worked. And if you want my personalized help, feel free to book in a free consultation. In the description, there'll be a link down there to my calendar page. Go ahead and book in. Don't worry, it won't be a sales call, so I'm not going to sell you anything, but it's a consultation to see if what I do and the programs I run could help you. If not, fair enough. If so, awesome. Appreciate you watching the video. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you soon. Now, I'm going to break down a student's sales call. So somebody in my program that I work one-on-one with, a sales call they took with a business owner, essentially trying to sell their service to them. And I break it down, showing them what to do differently and how to get a better result out of this. Look, if you're trying to build an SMMA to 10, 20, 30, 40, even 50K a month, you need to know how to sell. Because if you don't know how to sell, but you know how to get appointments or get people to book calls with you, you will always struggle. And so I tell you this story to illustrate the fact that even if you know how to book meetings and your calendar is filling up, but you're not closing deals, you need to work on your sales. So the goal of this video is to give you the best SMMA training that you're gonna need to be able to close deals quite easily. You know, what I'm going to show you is how I personally, for my agency, was signing 3 to 8 clients a week, flooding us with work. And that's a good problem to have, and I want you to have that problem. So just the other week, with one of my students, Harry, I decided that I was going to review one of his sales calls live on a coaching call. Now for context, Harry actually closed this deal. So even though he closed the deal with this client, I wanted to take a deep dive to show him what I personally would have done differently, so that next time he has a call, and for his next 10 calls, that his close rate is higher. If you were to take 100 sales calls in the next year, if you're pretty new to this and you've not done this for years, you'll probably close between 10 to 20%. So you'll sign 10 to 20 clients. With the right training, we can take a 10 to 20% close rate to 30, 35, maybe 40%. So without booking any more meetings, without having more appointment setters, you could literally 2x your business by just being able to sell better. I'll preface this by saying I'm no master salesperson. In my agency, we signed over 355 clients, but to others who have been in sales for 20 years, I'm still very much new. But assuming that you have had less clients than me, hopefully I can share some stuff today that will give you real tangible things that you can use. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna play the recorded call with Harry, and you'll see what I do is I watch his call and I pause it after every minute to 2 minutes, and I give him feedback on what he's doing. You know, that's why we do what we do, because when we get you incremental gains, you get massive results. So let's watch it.
And just when I saw this, it was particularly interesting, right? Because I've worked in the real estate niche and I've worked in like marketing. So when I first saw your website, I was like, if they've genuinely cracked the code of being able to get vendor leads Like that is always what everyone wants. And then I saw your revenue per month. I was like, yeah, makes sense. That product generally sells itself if you get it in the right hands. And smart that you're also then cutting the middleman instead of going through the resellers. You're saying, right, let's just get these people directly. They're probably going to get it from you cheaper, and you can still probably increase your rate as well because you haven't got that margin of the person in between the reseller as well.
You know what's interesting? Actually, in this industry, you kind of need both.
Okay, solid. Harry, you probably did this unknowingly, but you just stroked the hell out of his ego. Right? Like he's like, you've just basically regurgitated back in layman's terms what he's just said, which is like, you understand the business, but you also understand his genius, which obviously he's going to see that as a good thing. So nice little touch there, man.
You kind of need these lead resellers who have a lot of coverage. Because if I'm running a campaign, let's say you only want like 2 counties in LA, well, what happens if
you've got all this excess?
Well, you need both. But that's the point ultimately.
And then you also mentioned something I hadn't seen on your profile and description around. You want someone who can do the cold outreach as well. So you almost want like an appointment setter, or what's your?
Yeah. So actually, we had quite a bit of success just doing automated outreach on LinkedIn. I was looking into it and I saw that like there's Instagram like chatbots, and you could essentially create like.
Well, I want to highlight that as well, Harry, because I think a lot of people in this specific scenario where it's a warm lead from Upwork, and then the guy at the start has said, we're looking for a social media manager that can do X, Y, and Z. I think a lot of people, myself included in the early days, would just run with that and not really ask many more questions and just be like, yeah, amazing. I can do all of that. Like, let me show you how it works. Let me show you the packages. So the fact that you're digging deep here is good. I would highly recommend that you continue to do this, because by you asking those little questions, even though he didn't mention the outreach on here, right? He put it in the job post. You're showing that you actually read the job post. I'm sure a lot of people would skip over that and just tell them, yep, we can do that, we can do that, we can do that, but not actually trying to understand if they're a good fit for you, right? Because for a lot of people, the problem is their sales calls is them trying to sell, which is the business owner essentially vetting you. You want to be in the position to say, hey, I'm trying to see if we're a good fit. Not you're a good fit, I'm a good fit, but together that we can both actually benefit from this. So yeah, just wanted to highlight that one as well, man. Solid.
To that point, Adam, as well, it comes from paranoia of having nightmare clients in the past. That at this stage, I'm genuinely vetting them as well.
Good. It's a good position to be in, man.
Somewhat of an automated cadence where you could just upload lists of real estate investors who are on Instagram to kind of message. So I think the one thing we're mainly looking for is like this actual social media management. But if that person is also capable of just setting up like a cadence with, messaging people, that would be ideal.
Okay, cool. I guess so for full transparency, social media management is like, that's our bread and butter and expertise. Less expertise in the whole cold outreach piece. But I bring it up because it's something that I'm actually thinking of learning, developing, and probably testing on a few clients first before I offer as a service. But that's why I asked for that. But social media management is where our real kind of key expertise is. Very
nice. What I would have done slightly differently here, Harry, was, so he mentioned, right? The main thing we want is the social media, and this other thing is something else we want. Okay, so he's ranking them in terms of priority. I would push him a little bit more on that, and I would push him more to get him to admit to you that his goal of today is to just find the social media manager, and that if the social media manager can't do the outreach, the appointment setting, cool, no problem. Because if in the back of his mind, it is a deal breaker, right? He just hasn't said it yet. And he's like, nah, I really do want someone that can do it. If you have then said, look, at the start of the call, we can't do it, you might shoot yourself in the foot. Obviously, that wasn't the case, but just for future calls, always dig as deep as you can before you start to give out, here's what we do, or this is what we don't do, to make sure that what you don't do isn't something that they want.
And how, just that's really good. I've just been taking notes. How would you kind of smoothly get him to say in his own words that social media management's the main thing I'm really after? Like, how would you kind of structure your questions?
Yeah, man, it could be as simple as, awesome, John. So in terms of those two things, the social media management and then potentially the appointment setting and the outreach, which one is the biggest priority right now? And now he's already answered that, right? But we want to just get him to go social media management. Cool. Got you. So John, we're figuring out today if we can try and work with you and if you're a good fit to work with us. So if we can offer you that, the top priority, is that something that's good enough for you? Or are you looking for somebody that can do this,
but also this. Just so we can get it like super boxed, ticked, clear as heck, you know?
Yeah, I like that. Thank you. And let me share what I've gone through. I'll also share a little bit about how we work, and then we can take it from there if that works for you.
Yep.
Brilliant. All right.
Okay. What I would do here, Harris, I would dig deep more before we transition to this is what we do and this is how we do it. So the call is 22 minutes roughly. So about a quarter of the call in, we've done our deep dive and we've transitioned now to essentially pitch mode, which does work, right? And obviously worked in this scenario. So it's not that you can't ever do this. I've done this on tons of calls, right? The best calls I've had, and for my salesperson now, the best calls he has are the calls where at least 10 minutes is deep dive, at least. Sometimes 15, sometimes 20 minutes. And so when you think of it, say, from Sean's perspective, you've asked him a couple of questions, but there is also a lot that you haven't asked, okay? So you haven't asked, what have you done on social media? Sean, you mentioned that you didn't need to do social media before, but now it's a priority because of the direct-to-consumer domain that you guys have and the business you're running there. What makes now like the best time for you guys to do that compared to paid ads, or email marketing, or something else? So getting him to get really clear on why now and why he needs this today, not tomorrow, not in 2 weeks. Okay. Just another example of some questions we could drop in is, one, what have you done on social media? We've done X, Y, and Z, that, or we've done absolutely nothing. I would also then, because these guys have probably done nothing, because he said that, dig into who are they trying to be? What are they trying to replicate? Before I go and tell them this is what we do and we do it, right? Because if I know exactly what he's looking for, when I position my pitch, it's easier to give him the things that he actually wants. Because otherwise I'm going to pitch him everything, whereas he might want a very specific type of content. For example, we ask him, who do you want to model? He mentions, let's just say Grant Cardone. And then okay, awesome. I know Grant Cardone's content. I know what type of content he posts. It's gonna be pretty easy for me to position that what we do. And I'm going to show him the clients that have content similar to Grant Cardone. Cool. So yeah, man, just a deeper dive. And again, it goes back to when you're approaching this from I'm trying to see if he's a good fit for us. You're the doctor, he's the patient. You need to ask more questions, right? You need to get even clearer on exactly what he wants.
Makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
No worries with it.
Let me share my screen. All right. Can you see that? So what I've done is just an audit of some of your online presence, which I appreciate.
That was real subtle. Some people probably didn't notice that, but you had the name of the guy on the presentation. Beautiful. Shows attention to detail. I like it.
Appreciate it in terms of like Instagram wise is limited at the moment. So what I've done more is focus on like what other people in your space are doing. Then I'll go into like how we work with people at the moment. So 100%.
Quick one here. So Harry, you have social media audit, which is an amazing thing to add into your call. But you asking, what have you done on social media, allows you to further position your audit. So for example, let's pull back 1 or 2 minutes and you're like, oh, John, so before I walk you through what we do, what have you guys tried with social media? And he starts to tell you what he's tried. And what you can do is you can frame that question as, what have you tried on social media? Because John, I'm going to give you a full audit during this call. I've got a full audit. It's going to take us 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to walk you through exactly what I think you guys need to improve on. But what have you guys actually tried? Have you had any team members work on this? Have you worked on it yourself? Have you hired contractors, agency? Who has been involved? What have you guys done? And I'll show you what I think later.
My clients are busy business owners who they get the need for this, but just haven't got the scope to do it themselves. So we'll support you in actually showing you how exactly we do that. A little bit in terms of impact. And then lastly, some of the bundles I've put together and how we could potentially help you based on some of those aims of yours. So inspiration to take. I think you're in the benefit of real estate literally does lend itself to being a popular niche or that can gain attention. Conscious that for you, that it would be, you won't just want followers for followers' sake. You want people who are potentially future buyers. But I think it's going to be a case of a funnel, right? Of vast majority just going to be curious about real estate, but by reaching them and gaining traction and getting that social proof, it will help you get a larger amount of the smaller percentage buyers. So I think the way I would approach this is just to kind of be popular and then let that kind of smaller percentage get higher as you bring in more people, if that makes sense. So some best practices I'm seeing,
Nice. I really like that point. That's a really good point to make, because a lot of guys will see some of the guys you're going to show now, right? Like this guy with 120K, this guy with 673, and they might be thinking in the back of their mind, yeah, but I don't want to be an influencer. I don't want to be famous. I just want leads. I just want money. So you basically crush that down before they can come to you and say that, because you've literally pre-framed what you're about to show them. So that was nice, man.
I'm sure you're probably familiar with some of these faces are kind of real kind of pinned posts or sharing key information. So I think I could imagine some of your pinned posts being about, how you've built such like a extensive database, how you are able to get in these kind of seller leads effectively, and so maybe some of the areas that you cover. I don't know how expansive you are. Is it all of US?
All of US.
All of US. Perfect. So you could talk about how you're all of US.
Cool. And that's just an example, Harry, of you adding more of a deep dive, but you're doing it throughout the call, which is fine. But again, it's easier when you get it all done at the front. So you got everything laid out, and just makes this presentation
that kind of database
easier.
you build over time. A little bit again about kind of who most gets value from you. So that's how I could see kind of deploying this method. And the reason why that's important is when people first come on board, not everyone's vast majority of people aren't going to scroll down to kind of see what you're about and what you offer. So like ensuring that you have those pinned posts so that regardless of what you share afterwards, people can quickly see and get up to speed with what you can share is super important. Same thing as well in terms of the covers, in terms of showing, perhaps it could be reviews, results made for people, maybe if you've managed to get seller leads that have resulted in deals and subsequent profits, kind of sharing those kind of case studies would be a nice way of like real bringing attention. I mean, I actually think that he's done an okay job here, but it could be a little bit better. My personal preference is to actually put like icons, because then that way it makes it even clearer about what these different things are. So for example, under properties, you put like an icon of a house, right? Under news would be like a newspaper. Yeah, I think it's just a lot cleaner. And then just kind of repurposed videos. So I don't know how much, do you have much footage of the properties you have on offer or anything like that?
We don't have much.
Not so much.
We don't.
Yeah, that's fine. So what we could do then here is, these.
Nice. Again, that was good, right? You asked, nope, it's fine. You didn't even go into it. You didn't explain why you need it. You said, it's fine, cool, all good.
Kind of VIP, showing me around things always do well. So I think how we could work for you if you don't have those in hand is just repurposing. You can do the things like, this is this mansion in LA with this beautiful view, which you live here, right? And then do it that way.
Would you be able then to repurpose the content and like provide it, let's say, to us for approval?
Yes, absolutely. And then just around LinkedIn as well, you can.
Cool. On that one there, Harry, I would definitely give him a little bit more information about that process. So he asked about the repurposing with approval. So the approval, that I know is always a bit of a sticky point for some businesses, because they're like, yeah, we like this stuff, but we want to be able to give you feedback. We want to be able to request revisions. So just crunch that out with him. Be like, yeah, cool. And what we used to do, Harry, is we just had a slide which basically showed the 5-step process of how content was made, which you might even have in here.
I do. It's not pretty, but I do cover it on my.
Hey, that's all good, man. That's all good. Sweet.
Just do some of that more aspirational stuff to build target audiences. And actually, I can imagine a lot of your target audiences would probably be on LinkedIn as well.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
So you'd want to make sure that you have like a good presence there, and that also it's repurposed to fit in the vibe of LinkedIn, so that it resonates with that audience, because there are slight nuances, so it's important to kind of repurpose that as well. Any questions on what I've shared there?
No.
So in terms of you specifically, things that I've picked out is, I think, just getting that branding right. So it's, again, I appreciate it's all kind of brand new, but making sure that consistent aesthetic that you clearly spend time on your website comes through in your online presence, just to make you a lot more recognizable. Share your offer. I mean, this right here, like, this is a no-brainer. I don't know if you're familiar with like Alex Hormozy and that whole kind of stuff.
Yes.
But
I read a $1 million offer too.
Classic, right? I think any person who takes this half seriously has read that book, right? If you want to in business, yeah, great book. And I think, this is a great offer. I think you probably get people trying to bite your hand off just seeing this, right? And probably your challenge here is probably overcoming people's skepticism would be my hunch, if I'm honest.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think you really talking about that network and why you're able to do what you do would really help kind of back that. And you could use your presence as a way, or your online presence as a way of showing that. So it could be like a carousel post of, we know this is a big claim, and this is the underlying structure that allows us to do this.
For sure, everybody else is thinking the same thing I'm thinking, which is, Harry, you're doing a fucking fantastic job on this call, man. No, truly, like, you're really demonstrating your expertise in a very chill, conversational, informal way. But everything you're saying, he's like, yeah. Okay, he's not the kind of, hype guy that's going to be like, this is amazing. But you can tell he is loving what you're saying. Like the Alex Hormozy, that was very subtle, right? But anybody who takes this half seriously has read that book after he said that he's read the book. Again, that's such a small thing, but that's just going to make him go, yeah, this guy fucking knows the book. I've read the book. Amazing. It's, you know what I mean? You're ticking a lot of small boxes that, from my experience reviewing calls, a lot of people have to make a very conscious effort to drop this stuff in. You're doing it very chill, formal, casually, and it's working in treatment. So
then, yeah, I touched upon it earlier before. Just take advantage of, like, you know, this is the niche you're in, just lends itself to popularity, right? So I think just being really conscious that, yeah, vast majority of people are just going to be curious, but we have to kind of play that numbers game to get those interested people.
Also, the expertise, I just want to highlight that real quick. So, for example, you mentioned how he's got a no-brainer offer. You didn't just say we need to get the no-brainer offer out there, and that's all we need to do. You mentioned, again, further showing that you understand it truly, which is that, hey, I guess your biggest objection is this is too good to be true. It's the skepticism. And again, immediately he goes, yeah. He didn't even think about it, just boom, straight away. So little things like that are just throughout the call, just showing that, yeah, you're a guy that clearly doesn't just know social media. You understand marketing, sales, the whole funnel and how it all works.
And just using that to your advantage. So how we work with people, when you come on board, we make sure that clients fill in a profile form that shares, you know, who's your target audience, who are your competitors, what messages resonate really well. And we use that to create a form, and then when necessary, build a brand. But with your one, we'll just be basing off your website unless you said otherwise. And from there,
just on that one, Harry, I would clarify with him how that's done. So do you send the form to him and he fills it out? Do you guys fill it out together on a call? Again, these are just little things that normally the business owner is going to bring up to you at the end of the call as a doubt, as a question, as an objection. So let's just crush it and handle it while we go through it. Makes the process smoother.
This is someone trying to do it themselves, did not have the time nor particularly interested to do that, and we were able to just take that off our hands and say, right, whether it's testimonials, whether it's videos, whether it's posts, we're going to have that consistent, polished theme that just makes you really kind of stand out and pop and be recognized for what you do.
So then you're working with an agency then, correct?
So I run the agency.
So you run the agency. So then I have somebody separate be like my dedicated like account rep, or would you be?
So it's both. So we're still small enough where I like to be involved.
Okay, cool.
So I'll still be there in the day-to-day, but you do also have a client manager as well.
Got you. Okay, cool.
And then this is how we do it, right? So this is the bread.
Nice. So that was all good, man. That was all good. Again, I would give a little bit more info. So you mentioned that you're still involved, but there'll also be a client manager or an account manager. Because he brought up that question, I imagine he might have some more questions on that later on. Or when he gets onboarded, he might have questions about it, right? So again, maybe we can just drop in a little bit more info of, I'll meet with you once a month on a call, or whatever that structure is. You'll meet your account manager every week. Just give him the clarity on that so that we can kind of, again, crush that down.
On that, it's my contact with my contacts. Well, my contact with my clients is minimal. So it's probably at minimum like 2 messages a month where it's literally, sometimes it's not even me, it's just my client manager saying, these are the content, are you ready for it? So instead, would I just spell that out in terms of the interaction? You have like an onboarding call, which will be with myself. And then from there on in, you have the monthly contact with predominantly my client manager for content. But I also step in ad hoc on basis when needed. That'd be a way to like frame it.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. You know, and it's hard to know, right? Because this guy, it sounds like, because he's asking the question, that he wants you to be involved, right? Because he probably wouldn't ask the question if he was happy if he never spoke to you again, right? That's probably his core desire there.
That was my hunch as well, I think, because I think when they speak to me and they can tell I get it, I think that fear is I just get handed over to someone else who doesn't get it as well, right?
Yeah, for sure, man. So yeah, the way you framed it there sounds good to me. You know, take the client you're most involved with and give that as the example of how involved you can be. Not I will, but I can do this, and this. And also just, with the account manager, right? A doubt some people are going to have is exactly what you mentioned. Harry's the genius behind the business. Then there's an account manager who's, so does okay, right? Like if he's worked with an agency, maybe that's his idea of what that's going to look like. So maybe we could sell that thing a bit more. Be like, oh yeah, but even if I'm not on a call with you every week, you'll be in touch with my account manager who has calls with me every week. All right, basically connecting the dots so that even if he's not in direct line with you, he knows that everything that the account manager is doing is going by you first, and it's, you know, true the strategy that you've laid out.
Bottom of it, it's just super simple Google Sheet. We share, this is the captions, this is the links. You just tick and approve if you're happy with it, or you give us some slight notes and adjustments. Unlike other agencies, there's no limit on how much feedback you can give us. Like, we'll take as many revisions to get it right. But typically, once we're in flow, it's like one revision, if that, as we just get a feel of what your preference is.
Well, amazing. You did the us versus them. Unlike other agencies, we do this, we go above and beyond. But then you also counteracted that to say, hey, we probably never even need to do more than 1 or 2 revisions because we're that good. So again, subtle things, but those little things make a big, big difference.
Got it. And then how we write like you. So I've got a whole segment on like the captions and the copywriting, because I think this is one of the most important pieces of, we want to make sure, you know, we sound like you and not someone you've paid to sound like you. So within that, we have, you know, who are people and sites that you think have authority in the space and you want us to get inspiration from. What are those kind of, we can co-build a tone of voice guide. And I'm super open around my team's international, which means we can be quite competitive with our rates. But when it comes to the captions, that's always done by like an English native or myself. And it just means you get the best of both that way.
Gotcha.
And then from there, we schedule that all in, or in the first kind of, as we're ramping up, about 2 weeks. But once we're fully there, it's about 4 weeks in advance typically is our standard. And then what that allows us to do is share those monthly reports weekly upon request as well. And it just means we can like just do more of what's working and continue to iterate to just get that best results for you. This is just another branding example of someone that we did for our Australian contact of ours. And then these are the bundles I put together for you. So based on what you shared around, you know, really wanting to ramp up growth, kind of get increased reach.
Good, man. Just before you pivot to pitch of packages, pricing, etc., just on everything you've showed them so far, I'd ask for some buy-in. So, John, does that all make sense? Is there anything I've mentioned there, John, that you want more clarity on? John, is there anything I've mentioned there that, or John, is there something I haven't mentioned that you feel would be necessary for what you guys are trying to achieve in 2024? Just so we could, again, maybe he says, we need somebody that's great at doing hashtags, and that's a deal breaker for him. Well, cool. We can do hashtags, right?
I've put 2 options. Both of them will include the social media resource designer, the copywriter, project manager, who's separate to myself. He more works in the background just to make sure that things are always posted on time. And then I myself, as a marketing strategist, am involved. And I've also realized I've missed out on one here, which is the client manager, but there you go. So you've got like a whole kind of ecosystem and team working on this to really make sure it goes to plan and gets those results you're after. And these are the 2 points I've put to you. So the difference between the 2 is one is a lot more heavier in terms of video. So with option B, you'd get 20 real videos a month and engagement across all those platforms. And
quick question, Harry, is there any clients you have where they're like stand out in terms of results? Like whether that's followers, views, or leads or anything?
Yes, and I've just been lazy and haven't put it into a case study yet, which I need to do. So my list.
Okay. Yeah. That's all right. That's right. I would definitely put those in before you jump into this as well. Right. Because just as I'm watching it now, it's very heavy right now on features. Right. It's very heavy on, you'll get a copywriter, project manager, social media manager, pricing. This is what it includes, right? It's a lot of like logical features and all of that.
On that though, now to think of it, I have a hidden slide that I do have results on. But the reason, and again, maybe I'm just too like, I've been better in the past, I'm too paranoid. But what I've done before is when I've shared results of followers, for example, based on, and at the time, it wasn't even my own case study, it was like my social media manager's case study. That came back to bite me because they were like, oh, when I saw all this rapid follower growth case study that you showed me, I was then extra disappointed when I didn't receive it. So what I've intentionally done now is that I have it in the back burner. So if they ask for, and some of them do, can I see some results? It's like, cool, I pull out and I show the results. If they don't ask for it, I want the value add in their head to be, I just get the convenience and a very professional, slick, low effort social media presence. And this other bonus is just a nice add-on, but I'm not kind of banking on it. So that's why I've done it that way.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me, man. That makes sense. I think it'll definitely affect your close rate, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because if you're cool with the fact that you might close less deals, but every deal you do close hasn't been sold on any potential results and they've just been sold on, like you said, easy to work with, clean branding, etc., then that might be better. So yeah, keep it in mind, man. Keep it in mind. Again, it also kind of comes back to the importance of asking as many questions as we can and getting that deep dive, right? Because if earlier in the call, John had said, or John had just really focused on results, right? Like he really drilled in the fact that we need to get this number of leads, this is the follower count we want to get to. If he had mentioned all those things, then if we didn't present anything to say, hey, we can do that, he's probably going to be a bit doubtful. In this case, he hasn't, but we also haven't asked, really. You know, we haven't asked clear enough, I don't think. So,
And how would you frame that? Again, just to soak up as much as I can.
In terms of the question?
Yeah, to see how result-oriented this specific person is.
Yeah, man. Just as simple as you could do it at the very start. You could do it, for example, when you asked, tell you about your business, and he told you about the business. Like you could even drop it in right there of, John, fantastic. Love this, and this. You know, by the way, John, what's your goal of getting a social media manager? Like, what is the main goal? Because I have clients I work with that are in here to get X number of leads per month or a certain number of followers. And I have clients that just want somebody to handle social media in a very easy, stress-free manner. So just so we're clear, John, just so I can then make sure that I give you the info that you need based on what you want, where would you think you lie on that scale? You know, 1 being you just want it done easy, nice and clean, and 10 being if it doesn't get you X number of leads, you're not happy. Cool, but all good, man. All good.
And the other 8 would be either like graphics or like carousels. And then option A is a bit more video light. So that's like 1 video a week. And then the other ones are like carousels and posts and what have you. And then you have the direct rate. And then for Upwork, it's slightly higher just because they charge me a fee. I recently learned they charge you a fee as well, but you know, I guess they have a business to run.
Yeah. I mean, I could also pay you through, hypothetically, if I were to move, I decided I wanted to move forward, would you accept, let's say on Wise? Like I work with a lot of guys I pay through Wise.
Yeah, I use Wise as well, actually. I find it super. Well, I use either Stripe or Wise, right? But I find
I haven't used Stripe, but yeah, same thing. So then to confirm then for, let's say, what's it called? Package A, it says 28 posts, 4 real videos and engagements. And can you break down the other 24? What other 24 posts?
So it would be, the other 24 would be things such as graphic designs, carousels, things such as things to look for when like exploring a home to buy, trends in how the US market's moving, things of that nature. So we try and make it informative, educational, and entertaining, but depending on, you know, how entertaining you want to be with your brand as well.
Okay. Let me see here. Can I take a screen?
Cool. Yeah, I would definitely add that in the breakdown. That's a really good question that guy's asked, which is a very logical question. Because even myself, when I looked at it, I was like, okay, 28 posts, but 4 real videos. So immediately I'm like, I actually don't know what that would be. So I think if you could break that down, man, on like here's a full list of 28 posts, 4 real videos, 24 from graphics, carousels, you know, this, and this. And I would give examples. Like I would give graphic examples to be like 4 real videos, arrow pointing to examples of real videos. 24 graphics, and then examples of graphics, like different styles, all of that. Because again, we're, as humans, we learn better when we see. And then if we can see and we can read it, fantastic. You know, double whammy.
Shot of this?
Yeah, I'll take a screenshot and I'll share.
You can send it to me actually.
Yeah, I'll send this to you so you've got it to hand as well, like a summary.
Perfect. Okay. But I think those are predominantly the 4 channels that I want to target. I also think I'm also interested in having somebody run my own personal LinkedIn as well. Yep. So in addition to the business one. So I don't know if you'd be able to include.
Okay. Yeah, this is good, man. Right? Obviously, conversation's moving in the right way. When you pitched the price, you didn't say, hey, which package works best, but you didn't say, hey, what do you think? A lot of people panic and they go, what do you think about that? Is that something you can afford? So you just dropped it, which is the way I would recommend. Just drop the 2 packages. When you do drop it, how I would like to do it in this scenario is I'd like to walk them through the 2. Okay, so package A is this, and is this price. Package B is this. If one is more cost effective, I would outline that. For example, if package B is more expensive, but it's cheaper per post, I would make that very clear and be like, by the way, you get this saving on package B. Because we're doing more volume, we'll actually give you a discount of 10%, 5%. So John, really out of those packages, now we can just chat about if you have any questions about them. And then also, if there's a package you like more than the other, we can look at that. And then just kind of further bottle him down. But nice.
That in your service as well.
Yeah, we run LinkedIn too. And
with this one, Harry, I want you to think about this, right? So him saying, now, basically, I've got another opportunity for you. I've got my LinkedIn. That could be something that you guys handle. Do you think there'd be a way in which you could figure that out earlier in the call? So instead of him bringing it up, do you think there'd be a way for you to easily ask a question for him to bring that up earlier?
yeah, probably around the point around when I'm asking about his aims for social media, just to add on, and would this just be for yourself personally or as the company, right?
Well, smooth, buttery smooth. Again, small thing, right? And obviously, this is a scenario where this worked. Your pitch worked, everything worked. But in a hypothetical, you can imagine if you knew at the start in 5 minutes, he also potentially wants his own personal LinkedIn done. Nice. Maybe when I'm giving him the packages, I can mention how I'm willing to give him a discount if he has extra pages besides just one. Or I'll talk about my client who I also manage LinkedIn for. It'll drop that in.
How much output would you want to do from that? Do you have an idea?
I don't know how much output I would really need in order to really, optimize, the posting on LinkedIn. Like, I don't know if I need to only do once a week, if I only need to do twice a week, but I don't really know. I figured you're the expert on it, not me.
Yeah, I'd say you'd want to do at least about 3 a week. I'd say it's like a 10. All right, I'm just taking notes here. And then just to get your thoughts on this, was that kind of what you're looking for? Because again, I just based on some of that.
No, I really appreciate that you researched us in advance. That it sounds as if I like kind of the presentation. It all sounds very good to me. It sounds exactly like what we're looking for. And I'm guessing, obviously, assuming we were to start, I can kind of go through with you and show you our competitors, like our exact competitors. So maybe you can just get a little bit more inspiration with respect to how we want to differentiate ourselves from them, but kind of take also some of the some of the good messaging that they have and exactly who they're targeting. So
cool. Another example, Harry, just something that we could have asked earlier. So he mentioned, I can give you my competitors, but that is a question that would work really nicely in the deep dive. Sean, who are some of your top competitors right now? Like, who's somebody you'd want to emulate on social media? Yeah. So again, then before he even gets time to say it, we've already asked that. He's like, these guys are on it, man. And nice, man, nice. Guys, just to give you an example, right? In this scenario, this as a close is like what I would call like a very chill close. You're not putting any pressure. You're just, do you have any thoughts? Do you have any feedback? Do you like the sound of this? Right? It's a very chill, pleasant scenario for both people involved. There's not really high pressure, which is good. Okay. On the flip side of that, the approach that used to work the best for me in terms of closing deals, not only just to close them on the phone, but just to get them to move to a decision, whether it's yes or no, was something like this. So when you give them the packages, okay, John, this is package A, da-di-da-di-da. This is package B. John, if it suits you, because we still have about 5 minutes left on the call, I can walk you through the next steps if you like. There's no pressure, but because we have the time, I can show you what it would look like if we were to work together. And you just drop that. And most likely, right, because you've got 5 minutes of the call, cool. He's not committing to, I'm going to pay you for package A yet. He hasn't said that, but you're now getting a chance to basically sell him again, to sell him on imagining what it's going to be like to be in your business, working with you. And, this is like an old marketing tactic, right? It's why in advertisements for an iPhone, for example, I remember, I think it was like the first iPod ad, right, that was ever made. They didn't just show the iPod and all its cool features. They showed people using the iPod, holding it, listening to music, right? Why did they do that? It's to get you as the viewer to imagine that you already have the product. Because when you can picture it in your mind, you're going to pay more money for it. You're going to buy it faster. So if Sean can imagine, and I'm already set up in Slack, and Harry, we're going to have an onboarding call next week, and you're going to send me the form right after this call so we can get started right away. He's just more emotionally ready to go, fuck it, that's right, bro. Because then he's half in, right? His feet are half in, so it's harder for them to jump back. So I would try that. I'd try that on some of your calls. Again, you can do it, like I said, in there where it's very chill. You're literally telling them there's no pressure, but I want to give you the opportunity to see what it would actually be like for us to be together.
Now, this is a role play sales call with a student of mine, essentially giving them practice, showing them how they need to do a sales call to get the best result out of it.
John, what's up, man? Hope you're doing good. Really appreciate you hopping on the call. Thanks for taking the time. How's business been over the last couple of weeks?
It's been okay, yeah. I mean, same as what we've usually been doing, you know, busy. We're on some jobs at the moment.
Sweet. What kind of jobs are you taking at the moment, John?
We've got some extensions, some like rear extensions going on at the moment.
Cool, nice. Is that the typical type of job you do, or do you have a couple different things?
Yeah, we generally do like extensions, loft conversions, and kind of renovations.
Sweet. Nice, John. What's the average price on that? You know, it's not something I've had done in my home, so I'm just curious.
Upwards of 70,000.
Nice. Wow. More than I expected.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, cool. Before we get to any specifics, John, just to let you understand what this call is all about, my goal really is just to ask you some more questions like we just did there. But ideally, we're going to focus on social media, right? We had a quick chat on Instagram. You mentioned that this is potentially something you need a little bit of help with. So I'm going to ask you some questions about that. And if at the end of the call you think, wow, that sounds good, and you can see the value in what we do, of course, I can walk you through what that would look like in your business. Sound good?
Yep, sounds good.
Awesome. Cool. So John, you said the average ticket price for your service right now is somewhere upwards of 70,000. That's obviously quite high. How are you currently getting those clients?
Just through word of mouth at the moment.
Okay. And that's just literally you do a job, you do it so well, somebody literally passes it on to their friend or something, right?
Yeah, or just recommendations.
Solid. And have you had any word of mouth through social media, or literally just strictly in person?
So like not tech savvy at all. I don't have any kind of clue about how to do that. My wife's been popping a post up now and then, and yeah, that's about it really.
Okay, cool. And when your wife started, when was that, John? Was that recently, or?
I mean, she probably started the page in like 2017 and has popped up maybe like 8 or 9 posts since then.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's not many posts. It's only a couple a year, right?
Yeah. We don't really know how it all works, to be honest.
Gotcha. And when you started, right, in 2017, why did you actually decide we're going to give this a shot?
Thought it'd just be some good like advertising for the business, really.
Cool. Gotcha. John, just out of curiosity, is anybody in your industry that you've seen on social media, like anybody that's pumping out more content than, let's say, the 7 or 8 pieces in the last 4 or 5 years? Is there anybody you know that actually puts out content on social?
I mean, I know that people are doing it, but it's not really a platform that I'm very familiar with.
Makes sense. And, you know, I think our goal really here today, John, is, again, we want to see if you're a good fit for what we offer. So the main thing I need to figure out is if this is something you actually need help with, right? So you mentioned you're not really tech savvy. You said your wife put up a few posts, totally get that. But I guess before we go forward, I just want to get clear on the real goal. Because I know you mentioned it might get you some awareness, it might look good, you know, having a social media page, but do you think social media could actually grow your business? Like, do you think it's possible to get some of those clients to pay for a renovation from social media?
I guess it's just the way that things are going in the world. I just feel like I should probably try and keep up a little bit with what's going on.
For sure. If you're not in, you can't win. That's what we like to tell our clients. Solid. Okay, cool, John. Well, you know, there are people in your industry getting really good results. And this Megan, is when I'd start to, for example, what Warren mentioned, this is like a temperature check, right? Because John has basically said so far, we don't know how it works. We tried doing it. We don't even know why, right? Not very clear motive. So we need to now figure out, okay, how do we get him to understand it's actually valuable? So that's why I'm asking, Do you know anybody in your industry? Do you know anybody that has done this? So this is where you'll probably come in with your clients. Okay.
Yeah.
So you might have heard me speak about this before. We call it subtle selling. Okay. So for example, you've just told me you haven't seen many people do this. You know, you should do it. So now what I would probably do before I ask too many more questions, I'd probably spend like a minute or so just going over one of your clients. So I'd say something like, cool, John. So there's actually one of our clients, Jimmy, that I'd love to show you. He has a very similar business to you. Then just, you know, explain what he does, what kind of price point, explain all the things that are similar. So he also does renovations. His ticket price is upwards of 30, 40K. And I'd love to show you what we've been doing with him on social media. Not to say, hey, we're great, look at this stuff, but to show you that it actually can grow your business. That's my main goal just in the next 2 minutes. Does that sound good? Sounds good. Yeah. Okay. And then I would just screen share, show the results you have, show all of the impressions. As Warren mentioned, obviously make sure we get clear on the concrete data of you got him upwards of 10K impressions. That's 10,000 potential customers. And then at that point, I would start to ask more of the deep questions, such as, cool, John, so I've just shown you how Jimmy got upwards of 10,000 new people to see his stuff on social media. Do you think you'd be able to get a couple of clients from that? Like, do you think it's a possibility that, let's say 10,000 people see your stuff, maybe 200 of them actually decide, you know what, this guy's got stuff that I like, so I'm going to follow him. I'm going to like his content. Out of those 200, let's just say we messaged them, had a quick little chat on social, or maybe we even got their phone number. Would you think we'd be able to get them as a client? Like, do you think you'd be able to sell them and actually sell your service to get them as a client?
So good. Yeah.
And one thing that I didn't do there, Megan, that you should definitely do, right, is instead of saying, can we get him as a client or whatever, you want to stroke his ego, right? Because John probably thinks he's really good at sales. Like any guy that has a business probably thinks, yeah, I can sell anybody. Like, get them on the phone. That's the only problem. Once they're on the phone, I can sell them. So stroke that, right? And say, cool, John. So you're probably good at sales if you're selling stuff for 70,000, right? You obviously know a thing or two about how to position that and how for someone to see the value in it. If we had 200 people, again, that liked some of the stuff we posted on social, maybe they even messaged us, would you be able to sell even one or two of them?
And he'll go,
probably
yeah,
like,
of course I would.
I could sell 10 of them next month, easy, you know. Just get them on the phone and I'll get them, kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And at that point, you think of like where he's come from, right? He's gone from at the start of the call being unclear why he even started social media to now he's seen the proof, he's seen the results, and he's just affirmed that he's really good at what he does and that he could, of course. Like, that's so logical. Of course, he could sign at least one client or two or 5 or 10. So he's really warm right now. And that's when I would go back to the questions and I would start to go more into this part here, right? Which is state their goals and repeat them to them. Okay. So for example, cool, John. So ultimately, as we've discovered, the ideal scenario for you with social media, it's not just to post, right? You don't particularly want to do that. You want to make money from what you're doing. You want to get clients, you want to get leads, you want to get inquiries. All right, that's where I'm listing there. You want to get this, and this. Then we want to reaffirm that we can do this and go back to your case studies, go back to your results, being like, cool, you saw Jimmy, you saw Alex, you saw the results they got. That was through our insert product name, insert service name, whatever it is. And then from here, this is the way we always did it. We would always then go for the hard qualifying questions. Okay, so we've done a little bit of this already, right? Of we could get you maybe 10K people, maybe 200 have conversations, and then you could sign a couple of those. If we haven't done it in that much detail, we'll start to go into like way more detail, right? Such as out of the 200, John, if that was 50 people that you were able to get on the phone, how many of those do you typically think you'd convert into a customer? And get the clear numbers, okay? So let's say John has then said, yeah, 5, I could easily get 5. Fantastic. So John, you just said that you could get 5, right? You get 5. If we do what we do best and we get you the people on social media, as long as we can do that, you should be able to bring in 5 new customers from that. Now, as you mentioned, your service is upwards of 70K. Let's just say some of them don't go for the full 70K and they spend 40K average. That's still a lot of money, right? 5 times 40,000. It's a decent chunk of change. So John, now what I'd love to do is to walk you through our service, the pricing, how it works, and if you'd like to get started. Does that sound good? That's good. Cool.
Oh, yeah.
And then we go, right? And the reason I would do it that way is I've just positioned the gain, which is like 100K plus, right?
Yeah.
And now that's obviously an extreme example. Maybe you want to tailor that a little bit down a bit, and maybe it's more like he gets 1 client or 2 clients a month. Okay, more realistic. Even at that point, because of how high ticket his stuff is, you can start to play into that, right? So John, you've told me that you could probably get 5. Let's just say things don't go perfectly, right? You don't close as many people. Maybe we don't bring you 10,000 new eyeballs and we get you 7,000. It's still realistic though, John, right? To say over 3 months, if you were to work with us, that we'd get at least 1 of them. Like that's realistic, right? Yeah, it's realistic. Cool, John. The reason I say that is because the price of our program is actually only X. So even if we did the worst job possible in 3 months and we just got 1 single client, you'd still have a 20X return. And John, the benefit is that we actually do this for you. We're not just going to tell you how to do it. You just told me earlier you're not tech savvy. You don't want to spend hours doing this, so we'll actually do it for you. So you don't have to worry about what to post, how to learn how to use it, or anything like that. What we're going to do is, and then insert pitch of we do this, we do this, we do this. And again, we want to always bring it to what he wants, which is we'll get you phone numbers, we'll get you leads, we'll get you conversations. That's what you do. You handle that portion. We do the 90%. Cool. And then from there, it's walk to a close. So yeah. Obviously different for every call, but again, I wanted to show you that because this is a script that I used to use. This is a script that my salespeople used to use. And this isn't even the best script. I'm sure you could find way more detailed, tested scripts that work. The key thing is it does a lot of, like what we talked about there, it did a lot of little things. A lot of little things that lead to one really big outcome, which is John coming to the end of that call feeling like, fucking hell, this is a no-brainer. Like I'd be mad to not try this for at least 3 months. Yeah. What's the worst, what's the worst case here? And similar to what Warren mentioned, I think a reason that approach works, I didn't talk much about social media, right? Like I didn't go talk about hashtags, I didn't talk about a lot of things that would just confuse him and that are really irrelevant. We really just focused on what does he want? Why is he doing social? Here's what we've done with clients. Here's how our package works. Does it make sense? And tie it all together. So like Warren said, like the presentation pitch might be 2 minutes because we really don't need to, especially with that type of buyer, right? Like someone who said they're not tech savvy, he probably doesn't care or know what a content calendar is, what hashtags are.
No, exactly.
So there's no point of us even mentioning them. If you're going to mention them in the, oh yeah, John, we're going to do all of it for you. I could sit here and explain all the things we do for the next 50 minutes if you want, but trust me, there's a lot in it. Just to give you a quick overview, we do X, we do Y, we do Z, we do all these things, but don't even go into detail because it'll just bore him, right? We're just going to get to that result. And if at the end of that call, he doesn't see the value, it's probably, as we mentioned, there's something we didn't ask. We didn't get clear on how much a client is worth. We didn't get clear on how it's actually possible through social media, not a shot in the dark, but out of those 10,000 people, how realistic that actually is. And that's normally, from the calls I used to review for my salespeople, that was always the thing. It was, okay, the script is there, it works. We didn't close this guy. Oh yeah, the script wasn't followed. You skipped 4 really key questions and you did a good job. Like the call sounded good, but you missed temperature check. You missed what his goal actually is. You missed what he's tried. You've just missed all these things so that you could feel like it's a great call, but at the end, hey, no money, no deal,
Yeah. I mean, great advice from both you and Warren. Thank you guys so much. And the fact this is recorded, I can then watch it back because you just handled the way that the typical client responds really well. So thank you very much.
Quick question for you. Do you want my full program where I give you absolutely everything you need, kind of like a business in a box setup,
and I give you daily coaching to get results. This is everything you get. You get my full step-by-step training videos, so all of my course content, my private mastermind group, our weekly live calls, the daily coaching with me, copy and paste templates to start your business, a one-on-one onboarding call, and even a certification once you finish. If you are interested in working with me, you'll see some options in the description of this video where you can go and learn more about getting my help. So you, my friend, have just had a call with a business owner. They've agreed to pay you $500 a month for social media marketing services. Now, you need to make sure that number one, they pay you, and number two, you have a contract in place for the work that you're going to do. This is where a lot of beginner social media marketers go wrong. They feel like adding a contract in might push their client away, so they don't offer a contract, and then their client just pays them month to month whenever they feel like they need the service. Instead, what we want to do is find those clients that are willing to commit to a 3-month, maybe even a 6-month contract with you from day one. This gives you more security, and it also shows that your client is more committed, meaning you're probably going to get them a better result because you've got more time to prove yourself to them. Now, knowing that you need to have a contract in place, the next question is, how do I even do that? What does the contract look like? What should it say on it? And how do I send it to my client so that they can sign it easily digitally? Well, I've paid for many tools that do this. Things like PandaDoc or DocuSign, where you upload a document of a contract and it allows you to send a link to your client and they can click a link and then sign it and it goes back to you. Problem is, a lot of these tools are quite expensive, and especially the more clients you work with. It's not uncommon to be paying $30, $40, even $50 a month on some of these plans just to send documents to your clients, contracts, and have them sign it. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through how using GoHighLevel's standard plan, which gives you access to a lot of other things, like being able to host your own website, to do email marketing, to have a CRM and a dashboard for all of your leads, and a whole lot more. But they also have a feature that allows you to upload a contract and send it to your clients natively within the platform. And this process can even be automated in GoHighLevel, so that as soon as you get a new client payment, you can set it up to trigger to automatically send this contract to the client. This will make you a lot more money, but this video specifically will save you a lot of money avoiding those expensive tools. Now, if you want to try out GoHighLevel, if you click my affiliate link in the description of this video, you will get a 30-day free trial. Normally you just get 14 days, so you're getting a bonus by using my link, but you'll also get access to my templates. I'm going to give you my snapshot template, which includes this contract template set up for you, which I'm going to show you in this video, my website template, my CRM template, and a whole lot more. So click that link if you want to get a 30-day free trial just to try this out and see if you like it, and also get all the templates from my business. Okay, so once you've set up your GoHighLevel account, you want to come into your main sub account, click on payments, and then in the payments tab, you're going to see this section here, documents and contracts. We're going to click templates, and that's going to pull up my template. Okay, this is my proposal template that you will have access to again if you use my link. So this right here is what the template looks like. So I'm going to walk you through quickly so you understand what this is, and then I'll walk you through how you can actually set this up to send it to your client and have them sign it. So first off, we're laying it out. It's a confidential proposal. This is being created by, and this is where you put in your name or your business name. If you're just operating as yourself, you can put in your name. If you've got a business set up, you can put in your business name. So created by, let's say, XYZ agency for use in conjunction with client name. So what I've done here is, as you can see, there's these little tabs up here. So I've clicked add an element, and then you'll see here, we've got fillable fields. So these are essentially the boxes that you want the client to fill out. So in this case, we've added in a text field. I've then clicked on the text field. As you can see here, I put a placeholder just so like the person knows what to do. So this is client name, and we've put this as required. They have to fill this. If there's info you want to put in this that isn't required, but you'd still like to have the option if the client wants to give you that info, of course you can leave it as unrequired, but in most cases, keep it on required. Cool. Next up, payment terms. So this payment plan provided by, again, your name, in this example, $597 per month, provided by client I, and then this is where the client puts their name in, confirm that payment will be made via preferred payment method at the beginning of agreed payment period. And then this is from you. We will auto bill your preferred payment method at the start of the agreed payment period. Now you can change all this. This is just a template. Okay, so for example, if you run a marketing agency and let's say you've signed a client through Upwork, well, then they might be paying you through Upwork. So you would just change the wording here to say that we will initiate the payment through Upwork. If they're paying you directly via bank, you'll explain that. This part here is more relevant if you're using something like Stripe, okay? Auto bill, essentially, capturing their card details and then being able to bill them on kind of a direct debit, a subscription every month. So you can change that just depending on how you've got your business set up right now. Then we've got our non-disclosure. Okay, so the information discussed between the receiving party and the disclosing party is held confidential by your name, will not be sold, held, or viewed by any third-party companies. XYZ agency or name is allowed to show results to potential customers as examples of our work. We'll always remove any of our clients' branding, company name, etc. to ensure the results are confidential. This essentially is just giving you that right that if you're creating social media content for a business, that you're making it clear, hey, look, I'm not going to be, throwing your name out there, but the content we make for you, I would like to show to my potential clients as proof of what I do, but I'll blur out your specific name and your details. And here we're just saying that this is a 3-month minimum. Obviously, just change this depending on what agreement you've put in place, but I do suggest that you try and get most of your clients on 3-month, 6-month, or even 12-month contracts. So one note and very important disclosure, this is not a legally binding proposal or contract, okay? And that's not why it's created. Could you, in theory, have somebody sign this and they don't honor this? Potentially. Will you bring them to court over this, over $597 a month? Probably not. My point in saying this to you is that I've created this template as an agreement between you and your client. It's not to go with the legal approach of, hey, I'm going to sue you, if you opt out of this. But it's to show them that, hey, we've got an agreement. Let's clearly lay it out together and let's both sign it. Let's both put our name to this and make sure we both understand this. And then we've got our section for them to sign. So signed by, we've got our signature box. Again, how I've done that is add an element, signature, drag it in, and date. We've just put that here. So date, drag it over. Okay. Now there's 2 boxes. One is for you in your business. Okay. So your name, your business. You can go and change this. So put XYZ or whatever your business name is, or your name. And same with the client name and company name. You can either put in their name and company name, or you can just leave it as this and then they sign it here. Okay, so let's assume you're happy with this and we've got it all filled out. I'm going to now walk you through the next step and how you send this off to your client. So what's very important is that you set up these fields so that the right person is assigned to each of them. So for example, in this example, you want the client to sign this, but there's also this section for you to sign it, okay? So we need to make sure, obviously, the ones that you need to sign, you sign, and the ones that the client needs to sign, they sign. So let's go through it. Let's go to the ones that you're meant to sign. So here, and then you'll see here, there's a box that says to be signed by, and this is where you just click through and you make sure it's you. So in my case, I'm going to put it to me, okay? And look, it actually automatically puts my name here as well, which is pretty cool. Date, I'm going to put that again as me. So to be filled by Adam Walsh. Great. This one, okay, contact. We're just going to put it as contact. So you would obviously change this to your client. So you'd put in their email, add them as a contact, and then it will go to them. I'm going to click save. Now it's saved. Fantastic. You can go and actually publish it and create a public document. Not what we're going to do here. We're going to click use template. Now, there we go. Template is now in use. Let's review it. So click here to be filled by, and this is where, in this case, I've only got my details here, but you would add in a client. So you type in their name, their email, and get all of that set up. Assign it to them as we just showed you. And same again, making sure that you've got both of these assigned to different people. Before you actually click send, just make sure that you've clicked on this tab here. So recipients, and in here, okay, you're going to see primary client is me, but then I've got 2 accounts, okay? So I'm basically set up as both of them. In your case, obviously you would make this very clear, okay? So you'd put the client in and then you in as well. Once you're done that, then you can click send, okay? And then you can see you can do an email or a link. I've always done link, okay? But any tool I've ever used, always link. So share via link and then click generate links here. And then once that's done, you're going to see you've got 2 different links, right? Because again, you're sending this to 2 different people. So in my case, I've got one here for Adam Walsh and one here for Adam Walsh. So what you would do for the one that you need to sign, you would just copy it, open it up in a new browser tab and go ahead and sign it. Now, this is what it looks like, okay? So when you click the link and when your client clicks the link, so that you understand this, okay? So you click this, start filling out, and then it'll just point you to each one. So I'm just going to put in my name. You'll see then it updates it for this one as well. I'm just going to click next though, just to show how it does it. So next, Again, I'm going to put my signature. So you can see here, you can do a type or you can actually draw it. Up to you how you do that. Date, we'll put today's date. Super easy, right? We're going to sign again. You're going to select the date, today's date, and then you'll see 6 of 6 filled, finish, and then we're basically good to go. Now, once it's done, you see here, we'll send a signed copy for reference when the document has been accepted by all parties. Okay, so essentially you're going to get a copy of this when it's fully signed by everybody. Now in this case, I've signed everything. Okay, so there's no need to wait. I can click download PDF and then voila, that's it, done. I save that to my folder for my client if they've gone and actually signed it, and I'm good to go. So now you can see this is what it looks like. So this is the saved file. So the name is there. Again, you would obviously change this yourself before sending it off. And then we've got all of this. Okay, so good to go. And you'll see it's got like this little kind of code thing here. This is just to kind of, I guess, show that like this has been signed. It's not like you just Photoshop this in, you know, that this actually has a reference number as well. Cool. So back here, okay, we're back in documents and contracts. You'll see here I've got one draft, which is my template. And then we've got waiting for others. Okay, so this is the one we've just looked at today. So you actually know where we're at with this. So you can check this. If you've got 10 of these sent out, you can see, okay, I've sent this out. Okay, has it been fully signed? Has it been viewed? Aha. Now, this is really useful, right? The viewed, because if I've had a conversation with a client, I've sent them this and they've viewed it, and a day goes by and they haven't signed it, that's normally an indicator to me of like, maybe there's something in the contract that they don't like. So I'm going to reach out to them then and say something along the lines of like, hey, just checking if you got time to sign that. Was there anything in there that you needed clarity on or you needed me to explain? Let me know. Talk soon. Okay, a very simple follow-up just to make sure that everything is A-okay. And when you have another client that you need to send this to, you have a few options. You can just go to the template again, so go back to the template and use that, or you can just duplicate one out. It's also quite easy. So you can click these 3 dots here, clone, and then you can just edit the details and send it to a new client. Now, keep in mind that is just a template. Again, you can customize that and add anything to that that you think is relevant. You can even add like images to your contract to make it look more engaging, or even have a breakdown of your package of not just the price, but exactly what they're getting within that package. It's completely up to you. Now, I've used a very similar template to what I've just shown you today, really to sign hundreds of clients. So I know this works for low ticket deals, a few hundred a month, but I've also had clients pay $2,000 to $3,000 per month with that exact contract template. Again, really important that you do this, okay? Working with clients just month to month, it can work, it's fine, but it doesn't give you that security. Working with clients on 3 or 6 month contracts just gives you more security. And again, it gives you a client that's more willing to commit to the process. They're not just looking at this of like, hey, I'm going to pay for a month and hope for the best, but they're like, hey, I'm going to pay for 3 months. I'm going to make sure that we give it a full 3 months, enough time to really see good results from this. Now, again, if you want to get that exact template, okay, you can just install it right into your account and get my 30-day free trial for GoHighLevel and all the other templates like my website template and my CRM dashboard template. Just click the link in the description of this video. You can go through my affiliate link. Again, you get 30 days free, so at least just try it out and see how it goes. And hopefully you've enjoyed this video. I'll see you in the next one. I'm going to show you how to onboard your clients, okay? So for your social media marketing agency with AI. This is my automated system that I would use to onboard clients quite quickly using AI. This is an example of a prompt that you could use to manage better with AI, okay? So I'll go through this. Let's read it. Below, in quotes, is a voice transcription or a voice note explaining my project or my client and the rough steps it will entail. This is the task. Write a markdown list of key priorities for my current project. Write all the to-do list items that were named in order that they were listed. Do not wrap responses in quotes. The formatting should look like this. Project name 1, priority task 1, 2, 3, so on. Okay, then you would insert whatever voice note or a text or transcription, whatever is the easiest way for you to explain this. And then I can go ahead and show you a live example of this for, say, client onboarding, for content ideation, and so on and so forth. So bear with me and I'm going to get that ready. All right, so I've just copy and pasted our information from that slide here into Perplexity. Again, you could use a different tool such as ChatGPT. All right, so I've got this is my prompt right here. And then as you see here, I need to insert either a voice note or transcription or a text. A text works fine as well, to explain all the details. Okay, So as I mentioned, I'm going to do an example here for client onboarding. We're going to start with that, and we can also do one for client content ideation. Okay, so let's just do client onboarding. Okay, so this is my prompt. Now in this case, because I'm recording this video, I can't really go and record a voice note at the same time or a voice transcription. So I'm going to type this out. Okay, I'm going to make it very messy. You'll see this is not going to be written out perfectly, and that's the point. Okay, so let's get into it. I'm just going to word vomit. I'm just going to say, all right, I just signed a new client for $1,000 per month. What are they paying? Okay, they're paying for me to manage their social media and create content such as, give examples, graphics, videos, Instagram Reels to their profile each day, 1 post per day. See, I'm trying to word vomit and give as much info as I can, because if I don't give this info, it will just give me back generic stuff. Okay, so I need to be as specific as I can. And ideally you would do this fresh, right? So I've just had my call with the client, right? It's all in the top of my head. Let me just get it all out there. Now you'll see here, I mentioned previously that you could do a voice transcription. So if you're using another AI tool, which we're going to cover later, it will transcribe your calls, and you would literally just take the text from that call, right? Because the tool will turn it into text, and you would just, boom, give it all to AI, and it's going to do it for you. Okay, so we're just going to do this off the top of our heads for this example, but you can start to see and probably piece together how this becomes very powerful. Okay, so 1 post per day. I also need to write the captions for each graphic / video. And then, for example, in this case, I'm going to say I am not a graphic designer / video editor and can only do basic content edits in, let's say, CapCut or Canva. And then I want to say, okay, I want to hire a graphic designer and video editor to help with creating really good quality work for the client. Their end goal is to sell more products and grow their following each month. Now, what am I missing? I'm missing details about the client. Okay, we've written down how much they're paying, what they want, what they're essentially paying for. I haven't given any information about the client themselves. So the client is a female fitness coach, and she helps parents, mostly women, how to lose weight after giving birth, right? So I'm giving all the specifics. She does this by giving them a training plan for the gym, a nutrition guide to follow, and also mindset training / coaching such as meditation, etc. Okay, so I'm giving it as much as I can. Now, okay, you'll see I've given so much information that we can't even see my cursor anymore, so you're just going to have to believe me when I type this out, and you'll see it when I go ahead and hit send. All right, so now I'm going to write my prompt. I've gotten my prompt here, right, which is, create a markdown list of key priorities for my current project. So that's pretty good, and I'm going to review this and see, okay, is there anything I need to add here? No, it looks good. The only thing I'm going to add here is a note. I want you to create this list of priorities so I know how to effectively deliver this on time to my client as fast as possible, but with the best quality, and ensuring she reaches her goal of getting new, or in this case, getting new clients and selling to more people. All right, let's hit the big send button and let's see what happens, okay? So this is what it will look like in Perplexity, and most likely most tools look like this. All right, so it's going to do a little search and then give you back the information. So let's read through. It says the project, social media management for fitness coach, and it's giving me the list, right, that I've just asked for. So it's saying hire a graphic designer, hire a video editor, cool. Create a content calendar, develop a social media strategy, set up content creation workflow, design graphics for Instagram posts, create video content, etc. Now you'll see this is really good, all right? And there's a lot that they've added in here, that we don't need to do, but there's also a lot in here that we need to expand on. So for example, there's certain points that I'm going to get them to remove. Okay. So if I read through this, monitor and engage with followers. Maybe my client has not paid for that. Maybe my client is just paying for me to create the content and post it. So I'm going to get rid of that point specifically. So number 10, track growth metrics. That's fine. Analyze performance. Yep. Showcase success stories. Fine. Benefits of the program. Yep. Create content focusing. Yep. That all looks good. Implement hashtag strategy. Okay. 19, collaborating with influencers. They're not paying me for do that. 20, setting up lead generation campaigns. They're not paying me to do that. That's most likely paid advertising. Establish a consistent brand voice. Perfect. And I'm also going to say resend the list by expanding on each point and making sure the list is in order of priority. So for example, point, if I go here 22, which if I copy and paste it, right? Point 22, establish a consistent brand voice, seems like it should be done at the start. Cool, so I'm going to send that now and see what comes back with. And this is where you can see AI is not this magic thing. It's not this thing that's going to read your mind and get everything correct. Okay, so for example, that's something I can just see from being in the game where maybe the brand voice, we should probably try and look at getting that clear before we create the content, right? So let's send that off and see what it comes back with. Okay, great. So now look, we've gotten more detail. This is what I wanted. Okay, so like give me more specifics on these points. It's removed those points that we mentioned and it's still going. Great. See, now you have something to work with. Now let's go a step further, because this right here now is just a big block of text giving you step 1, step 2, step 3. Okay. Let's see if it can give us a rough timeline. I'll say, great. Now I need to create a rough timeline for this project so I can deliver it on time to my client. My client is expecting me to post the first batch of content in the next 2 weeks latest. Give me a rough timeline for each point so I know when I should be moving on from task A to B, etc. All right, let's see what comes back. Hopefully this will give us a nice breakdown. Like, you know, again, depending on how you prompt this, it might do it like you can see here, it's doing the date. So it's looking at the date today, which is March 14th, and it's building it out that way, which for me, that's pretty useful. I could follow that pretty well. You might be more of a visual person and you might ask it to do it visually as well. But as you can see here, now we have a plan, right? We went from closing a sales call, getting a client on board, them paying us amount of money that we've maybe never made before, we're a bit scared about, and all of a sudden now we've got this. Okay, we've got a very clear, okay, this is what I need to do in the next 2 weeks. So on day 1 and 2, all right, today and tomorrow, I'm going to focus on the brand voice and the social media strategy. All right, so what am I doing here? I'm researching. And look, you might say, hey, Adam, this is still confusing for me. I'll go, okay, let's go deeper, right? Let's say, great, for days 1 to 2, can you give me more ideas of how I can execute each of those points, and then paste it back just so it knows exactly what we're talking about. Okay, so if you were confused and you're like, yeah, but I don't quite get social media strategy, like what does that even mean? How do I go about that process? Well, let's see. Okay, and you probably know this by now, but if not, it's fine. Just, you know, again, use the AI and see what it can give you back, okay? So let's see, very excited to see what we get back. All right, cool. So it's saying for day 1, establishing the brand voice, it says I should review my client's mission and values. Cool. All right, so think back to the client, like who they're trying to help, what's that true, you know, core value that business owner holds. Keywords and phrases that reflect their personality and approach. Cool. Define brand voice characteristics. Okay, so like adjectives. So for example, are they encouraging? You know, for example, some people on social media would not be encouraging. They would be the opposite of that, and that's part of their brand voice. Brand voice guidelines. Yeah, okay, this all makes sense. Analyze successful content. Perfect. All right, so looking at their audience, what has worked well with them, And if they're brand new, I would obviously look at their competitors or people that are posting similar content, or, you know, targeting similar clientele, right? Create maybe some sample content, maybe get some feedback like that. Yeah, on the team, perfect. So you can see here, guys, what we're doing here is we're using AI. It's not perfect from day one, but we're getting so much more clarity as we go through this. In this video, I'm going to show you how with GoHighLevel you can schedule social media content directly to your social media or to your clients' social media pages. I have tried many social planners, things like later.com, Buffer, HubSpot, tools that you pay money for where you can schedule content either for yourself or for clients. And the problem I have is that it's not integrated with my main platform that I use for my business. That is part of why GoHighLevel is a key in my business right now, because it hosts my website. I can send contracts to clients directly through the platform. It manages my database of leads, okay, my pipeline, my CRM, all the people I need to follow up with, check in with, and all of that. Keeps it all organized in one place. And now with the social planner feature, it means I can also schedule all of my own social media content directly through the platform and also for my clients. In fact, it's got a couple of interesting additions inside the social planner I've actually not seen on other platforms, such as allowing you to set up a post for approval by a client, where a client can easily approve or reject your scheduled piece of content and give you feedback on it in a matter of minutes. So in this video, I'm walking you through step by step a full tutorial on how to use the social planner, how to connect your account, how to schedule content, how to even post Instagram Reels and Instagram Stories directly through the platform. And if you use my link for GoHighLevel, which you can find in the description of this video, not only will you get a 30-day free trial versus their standard 14-day free trial, you're also going to get a ton of benefits. You see, I've put together a website template, a CRM dashboard template, even a contract template directly in the platform that you can send when you're signing clients. And for people using my link, I'll be adding more and more. So if you want to get a 30-day free trial, test it out and see if you like how it works. Go and click the link in the description, get set up, and now we're going to rock straight into the tutorial. All right, guys, so once you are inside your GoHighLevel account, you'll need to come over here to marketing. And when you go into marketing, you'll see social planner. All of these here, these are other types of marketing, so like email marketing and things like that. We're just going to focus here on the social planner, okay? So I'm just going to walk you through step by step how this all works. It's actually incredibly useful, incredibly useful. I'm actually surprised at how good it is, to be honest, because I've tried a lot of social planners, things like later.com, Buffer, HubSpot, things like that. They all work okay. This works incredibly well. And the fact that this isn't even the main feature of GoHighLevel is quite surprising. You know, it's surprising how good it is when it's like a very, very small part of it, because you're probably going to use GoHighLevel to have your website, your CRM, all of your marketing for your business, your pipeline and managing all of that, or sending contracts to clients. And then also you can use this as well directly for your own social media. We can also use this directly with your clients as well. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through absolutely everything you need to know about it right now. Okay, so bear with me, and we're just going to go through each tab so you know exactly how this works. Okay, so you'll see here I've got my account connected, which is the Instagram business page for my mentorship program. So to add a new account, you just click add new social. If you haven't done this, as in if you don't already have an account, it'll be like the first thing you see, right? That'll tell you to add an account. So very easy to do. Click add new social, and then you'll just click through. Click if it's Instagram. You can see here you can do a direct Instagram integration, which is what I did. Okay, so just directly log in via Instagram, connects it up, and then you can do it with Facebook as well. You'll see there's kind of pros and cons of both, but I've done this and it works completely fine. So again, you can see all the other types you can connect, like TikTok, YouTube, Pinterest, Facebook, etc. And they're probably going to add more, okay? So just keep in mind that this video is up to date for this time, but they're just going to keep adding more to this. That's the beauty of GoHighLevel. It just gets better and better. So once you've got your account in there, right now you'll see I'm in the planner. So I've just actually done a couple of test posts just so you can kind of see how this looks and such. So I've done a test of an Instagram story, which is incredible that you can actually post stories directly from the planner. This is something that most planners don't have, and for years has been such a pain point. So that's absolutely awesome. And then I've done a post here, and it's actually a collaboration post. So a reel that I've posted, also tagging my main page and doing a joint post between the two. So again, like you can pretty much do all the things that you would do with Instagram directly, but you can just do it directly through here. So again, for working with clients, this is an absolute game changer, to be honest. So let's click into content. So you'll see there's a lot of different types here. So you can do a CSV. So if you had like loads of content already pre-made, you can add it all up. I've never really used this feature, so I'm not going to focus on it. Recurring, this is if you want the same post to go out. Like if you had a weekly meeting that you hosted every Monday at 6 p.m., you could have a post about that in the morning time on Monday, reminding people. So if you have something recurring, you can try this. I like to keep content fresh and unique, so I'm not going to use this much. Reviews, this is where you can essentially just import Google and Facebook reviews. Okay, so if you're working with a business that has a lot of Google reviews, this is actually a really nice feature because you can essentially just automatically set this up to once a week, like automatically just pull a 5-star review from their Google reviews or a 4-star, whatever criteria you give it, and it will pull that and then schedule it as a piece of content with a nice little background and with the review in the middle. So really nice thing you can do. I'm not going to do it here because I don't actually have reviews set up for Facebook or Google, so I can't show you. But depending on, if your client has this, this is something you could offer. RSS is essentially just pulling content directly from a website. I'm not a big fan because you want to kind of customize it and make it look unique. So I'm going to skip over that. But if you want to, of course, you could set that up there. Here you'll see you have the template library. So I've just clicked on one of their templates, which is the fitness gym template. So I'm just going to show you what this all looks like. Okay, so let's just go through here, select socials. This is kind of like the setup process, right, of like actually scheduling this out. So you could set it for 3 days of the week. We'll just do one post between that time and it'll schedule the post. Now, I'm not going to do it because I don't want the fitness content going onto my page, but I'll show you how to access all of this in a moment. And then here you'll see you have the approval tab. So I've already done a test to show you how this works. So I've essentially created a post and then I sent it to a second account that I have as the approver. So imagine I'm the client sending it, or I'm sending it to my client, and then I'm basically seeing if the client likes it or not. So the client then can approve the post or reject the post, which is a really nice feature. Again, I don't see a lot of social planners with this. In fact, I've never used one that has this. So I think this is very, very unique. So I'm going to show you how to do that as well. And from there, we're going to jump right in. So let's click new post. And I'm going to walk you through the templates and I'm going to walk you through the new post. These other parts we're not going to go into here. And you can do that in your own time. But I'm going to start with social planner so you can see what the templates look like. So for example, if I'm going to go here and click health and wellness, you're going to see all the examples they have. So pretty good, right? And let's just click preview so you can kind of see what you're working with here. Very similar to what you'd probably design in something like Canva. So it's not going to be your 10 out of 10 content, right? I'm sure some of this is AI generated as well. But if you've got a really low paying client where they want to really bump up the volume of content, but they don't have the budget for it, this is something you could do, right? Because they mightn't have enough money to pay you extra for you to go and create lots of unique, fresh content. But this could be a little upsell, right? Of, hey, we'll do an extra post a day for the entire month, 30 posts a month for a very low fee, but we are going to be using more kind of templatized generic content. And if they're okay with that, this can be a nice value add. Okay, so that's the templates. Now, most of you are not going to be using that and you're going to be creating content from scratch. That's just the reality. So let's walk you through how this works. So I'm going to click on my account. Once I've selected my account, you'll see it gives you this lovely preview. Really like this because visually you can see what it all looks like. So I'm going to go with a reel. Again, what I did in my test was I have actually done a collaboration post with my main page. So you just type in the username here and it'll set that up. Then you just, on the other page, you just need to accept it, okay? So once you're in Instagram on the other page, you just get a request and you'll accept it in there. So here I'm going to click video and I'm going to add one here. So this is the post that I've selected. So I'm just going to click select and then insert. If you haven't, you got a file in here already, you click upload it, and then once it's here, sometimes if you click here, you're like, why isn't it working? You just click the 3 dots and then select. Super easy. Insert files. And voila, there's our video. So that's what it's going to look like. Now you can write in your captions here. So test caption. All right, not the best copywriting. You want to make sure yours is a lot better than that, but you can add that in. Now you'll see it's got these things like bold and italics and things like that. I'm pretty sure these don't work for Instagram. I know it's showing here on the preview but I'm 99% sure that won't convert over. But of course, test it yourself. These things, you know, aren't set in stone, and they change all the time based on the API connection with a platform like Instagram. So it's very common that a feature here might be working now, may not work in a few months, and vice versa. So test this all for yourself and see if it works. But I do know platforms like LinkedIn, for example, you know, a lot of people use this, the bold and the italics, okay? So you can definitely play around with that yourself. Of course, you can do hashtags, you can do other bits and pieces here, but again, like this is the main thing that we're going to want to have in place. And so we don't need to go through categories, really anything like that. Post is good and ready to go. Now you can obviously save it for later. So let's say you had 20 pieces of content ready for a client and you just wanted to save them all. They needed some final touches, or you had the 20 videos ready to go, but you needed to then write the captions. You can still just save them all here and then just go in and add the captions later. Now, if it's ready to go, so you can just click post and post it directly, and it will go on through for you. Within a couple of minutes, that'll get posted automatically to the account. You can schedule it, or you can send post for approval, which for the test I've done send post for approval. So I'm going to show you how this looks. Okay, so let's do a test now, showing you how to set up the approval. So click here, send post for approval. Then you're going to select an approver. I've added myself in, so I'm just going to use myself. If you want to test this, of course, you could create a second account for yourself. So in the My Staff section in GoHighLevel, you would add like a second account and then just set that up from there. Super easy. Now, could you do this with your clients? Could you add your client in? You could go to the My Staff area, add in a new member of staff, put in your client's details, and then make sure that they only have access to this section. You could indeed, okay? And that's going to give you this whole extra level of control where they can approve and reject your content. Again, you don't have to use this feature, right? Some people will show the content they've made to their client, and the client will tell them, yep, all looks good, and so you don't need to do this. But it is a nice extra feature, something that I do think is very unique to the platform. Okay, so I've added me, and I'm going to set the time here for, 36. So we've got 6 minutes from this point in time for that video to be approved and posted, okay? So let's do that here. Now you can see I can do a note, so let's just see. I need you to check the captions. Do you like them? Okay. Schedule and send for approval. Okay, so it needs to be 10 minutes from now. So let's just add this as 41 and that should work fine. Cool. Post is created successfully. Now I'm going to go and log into my other account. And I'm going to show you what it looks like on that side for the approval process. Okay, nice to see you again. I'm in my second account here and you can see this is the post we just made and it says pending. So I'm just going to click on it and it's going to give me this option. So I can actually edit the post. Yeah, this is really unique. I don't see this really ever, where I can actually go, say I'm the client, I can actually click edit, right? And I can make adjustments. So I'm not going to be able to obviously change the details in the video, right? Because the video is already pre-made, but I can change the caption. So if it's just a small thing that needs to be tweaked, instead of me clicking reject and then telling you change this word in the caption, I can just change it right here. So I'm just going to change it, right? And I've added some exclamation points. Super simple, good to go. All the other details are the same. And so you can see here, I can now reschedule the post or just click save edits. I'm just going to click save edits just so you can see what it looks like to come back to the page that we just saw. Okay, so that's saving now. Saved, cool. Let's go back in. So now I'm happy with it, right? I'm like, cool, yeah, made my changes, all good to go. I can just click approve. Click approve again, and voila, that's that. That will now automatically post to that social media page. All done. Happy days. So you can see how you could do that in a batch. You could have a bunch of content added in, set it for approval to your client. Your client comes in, approves it all at once. Happy days. Things are ready to move. Now I'm going to delete this because I don't want that one to actually go out on my page, but it shows you how it works. Okay guys, so that's how you do it for a reel, specifically with Instagram. Of course you can do this for graphics and images as well, but I want to show you how to do this for stories because this is very unique. Now, I think the key thing that you need to understand, it's not like when, as you see here when I click in, it's not like I can go and actually like just type text and it will automatically create a story. You have to create the story first. So for example, if your story is, very common in the space for stories is you might take a photo and then add some text on it, right? I do this all the time. I might take a photo of my laptop here and say, hey guys, I've got a live training that I'm hosting next week, and then I'll put the link to it in there. So I'm not going to be able to do that right, in here. But I can go to Instagram and do this all ahead of schedule. So for example, let's say for the next month, I want to plan out my stories ahead of time because I'm going to be MIA. Like I'm not going to be using my phone and I want to detach from social media. Well, cool, I can do this. And again, if I was working with a client, I could do this as well. I could create a bunch of stories. I could create them in Canva. I could use whatever tools I need, create them, save them all as images or videos, and then just download them, upload them here, schedule them as stories, and we're good to go from there. Okay, so very, very, very handy in my opinion. Super easy, same process. You just click on either image or video, add it in here. You're not going to be typing anything in here. It's just going to be the image as it is. And then when you get down here, you've got the option again of schedule, send post for approval, or whatever else you wanted to do. Okay, this here is quite unique. So you'll see here in the comments section, if I go to Instagram, we can actually just monitor comments. Okay, so my own page, I've commented here just as a test so you can see, right? So I can actually just reply back to this directly here, click reply, comment as, I can even like it, and such as well. Okay, so that's very unique, very handy. And again, it just means that if you're managing a social media page for a business, you don't have to be logging into their Instagram to check their comments every day. If this is part of the service that you offer, you can just come in here and do it all directly in here. And the really good thing is obviously, as you can see here, you can do it for all the platforms you're managing for them and all the accounts. Okay, so you can actually see there's a select all here. So you could just have all your accounts in here in one place for all your clients, reply back to all the comments. Super easy. All right, next thing to look at is statistics. Now, I'm a big fan of just using the inbuilt statistics in any social media platform, whether that's TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook. Just do it in the platform itself. I do find it does give you more insights. But if you want to get just an overview, of course, you can do it all in here. And what's cool is it aggregates it together. So if you wanted to see the stats from Facebook, you just click on Facebook. Instagram, just here. If you click all, it'll show you all of it together. So if you're reporting back to your client and they're like, look, we need to know across Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, how many new likes we've gotten, how many posts you've made in the last month, how many followers, how many total impressions. This will do it for you, okay? So that's very unique. That's very nice. It's a nice extra to have. Again, I like using directly in the platform, so test this out for yourself, but it is nice to have that option right there. So you can see the full breakdown, number of posts, engagement across them, impressions, post reach, and then top performing posts as well. Okay, so again, insights that might be helpful, even gender demography as well. Again, I'm blown away by this. I think this is such a good feature to have in GoHighLevel. Here you've got the social listening tab. Again, this is not something I would probably use myself, but if you want to see what's trending on Google, Wikipedia, TikTok, that kind of thing, you can see what they have here. I'm sure they're going to change this over time and it's going to be a lot more in depth. And then we've got our settings section here. Okay, so you're not really need to going to come into here very often. This is just if there was things you needed to do, like delete access from a certain page or add a new social media page, you can just do it all in here, nice and easy. Now, this right here, notifications, I want to pull your attention to this because when you set up a post for approval, you'll see here, it's going to have the email turned on automatically. Okay, and so I'll just click edit. You'll see it's a default template, so we won't actually be able to open that up right now, but it's a very basic email, just like, hey, there's a post for you to approve. And in this case, it doesn't give a link to the post, so it might actually confuse the client. I would think personally, it's better off to just leave this off, and just when you've got 10 posts ready for them to approve, you just email and let them know, here's your 10 posts, check them all out. With approved posts and reject posts, I would turn those on, because I think it's more important for you to get those emails that, okay, post has been approved from the client or post has been rejected, so that you can go ahead and fix it. This as well, post failed, I would turn on. This again, as you can see, is going to show you that if a scheduled post fails, it's going to explain to you the reason. Very important so that you can then spot that if a post didn't go out, you can fix it and get it to post on time. The last thing you want is to have this all scheduled. Maybe one of the 30 posts per month doesn't go out for your client and then they're annoyed about that. So just so you check over this, make sure you have this notification turned on. It's right here, the watermark section. This is actually quite a popular feature. Personally, not something I'm using, but if you have a watermark, let's say you've got your logo and kind of like how here in the bottom of the screen, you've got me, this little icon. If you wanted something similar like that, but it's your logo added to all of your content, you can do this. I'm not a big fan of this just because I think on social media, a lot of times when I see content with watermarks, it just looks a bit tacky. You know, I'm kind of thinking to myself, hey, look, nobody's trying to copy your stuff that much that you need to watermark it. But if you had a client that was very specific and they did want to have that there, this is a nice value add. Okay, so very easy. Click add watermark. You can put it in here. Let's just say my program initials, right? 6FA. And you can go and change all of this in here. You can upload and then get it sorted. Okay, it's just going to add it to your post. You can see here there's like the padding as well. Okay, so you know the logo is not just jammed in the bottom right hand corner. This is going to mean there's a little bit of space around it. So if it was here like this, that there'd be some space here and here. So there you have it. That's everything you can do in the social planner with GoHighLevel. Again, that's just one of the pretty damn good features that they offer. I personally am using GoHighLevel to host my website and all of my funnels, to send contracts to clients, and even for my CRM to track all of my leads and who I need to follow up with. And you can do a lot more. You can even do email marketing, and you can automate a lot of manual tasks within your business inside of GoHighLevel. So to me, it's an absolute no-brainer. To make it a no-brainer for you, if you use my link in the description of this video, you'll get a 30-day free trial. That's double the time that they normally give. It's normally 14 days. So you're getting an extra 2 full weeks using my link, and you're also getting my website template, CRM template, contract templates, and a whole lot more just for using my link. So if any questions on how to use it, of course, comment them below and go ahead, click the link. You may as well set up an account, try it for 30 days and see how it goes for you. There's a lot of outdated social media tips that people put out online, and I'm going to walk you through the most common ones that just do not work. So if you're like me, you see a lot of absolutely wild claims about how to grow on social media, on TikTok, on Instagram, and these platforms. Instead, in this video, I'm not going to fill you up with a bunch of hopeless tactics that really actually don't work, but they sound cool, so I'll put it in a TikTok and it'll get loads of views. Instead, I'm going to give you some of the most common things I see people doing on social media that actually does not impact their growth almost whatsoever. Now, I've been creating and posting content on social media for well over 10 years, and I've done it on Twitter back when I was quite young. As a teenager, I was posting content on meme pages, and I grew a network of over 3 million followers. I've also run a social media marketing agency for over 3.5 years, where I've served 300 plus clients, managing their social media, creating content for them, brands, fitness coaches, supplement companies, you name it. And I also use social media now for my business to get more views and more people to watch my YouTube videos like this. So my promise is that you will leave this video with actual tactical takeaways, not BS strategies, but actual insights that will work. And I'm going to do that by starting off with the things that you have to avoid. Number one, you may have heard of what we call engagement groups. Okay, so you post a piece of content on Instagram, you send it to a group of your friends, you ask them to like, to comment, and to boost up the post in the hope that that's going to get you more views. This used to work. This was actually a very big part of social media growth a few years ago. There was groups you could pay to get into. There was groups where you would just join and they were free groups, and people would do this all day. Okay, you would send in a post, I would like it and comment, and as soon as I then posted, I would expect that you would return that favor. And I would put in my link to my new post and everybody would comment and boost up the post. And yes, that gets you likes and comments if that's what you're after, but it doesn't actually really grow your page anymore. Back then it did. It signaled to the algorithm that your post was desirable and that your post that within a few minutes with only a small number of views was getting a high amount of likes, comments, maybe even shares, and hence we should push your post to more people. Unfortunately, the algorithms are a lot more complex now and a lot smarter, and they know when you're doing this. So you can still do this if you purely just want to have some likes and comments on your posts. Some people do that because they think it looks good and more trustworthy. So if you want it for that reason, go for it, but don't expect this to miraculously grow your account. The second thing I see a lot of people get distracted with is trying to figure out the perfect time to post. In fact, I have seen dozens of short form videos on TikTok and Instagram just in the last couple of months of people saying, only post your content at this time, or never post your content at this time. And the reality is that actually barely matters. Okay, you posting a good piece of content at 2 a.m. versus 10 a.m. versus 5 p.m., it's probably not going to affect the views that much. The one thing you should be looking at is where your target audience is. If your target audience, in my case, let's say I'm posting for my Irish audience, I should probably post at a time that my Irish audience are online. Maybe that's first thing in the morning, maybe it's on lunch break, or maybe it's in the evening. Just common sense. Figure out where your audience is and post at a time like that. Another reason why this is actually just not really important anymore is that when you go onto Instagram, it's no longer chronological, right? You don't just see the most recent posts when you go on. So when Instagram was chronological, this was a lot more important, right? Because when somebody is there refreshing their feed, looking for the latest post, Of course, you want to be the person that shows up first, and you do that by posting at the time that that person is online or that most of your followers are online. But because now it works under a completely different system, when I go onto Instagram, the first post I see might be from 5 days ago. So that has no relation to when it was posted. Okay, that has no impact on when I'm going to see it. It's purely based on when that piece of content was posted. Did the first batch of people who saw it engage at a high rate, right? If so, great, we'll push it to more people. Do another test with another bunch of people. If we got more engagement, great, we'll push to another batch. That is literally how social media content works. So timing and when you post has such a little impact on that. Number 3, and again, I feel like this is crazy, the amount of people that still talk about using hashtags as the holy grail. Here's the thing, hashtags do have a place and they can work, and in certain cases they can help you get more views. But hashtags are now more for search. So if you type in a certain hashtag, yes, you will find specific content under that hashtag. And so that piece of content that you saw is benefiting from the hashtag, right? Because you're finding it from the hashtag and it's getting more views directly from the hashtag. But a very small amount of people search that way on social media. TikTok, now the keyword search is so strong that hashtags really don't matter. And on Instagram, most people I follow never use hashtags ever. So the reality is this is something that used to be more important. But here's the way I look at it. Because it's so easy just to add a couple of hashtags to your post, I don't think there's any harm in you doing it. But don't expect that it's going to miraculously grow your account. Okay? A lot of people fall into this trap of thinking that this one little thing is going to change the entirety of how their content gets viewed. That's just not the reality. So you adding one hashtag or adding one wrong hashtag is not going to disrupt how often people see your post. The content is the most important thing. A hashtag, again, is just there for people that are searching via hashtags to categorize and find your content. So again, it's not going to take you a lot of time. So if you have that time and you want to just add a couple of hashtags in, great, go for it. Just don't expect it to blow up your account. The fourth thing I see so many people do is copying content word for word. So we see it where people like directly will just like download somebody's video and repost it on their page. So like, let's say some business guy posted a video and you just copy that video, literally just download it and post it on your page. That strategy doesn't work very well. Back when I was on Twitter, right, when I was a teenager growing theme pages, that's pretty much what we did. We would just download a piece of content and repost it on our page. If we could make it unique or add a little something else to stand out, we would do it. But the systems were very different back then. And so if I had a photo and 10 other people posted that exact same photo, we probably would all get some views, right? Now, this is very different. In fact, Instagram made an announcement about this earlier in this year. And so we know they're not just doing this, they're telling us that this is what they're doing. They're actually restricting reach if you do that. And I've seen it myself, because earlier this year, if I had a video do well on Instagram, I could download that exact same video and repost it and sometimes get even more views than I got on the original video. But 9 times out of 10, it wouldn't get as much views, but I would still get some good views. So if I had a video get 100,000 views and I reposted it, it might get me an extra 50k views on the new video. That's fantastic. And I've made videos of me recommending you to do that. However, I've seen in the last few months, if I do that, it will actually restrict the amount of views it's getting. Sometimes I'll do it and I'll get a notification, say this looks similar to content you've posted before, we're restricting the reach. So we know firsthand, downloading content and reposting it directly is not as effective as it once was. Now, if you're creating your own content or content for a client, you can still repost content. You just need to make it unique. All right, this is going to sound really simple. I had a video do pretty well the other day on TikTok. It got about 100k views. I downloaded it. I cropped out about 2 seconds in the middle of the video because it was about 50 seconds in total. Just like 2 seconds where I just used a certain word that didn't need to be there. Cropped it out, trimmed a little bit off the end of the video, a little bit off the start of the video. We're talking like half a second. I sped up a part of the video and I did slow-mo on a part of the video. That's all I did. I re-edited it through CapCut. So downloaded the video, put it into CapCut, made those changes, re-edited, exported the video, posted it again, and it got really good results. So we know that that can still work. Maybe it gets more strict down the line, but for now that's working. But don't just repost directly. again, your own content or just kind of stealing from somebody else, downloading and reposting it, it's not going to work as well as it used to. I also see this where, for example, let's say you want to do a text on screen video. Okay, so like a 6-second video of you working out in the gym, and then you want to put text on the screen, maybe like an overview of what your workout is. If you're going to do that, make sure the text, the wording is unique. I've seen firsthand with somebody in my program where they essentially copied word for word what somebody else had in a video, and immediately we can see that the video is just getting restricted. Like they're not getting views, okay? Immediately the video is just getting capped, and it's like maybe 20, 30 views is what they get. That's all. Like across the board, social media platforms are just going to continue getting more advanced, meaning that they're going to be able to spot more content that's copied, more content that's reposted. Okay, this is why it's really important, and this is actually really a strong reason for, if you're offering social media marketing services to businesses, this is such a strong reason of why they should be paying you month after month after month. Because years ago, sometimes a business would hire a social media manager, maybe pay them for a year, and then fire them, and then for an entire year just kind of repost the same content they were posting. But we know now that that just won't cut it. That won't do as well, and that'll actually completely stagnate their growth, meaning that they would make way more money if they just paid you to keep doing what you're doing. So as social media managers, this gives us such a strong edge because we can't rely on just copying content. We can't rely on just reposting old content all the time. We're actually creating fresh content, which makes us more valuable to our client. Now look, I'll be honest, I could make a book on this. I could write a book on all the things that I see social media growth experts talk about that are just completely wrong. They're just leading you astray. If you told me I had to create a social media strategy for you or for a business owner right now, today, step by step, this right here, this is what I would do. This is exactly what I would do. In this training, I'm going to give you my step-by-step social media strategy that I would follow for myself, trying to build a personal brand, but also for clients of mine that were either paying for me to do this for them or paying for my advice on this. Now, just some credentials so you know who you're learning this from. I have gained over 1 million followers for both myself and clients on Instagram, and with TikTok, primarily for myself, but over 500K followers. You know, for my personal audience, I've probably gained around 400 to 500K for my own personal audience across Instagram, TikTok, and then other platforms as well, such as YouTube. And I've done all this quite recently, so I'm hoping that the advice I'm going to give you is quite relevant to where you're trying to get to, either with yourself, your page, or one of your clients' pages. So look, I know you have a ton of questions when it comes to growing on social media, and a lot of your questions are going to be more around, what is the exact type of content I post? What's a content hack, a content strategy you can give me? What are the hashtags I should use? What time should I post? A lot of very technical questions that are important to ask, but these are the 20%. The 80%, right, where you're going to get 80% of your results with social media is from what we're going to look at today. These are the foundations, the fundamentals that if you skip them, you will probably never get results. First, you want to get very, very clear on the goal. Right? What is the goal of the page that you are trying to grow? Now, you might say, yeah, well, look, Adam, like the goal is a bit of everything, right? Like I want to get followers for the page. I want to get clients from the page. So I want to make money, but I also want it to represent the brand well and do all of these things. Great. Fantastic. Instead, what we want to get more clear on here is if you are doing this for somebody else, what is the biggest goal? We all have many goals. We have to know what our most important goal is, right? The top priority, what that is. Because if we don't know what that is, we don't really know how to prioritize around that. So in the case of you run a marketing agency and you're doing this for a business, for a client, you've got to look at, am I trying to get them like a tangible ROI? Like, is that the most important thing that they're going to see? So a certain increase in followers or a certain amount of leads or clients for their business, or is it convenience? Right? Is the business paying you because they don't want to do it themselves, but they know they have to do it? That's what you've got to get very, very clear on. And again, I know you might be thinking, well, it's both. They don't want to do it, but they also want to get great results from it. Yes, important. But what our job is here is trying to get clear on which one is the most important. Is it convenience? Is it ROI? Because the way I'm going to approach social media for convenience versus ROI is quite different. So if I'm serving a client where they just don't want to do it, right? They don't have the time to do it, and they're not expecting miracle results. And if we grow, fantastic. But the main thing is just to get it done, to uphold their brand and get the thing done, box it off their list. Well, I'm still going to want to grow them, right? Like I'll still want to put in all the effort and get them the results that they deserve, but I'll optimize for convenience. I'll give you an example of this. You're working with a fitness coach, okay? And you know deep down, for a fitness coach to get the best out of social media, that coach should record their training sessions, should record testimonials with their clients, should record themselves speaking to the camera, giving out valuable advice. Right, that you could then edit with your team, make it into beautiful social media posts and post for them consistently. But here's the problem. Your client is shy, doesn't like being on camera, doesn't have the technical know-how as to kind of what lighting looks good for videos or the sound quality. So it's actually not really realistic for him to do those things. In fact, so much so, he's told you that he doesn't want to do them. So you have two choices with this guy. You could force him to do those things in the hope that he gets an ROI. Or you could figure out what's more convenient for this guy. Because if convenience is the reason that he is buying from you, you pushing him to do all those things might be the worst thing you could do. In fact, the best thing might be to figure out, okay, cool. Well, let's see what I can work with. Maybe you can create graphics and carousels and quotes out of all the valuable information that he knows about fitness. Maybe you could post his before and after photos, write really nice captions so that you could post that on Instagram with a big story of what he's gone through and his struggles and how he got to where he is today. You see, that approach might mean that your client actually is happier and stays longer with you. Maybe you don't get him as many views and many leads and many clients, but you're giving him what he wants. Okay, so you get my points? This is the first thing you got to do for your social media strategy. Figure out what that is. If ROI is the most important thing, then you are going to push your client and get them to do all the things that you know they should be doing to get the best results. Cool. Number 2 is the audience. Who exactly are we trying to attract? And again, this links to the goal. So if the goal of your client, and let's go with the example of a fitness coach, it's just easy. The goal of your client is to get as many followers as possible. They don't, look, if they get leads, they get leads. Fantastic. If they get new clients, fantastic. Just want to get loads of followers. Well, cool. Because if they want to get loads of followers, do we care who the audience is? Right? Not particularly. Do we care if it's mainly people coming from certain countries or certain age groups or they work in certain jobs? No, we don't. We just want the numbers. Versus we take a fitness coach that is very much concerned about ROI, as previously mentioned up here. ROI is the main thing, but not just fame and likes and numbers, but direct return on investment. Spend X on your service, make X back, that kind of guy. Well, then this guy is going to be more picky about his audience, because if he is a fitness coach that sells a very high ticket exclusive program for busy men that work in the corporate world, well, I'm going to need to make sure that the audience I'm attracting is those people. So the reason the audience is important, you might be thinking, well, Adam, what if I just get tons of numbers, tons of followers, and then hopefully there'll be some of those that fit the mold, right? That fit the audience the client is trying to attract. Yes, I get your point. It could work. But the reason we're trying to get clear on this now is because the type of audience you attract will depend on the type of content you post. Okay, so you'll see our last point here is content pillars, which links to the type of audience. All right. So before you go and figure out what platform you're going to actually post content on for your clients, you do want to consider the analytics. Does your client want to know the analytics? All right. Like, are they going to expect a weekly or a monthly report of you breaking down all of these metrics? Well, okay, if they do, we need to figure out the platform that has those metrics. Some platforms have more insights on this stuff, some have less. So do your homework. But then also for your performance, right? Again, if you're doing it for yourself or for a client, it doesn't matter. For you to do this effectively, you need to understand the analytics. And guess what? The analytics are going to depend on what we've just looked at. The goal, who the audience is, etc. So some of the analytics that you're going to look at, right, is number of views you're getting, the engagement rate, aka how many people comment, like, etc. You're going to look at follower growth. And then on the business side, if your client is concerned with ROI, you should be looking at number of leads or number of sales coming from the social media. So again, you're going to figure out, can you track this stuff through the platform that you're going to be posting on? Some yes, some no. For example, if I work with a fitness coach, can I track the exact amount of sales he makes through Instagram? Not particularly. But if he has them tracked on his side, we can compare the data that I'm getting on Instagram and how many sales he's getting and figure out how much are most likely coming from Instagram. But my main point here is to get clear on, again, the goal. Because if we are trying to get ROI for clients, this is where we need to optimize for. We need to optimize for the number of leads, the number of sales, and that will shape the platform and the type of content we post. If we're optimizing for follower count, for views, as much virality as possible, then of course that's where we need to optimize. So we're going to be way less focused on this. Again, the reason you need to be clear on this stuff is because they all link together. This all affects the platform you post on, the type of content you post, what you talk about, and ultimately, if you're doing this for somebody else, if your client is going to be actually happy. Because you can do social media really well, and for one business, they will love it. For another business with the exact same effort, same type of strategy, they won't be happy. And this is why you need to understand this stuff. It's about meeting the expectations of who you're doing this for. Next up is the platform. We're going to define, okay, what is our platform? And you might say, yeah, well, Adam, there's more than one, right? Like, I'm not just going to post on Instagram for my client. Fair enough. Good for you. I think you should have a multi-platform strategy. It's a great idea. But if I was starting brand new with a client tomorrow, I would still focus on just one platform to begin with. And I would stagger the other platforms. I might do just Instagram for 2 weeks and then figure out, okay, cool. Can we add in these other platforms now? Yeah, we've got a decent handle on Instagram. Makes sense. Of course, if you're just repurposing content, for example, what I do is the content I post on Instagram and TikTok, the video content is the same. I don't create different content for the different platforms. So for me, it doesn't matter. I can start with those two. If I create a video today, I can post it to Instagram, post it to TikTok on the same day. It doesn't matter. But if your client is going to follow a different strategy on each platform, of course, you need to take that into account. Okay, so now you're thinking, all right, cool. I get it, Adam. I start with one, but which platform do I choose? There's a bunch. So do I do TikTok? Do I do Instagram? Do I do Facebook? Do I do YouTube? What's going to be the platform for me? Again, this will depend the audience massively. For example, you're working with a fitness coach, works with, again, high earning corporate professionals, average age 40, 50. Okay, is Instagram the best place to get them? Maybe. Is LinkedIn potentially better? Would Facebook have more of them? Maybe. This is for you to decide. Or your client doesn't want to post videos or photos of themselves. So does it make sense to be on Instagram? Maybe not. Does it make sense to put a ton of focus onto Twitter, onto Threads? That might make more sense. So again, you're figuring out what platform makes sense for the goal, for the clients, and what's going to ultimately get to our goal, convenience or the ROI we're trying to get the client. Now, for most businesses, and I'm talking 80% of businesses, the platform that you're probably going to look at putting the most focus on is Instagram. It's probably the platform that makes the most money for coaches, for consultants, for agency owners, for small businesses. Instagram is where most are going to go. So as you guessed it, this is important because this impacts our last point, which is actually figuring out the content you're going to post. It's great knowing all this stuff here, eh? But if we don't know what we're actually going to post, we don't have something to post. If we don't have something to post, we won't get results, simple as. So, content pillars. To begin, for your strategy, you are going to keep this incredibly simple. And you could have, dozens of content pillars, right? You could have 10, 12, 20 different content pillars. Give you an example of some of this stuff. Results is a content pillar. Testimonials, content pillar. Lifestyle, content pillar. Valuable educational content pillar. We could go on for days. What I want you to focus on to start is this kind of very broad look at content pillars, which is viral content and nurture content. So the amount of viral content you do versus nurture will depend, of course, on the audience, who you're trying to attract and what our goal is. Our goal is just to get followers. Well, viral is going to be 90%. Nurture might be just 10. If our goal is to get ROI, well then viral might be 50, nurture might be 50. So again, got to get clear on the goals. And I would start with these two. In these, you can then create content pillars or content buckets within that. An example, you've got your two pillars here, viral and nurture. We're going to assume you're doing 50-50, which is what I personally do. If you look at my Instagram, you can pretty much see that I post maybe a couple of times per day on average, and half it's kind of this viral content and half it's more nurture. So in here in viral, it might be, stats that I can find, like these statistics and facts about the industry I'm in, because it's mass appeal. It's stuff that's not directly about me. It's stuff that could appeal to a wide audience. On the nurture side, this might be, this could be results, it could be testimonials. Or on viral, right? This might be like funny content. I've seen fitness people, like fitness coaches who sell high ticket coaching, have some content that's just funny. Like it's just them making a joke in the gym. I'm not going to directly get them a client, but it's to go viral, to get people into their awareness. So again, the point here, you could write this for days. We could have dozens under each one. You want to have enough of these to give you a good idea as to what you're going to post And again, if you're doing this for a client, you want to ensure that it matches everything we've looked at so far and that you then run these ideas by them as well. So there you have it. That's my mini training, my mini masterclass on how you're going to grow on social media step by step, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, and you can apply this to YouTube, other platforms as well. And this works whether it's for yourself, for your personal brand, or for a client of yours that you're doing it directly for or you're consulting with. This is how I get phenomenal results with my clients. This, for example, is in the fitness niche, a fitness client of mine, and how I got him great results on social media to not only get more followers on social media, but also more leads and more clients for his business. Today, I'm going to show you how and what we used to do to get incredible results for my SMMA clients, typically in the fitness niche. If you're new, my name is Adam, and I built a 7-figure content / consulting / social media marketing agency over the last 3 or so years. We started off with social media management and content creation, scaled it up, later decided we would stop doing social media management, and instead we started consulting with our clients while still creating content for them. So that's what I've done, and here is how we would get results. So first, to show you how we would get results, I need to get very clear on the type of clients that we worked with so that you can see how you can apply this to your SMMA business or your agency. So we worked with fitness clients, 2 specific types. Number 1 were fitness coaches. So I'm sure you know who these are. Think of online personal trainers, online coaches. Typically, these coaches would be selling high ticket coaching. So let's just say $1,000 or more is what you would have to pay them to get their coaching. The second type of client we worked with were supplement companies. Okay, so we're just going to call these brands for short, but they typically sold supplements, again, in the fitness / health / self-improvement world. So those 2 types of businesses are actually very different. Okay, they're in basically the same industry, but as you can imagine, how you grow sales and get more customers for a supplement company, it's actually quite different to how you would then get results and clients and sales for a fitness coach. And that's why I want to break it down in this video. Now, my goal is that whatever niche you are in, whatever type of clients you want to attract, I want you to be able to take away from this video some of the strategies that I would use that you can then use yourself. You might need to tweak them slightly. You mightn't be able to copy and paste them directly, but you'll be able to get 80% of the knowledge needed to get these done for your clients. Why? Because if you get your clients good results, they will stay with you longer and they'll pay you a shit ton of money. Okay. So let's start off with fitness coaches. We're going to primarily focus on how we got results for coaches. Okay. So our service was typically the same. So for every client that we brought on, the service, aka what we did, what we delivered, was the same. But a very, very key important thing to note is that the results that each client was buying from us changed. Okay. So think about that. We offered the same service, but some clients were buying a different result. Okay, I'll give you some examples. Let's say we have John. He's a fitness coach. He already makes money. Okay, he's doing 20K a month, living his dream life. For him, he may not want us to come in and explode his business. His goal might simply be to save more time. Okay, so let's say John is creating all of his social media content on Instagram and TikTok, and he's even using Facebook. That is probably taking him 2, 3, 4 hours a day. So John might pay us literally to save him time. Okay, let's put a little clock here for time saving. Okay, that's John. Let's say next client, and this was a real client we had, Julian. He was a guy that came to us where he was making money, let's say similar to John, 20K plus a month. But guess what? He wanted more. This guy had sights of building a 7-figure coaching business, which means he would need to make like 80,000 plus per month. So for this guy, even though we offered the same service, the result he was buying was very different. His result was, I want you guys to blow up my social media and then bring me more leads and then bring me more clients. Okay, so such a different result, yet the same thing, right? The same offer and the same service that we delivered. Okay, so what would we do for these clients? I'm going to focus on Julian. Julian is a real client in my agency. There's actually another video that I posted on YouTube. You can find it. Just type in fitness coach and you'll find it in my channel. basically we added $18,000 in new revenue. Okay, so I'll put that here, $18,000 in new revenue for him in 1 month. That's pretty mad, right? 18,000 in new revenue in 1 month. His service fee to us was less than $1,000. And if you watch the video, you'll find out he referred so many clients to us that we would discount off his entire service fee. So he literally paid $0 and he was making back this amount of money. So how we did it with Julian, let's get into it right now. So the first thing that we offered was content. Okay. So for Julian, because he's doing 20K a month, okay, that's where he was at. And he wanted to get to, let's just say 80K a month. Terrible handwriting there. To get to 80K a month, he needed content that would grow his audience. Okay. So we would primarily focus on video content. We would do lifestyle photos that he would send to us and we would post on his page, but we would also focus on infographics. Okay. Infographics. The three then content pillars that we would use, right? I'll put them here. Number one was content that we were going to post to get views. Okay, so this would be controversial content, content that is designed to go viral. Okay, second type of content is content that is going to get leads. Okay, so we typically call this call to action content, right? Where you are posting a video and at the end of the video, it says, DM me the word fit if you want to learn how to lose X number of pounds. Okay, so this would get us the views and the audience, and then this would get us the leads. Now, the final piece is to get sales. So how we would get sales is through content that we used to call nurture content. Okay, think of it like this. I am a fitness coach. I post a video saying, here's 5 myths about fat loss. Will that get me a client? Not necessarily. It'll get me views and engagement and people coming to my profile. The second type of content I'm going to post is, let's say 3 days later, I say, oh, by the way, I'm looking for 3 people, 3 busy moms that want to lose 10 pounds in the next 90 to 120 days. If that's you, DM me the word fit. Nurture content is then me posting, oh, here's a testimonial from Joan who went through my program. Or here's 3 things that I did with my client Jane to help her lose weight. Right? This is the content that will push the person from, okay, this guy might be able to help me, to, wow, he's got the proof, he's got the knowledge, he's got the results to actually help me. Okay, so that's the content we would post. Now, the second thing that we had to do, especially with this guy, Julian, was to grow his audience. Okay, so how would we grow his audience? How would we get new followers and just abundance of new eyeballs into his page? First, it is through this right here, the content specifically designed for views and for growth and for virality. Okay, now unfortunately there are periods where even when you're posting good content, you're not growing. Okay, so for example, your page, it's just not really reaching, your hashtags aren't hitting the algorithm, etc. In that case, what we would do is we would do shout outs. Okay, this is something I've never really seen people talk about in the agency space, but essentially we would buy shout outs from fitness pages and we would use pages that we owned ourselves. Now, we were in a very lucky position with my agency where we had spent time building pages and buying Instagram pages. So we had 500,000 followers, right? We'd have 500K across probably like, 8 to 10 Instagram pages, all in the fitness, the health, the food space. So we could then just do shout outs, right? We would essentially post a post on these pages and it would say something like, Julian is looking for 3 people that want to do X, Y, and Z. Message him the word fit if you want to learn how. Or Julian is giving away a free macro calculator that you can use to lose weight in the next 3 months, right? That's how we would grow his page. Pretty easy stuff to do, but it's knowing how much to pay these pages, where to find them, how to set up the whole deal. That's what most people get wrong, and they try this and it doesn't work for them. Okay, so that's something we did, and we did it incredibly well. The last thing is sales, right? Julian was one of our clients who knew what he was doing. Okay, this guy was good at sales. He was a killer. He's a really cool dude. Okay, for some of our clients, they don't know how to sell. So we can get them beautiful content that gets them new eyeballs and great engagement. And then we can shout them out on big pages to get more traffic to their page. But if they don't know how to sell, guess what? They ain't signing clients, right? It doesn't matter if you have 1 million followers. If you don't know how to sell, you're not going to make that much money. You will get some sales just because the sheer volume of people you have, But the same guy with 1 million followers could be making the same amount of money as the guy with 10K followers. The difference is one guy's really good at sales, one's good at getting attention. But the guy who's good at sales is actually making the same amount of money with literally, I don't know, 1% of the followers. So how we would help people would typically be through our consulting, right? Just literally explaining to them how you need to do this, okay? So how to set up your Calendly so that people can book a free consultation call with you. A sales script, we would give our clients a rough sales script to follow. So if you get somebody on the phone, here's what you got to do. Here's what you got to walk them through for like 30 to 40 minutes so that they go from kind of interested to, here's my credit card, I want to work with you, and sign me up to your fitness program. So those are the 3 main things we did to get like insane results for our clients. And the beauty of it is that we never had to run any ads. Okay, we spent no money on Facebook ads. And this is kind of insane because the SMMA space is so dominated by people that run ad agencies. And they claim that that's the only way to get results for your clients. In my space, in the fitness coaching space primarily, it was an injustice if we were to say run ads to a client unless they were making 100K a month. And I say that, like, just to let you know, like we would literally tell clients if they came to us and said, hey, I think I want to run ads. We would ask them, are you doing 100K a month? No, don't do ads. Like you have so much untapped potential through organic content and growth using our strategies to get to at least 100K a month. Okay. So before we go and throw money at ads, get that dialed in. Okay. So we could get such good results literally just through content, some shout outs, and a little bit of consulting. Okay. So our clients would pay us, on average, we had a super low ticket offer at one point where we would just create content and consult with our clients. So no shout outs, no growth, no posting for our client, just like 10 pieces of raw content that they would post themselves plus consulting. We did that for $450 a month. But on the upper end, we had clients pay up to $3,000 a month, just depending on the scope of the service. Meaning, for one guy, we might create 10 pieces of content. For another guy, we might create 60 or 90 per month. So obviously, the price is going to change based on that. Now, coming back to e-commerce brands that we worked with, okay, back up here to the brands and the supplements. The approach that we would use to get them results was similar, but also different, okay? For us, I'll be honest, fitness coaches, like that's our specialty. That's still to this day, like that's what I know the best. If I have a fitness coach friend and they want advice, I know if I give them advice, it should work pretty damn fucking well. However, an e-commerce brand, it's going to be similar, right? The first thing we're going to do is content to get them growth. The second is, yes, we would do shout outs. Okay. So we would also do shout outs for brands. But the final part was a little bit more tricky, the sales. Okay. Why? Because if our client is selling a nootropic performance enhancing supplement, right? We're pretty much relying on how good their website is and how good their products actually are. Okay. If they've got shit products and a shit website, like even with the best content and the best growth strategies, we're not going to get sales. Okay. An example of this is we could have a client that has a 5% conversion rate on their website, meaning that if 100 people go to the website, 5 people will buy products. However, we could have another client selling a very similar product, but they might have a 1% conversion rate. Okay. So for us, with the same amount of effort, giving them the same amount of growth, same amount of traffic, they're going to get only 20% of what these guys got. These guys get 100% of results. These guys get 20%. Nothing to do with our service, right? Our service is the exact same. The difference is the conversion rate. So for brands, this is a little bit more difficult, but it's still very much possible. You can come in and fix this by doing consulting. Okay. So explaining to your clients, this is what you need to change in your website. This is what you got to tweak because we need to get your conversion rate to go up. So there you have it, folks. I really hope this training was valuable for you. No fancy editing, just straight to the point, no BS. This is how we got results.
With one of my clients, I gained them 80,000 followers in 3 months. And this video breaks down the step-by-step strategies and tactics that I used to do that. So you can hopefully know for yourself, if you're just starting, how you can explain how social media marketing works to your potential clients. So let's talk about one of my agency clients. We got them 80,000 followers in 3 months on Instagram, and I'm going to walk you through
just some of the main takeaways as to how we made this possible. So you'll see here, this is actually something we used in a case study where we would actually send this out as a lead magnet, our free offer, to get clients for my agency. So you'll see here it said how we helped the supplement company gain 81,431 followers in just 3 months and up to 800 website visits every week organically without any paid ads. And then we had a screenshot of their page. I've blurred some of the details for now, but let's get into it. So month 1, month 2, month 3, they started at 83K. So that was a big advantage. Let's be real. If they were starting at 80 followers, it would have been much harder to gain them 80K. This definitely helped. You'll see then we got them to 164 over 3 months. So let's look at it. For feed content, we posted infographics mainly. Probably 80% of the content was infographics. Why infographics? They are really educational, which means people would save them a lot. Like they'd literally use the save feature on Instagram, but also really shareable. This business, you'll see here, it's vegan, okay? The reason that's important is because a lot of the content we made was very potentially controversial. So for example, there might be a recipe showing a high protein recipe for a vegan, like obviously a vegan meal, which obviously as a vegan person you might want to share because you might want to show to your followers, the people, maybe your friends, your family, that you can get vegan or you can get protein on a vegan diet, because that's like the big common myth. So that's just an example of how we would use like those psychological factors of controversy to improve the content we made. We would also post, YouTube and podcast clips to shorts. So we would basically clip up stuff of where one of the founders was speaking. Again, he had a bit of notoriety in the space, which helped because if they saw his face on the page, that would definitely help boost up the views as well. So we really leveraged that where we could. That was mainly it for the feed content. There were some others, but those were like the main drivers. We hit infographics, get thousands and thousands of likes and grow the page exponentially. Now with captions, we would typically just ask a question, then give more value relating back to the piece of content. So if it was like, let's say the protein recipe, it might be, how much protein do you eat a day? Or have you died yet of a protein deficiency on a vegan diet? Again, tapping into those psychological things that would create controversy. Then the value would be explaining, here's how you make the recipe, the step-by-step, what's included, la-di-da. And the end, we would typically try and put a call to action. Either follow us for more content like this, or a call to action to a free offer or a paid offer. So these guys sold supplements, but they also did like fitness challenges. So we'd often say, oh, by the way, we used our protein powder from at our supplement company, go buy that here. Or we're starting a fitness challenge in 3 weeks from now, sign up via the link in my bio, something like that. So that was a feed content which drove pretty much all the growth. The story content did help with growth because when we would have a piece of content go viral, we would always have stories live on the page, meaning that people then would see that we're active and we're giving more value on there, and we'd be giving tips as well. The story content also definitely helped push visits to the website and sell products for them, which is a big part of why they were very happy. For context, this client paid $1,200 a month. Some months they paid a lot more for some extra services, but that was the minimum, and they stayed for like 20 months. So you do the maths, they paid a lot of money. So we obviously had to make them a lot of money for them to stay that long. The story content, we had like a set schedule, similar to how we had the content calendar. We would use that for stories, and each week we would have a mix of Q&As, so questions and answers, polls and quizzes, call to actions for the products, for the fitness challenges, that kind of thing, and behind the scenes. So this was pretty much how we did stories. It didn't necessarily grow the page, but it would have helped facilitate some of the growth. The strategy we used for DMs, because the page was quite big, we got a lot of inbound DMs, so we never did outbound DMs. You'll see what I mean by that in the appointment settings section, but we never messaged people that watched the stories or followed us because the page was just so big. We really didn't need to do that. We would then direct the inbound leads, the messages, the questions, ideally back to the supplements or fitness challenge. So if it was a question about, hey, I'm struggling to get enough protein, what can I do? We might send them over, hey, here's our protein powder, you should try that out. Or if it was, hey, I'm struggling to build muscle on a vegan diet, we might say, hey, yeah, you could check out some of our supplements, but we're actually running a fitness challenge in 2 weeks from now. Here's the link, you can sign up if you want. For Instagram stories, you got 3 approaches. We used option 3, which is around 5 stories per day. And there you have it, folks. You know, our hashtag strategy was nothing crazy. We would use hashtags relevant to the post, but we would not spend much time on it, as we've covered previously. Can hashtags help? Yes, they can, for sure, and we would use them, but we would just put some at the end of the caption, 3 to 10, and we would leave it at that. Pretty simple stuff. But the real main thing that you really need to understand from this is the content. The content is what grew, and I said this previously, but the hack you're looking for is good content that follows the stuff we've been looking at so far.
You might have picked this up from that video, but inside of my agency, I worked with over 355 different businesses. Now, gaining 80,000 followers in 3 months for one of those clients, that was probably the best result we got. Most of our clients were paying us more for convenience. They know they needed to put time into social media, but they didn't want to put in that time themselves, so they would hire us. And if you've seen a lot of social media marketing or SMMA content online, you'll know the biggest struggle for most people is not keeping your clients once they sign on, it's actually getting clients in the first place. The way I've designed my mentorship program is really to focus on those 2 key areas, because yes, we will focus primarily on getting you clients when you're just a beginner starting off, right? It's the number one thing we can solve for you. But then we will switch and pivot, and we'll put a ton of effort into making sure you've good systems, a good team, and really just a predictable way so that when a client comes in, they get results pretty much guaranteed. Currently, I've coached well over 100 people past 5K a month, and some upwards of 40 to 45K per month as well. If you go below this video, you will see information on how you can work one-on-one with me, where I will be personally working with you, helping you either build and start your SMMA or scale it up if you already have one. If you want more info on that, just go down below this video, and hopefully this video was helpful.
Now I'm going to give you a free social media management content calendar template. So if you're watching this video, it means you're looking into starting a social media agency, probably social media management, where you're going to create content, essentially post that content for your clients on social media. Now, if you're going to do that, a term you need to be familiar with is a content calendar. Quite simply, it's a calendar, right? It's a tool that you can use to plan out the content for your client. So if you're working with them on a monthly basis, you don't have to each day come up with new ideas, but you would instead plan this out over a month in the calendar. This allows you to stay ahead of schedule, but also get them better results, which is a fancy way of saying you'll make them happy, they'll pay you more money. So in this video, my goal is very simple. The goal is to show you the content calendar that made my business, my marketing agency, over $1 million in revenue, specifically targeted to Instagram. That's right. Pretty much every client we worked with was paying us to create content for them and manage their social media. Some just paid for us to create content and consult with them. Some paid for us to create content and then post it to their social media as well. Before I exited my marketing agency, I worked with over 355 clients. Some paying as low as $200 to $400 per month when we were first getting started, and some paying upwards of $1,000, $2,000, and our highest paying client of $3,000 per month. But the key thing I want to stress here is that with every client that I worked with, we used a content calendar. So even if it was a low paying client that was paying for a few pieces of content per month, we would still use the content calendar to plan out those pieces of content, the ideas, the strategy, the methodology behind the content we were making. So I've actually put together a content calendar template. Okay, you'll be able to get this template for free. The way at which you do that is by going to the link in the description of this video, which will say something like claim your free resources, and the content calendar is part of those free resources. Before I pull it open here and show you how it works, there's a few key things we need to cover first. Without these, the content calendar is useless. So before we dive in, again, the reason you need to understand this concept and pay attention is because if you want to make money with social media management, this is something you have to do well. We're not going to be talking about how to get clients in this video, because this is assuming that once you've gotten clients, you now are actually going to get them results. Because if you get them results, they stay long term. They pay you more money. You make more money. So let's get straight in. Your content calendar. This is how you make it. So to fill out your content calendar, there's 2 things we look at here. There's putting ideas into content pillars, or using content pillars to shape your ideas. Now, personally, I like to do both. And if you're confused on what these are, I will explain. So if you are my client, and I'm going to assume you're a fitness coach and you post on Instagram, you're coming to me to get help to reach more viewers, attract more followers, and eventually get more paying clients for your services. Well, you as my client, what I'm going to first do is I'm going to start with ideas. Okay, I don't want to box myself in, and I want to basically think super broad. What would a fitness coach post? What could they post? What are the competitors of you, a fitness coach, posting on Instagram? An idea literally could be a video concept. I see a competitor's video. It says, here's the 3 top foods to lose fat. Another idea is a video of somebody saying how running is not going to help you lose fat. These are just ideas. Now, if I'm struggling to come up with these ideas, or I'm researching competitors and for some strange reason there's really no good ideas, there's no posts that are going viral, and nobody in the fitness scene is getting views, I would focus in on content pillars. So these are content pillars. For example, you could break it into 5 pillars. So your entire content strategy for your client is going to follow these 5 pillars. Viral content, lead gen content, social proof content, authority content, and nurturing content. Now, this is completely up for debate. If you do a Google search, this will show you what it shows you for Instagram content pillars. Google says content pillars are entertaining content, promotion content, education content, blog posts, infographic, behind the scenes. So completely up to you how you define these. I use these, and here's why. When I look at viral, these are the types of videos that will pop up on my TikTok For You page or my Instagram Explore page, right? The videos that are probably going to be very short, very snappy. They share an idea, a concept. They're not necessarily going to make me buy from the person that's posting the content. And I might not even follow the person, but I'll probably watch it because they're viral. Really broad, mass appeal types of content that will just get you eyeballs. So in the fitness industry, bringing it back to this client, viral content is your generic motivational content, inspirational content, unique fitness tips and hacks kind of content, right? Again, not stuff that's going to make you buy from the fitness coach, but it'll just get you aware that they exist in the first place. Now, lead gen content only works after you've done viral content, right? Lead gen content is essentially getting somebody to see your content and make an action, take an action, to message you, to book a call, to become a client. These are call to actions, like literally telling someone, hey, I'm looking for X number of people, reach out to me, message me the word X, and I'll show you how I can help you lose fat. Social proof, this is before and after photos, testimonials, proof of what you do. Authority, this is typically content that's going to paint you as an authority. Okay, so this in the fitness industry, for example, could be you talking about a complex topic such as fat loss and really understanding and really showing people that you understand the science of why fat loss. This could be you really breaking down, what actually is fat loss, like the science behind it, the methodology, the different methods. This could be you citing studies and showing reference to all the professionals out there that have proven the best ways to lose fat. And nurturing content, in my eyes, is content that takes somebody from viewer to somebody taking action. So if you're a fitness coach, again, and let's say your main clients want to lose fat, nurturing content is going to be content that brings them from watching your stuff to actually saying, hey, I'm going to pay you money and become a client. This could be storytelling content explaining how you went from X to Y, or how your client went from X to Y, or giving them value or recipes or little tips and ideas. You get the point. So before you build out your content calendar, this is what you need to have a look at. You need to look at what we looked at, right? Ideas, you think through ideas, you brainstorm, you look through competitors. When you're really struggling, you go back to these pillars, okay? You literally look at these, and like I did, you go through each one, define it yourself, and then figure out what type of ideas would fit into that. The goal of this content calendar is really simple, okay? I want you to know when to post, how often to post, and then what to post. And this is your kind of like your dashboard. It's the thing that you go back to if you have any lack of clarity and you wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning and you just are like, bro, what's going on with my client? Like, I don't know where they're at. Am I over delivering? Am I underperforming? I don't really know how I am with them. This is when you go back to your content calendar, right? And you look at it and you look at what you've done and what you've got planned out. And if you still don't feel that you're on track to meeting their expectations, well, your content calendar doesn't lie. It shows you what you've done, the ideas you've created, the posts you've put together, and then you could start analyzing the performance and seeing if it's actually getting the client results. Now, if you are managing a client on multiple different platforms, you're probably going to have a different calendar for those platforms. What I post on TikTok, we don't just post that same content directly on Instagram or on YouTube. We change up the frequency and then we change up the type of post as well. So this is the content calendar template that you can get access to. All you've got to do is go to that link in the description, claim your free resources. You'll get this alongside a bunch of other templates I've put together for you, completely free. So as you'll see, monthly layout here is the first tab that we open up onto. As you'll see on here, this is just broken down on the left here with the dates, okay, all the way down from the start of the month to the end, and we then overlap it onto the next month as well. We then follow that by type of content. This is a drop down, so essentially you can change this, of course, but these are just the main types of content that we're posting on Instagram. And if you're really struggling with your client to come up with ideas, this is somewhere you can also look, is go through types of content, and then from there, let that give you a more narrow view of the type of content to look for. So for example, if I look at infographics, right, for a fitness coach, it's teaching people how to lose fat. Well, when I look at that, there's only certain things I can do in an infographic. Like it's just a series of graphics, right? So I'm probably going to show recipes. I'm probably going to show transformations. I'm going to share knowledge bombs, AKA here's why the Stairmaster beats this other exercise for fat loss. So this is where you type in your idea. Okay, so post idea, just lash it in there. Post idea 1 as an example. If you were giving this to your client so that they need to record content, if they're recording reels or other types of videos, you would put in the hook here so they know exactly word for word what to say in that hook. The notes here would be kind of like the rough script, okay, like the breakdown of what they need to mention in that video. And this would be when you've actually requested the content from the client. When the client is giving you the content, if they've recorded it or if you've created it, for example, you create an infographic and send it to the client, you would get the client then to approve it, and once they have, you would tick that off. Here you're going to track your status, so if you've actually scheduled the content, is it not made, is it in progress, basically where is this at? Again, you can come back to this at any point and know where you're at in the process. The rest of this is all pretty self-explanatory. To help, what I would recommend you do is fill out this here, we call this a legend, to essentially give you a guide. You can follow this or you can create your own, but basically just having a breakdown of essentially what each day is going to be. This is just going to give you structure, because structure creates freedom. Freedom is probably what you want. Here you've got your content pillars, okay? So we mentioned this earlier, but you can list your pillar here, so pillar 1, and then put in whatever the pillar is. And then here you have your topics within that pillar. So if pillar 1 was viral content, this is where you'd have your topics. And finally, reference accounts. This tab is very useful, okay? When you have a client, what you really need to do is make sure that they understand who their competitors are, and get a list of those competitors, understand why they're even considering, really get clear on why they even consider that person or that business as a competitor, so that you can understand, is this a competitor I should model or stay away from in terms of getting content ideas from them. If you have any questions about how you go about creating and using this content calendar for your clients, if you don't have clients right now, okay, just think of those hypothetical questions. I want you to put them in the comments of this YouTube video. I'll do my best to respond to each one, and I might even make follow-up videos for each of them. Is this content calendar simple? Yes. Could you make your own template? Yes. Can you just get my one for free? Yes. Just enter your information in that link you'll find in the description, and it's yours. So what I'm going to show you in this training got me 10 million views on TikTok and Instagram, and you're going to learn exactly how I did it. So we're going to talk about how to get viewers to watch your videos. So when 100 people see your video, how many of them actually stick around and watch the full thing? Not that many. You might think that 100 people sit there and actually watch the whole video. They don't. You see, how you get viewers to watch your videos is optimizing the first couple of seconds of your video. That's where you first want to focus. There's other factors to look at, but this is number one most important. So if I take that video that you see on screen, it did decently well on TikTok. It did okay, you know, I think maybe between 10, 20, 30,000 views. All right. Now, why this really did okay, but not 10 out of 10, was the first 2 seconds. The rule of thumb I have is you want to get about 70% of people in the first 2 seconds at least. I got 67, means 67% of people were still watching. So the others had already swiped to the next video. Now, if I could have figured out maybe something that I could have done in those first 2 seconds, whether it was the video clip of me or text on screen or the sound, maybe more of those people would have stuck around, and then they would have watched longer, and then that would have pushed my video out further. This is what I want you to be thinking about. So we've got a few examples we're going to go through. We have things called pattern interrupts, which are things you can do at the start of a video, but also throughout your video, which will interrupt the pattern, right? Your viewer is in this pattern as they see your video. Most cases, they're like this.
All right, they're scroll, 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 scroll. And they only stop when something absolutely hits their dopamine receptors and gets them to go, oh, wow, let me look at this. So the main way we're going to do that is with pattern interrupts. I'm going to show you these examples. Changing the lighting, showing you a sitting down or standing up clip, zooming in or out, panning side to side, and then saying a triggering word like you or stop or don't or never. One of these. So I'm going to show you those in a moment. Now, when we look at this, there's other things to look at. It's not just pattern interrupts in the first couple of seconds. There's a technique called opening and closing loops. So essentially you start with a hook, which is opening the loop, and then you don't close that loop until near the end of the video. You're building suspense. You're basically making people feel like they need to watch till the end. Has this ever happened to you before? You've seen a video pop up, right, on your explore page. This has happened to me many times. And it's a video of somebody doing something. Okay, they're cooking, they're cleaning, but they're talking as they're doing this. But they're actually talking about something completely unrelated. For example, I saw a clip once of like a woman, right? And I think she was like cooking or cleaning, something like that. And she was talking about her husband cheating on her, right? But what she did was she opened up the loop and then started to go about her day and do other tasks and kind of like beat around, as we would say in Ireland, beat around the bush, all right? Walk around the topic, and she only closed the loop at the very end. So what this meant was that people watched the entire video just to hear the bizarre, crazy reason or the way she caught her husband cheating, something like that. So what she did was this. She opened the loop, distracted us with a bunch of other stuff, and then we waited like suckers till the end of the video. So think about how you can do this in your content. Okay? This is really powerful if you can get this right. This is an example of the pattern interrupt change in lighting. What you'll notice is that I basically turn on a light switch, and so the video goes from dark to light really fast. Let's watch. Cool. Super simple, right? But that has all happened within the first 1 second. So you'll see here, we're still within the first 1 second. We've had 2 different video clips already, and we had the pattern interrupt with the light. We've also had text onto the screen, okay? So people might be reading this text as they see me hit the light and switch the light. Just like that. You'll also see I turned on the tap. It's a very subtle thing, but that can cause people to be interested, to go, oh, look, he just turned on the tap. Okay, next, another clip of me. And another clip. So you'll see it's very fast paced. So this was all designed to get people hooked within the first two seconds. This is an example of me sitting down at the very start of the video to hopefully hook people in. Now, of course, there's text on the screen, so people will most likely read this text. And if you look at the length of the video, it's 6 seconds, but it might take you more than 6 seconds to read the text. That's done on purpose. But look at how I sit down. Super simple. But that like movement and that change in the scenery will most likely get people to see that, and it's like that pattern interrupt. It's not what they were expecting. Maybe another example here, similar setup, text on screen, but watch I sit down. Super simple, but that will change how people see it. If it was just this, people may not watch the video as long. This is an example of the video panning side to side. So it shows me, it shows the laptop, and it shows the C view, all there strategically to get people to continue to be hooked in. And finally, this is where I'm using triggering words. I say delete Snapchat, stop playing video games. I'm using these big bold words that people will see and go, whoa, right? This is not me saying maybe you should limit Snapchat, maybe you should watch less of video games. It's very much in your face, buzzwords, keywords that people will see, very triggering words. And I'm using these at the start here to, again, hook people in at the start. One of my most viral TikToks took me only 4 minutes to create. So I'm going to walk you through the 4-minute viral TikTok video strategy. This can be used for Instagram and other short form platforms as well, like YouTube Shorts, but I did this specifically for TikTok. So this is my strategy that takes me 4 minutes that helps me create viral videos. I've had dozens of viral videos that have taken me literally 4 minutes to make. This is the exact process. So what I call this is the text on screen trend. You'll see here, this is a video that got 35,000 likes, nearly 36,000 likes. I don't know the exact view count because I didn't quite put that in the screenshot, but I think well over 1 million. This type of video has gotten me so many videos that have gotten 1 million plus, and I'm going to walk you through how to do this. Now, like all of the tips and strategies I'm giving you, do not just try this on one video, and if it doesn't blow up, say that this doesn't work. If you do that, we are not friends. This works when you consistently do it. Keep tweaking it until it works for you. This video strategy has gotten me so many videos that have popped off and really blown up my account. Yet, guess what? There are times I do it and it doesn't quite hit. So please do not just try this once and then say, hey, Adam, this doesn't work for me. Okay, this works in every single industry I have seen out there. So please do not blame that. All right, so let's get into it. Essentially, the premise is this. You're keeping videos shorter than necessary to improve the rewatch rate and the watch time. So for example, this video would typically be less than 7 seconds, sometimes 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds. We would use, I'll walk you through in a minute, a trending sound and stuff, but essentially to read through all of the text would take anybody longer than the time of the video. So what you want to do is set a timer on your phone and then go and read through this. So, right, you would just look at it and you would read through and figure out, okay, how long did that take me to read? If it took you 5 seconds, I would put your video at 3 or 4 seconds. If it took you 10 seconds, your video at maybe 7 seconds. Basically cut off a second or two so that if someone wants to get all of the text, they either pause it and stay on the video longer or they replay the entire video. That's a really important metric. If Instagram or TikTok or one of these platforms sees that people are rewatching your video, that's really good. There's 2 really important metrics, which is watch time and then the replay rate. Okay, so watch time is somebody viewing your video in full. So if your video is 4 seconds and it takes them 6 seconds to read it, then most people will hopefully watch your video in full, and then they may even rewatch part of it. So that's it. So 5 to 7 seconds is the general rule of thumb I go for, but again, if it takes only 5 seconds to read the text, then you want to make that shorter. Try multiple variations. So what I would recommend you do is, for this video, type out the text, then copy the text and try it with maybe 3 different videos in the background using 3 different trending sounds that you find. Take it a step further, and what you could do is just change up the text in each of those. So for example, in this one, it's just all white with the kind of black outline. You could color code this and you could change it to remember this, just all in white. And then all of the text on the left could be red, as these are the problems, and then on the right these could be green as the solutions. Okay, so play around with those variations and see how that works for you. Trending sound. Okay, you're thinking, okay, Adam, great trending sound, how do I find these? What should this look like? My process for finding trending sounds is really basic. I just go to the Explorer For You page and I look at videos that are popping up on my page. So if they're popping up on my page, they're probably trending videos right now. And if the sound is engaging and the sound is something that would work really nicely in, you know, just as like background music in one of these, then great, I'll test it out. I really want you to embrace negativity, trigger words, and controversy. These are things we've already looked at, okay? So trigger words, you know, sad, for example, anxious. These are things that are very hard hitting. They can trigger an emotional response with people. So they're called trigger words. Controversy, this post wouldn't be the best example of controversy, but it is at the same time, because a lot of people commented because of how simple it was. They're like, oh, this is a way too simplified view. So you're basically saying, you know, if you have anxiety, you should just move. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying, but that's what people are reading from the post. So definitely do that. And then if you pair this with a really good pattern interrupt, so the pattern interrupt I used in this video was the pan from side to side. So the video moves like this. So people are, you know, probably curious as to, am I going to show the view? Is there going to be an ocean view? Is there going to be a pool in the background? Who knows? Good lighting. And, you know, just a nice background. So this video is a nice background. There's trees and buildings, and it's very engaging for people to go like, wow, what's in the background? So this is it. If you look at my content, I'm probably still using this. I've been using this for years, and I've had some of my students use this and get absolutely phenomenal results. So I'd recommend you do the same.
I'm going to walk you through why one of my clients paid me over $25,000 over the course of 20 months. And that's because we did a really good job at keeping them happy. They were paying a monthly fee and they decided to stay for an entire 20 months back to back. And that's because we matched their expectations and delivered a service that really helped them. I'm going to show you all of that now. All right, friend, in this video, I'm going to talk about the main reason why your SMMA clients will leave you. So if you have an SMMA that you're running right now, and you're currently facing the problem of clients leaving you, or you're planning to start one, this is going to hopefully give you the info that you need to avoid new clients leaving you and to basically keep your current clients happy and paying you. So let's get into it. There's tons of reasons why a client would leave you, okay? Your client might leave you if you did not set good expectations. So for example, they expected their social media to go like this, to grow at an astronomical rate, and what has happened is this. It's not really growing, or it's not growing to the same level they expected. So expectations is number one. You need to make sure that you're actually delivering on what they've paid for. Reason number two is your communication. This links back to expectations. So for example, if your client is expecting you to pick up the phone any hour of the day to solve a problem that they have, and you're not doing that, then they'll be unhappy. So your goal isn't to just do everything that they want, but it's to do the things that you set out in the expectation. So make it very clear when you're onboarding a client, I don't do that. You contact me via Slack, via WhatsApp, email, whatever the format is, you give them the guidelines of when and how to contact you, and then that's it. So these are two things that you can directly control yourself. And you can start using these immediately today to keep your clients longer. The third, and there's more reasons, but this is, in my opinion, the biggest factor as to why a client is going to potentially leave you. It's your pricing. If you go on YouTube and you look at videos about SMMA, right, how to make your first 10K per month, a lot of the guys out there are teaching this model. They're teaching that you should charge between maybe $1,000 to $3,000 per month. I've seen people even recommend beginners to charge $5K a month for their first client. I will be brutally honest with you. I have beginner students in my program right now that are signing clients for $1,000, $2,000 per month. Here's someone with an offer of $1,400 per month. Here's someone booking 7 calls in a day. Here's someone charging €1,650 per month for their clients, and they have 2 clients on those packages. And here's a good example of a beginner, Amy, someone where her first client signed for £7,000 for 6 months. That's over $1,000 per month. But that is not the norm. What is more normal for your first client is something like what Andre has done, $240 per month. You need to get it out of your head that low ticket is bad. This is what, I hate to say it, 99% of the gurus out there are saying low ticket is bad, high ticket is good. I think this is a whole load of BS. Let's take Amy, for example. She just signed, as I showed you, a client for £7,050, and that is for 6 months. Do the maths, it's over 1K per month. The risk Amy runs with this is that the client's expectations are naturally going to be higher. So the quality of her work, the expected results are naturally going to be higher because she is what? She is paying more money. If Amy's client was, let's just say, paying $500 a month, still in my opinion a decent price to charge for your first client, Amy could probably do the same work, but the client would be happier because of this. The concept we're going to look at is the value to price exchange. We want value, okay, let's just do it on a scale. We want value to be as high up as possible on that scale. This is high value, this is low value, not good. And what your client wants is this as well. They want to get a lot of value, but they want the price to be as low as possible. And if it's high, they don't like that. So you've kind of got this interesting relationship where you want your value to be high and your price to be high. But your client wants your value to be high and your price to be low, right? Everybody wants to get a good deal. And so the problem with high ticket is that the higher your price, the more value you've got to add. If you're a beginner, right, and you're charging 2K a month, or beginner number 2 that works with me and they charge $500 a month, they could be delivering same service. Let's say social media management. If we look at the value 2 people provide, what you provide at 2K per month versus my student at $500 per month, for you to keep your client on, I'll be honest, your value needs to be 10 out of 10, like top of the top, creme de la creme. My student, their value needs to be good, not as good. As a beginner, are you going to know the best way to serve a client, how to get them the best results? Being brutally honest with you, as much as I could train you and teach you, this is a thing you learn with experience. As you work with more clients, you get better at this. So realistically, trying to get to this, right, the really high value, It's just not very realistic. So this is what happens. What happens is you sign the client for 2K a month, then they realize value to price doesn't match, and they cancel. Doesn't mean that they weren't willing to pay 2K a month. They worked, they paid you, just the value didn't quite match it. So you've got to think long term. Is it better to sign a client for 2K a month, but then to potentially cancel in month 1 or month 2 because you're just not delivering to the standard they're expecting? Or long term, would it make more sense to sign them at 500 a month? Keep them, let's say keep them for 6 months, make roughly the same money, but have more proof. Maybe have a case study, maybe have tangible results from that client that you can show to new clients. I think you'll agree with me that this probably makes more sense. In my agency, this really helped us because even at scale, right, when we were doing 50K a month, we had clients, certain clients, paying around $450 per month. All right, that's low. But what this allowed us to do was have a pretty productized service because the value, right, let's go back to the chart, the value needed to be here. It didn't need to be 10 out of 10. It needed to be here, right, decent. So this meant I could have graphic designers, video editors, VAs, essentially have this team in place of people that could manage the client, do a good job, but they didn't have to be 10 out of 10 world class. And so this meant that we could kind of scoop up a lot of this part of the market that weren't willing to spend $2,000 a month. They didn't have that money, but they knew they needed to spend something and they were willing to pay this. So this helped us when we worked with a lot of beginner fitness coaches. So the takeaway from this video is you've got to understand the value to price relationship. If you can get your value to be a 10 out of 10 and you deliver a 10 out of 10 service, then your price, you might have an issue selling someone on high ticket, but once you get them in, you shouldn't have a problem with retaining them. Assuming value is high, plus expectations, plus communication is really good. If I was you and you're a beginner or you're someone making less than 5K per month, I would do this. This is your price. I would charge mid-ticket around 500 a month, roughly. And as you get more experience, you can charge more. Let's say 1K a month. Also, before we get into the full free course, I want you to be aware that in the description of this video, there's going to be a link that you can click that says something along the lines of claim your free resources. And that's going to give you access to a bunch of extra resources, completely free. Yes, you just need to put in your name and your email, but those resources are worth thousands. Those resources are really going to help you start your social media marketing business, scale it, and know how to run it correctly. So I'd really recommend take 2 minutes, click that link, put in your name, put in your email, and you'll get all of those for free. So this is how I use AI to create content for social media management clients of mine. This is your full guide on how AI makes this really easy. People are getting very used to and annoyed with 100% AI generated content. For example, right, if you look at the news, like just that as an industry, news, politics, etc., there is so much AI content that is 100% AI, and it's just so wrong. I saw this recently about somebody who got arrested, and it was an AI video, and like the AI video is just getting all the information wrong, like so wrong, but it's just pulling information that it's finding online, right? And so it's not the AI's fault, right? It's just pulling information it finds online. But there could be some article about this person who lived in this certain city, but that was 5 years ago. And the AI is, claiming that that person lives in that city, when clearly they do not. Anybody who would follow them would know they do not, right? So just an example as to AI gets things wrong, right? So the information can be wrong, but also AI, like 100% AI generated content, like faceless, anonymous content, a lot of times you can very clearly see, okay, this is AI, and people are kind of getting to a point where, bit of a mass hate towards that type of content. So look, people don't mind or even know when their favorite creators use AI to create content at a faster rate using AI, right? But they get annoyed if somebody's using AI 100% to do the entire process, okay? So this is what I mean. It's not that we're not going to not use it. We will use AI to create content. It will save you time. It will get it done faster, and hopefully it's even better content. But we're not going to use it to just like literally do the entire process. Okay. So this is how I've been using it. Okay. I'm using a lot of AI right now to create content, but what it's doing is it's just allowing me to do it faster. That's really the big thing. It's allowing me to do it faster. There's certain types of content that we're posting on my page right now that, doing it manually would probably take about 20 to 30 minutes. doing it with AI can take about 5 minutes. Okay, so it's just really cutting down that input by such a crazy amount. And like, if you just do the maths, right? Let's say I was paying somebody $10 an hour to create that content for me, right? And they were doing, let's say, an hour a day roughly by doing it themselves. So again, based on my numbers, that would be, they would create 2 videos a day. So that's 2 videos a day. We do that for 30 days. That's 300 that I would pay them. Cool. Well, if we're now using AI, where it used to take 30 minutes, it's now taking 5 minutes. You do the maths, that's like 6 times faster. So I can theoretically divide this by 6. So now if I'm paying someone that amount, well, it would actually cost me 50. Okay, so I've literally saved $250, which is insane, per month, okay? So that is why it's powerful, and that's where we're gonna use it. It's mainly for that right there. So at this point, we're gonna assume that you have your content calendar and content ideas. Okay, so we've gotten through that in previous videos. And in our main program, we have content calendar templates that you can obviously use alongside using AI to come up with the ideas. You can use the two to get you to this point. And now we want to use the AI to create the content. Okay, so what I'm going to do is a live example. I'm going to, number one, I'm going to find a competitor or a reference account for, we'll do it in the fitness industry. Okay. I'm going to then feed that to AI, and I'm going to give it our current content calendar, right? I'm going to give it parameters such as, you know, will the client record a video? Will we use what the client already gave us, or will we create from scratch? Okay, so those are kind of the very necessary piece of information I need to give to AI to help with this process. So I'm going to jump over to, different tab here, and we're going to get this going. All right, so guys, step one is to find competitor and reference account. Now I'm also going to show you this process, right, of creating the content calendar again. Okay, so we're just going to rejig this. I'm going to get this prepared. You probably already have this prepared because we've kind of gone through it together, but I'm going to prepare one live. Okay, I'm going to find some random fitness coach and pretend that that is my client and show you just a real basic example of how we'd come up with the ideas for them. Then we're going to find the competitor and reference accounts. We're then going to feed it to AI with our one, and we're going to give the parameters. All right, so bear with me and let's get this going. Okay, so guys, this is my client, not actually my client. For this example, this is my client, okay? So let's get very clear on what we need to do. So we're going to screenshot his bio. That's number one. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot his 9 latest posts, okay, on Instagram, okay? So let me pull myself over here and pull these, okay? Now this is great. It's a really good example because this guy, as you can see, is posting a lot of valuable content. Like, it's a lot of information, and more information means I can feed this information to AI and probably get a clearer image of our content calendar from this, okay? So now I'm going to come to my AI tool, give them the screenshot of the 9 posts, the bio, and see what we can come up with. All right, so now we are here. What I'm going to do is, first off, I'm going to write out a rough prompt. Okay, now this is a rough prompt. We've already covered a better, more direct prompt than this. I'm just doing one off the cuff. So create a content calendar for my client who's a male fitness coach who helps guys get shredded and lose weight. Focus on Instagram. I will attach first his bio so you can understand who he is and who he helps. Then, after you can confirm you understand, I will send over a screenshot of his 9 most recent Instagram posts so you can create better ideas. Now guys, the reason I'm doing this I'm basically trying to do this in 2 stages is because certain AI tools, you can only attach 1 image at a time. Okay, so for example, with this, I'm pretty sure I can just attach 1 image. Oh, hold on. Maybe I can do 2. Never mind. I can do 2. So then it's fine. But if you're using an AI tool, just check, because sometimes there's definitely tools where you can only attach 1 image. So then you'll need to add 1 and then add the other. Okay. So let's get going and let's see what this gives us. All right. So as you can see here, we've put our prompt in and AI is getting to work. So let's see. All right, so week 1, day 1, motivational content, post before and after photo of a successful client. Transform your body, transform your life, ready to get shredded. Okay, it's all right. We can improve it. Share a video demonstrating proper form for deadlifts, master the deadlift, build a stronger back, and boost fat loss. Cool. All right, guys. Is it 10 out of 10? No, it's good, right? It's enough to get started. And again, through basically the follow-up questions with the prompt, we can get this, to a really, really damn good point. Okay. So that's our first part, right? We've gotten our client, and we have essentially prepared a rough content calendar specific idea. Next up, we are going to go now and find a competitor or reference account. Okay, so what I'm going to do is with this guy, I am going to come here to his following, and I'm going to type coach so that I can see the other coaches that he follows, because my theory here is if he follows another coach, they're probably doing better or similar to him, right? He's probably not following people that are like way worse at social media than him. So let's just have a look through. Now the question is, who do you pick? So I'm going to go for a guy, right? Because I'm looking for another guy. It's just going to make it easier rather than referencing a female, for example. Let's go with Matt Ogus. I know he's very famous, so we'll go with him. All right. So when I look through Matt's profile, I've realized maybe he's not the best fit, for the simple reason that if I just take a screenshot of 9 posts here, he has a lot of content that I don't think is going to be relevant for who we're trying to help, right? We're trying to help guys basically get shredded, lose fat, but a lot of his content here is just workouts, right? Like there's less informational video. There's also some comedy and skits, so it's not necessarily going to be the best fit. So I'm going to come here and go into coach again and see who Matt's following. That might be similar. All right, Jayhawk, let's see. Okay, same thing. So again, guys, this is a process, right? Like it's, I'm giving you all this to show, like, you're not going to get it perfect right away. I'm going to now actually go back. Okay, so I'm going to go back to our original guy, Carter. I'm going to go back here and type coach again. I'm going to pick somebody else. All right, let's go with this guy. He's got more followers, which is a good start for sure. Is he going to be easy to replicate? No, not necessarily. As you can see, it's mainly kind of flexing photos. Okay, so again, we're going to go back. And again, this is just the process of elimination, finding somebody, because there's no point to me finding the guy that just takes, say, topless photos, right? Because, in this case, Carter is not posting that type of content. So is he all of a sudden just going to do that? Probably not. Let's be real. Like, that's probably not going to happen. Okay, Muscle Monster. Great. This is more what I'm looking for. There's more information posts. Great. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to screenshot these 9. Actually, we're going to go 12. Okay, so I'm screenshotting that. Now, come back to my little guide here. So again, I need to give the parameters to the AI as well and say, will the client record a video? What will we do? Okay, so I'm going to go with this angle. All right, so let me come back to my AI. I'm going to say, okay, great. Thanks for preparing the content ideas plus calendar. Now I am attaching a screenshot of a competitor that is, crushing it on social media, that's doing better than my client. In the screenshot, you will see his most recent content and the preview of what the content is about. Now, using both the ideas you gave me plus taking inspiration from the competitor, give me 9 video scripts. Or no, what we're going to do here is going to give me 9 blocks of text that could be used in videos like the ones you see in the competitor's screenshot. Okay, so let's just go for this The videos we will create will be similar to the competitor, where we take a video of my clients, add a trending sound, and then add the text blocks on the screen as overlay. Boom, that's all the info that I'm going to give. Now we've got a slight problem, as you can see with this AI tool. Problem is I can't attach an image, right? As you can see, there's no option to attach an image, all right? So what I'm going to have to do in this case is I'm going to, which you can see here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the content calendar they had. I'm going to copy it into my message. Okay, just like this. Let's go, if I just down here, I can actually just copy it directly. Okay, so guys, I'm so glad we're doing this live so you can see the reality, okay? You can see the reality, okay? So I need to just delete all of this extra. These are like the sources that the AI pulled all the info from. So I'm going to delete all of this. Again, it's a bit of a tedious process, but once you do this a few times, you'll get way better at this, okay? Okay, I'm gonna come back here. Nearly done. Okay, great. I'm gonna delete that block as well. I'm gonna separate these out. Okay, so I've got all my info. I'm now just gonna highlight all of it. Control A, and then, yeah, I'm gonna take it out. I've cut that out. I'm going to go new thread, paste it in, and now I attach my screenshot. All right, so you'll see there's going to be times where you're just going to have to basically rejig the info so that you can attach, in this case, your screenshot. All right, let's fire it off and let's see what comes back. I'm going to give it a moment here to do its thing. If the AI spits back an answer within a second, it's normally not a good sign. It's normally better if it takes a bit of time, because it means it's actually scouring the internet. It's actually referencing other websites as well. Okay, so this is all still my prompt. Here's my answer. Cool, so I'll create 9 blocks of text. 3 reasons you're not losing fat. Perfect, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, if I come back to my reference here, right, of this guy, like I could definitely, you can see this style, it's mimicked this style perfectly, right? If we look here, 5 foods that are killing your gains. Fantastic. Guys, so that's a really good example showing you how we create content using AI, where it's not replicating the whole process, but I take this now and I can create videos like this. As long as I have videos of my client, I can create stuff like this very damn quickly. Literally, right? Like I can get this done within minutes. So there you go, that's our live example.
So if you're a beginner, this is your guide to creating social media content from scratch with your clients. This should give you the confidence to know exactly how you create content and what not to do, so that when you speak to a business owner, you can just explain this to them. If you want to run a social media marketing business, a key component is creating content. Not content with you when you're facing it, but content for that business. Whether that's a gym owner, an online personal trainer, a restaurant, it doesn't matter. In most cases, if you want to be signing these clients that pay you $500 a month, $1,000 a month, $2,000 per month, you're going to need to create some form of content for them. Now, in my experience of running a marketing agency, I've worked with over 355 clients, and out of those, none of them did I personally need to record content for them. So no content with me in it, and no photos or videos that I would be taking of their products or their locations. Everything I did was remote. In fact, most of my clients, I never even met them. So I'm going to give you, from that experience I have working with hundreds of different businesses, creating content for them, how to do this. So this is your beginner's guide. Stick with me. So I've got 6 key areas I'm going to walk you through, and I'm going to give you real examples of my own Instagram page and these types of content that you can create for other business owners, so you can see it's actually not as difficult as you might think. Now, a quick caveat, of course, there are going to be business owners out there that say, hey, I'll pay you $1,000 a month, but only if you can physically come to my location and shoot content for me. Me personally, I'm just not interested in working with that business owner. I want to work with a business owner that has the self-sufficiency and the autonomy to know, hey, I need to record some stuff myself and I'll send it to Adam and he'll make it look good for social media. Now, there are people in my program that do offer this as a service where they will go and shoot content for clients either with a camera or a basic iPhone, typically does the job.
or cases where they will outsource this. So they will find, for example, if they have a client in Dublin, Ireland, they'll find a videographer in Dublin, Ireland, and get a price for what it would cost to hire them for a day to record content with their client, and then they add that on as an extra charge to the client. So there's ways of doing that, but we're going to assume that you're working with clients that are going to be providing content to you, and then your job is to really create content from what they've given you. So content type number one that you can create, as I'm going to show you here with an example on my page, is this right here. This is what we call a talking head video. Notice how in this video, yes, there's some background clips and there's some cool transitions and animations like you see on screen, but the majority of this is me sitting down talking with my head in the frame to the camera. Now this, for your clients, how you offer this type of video to them in a way that saves them a ton of time is by scripting these videos for them, sending them the scripts, and then directing them on how to record it. For example, let's say you're working with me and I'm paying you $600 a month and you're going to give me 20 videos a month. Okay, you're going to give me 20 scripts for videos. You're going to research my industry. You're going to figure out what works in my industry and give me scripts, not word for word, but rough bullet points that I can follow in videos like this. You show me how to record it. You say, hey, Adam, I need you to sit in front of a big window like you're doing right now. So there's some natural light and you don't need any other fancy lighting. You want to put your iPhone down in front of you on a nice tripod. If you have a microphone, great, use that. If you don't worry, we'll be able to boost the audio with our editing skills. And then you say, Adam, just open up these scripts that I'm giving you, all 20 of them. Set a timer. You might need about an hour for this and just get all of them recorded. That's it. It'll take you 1 hour a month. Very easy to do. And so then when I've recorded this video and I send it back to you, you, or if you're hiring a video editor, will go and actually edit this together. Now you'll see there's a lot of background clips, right, of me, maybe on my phone, or clips of me on coaching calls. And those are just pieces that I would put together in a folder and I would give to my video editor. So this specific video editor, I didn't have to sit down and tell him what clips to use. He would just have access to a folder with all of that, and his job is to go and piece all of that together. Video type number 2 is what we call a text on screen video. So here's two examples. This one with 62K and this one actually also with 62K. That's quite funny. Let's have a look. So it's a very simple video. It might be between 3 to 7 seconds. It's a clip of me, right? Again, which my editor would have access to. Okay, so just a folder with clips of me. And then we've got very basic text on screen. So again, let's go through this as the example. I'm your client. Okay, so you say to me, hey, Adam, we're going to do 10 of these per month. All I need from you is maybe 3 to 10 clips of you working on coaching calls, day-to-day life stuff. Okay. I probably have these clips already. I just go to my camera roll on my phone and I just upload a few of them into a Google Drive folder and you have access to it from there. Then you go ahead and research, okay, well, what could we use as text on screen? And you realize, okay, well, Adam, you're in kind of like this business space. You know, you coach people how to start businesses. You coach people how to grow their existing business. So maybe we should do some like stats, you know, financial stats, how much people make in jobs. And that kind of gives them the option of, hey, you know, learn about how much you can make in a job, or start your own business and come to me and I can help you out to do that. Now this right here is so easy to make. A video like this, genuinely, if you have these clips, again, of me in the background, you can probably do 10 of these in 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes. This is some of the easiest content you'll make, and as you can see from the views, like these videos can do pretty well. Okay, 62K. I have a lot of videos like this that have gotten millions of views on Instagram, on TikTok, different platforms. So I know they work really, really well. Content type number 3 is what we call long form to short form videos. For example, I have a YouTube channel and I post lots of long form videos between 5 minutes to maybe 20 minutes long on average. You could take those videos and take clips from them. In fact, I use this tool called Opus Clips. I've no affiliation with them. It's just a really good tool. And as you can see, I get a video link. So let's say a link to my YouTube video. I put the link here, get free clips, and it will actually go and make clips for me already. So for example, this video you see right here was made using Opus Clips. This is a long form YouTube video of me. Opus Clips has done all of this subtitling here and it's taken the clip by itself. All I've done is added this little heading text on top, and the video is good to go. So again, let's say you're working with me, very easy. I've got these long form videos. You might be working with someone who does a podcast or has been on some podcasts. You could take clips from that. You might be working with somebody that does coaching calls within their business. Let's say a fitness coach, and they do these online coaching sessions. Great, we could use that and we could take clips from that. Content type number 4 is what we call graphics and carousels. So for example, you can see here, this is a pinned post on my Instagram profile and it's a carousel. And it's actually pretty basic. Okay, we've got an image of me and we got some text. And it pretty much follows that format. Pretty simple, okay? Not the craziest looking in the world. And this is something you can create in Canva, again, in a matter of minutes, as long as you have this text here. And this text for this post was actually taken from an email that I sent out to my email list. So again, when you're working with your client, you could say, hey, well, send me over any of the emails you've sent out to your email list. I can use that in some of the content I'm creating. Here's another example of a carousel. Again, very simple, and this is made out. You'll see it's got a photo of me, my name and username, and this is what we call like a Twitter or an X style infographic. All right, it models what it looks like on Twitter or X. Here's another example of that same setup, okay? The kind of Canva style X or Twitter style post. Very simple, all right? This is, again, very easy to make, but it works really well. So you can create content like this. Okay, and this last one, number 5, this is probably the easiest to make, the easiest. In fact, I was on a coaching call just last week with a guy in my program, Sean, and he was asking me, hey, Adam, I've made a couple of videos here that I want to put in my portfolio to show to my potential clients what I can do. And I said, look, Sean, video looks fine that you're showing me, but to be honest, man, you could use what I'm about to show you now, and you could make these videos in literally 2 to 5 minutes using templates that are free to use. So this video you see right here didn't get me that many views, 3,000 views, but this type of video is really good at nurturing my audience, and it's very simple. This is a CapCut template. Now I do pay for the premium version of CapCut. It's about, I think, $6 or $7 a month that I'm currently paying, and I can get unlimited access to these where I click a button, I see a video like this, there'll be a button here that says use template. I click that button, I add in my video in the background, and it's all done. Like, it's literally all done for me in 2 clicks. Here's another example of what that can look like. This is one I posted on TikTok, and again, this is all done for me. It just has a couple of clips that I have to add in myself, and the rest is done. Now look, I know there are going to be cases where you have a client that's not willing to do any of that type of content that I've just shown you, but for most businesses, this is going to work. Most companies I've ever worked with, we've been able to easily satisfy their demands with content just like those that I've shown you. And the beautiful thing about social media is that there's new trends that pop up all of the time. So in 6 months or a year from now, there's probably going to be new tactics that we can use. So new tools like CapCut, like Opus Clips that come out and are even better than what we're using now. And of course, AI is advancing pretty rapidly. And I'm not the biggest fan of AI generated content, but there are cases where we will use that if we need to with a client, because let's be honest, if they don't give you anything to work with, it's going to be more difficult. And that's where AI can really come in and help you out. So my friend, I hope this made a lot of sense. Hopefully this has given you a little bit more insight into how this will actually work for you. And if you need any more insights and you feel like mentorship might be something that would help you out, working one-on-one with me, you will see some information in the description of this video on how you can get my help. So now I'm going to walk you through how to build your success mindset, because your success in this game of social media marketing starts with your mind.
So, my friends, now it is time to look at why we need to build your millionaire mindset. Before we use any strategies, before we use any tactics, heck, before we actually do any of the quote unquote work, we need to look at this first. You see, I wouldn't have become a millionaire if I didn't focus on this first. So first, let's answer the question, what is a mindset? A mindset is simply the lens through which you see the world. This is by far the single most important thing in business. Anyone that tells you it's not important, they probably have a really, really strong mindset, but they don't realize they have a strong mindset. And you see, that is what's actually accountable for all their results. So I've seen people online say, hey, mindset doesn't matter. It doesn't, it's not something you need to stress about. Just do the work. You see, the problem for most people is most people don't have a strong enough mindset to just do the work, right? So that person telling you that, and I may have even said things like this in the past unknowingly,
I have a strong mindset. So I'm telling you, it doesn't even matter because I've forgotten how strong it is. All right. So look, for me to go from 0 to 7 figures at 25, this literally, when I look at everything I've done, all of it stems back to focusing and working on my mindset. And this is why it's important. Now, look, mindset isn't manifesting a Ferrari in your garage without doing any work. All right. That's BS. It's not set in stone. You can change your mindset at any moment in your life. In fact, I'm currently rereading the book Atomic Habits, and I have Psycho Cybernetics up on my shelf there. These are 2 books I highly recommend for you to read. These are not only going to help you on this journey, but literally in every other avenue of your life, your health, relationships, family life, all of that. These 2 books will give you more of the insights about how you change your mindset and how you change your identity. We're going to dive into some of that today, but of course, I want to get straight into actually building your business, so I can't spend 10 hours just talking on that topic. All right. This isn't airy fairy. I know when I first heard the term mindset and self-improvement and all of this, I just thought it was BS, right? I thought it was something that, was fluff floating through the air, fairy pixie dust. It's not. This is concrete stuff that literally works. So look, this is how your mindset changes your reality. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a scary nightmare? The one where you wake up in the middle of the night, you're covered in sweat, and your heart is racing. Maybe somebody breaks into your house. Maybe there's a monster under your bed. Maybe it's something far, far worse. Here's the thing. That isn't real. Let that sink in. That is not real. Your mind does not know the difference between an imagined scenario and reality. Think about it, right? The dream isn't real. It didn't happen. Yet your body has had a physical response to the dream. You're sweating, your heart is racing, you're panicked. Think about that for a second. Now, imagine the flip side of that. Imagine if you can create positive physical reactions to get yourself to do more work. Imagine you can create all these scenarios where you put yourself in a place where it makes sense to do the work. It makes sense to just work hard and get the results you actually want. You see, this is why mindset is so important. Think of it like this, right? Your mind is powerful enough to take a thought, to take a dream, to take a belief and turn that into a physical reality, right? A single thought into a reality. So you can pretty much change your reality if you change the way you think. If we really strip it back to first principles, that's what that means. You see, your beliefs influence your reality, and you'll always see the world in the way you're determined to see it. Okay. If you think the world is bad, people are evil, and there's just so much evil in the world, that is probably what you're going to see in all areas of your life. If you see the world as, hey, look, there's a little bit of evil. Yes, I'm not naive. I'm aware of this, but there's an overwhelmingly amount of good people, good intention in the world. You'll see things a lot better. So I want you to start thinking about how you use this when it comes to what we're going to teach you. Okay. When you start a business, when you start to make money online, there is a process you have to go through. You don't go from 0 to 1 without changing your beliefs, without changing your thinking. All right. You will need to change these things. And I want you to start thinking about this now. All right. This is a really simple, easy to understand diagram. You have beliefs that influences your thoughts, that influences your feelings, which influences your actions, and then influences your results. And then it's this one big feedback loop, right? So it just goes on and on and on. You see, you need to believe it, you need to think it, you need to feel it, and then you need to act like it. If you just try and act like it, but you don't believe it, you don't think it's true, you don't feel like you can do it, there's a crack. There's a crack in your armor. So example 1, I believe I can make money online and I believe I can help businesses grow at the same time. I think it's 100% possible because I've seen other people do it. I feel motivated to do the work towards this goal. I take action every day towards this goal. And then I sign my first client for $500 a month after my first month. And this cycle then repeats and becomes more powerful. Okay. Now think of example 2. I don't believe I can make money online. I don't believe I can help businesses grow. I think it's all smoke and mirrors. I don't think any of this actually works. I don't think it's possible because I've only seen people do it online. Nobody in my real life You know, if it was so good, wouldn't everybody in my hometown be doing it? I don't feel motivated to do the work because it's just not realistic, this goal of mine. And then I don't take action every day, and I don't sign my first client for 500 a month after my first month. And guess what? The cycle repeats and becomes more powerful. So hopefully you're starting to get the importance of this, right? If you have any of these right now, any of these thoughts, feelings, doubts, you need to be aware of that. Because if you just continue through this program and say, yeah, whatever, let me just learn the strategies, right? Just give me the tactics, Adam. Tell me what messages to send and I'll get it done. You see how there's a crack, right? You see how there's a disconnect between the reality you want and the world, right? Like the dream you're creating right now. Okay, keep that in mind. So right now I'm going to show you some ducks. All right, I want you to just take a moment, look at the ducks, appreciate them, don't think too much about it, and just enjoy having a look. All right, so here's duck number 1, duck number 2, and duck number 3. Now, you may have noticed, some of you will, some of you wouldn't. That is not a duck. That is a duck because I told you it's a duck. And I showed you other photos of other ducks, so then you believed it was a duck again. If you really look closely, tilt your head a little to the side, you'll notice that's a bunny rabbit. That's a bunny rabbit, that's not a duck. So you can see how your mind literally tricks you. If I tell you that's a duck, and then I show you 2 ducks, you believe the third one is a duck, when it is actually very clearly not a duck. So think about that in terms of how you will approach this. If I show you people that are winning, you start to believe you can win, you will most likely win. Whereas if you were to just look at all the negatives and say, nah, this can't work. This is this is a fake guru scam, anything like that. Well, guess what? That's probably what result you're going to get. Okay. So you can bend reality. And this is the key point we want to get back to you. If you've decided to see the world in a certain way, you will find whatever you're looking for. If you're looking for a duck, you'll see a duck. If you don't believe you can make money, you probably won't make money. You see, you have to make a choice to see the world in a way that serves you. Because your mindset, which you have one right now, okay, you've had one up until this moment, okay, all the things you've done in your life leading to this exact moment, you have had a mindset at different points in time. It has changed many times, and it's either serving you or sabotaging you. I have had mindsets in the past that completely sabotage me. I have mindsets now that serve me, but you have those too. So look, the basis of this video is that mindset is greater. It's more powerful. It'll have a bigger effect on your results than strategies and tactics. Now, don't worry. We are going to teach you the strategies. We're going to give you the tactics. All right. But after working over 1,000 business owners, right? We've literally had over 1,000 people we've worked with. This is the most important thing. I cannot stress this enough. You see, so many people think they have problems in their businesses. What they actually have are problems in their personal lives showing up in their businesses. The reason that is true, it's because me, you, everybody else, we have an ego. Whether we think it or not, we have an ego, right? So if I'm to say to you, look, the problem isn't the strategies or tactics here. The problem is the way you're looking at it. The problem is the way you're approaching this. There's probably something in your personal life throwing off the work you're doing. You might feel attacked, right? That's me attacking your ego. Similarly, if you said that to me, I might react in the same way. But I want you to learn that that's fine, all right? But you need to be able to drop your ego. You need to be able to say, you know what? These guys might be right. Because look, at the end of the day, we have worked with over 1,000 people. Have you worked with over 1,000 people and made money online? If you have, then you probably know better than us or the same as us. If you don't, we might know a thing or two more than you, okay? So look, when you're in school, and this really hit me the other day, I thought about this. You're taught about how to know things, right? Like you're taught to know things. Memorize the facts, memorize the rules, the laws, right? Just know it. You see, we want you to understand things. This is the difference. We want you to adopt a way of thinking rather than just being able to recite things back to us. We don't care if you watch the content and don't remember certain specific words at certain specific times, right? We want you to actually learn this. We want you to understand this. If you understand this, you'll have real learning, which will bring you real results. It doesn't matter if you can tell us what we said in video 4.2. We don't care for that. You see, strategies and tactics are going to change. If you become the type of person who can win at anything you set your mind to, you will win even when things change. You see, we want to teach a man to fish or a woman to fish. We want to teach you how to think through these issues, right? If we just give you, here's one golden strategy that worked for 3 months, go use it. Yes, you might make some money for a couple of months. What happens when the strategy doesn't work as well? Because all the strategies and tactics don't work as well as they did at some point. Okay, you really need to understand this exact point. We're going to give you some more examples to drive this home. There's a tale of two sons, okay? Two sons from an alcoholic father, right? One of his sons grew up to be a miserable alcoholic, right? Doesn't look like the happiest guy. The other guy never drank. He actually became a millionaire. So the question is, why did you end up this way? Both of these guys, both of these sons were asked this exact question. Guy on the left said, I am this way because my dad was an alcoholic. Guy on the right said, I am this way because my dad was an alcoholic. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? So the two people started in the same position, but they got different results because the first son decided to blame his dad, just blame it all on him and say, this is what I'm destined for. The second son said, hey, I'm going to actually use this as a motivator. I don't want to be like that. All right. And you know what? In this program, it's very similar. Everybody starts with the same training, same coaching, everything the same. So how do we have different results between different students? Two examples. Example one, this is someone with a fixed mindset, John. So John has had a mindset up until this point. He's not open to changing it. And he just says, hey, give me the strategies, give me the tactics, tell me what to do. So John joined us at 0. 6 months later, he's still making 0. You see, John doesn't believe, he doesn't think, he doesn't act like this can actually work. He doesn't believe he can do this, and he thinks the model doesn't work. You see, John doesn't take any accountability for his actions either. He just blames the model, the business, the industry, it's saturated, or us, the coaches. You see, John doesn't actually use the resources in the way they're intended to be used. And that's the result John gets, 0. You see, Kai, real example, real student, very different result. Kai has a growth mindset. Kai joined us at 0, hit 10K per month in 6 months. Not 10K, 10K per month. So in 6 months, he possibly has made, I would say, 40 to 50K. That's a massive difference. That's a massive difference. One guy made 0, one guy has made 40, 50K already in 6 months. You see, Kai decided he was going to make this work, right? He didn't just say, yeah, guys, cool, tell me what to do, I'll do it. No, he came in and was like, I believe I'm going to make this work. I think I can do this. I feel like I can do this. And then I'm going to act like I can do this. Now, another thing that's very important, Kai decided he would rather be rich than right. So when he asked us for advice, when he asked us for help, he took action on everything we told him. Even if we said something that some other guru on YouTube said you shouldn't do, right? Because he decided if I'm investing with these guys, I should just trust their judgment, right? They've done this with 1,000 other people. They are the masters of going from X to Z, the goal I want to get. Let me just follow that. And this is really, really key. You see, Kai would rather be rich than right. And I hope you agree, you'd rather be rich than right. Would you rather try and prove us wrong? Or would you rather come back in 6 months and say, hey guys, I'm making 10K a month. I know what result I want for you. Kai didn't blame the model. He didn't blame other people. He didn't blame the industry. He took responsibility. He asked questions. He used the coaching to its fullest. And that's the result he got. So my final point to you on this training is doing what got you here isn't going to get you there. So you have a mindset right now. It's either going to serve you or it's going to hold you back. And you see the results you've got in your life so far are the result of your actions and your mindset. So unless you've already built a 6-figure business, unless you're already a millionaire, unless you have all the things that you want to get, what got you to here is not going to get you there. So you're going to have to develop your mindset on this journey. Hope you're ready.
If you're finally ready to become the successful person that you know you could be, I'm going to walk you through how to identity shift.
Literally shift your identity from how you currently view yourself to viewing yourself as the person that is becoming successful. So how do you shift your identity to become the successful person? Becoming the person first. This is a concept you're going to hear from me, our team. We talk about it a lot. If I want to make 10 million, I need to become the person that makes 10 million, right? Like I can't be the old person. I can't be the old version of me. I have to step into that new person. So to make 10K a month, you need to become the person that thinks, acts, and believes as the person that makes 10K a month, right? So if you tell yourself, I want to make 10K a month, but you know you're still falling into the same old habits, old routines, and you know they are keeping you stuck because let's be real, they've kept you stuck for years up until this point. You can't expect yourself to then level up and become a six-figure earner. All right, it doesn't make sense. Think of it like this. If you put in $10 worth of effort and expect to be making 10K a month, that doesn't make sense, right? That doesn't line up. You're putting in the effort here, expecting to get this result. See, this is why this stuff is so important, because you can hustle, you can do all the strategies and tactics, but if you don't have this part figured, the rest may not work for you. So if you don't take care of your health, if you neglect responsibilities in your life, if you have a really hard time sticking to plans and goals you set out, you need to fix these areas in your life to make it in business. All right. You need to. And I don't mean that you need to fix this, let's say for 3 months, spend 3 months fixing it and then start business. No, you can start business as you do those things. Don't get it wrong. Okay. But these are important. And I'll just give you a really rough example. But let's say right now, I'm recording these trainings. I'm doing a lot of them. Let's just say that at the start of the week, I said, I'm going to wake up at 7 to 8 a.m. every morning. Okay. I'm then going to make sure within the first 30 to 40 minutes that I get a walk in, get a little bit of sunlight, move my body a little. Why? Because I'm going to be sitting down for hours just recording trainings. And then I'm going to start right into the trainings. Okay. So I'm not going to post a TikTok. I'm not going to check my Instagram DMs. I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to get straight in to recording the trainings. Imagine how I'm going to feel if I don't do that. So let's just say on Tuesday, I wake up and I don't do that. I wake up at 10, I don't go for my morning walk, and I check TikTok straight away. What is that telling myself? That is telling myself that I am out of alignment with the person I said I was going to be to get the results I want to get to. So if I feel out of alignment with that, it's going to be very hard for me to get up the next day on Wednesday to do that again, right? To actually do what I was meant to do. And even if you do it that way, one day on, one day off, one day on, one day off, it's still going to be a struggle for you. See, what would be much better for me, right, is I say, okay, I'm going to do it Monday and Tuesday. Then because I know I'm putting in a ton of effort, right, and maybe I'm going to be a little bit tired the next day. So I'm going to plan a few hours off on the Wednesday, and I'll take that time off completely. Then I should be fresh to go on Thursday, Friday again. That's a much more logical, better way to do it. All right. So make sure you're focusing on these things, because if you don't, again, you won't become the person, and you don't become the person, you won't make the money you want to make. So for me personally, the biggest driver for my own success was my identity shift from victim to owner. Okay. Victim mindset to owner mindset. From the world is out to get me to I'm out to get the world. You know what I mean? Like that's a complete shift, and that will change your life in all areas. All right. So I'm the owner of my life. I'm the owner of my choices, my habits, my routines, my results. It's all on me. Take full responsibility. Put the blame on yourself. Take the hard right over the easy left. Not an easy thing to do. It's why we say taking the hard right over the easy left. But you do these things and you be harsh and very real with yourself. Again, it's going to benefit your health, your relationships, your money, everything. So we've talked a lot about identity, right? And this specific video is about shifting your identity. Now, we can't go into the fine details. We could be here for hours and hours and hours. There's a lot more to this stuff, but this is just a very brief look at it. Okay, so in this program so far, we have looked at your beliefs and your habits. All right, let's look at it. Your beliefs is your conscious or subconscious underlying beliefs, how you see the universe, how you see yourself in the universe, right? Next up, your habits. This is what you do every day. Okay, so your beliefs influence your habits, and then your habits influence your identity. But your identity also influences your habits and your beliefs, right? It's all interlinked and it's all a circle. So your identity is how you see yourself and how others see you. And even though this looks at how it's about others seeing you, it's more often about how you think other people see you, right? So my identity is largely based on how I think you see me, not what you actually think of me, because I'm not inside your mind. I have no idea what you think of me. You might be like, Adam is fucking crazy, right? He's just weird. But my perception, my identity is what I think you think of me. All right. So that's powerful. Why? Because if you're saying to yourself right now, oh, you know, I'm not really confident. I'm not really the person I know I want to be. Well, you can start to change that, right? Because you can start to think that other people see you in a different light. And the best way for that to happen is to change the things you do. Physical change, action, right? Change the habits, change the routines. And this starts on a very small level, right? Let's say you live at home with your parents, okay? This is a great example because I was in this exact scenario. If my parents have seen me as their child who sleeps until 10 a.m. and plays video games all day, I have to shift their perception from that to Adam's going to be this successful guy. How does that shift? It doesn't shift by just telling them, hey, mom, I'm going to be successful, mom, right? She'll be like, yeah, whatever, like no chance, right? That's going to shift by my actions. So let's say for an entire summer, I start getting up early, I'm start working out, I'm reading, I'm meditating, I'm doing all these things, which are just like physical representations of me becoming the person. So if I do that for 3 months, at the end of summer, they might be like, geez, this guy changed. Like our son is completely different. And you see, this is what you're going to do to yourself. You're going to change who you are so that you get the results you want to get. You can tell I get excited about this stuff. This stuff is really, really powerful. So a real example for you, okay? Let's look at this. Okay, this is a matrix we put together a while back that I think sums this up really nicely. So we're looking at the 10K per month agency owner and the 0 per month agency owner or business owner for that matter. Now, these are polarized, okay? So, you know, I'm giving you extreme examples here. This is just to highlight the point. So let's look at the diet. So the 10K a month earner typically doesn't overcomplicate their diet too much, and they focus primarily on meals that just, you know, aid their life. They don't bloat them, they don't distract them, they make them feel good. The diet of the person not in that position, it's not a priority, right? So they don't really ever think about what they're eating and the consequences of those foods, which leads to maybe late night binging, to feeling bloated, to having brain fog. All right, very different. Exercise and training. Maybe the agency owner doing 10K a month works out a few times a week, 3-4 times a week, focuses primarily on working out to boost their mental health, their cognition, to stay in check, right? Whereas the 0 per month agency owner, maybe they're too extreme. They either don't work out at all or too much. And I actually fell into this years ago myself, where I put training above my business, where business needs to be the top priority for this period of your life. And for my life, it had to be as well. So I actually scaled down my workouts a little bit, still did my workouts, but just instead of spending 2 hours in the gym 5 days a week, I'll just spend 40 minutes 3 times a week. I'll still get very similar results, but I'll be in a place where I can focus more. I won't be as fried after the gym. Relationships. So someone who's 6-figure earner typically only has relationships when it makes sense and there are clear boundaries. And this is for romantic and for friendships the same. The person, on the other hand, making 0, not the person, typically uses relationships to feel good or to make up for a lack of results in their business. We have seen this with students, and it's understandable. I understand why you would do that, but it's a shame. It's a shame because from my experience, if you're in a relationship when you're doing that and you're just making it make yourself feel good, you feel comfortable, you know, you like snuggling and watching Netflix and it just makes you feel safe, but then you know you're doing that to make up for a lack of results in your life, in your business, in your health, long term, you know it's not going to work. And this is just my very skewed perception. So you might listen to it and say, Adam, you're wrong. And that's fine. I'm just telling you my opinion. Boundaries. All right. So the 10K a month earner knows when to limit time with certain people and certain activities. Whereas the 0 per month person is reactive. They don't set any boundaries. They don't set any limits. If somebody is like a friend or a family member that just sucks their energy, they don't, set limits with them. They don't only restrict to seeing them once a month. They see them all the time. That's you not being in control. That's being reactive. The 10K a month person pretty much has no addictions. No addictions. All right. Now, they might have some, maybe they're still battling some, but they've probably cut down a lot of them. The 0 per month person probably has many, maybe video games, maybe binging Netflix, weed, porn, things of that nature. Waste of time activities, 10K a month agency owner probably has none. Maybe they enjoy a Netflix every, a couple times a week, a movie or something like that, but they're not addictions. You get me? They're not a complete waste of time. They're using it strategically to wind down, strategically to relax after a day. That's different than using it because you just feel really bad and you just want to binge it for 6 hours. And 0 per month person, maybe they use it every single night. So how do we describe the 10K per month person? We want you to focus on who, not how. Okay, so don't think of strategies, tactics, like they have a unique strategy that works for them. Probably they don't. They're probably just the person that can make it work. So they're gritty. This means they know when to push and they know when to pivot. There's going to be times where you need to grit your teeth. Okay, when I did a marathon recently, I had to grit my teeth. All right, that's what you need to be. You need to be gritty. Times where you just say, this thing hasn't worked yet, but I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. Right? That's being gritty. Analytical. What gets measured gets improved. If you're not analytical, how will you know how to improve? You won't. You'll be guessing. As we say in Ireland, you'll be pissing in the wind. Action taker. Do they need more information or do they need to act? They constantly ask themselves that. Right? If they had a slow week, they didn't get results. They're like, do I need to learn more? Right? Do I need more help? Or do I need to do more? Do I need to execute more? And they're responsible. They are totally responsible for their own success, their own failure. Become a master of one, my friend. If you're trying to get jacked, you're trying to find a long-term partner and build a business at the same time, you could do that. I've tried it. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. And I did this on another level where I was trying multiple businesses. I heard this quote online once: millionaires have 7 sources of income. And I thought I needed 7 sources of income. That is BS. Most millionaires have 1 or 2 sources of income, and then they build out other streams after that point. So just keep this in mind. If you become a master of one, you're way more likely to get results. Our student success manager did this as well. He focused on his agency, got it to 20K a month before he did anything else. Now, fix your inner scars. This is something we've touched on already, and I've shared with you my personal story in hope that if you're in that scenario, you can relate to it and find some help within it. You see, before starting a business, before becoming a man who had this business, what did I have to do? I had to fix who I was. I had to fix the scars. I had to look at the things in my life that weren't aiding me. I had to remove the things that were holding me back. And I had to take the time to say, hey, why am I this way? Why am I not happy? Why am I sad? All right. And you need to do that. And again, let me stress, I don't want you to just dismiss business. I want you to do this as you're doing it. You can do them hand in hand. You don't have to just do this and then do business. You can balance the two, but just keep in mind, as we looked at here, if you're trying to do 101 things at once, it'll probably become quite difficult. So I want you to focus on this, my friend: long-term impact and long-term results over short-term pleasures. This is taking the hard right over the easy left. And this all comes down to this, my friend: the internal versus external locus of control. So everybody has this. You either have internal or external. Internal is you believe you're in control and you take responsibility for your actions and your outcomes. Okay, your results. External is blaming external forces for their circumstances. All right. Someone who has an external locus of control is way more likely to fail in our program. The beauty is that this is something you can change. You can have an external locus of control. I definitely had it for some time, and I changed it to internal. External examples are this: if you're finding yourself saying, this doesn't work, the industry is saturated, the business model doesn't work anymore. That is external locus of control. Because how can you say that when there's other people winning every week in the exact business, in the exact industry as you? Think about it. Like logically, I want to challenge you to think about it. Why is that the case? It's because that person probably has an internal locus of control. They've realized, okay, yeah, there are people competing in this space, but they're competing in every space. Like literally every business model out there, they're competing in that space. They're just more in control. So they look further. They look, what can I do to be different? How can I stand out from the crowd? They're using that internal locus of control. And this is what I want to leave you with. The 1% Better Everyday Matrix from Atomic Habits, a really good book by a guy called James Clear. I recommend you read it. So this is the concept. If you can get 1% better every day for a year, you'll be 37 times better by the time you're done. Isn't that amazing? 37 times better. But if you get 1% worse each day for an entire year, you'll basically be at 0. Or if you're at 0, you'll be further down than 0, right? And here's the graph, just so you can see it visually. So what it shows us, right, is that over this span of a year, with 1% improvement or 1% decline, there's actually more of a positive effect. Isn't that crazy? So if you just decide to get 1% better every day, but your friend decides, I don't really care, like I'll do all the bad habits, and they get 1% worse, you'll actually be so far ahead, right? They'll have dipped down a level and you'll have risen up to a whole other level. Think about this, take a screenshot of it, use it. Motivation comes and goes. You get a motivational TikTok video that pops up and you're pumped for a couple of minutes, and then you fall into just doom scrolling and you waste tons of time. I'm going to walk you through how to build real motivation, like real motivation that comes from you, and that is an infinite source that you never have to look outside of yourself to be motivated again. So this is how you build real motivation. Now, there are many types of motivation out there. Two of the main forms are intrinsic motivation and extrinsic, right? We're not going to spend too much time on this. Take a screenshot, have a look at it. Basically, intrinsic is, let's say, for example, you get enjoyment, purpose, growth, curiosity, passion. These are all intrinsic. They're happening pretty much within, right? Extrinsic is outcome based. All right. So you sign the client. That's extrinsic motivation. That's a really hard word to say. You got good results, right? That's external, a thing outside of you. So you want to try and use these two forms. Okay. So I want to get a client. That's extrinsic. Okay. Amazing. Yes, you need to use that. On the other hand, you need to start enjoying the process, enjoy the fact that you're learning more, enjoy the fact that you are progressing. Okay, like you're getting better every day. Form the two together and you should be able to keep yourself motivated, because on certain days you'll have the extrinsic come in, you get a client, you get a big win, but you can't rely on that forever, because that high will only last you maybe a day or two. Now, next up, types of motivation. There are so many types, and I'm just giving you these examples so you can look at them, but realistically, you don't need to know about this stuff. Okay, yes, it's cool and you could research it, but at the end of the day, there's two main things I want to focus on with you. There's two forms of motivation we will use and talk about quite a lot: positive and negative motivation. So positive motivation is attaching a positive desired outcome to the work we do. For example, I want to make 10K a month so I can travel the world, quit my job, and treat my family to nice things. Right? That is positive motivation, aka saying, I'm going to do the work now for the thing that I want to get to. All right. Negative motivation is the opposite. It's saying, I'm going to attach a negative, undesirable outcome to the lack of work we do, or if we don't do the work. For example, I want to make 10K a month so that I don't have to stay in this job I hate, so that I don't have to be working until I'm 65, and that I'm not actually able to truly live my life. Okay, so you're going to flip that and say, I'm going to do the work now so that I'm not in that scenario. I've personally found negative motivation to be more impactful in my life. So I want you to test the two of these and see what works for you. There's been times where I've said, I want to go from 10K a month to 20K a month, right? Because some cool outcome. There have also been many, many times, and when I was starting, this was the most powerful motivator for me, where I would tell myself, if I don't do the work today, I'm going to be in this exact same shitty situation in a year from now. And that for me was scarier than the benefit I would get from getting more money. right? There's a concept that as humans, our desire to move away from pain is actually greater than our desire for a gain. So if, for example, if you give me $1, right, and then you take the $1 off me, I'm going to be way more annoyed than how happy I would be if I kept the $1. So going from 0 to 1, right, might bring me from here to here. Bringing me from 1, right, and taking my $1 away, it won't just bring me back down, it'll bring me way further down. Okay, so this is why negative motivation works really well. Have you ever heard of visualization? So this is how it works. I want you to close your eyes, take a deep breath. Now picture a positive scene. You on a yacht, driving a cool car in a place you really love, maybe just with your family, right? Picture that positive scene. Now enjoy it, visualize it, like really look at it. What can you smell? What temperature is it? What can you feel? Are your feet in the sand? Are you sitting on a seat? Like really feel it out in your mind. Just think about it. Think about it. Now, let that sit with yourself for a minute. And then I want you to visualize what would happen if you don't do the work needed to get to that point. So if you visualize yourself on a beach with your family, imagine if you don't do the work so that you do not have the financial freedom, the time freedom, or the location freedom to do that with them. How would you then feel? How would you then feel in 10 years, in 20 years, if you didn't do the work and you didn't get the results? Now feel that. That will probably hit you deeper, right? You feel the disappointment. You might feel the regret. You might feel just this sense of pain. This is powerful stuff, and I want you to do this. There's an extreme example I heard from some guy on a podcast before. He mentioned that he would visualize his death every morning. Not saying you should do this. I think that's quite extreme, but think about it. If you can visualize what it is like to die, you will probably approach that day with a lot of gratitude, a lot of positivity, and a lot of joy for actually being alive. Which, if you're joyful for actually being alive, you're probably more likely to do hard things because you see the joy in it, you see the good in it, and it's so much better than just not being here. So use this. I personally use it. I think it works a lot, really helps me out. Now, fear, love, scarcity, and abundance. A couple of concepts I want to run you through. So let's look at fear and love. Some people believe that you act either from a place of fear or love. And there's this quote, I just Googled it, right? Because you can see people talk about this stuff all the time. Before you act, ask yourself, am I acting out of love or fear? So when you do your work each day, you're working out of fear or love. Now, here's where my opinion changes from a lot of the mainstream. I do think you can act out of fear and get amazing results. A lot of my work when I first started was out of fear. It was fear of a 9-to-5, fear of being stuck in a life that I really hated. And I used that fear. So you can use it in a positive way. Now, acting out of love, all right, I want to give you an example. So let's say you have a client and they pay you $500 a month for X service. And you know that you could sell them another service, right, for an extra $300 a month. But you know they don't need it. You know they wouldn't actually benefit. They wouldn't get results. That is not really you acting out of love, right? That's more you acting out of fear because you just want to get the extra money, right? Whereas if you could see that in a different way, imagine you were selling them something for 1,000 extra, so way more money, but you knew they'd actually get the benefit, like they would actually benefit from it, and it was really worth that. That's acting out of love, right? And that will push you very far. And when you make business decisions out of that place, good things happen. Now, second to that, you can act out of scarcity or abundance. All right, so scarcity mindset, another example that I got from Google because there's just so many out there, is this. There's limited opportunities for everyone. All right, so you're in this industry, you're thinking, it's so saturated, like so many of us are trying to do this. There's only a couple of clients in the world. This will never work. In reality, there's like 100,000 new businesses started every single day. So logically, your claim is false. Abundance mindset is the world is full of opportunities. There's 100,000 new businesses a day. This can work for me and 1,000 other people, no problem. Heck, it could work for me and 10,000 people, no problem. For 20,000 people, no problem. You just need a couple of clients. You need a couple of clients to replace your income. In many cases, to get to 10K a month, you might need 5 or 10 clients. Do you think you could find 5 or 10 clients when there's 100,000 new businesses every day started, millions a year? Of course you can. Of course you can. That's the abundance mindset. When you act from that place, beautiful things happen. If you're just starting this, it's really important that you do have an idea as to how long it's actually going to take you to get results. You might remember previously I mentioned how there's a lot of social media marketers that start and they're making a full-time income within 3 months, but there's oftentimes people that give up within 2 weeks and never get results. So I want you to know exactly from all the people I've ever worked with over the last few years, what's a realistic timeline that you need to commit to get results with this. So if you decide to start a social media marketing business today, when will you actually get your first client? Or better, how long does it take in general for most people to get their first client if they're a complete beginner? I'm going to address that question for you in this video. Now, this is backed from my experience running my own social media marketing business at a pretty high level, and also the experience now of helping over 100 people make between 5,000 a month all the way up to 40 and 50,000 per month. So I've worked with a lot of people and I know a lot of what helps them get results and what deters them from getting results and keeps them stuck for a very long time. So the first thing we need to acknowledge is that question, how long does it take to get your first client, is an interesting question because it's like the question, how long is a piece of string? Well, it depends. There's no set length for a string. You can have a small string, a big string, you can have a 20,000 meter length string, right? So that's the first thing we need to look at here. This is a very nuanced question. It's not as simple as telling you that, if you have an hour a day, it's going to take you exactly 2 weeks to get a client. It depends. I have people within my program that it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks into them starting. And I don't mean 2 weeks into them actually going out and looking for clients, but I mean they've joined my program on, let's say, the 1st of October, and then on the 21st, they've got their first client. So 3 weeks from joining my program, going through my course, my coaching calls, training one-on-one with me, and then actually going and looking for clients. Now, that's not always the case. There's some people that you may have even seen on this very YouTube channel that I've interviewed. Okay, people that have done incredibly well. People at 5,000, 10,000 per month. And some of those individuals, it might have taken them a month and a half, 2 months to get their first client. So really my goal with this video is that you don't just focus on how long it takes, because it's going to take however long it's going to take. Obviously, you can speed that up by working on the right things, working on the right types of outreach to get clients, but it's not just going to happen at a set time. I get it, and I totally understand why you would ask a question like this, right? Because if you're going to work with me, let's say you're going to join my program, or you're just thinking of starting this yourself by yourself, right? You want to have an indicator as to when can I expect to start making money from this, When do I start paying back whatever I may have paid for mentorship, or if I'm doing it myself, like when can I expect for this thing to be profitable and actually to make me money? Because maybe you're trying to do this to quit a job, or maybe you're trying to do this because you want to do this at a level which allows you to not ever get a job, right? So again, I understand it. So my goal in this video is twofold. Number one, I want to walk you through realistic examples. Okay, I've had people in my program, again, 2 weeks, 3 weeks in, and that's when they get their first client. Okay, I've also, again, had those people that are now doing incredibly well, but it took them a bit longer. It took them 2 months, 2.5 months to get their first client. Okay, so the realistic number that I have found across the board when I look at the people that have done really well, really fast, the people that have just taken a little bit longer, somewhere between month 1 and month 2 is where typically you get your first client. Again, that's not guaranteed, okay? It's going to depend on the work that you do, the time that you have, and of course the effort that you're putting in. But that is what I find across the board, a pretty realistic expectation. Now, you also need to know that getting your first client is probably going to feel like the hardest client to get. Okay, it's like anything. The first time you drive a car, it is going to be way more difficult than time 2, 3, 4, or 5. You just get better with practice. And so if it takes you, let's say, 1 month to get your first client, well, if you do the same things that got you that client in 1 month, I can pretty much guarantee that it's going to get you client number 2 a little bit faster. Again, not guaranteed, because of course things could change, the market could change, who knows. But in reality, your first deal is going to feel like the hardest. Okay, it's again, the first time you're doing anything is going to be more effortful, more difficult, more scary, more overwhelming than anything after that. Now, the second reason I wanted to make this video is I want you to start shifting your perspective from how quickly can this thing make me money to how can I just focus on doing the right things to make sure that it actually just works, right? When you shift from the perspective of I'm only going to do this thing for 2 months, and if it doesn't get me a client in 2 months, I'm going to quit and try something else. When you switch from that mindset to the mindset of, hey, I'm committed to this thing because I've seen it work for countless other people, I'm just going to keep at it until it works. When you make that shift, and I know that's difficult because again, you want to get results quick, but when you make that shift, you step into this different way of operating because you're now operating from not what if this works, you're operating from when this works. Because it's inevitable. Like you're like committing to yourself that I'm going to do this thing until it works. This is kind of the mindset I had when I was starting. Like I knew I was going to make social media marketing work. I didn't know how quickly, right? I didn't know if it was going to happen in 2 weeks in or 2 months in, but it was certain that I was going to do it. And you might have to lie to yourself because even when you're starting this, you mightn't be 100% certain because you're just feeling this out, seeing if it's the right thing for you. Do you actually enjoy the work that you're doing? You're not going to know that, of course, on day 1. You're not going to know it on day 2. But you're going to have to start kind of convincing yourself that you will. Convincing yourself that it is worth the commitment. It is worth the effort for the result that inevitably you are going to get. Remember earlier how I said that some of my, best performing clients, people that are doing 10,000, 20,000 per month now, they oftentimes didn't get clients incredibly quickly. All right, I'm thinking of one guy in the program, Alvi. You might have seen him on the channel before. I interviewed him a couple of years back when he had his first couple of clients, and then I interviewed him when he hit about 10K a month last year. One thing that really sticks out to me with Alvi is when he started, I believe it was like 58 days into him joining my program. Okay, so 58 days into paying for my program, working with me, going through the course, getting help on coaching calls, all the back and forth with me, 58 days in, feeling like he was never going to make it. Okay, 58 days in, feeling like maybe it just wasn't for him. Maybe he should just give up because what he was doing hadn't got him a client just yet. And I remember just very briefly, a couple of messages back and forth with Avi, more just reassurance of like, look, man, you're at the kind of point now where most people are going to just kick the can. They're just going to give up, go on to something else. But like, you're very, very close. I could see the work he was doing. I could see that he wasn't in the completely wrong direction. Just a couple of small things he had to change to get it on track. And lo and behold, he got a client very quickly after that. Like a couple of days, I'm pretty sure after that is when he got his first client. Now that first client probably didn't change his life because it was probably only $300, $400, maybe $500 a month. But at the time, pretty sure he was like 17. Okay, so him getting that client probably did change his life because it changed his ability to see, wow, this thing actually works. And the fact of the matter is now he runs an incredibly successful business. He's been doing it for years. He's traveling all the time. He's living in Marbella. He's in the US. He's living the life. He didn't go to college, didn't go to university. He went straight from school into this. And the reality is it's because he just stuck with it. Okay, I didn't give him one magic key that unlocked it and on day 1 he got loads of clients. Like, that's not how this works. But I worked with him, he worked with me, we went back and forth, made sure that what he was doing was on the right track, gave him enough support to fully see that out, and lo and behold, he gets results and he's a great case study. Okay, so that's my goal with you, is I want you to approach this business model of, hey, I'm going to give it time. Like if I was your fitness trainer, okay, and you came to me and you said, hey, Adam, I want to lose 15 pounds in the next 3 months. I'd go, okay, it's ambitious, it's a lot of weight to lose, but it's doable. It's something you could definitely do. But if you came to me and said, hey, Adam, I want to lose just 5 pounds, right, but I want to do it in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I'd say that's probably not as realistic. Like, really, that's probably a worse way of looking at this. We shouldn't be trying to just get this really quick results in the next few weeks. We should look at this and say, hey, let's commit to this for months, right? Like, let's actually commit to the process, get a better end result, right? You'll actually get a better end result the longer you commit to this, but you'll also give yourself that peace that you're not in this state of what if it works, but you're in this state of when it works. That's a really powerful shift. Again, Easier said than done. And I know me telling that to you, you might say, hey, yeah, Adam, it's easy for you to say. And of course, because if you see somebody in your program and it takes them 2 months, you know that they just got to keep going with it to get that client. But it is the reality. And that's like this channel. I don't BS you, right? I don't tell you lies and things that are just not true, because I want you to actually get results. So if I was trying to really sell you what I do, I would say, you'll get a client in 1 week, guaranteed. I'll hold your hand through the process. I'll give you clients on a silver platter, but the reality is it might take you a little longer. But if you know that you want the life that social media marketing can give you, time freedom, location freedom, or just an extra source of income, then commit to it. That's my pledge to you, is just commit to it. Quick question for you. Do you want my full program where I give you absolutely everything you need, kind of like a business in a box setup, and I give you daily coaching to get results? Well, you see, since I started back in 2019, my businesses have generated millions of dollars online. The best part now is that I get to help the person I used to be. That's me, absolutely buzzing, delighted with myself at an event I hosted in person, where people came to my event to learn with me. And these are people pretty much all from my mentorship program. So I knew all of them already, was working with them all already, some of them already making great money. And that was me teaching them more in person about how to actually build this business. You see, those people, that's the person who wants more from life, the person who wants experience, time, location, financial freedom, and the person that knows there's a different path they could take that would change their life and bring them a lot of joy. You see, there's 3 beliefs you need with this to make it work. That this exists, okay? This opportunity exists, and if you don't believe it's out there, you're just not going to begin the journey. The second belief is that you must. The second belief is that you say, I will and I must find it. Because if you don't feel committed to finding this, you won't. You will and you must find it. The third belief is that it's worth it. If you think it's out there and you think you'll find it, but you don't think it's worth it, then forget it. There's no point. You need to commit, take action, and see results for the long term. Because I could show you results like this forever, right? You've seen people I've worked with years ago, and you've seen people probably now on my YouTube still doing this to today. And it's because I don't offer a basic course or basic how-to videos. I give you an entire mentorship program. I cover everything you need to be a successful business owner, covering mindset, accountability, networking, self-improvement. You'll learn all of these skills from me. And it's because most courses have basic videos and basic information. And then you have a lot of doubts and questions, and you've nobody to help you. So you lose motivation, you stop trying, and you fail, and you ultimately give up. So when I decided to launch a mentorship program, this is what I did. Number 1, I introduced a one-on-one onboarding call. So when you join and you go through my training, you'll then speak one-on-one with me in the first couple of weeks. And we'll sit down and put a plan in place specific to your situation. You'll then have daily one-to-one support with me in my own private Telegram chat. So me and you will talk back and forth, and you give me updates on what you're working on, and I can hold you accountable. You'll also have daily support from my Telegram group. So I have a couple of 100 people in there that you can message and learn from as well. Some just beginning just like you, and some in there that are already making fantastic amounts of money. You'll even have weekly live calls with me and sometimes my team, so that you'll be able to learn directly from us each week. So all of those 3 things together, calls with me, daily support with me, and access to my community and the group that I have, is going to allow you to put all the pieces together. I'll even give you copy and paste templates, contracts, and systems that you know work. So if you're ready to potentially work with me inside of my 6-figure accelerator program, this is everything you get. You get my full step-by-step training videos, so all of my course content, my private mastermind group, our weekly live calls, the daily coaching with me, copy and paste templates to start your business, a one-on-one onboarding call, and even a certification once you finish. You see, most programs, you get no onboarding call, no one-to-one contact with the founder. You're just passed off to some other team member. There's a crowded community with thousands of people. The course and the videos are very confusing, and they're also out of date, and there's no guarantee it's going to work for you. With mine, you get the opposite. A one-on-one call, contact with me, small community, and everything easy to follow. That's why all of these people have gotten awards from my company, and they've hit 5, 10, or even 30,000 per month. It's why I have all of these interviews on YouTube and many, many more with people that have put their name out there backing what I do because they believe it has genuinely changed their life and worked well for them. Now, this really only requires a couple hours a day, so you can do this wherever you are, whether it's on the train or on the bus to work, or you're sitting on the couch. And I'm not going to put any big massive pressure on you. I do get a lot of messages every day through my social media channels from people looking to learn from me, and I don't need you to go and pay me. All right. Again, this free course hopefully has given you a lot of good insights. But if you are interested in working with me, you'll see some options in the description of this video where you can go and learn more about getting my help. Quick question for you. Do you want my full program where I give you absolutely everything you need, kind of like a business in a box setup, and I give you daily coaching to get results? Well, you see, since I started back in 2019, my businesses have generated millions of dollars online. The best part now is that I get to help the person I used to be. That's me absolutely buzzing, delighted with myself at an event I hosted in person where people came to my event to learn with me. And these are people pretty much all from my mentorship program. So I knew all of them already, was working with them all already, some of them already making great money. And that was me teaching them more in person about how to actually build this business. You see, those people, that's the person who wants more from life, the person who wants experience, time, location, financial freedom, and the person that knows there's a different path they could take that would change their life and bring them a lot of joy. You see, there's 3 beliefs you need with this to make it work. That this exists, okay, this opportunity exists, and if you don't believe it's out there, you're just not going to begin the journey. The second belief is that you must. The second belief is that you say, I will and I must find it. Because if you don't feel committed to finding this, you won't. You will and you must find it. The third belief is that it's worth it. If you think it's out there and you think you'll find it, but you don't think it's worth it, then forget it. There's no point. You need to commit, take action, and see results for the long term. Because I could show you results like this forever, right? You've seen people I've worked with years ago, and you've seen people probably now on my YouTube still doing this to today. And it's because I don't offer a basic course or basic how-to videos. I give you an entire mentorship program. I cover everything you need to be a successful business owner, covering mindset, accountability, networking, self-improvement. You'll learn all of these skills from me. And it's because most courses have basic videos and basic information. And then you have a lot of doubts and questions, and you've nobody to help you. So you lose motivation, you stop trying, and you fail, and you ultimately give up. So when I decided to launch a mentorship program, this is what I did. Number 1, I introduced a one-on-one onboarding call. So when you join and you go through my training, you'll then speak one-on-one with me in the first couple of weeks, and we'll sit down and put a plan in place specific to your situation. You'll then have daily one-to-one support with me in my own private Telegram chat. So me and you will talk back and forth, and you give me updates on what you're working on, and I can hold you accountable. You'll also have daily support from my Telegram group. So I have a couple of hundred people in there that you can message and learn from as well. Some just beginning just like you, and some in there that are already making fantastic amounts of money. You'll even have weekly live calls with me and sometimes my team, so that you'll be able to learn directly from us each week. So all of those 3 things together, calls with me, daily support with me, and access to my community and the group that I have, is going to allow you to put all the pieces together. I'll even give you copy and paste templates, contracts, and systems that you know work. So if you're ready to potentially work with me inside of my 6-figure accelerator program, this is everything you get. You get my full step-by-step training videos, so all of my course content, my private mastermind group, our weekly live calls, the daily coaching with me, copy and paste templates to start your business, a one-on-one onboarding call, and even a certification once you finish. You see, most programs, you get no onboarding call, no one-to-one contact with the founder. You're just passed off to some other team member. There's a crowded community with thousands of people. The course and the videos are very confusing, and they're also out of date, and there's no guarantee it's going to work for you. With mine, you get the opposite. A one-on-one call, contact with me, small community, and everything easy to follow. That's why all of these people have gotten awards from my company, and they've hit 5, 10, or even 30,000 per month. It's why I have all of these interviews on YouTube and many, many more with people that have put their name out there backing what I do because they believe it has genuinely changed their life and worked well for them. Now, this really only requires a couple hours a day, so you can do this wherever you are, whether it's on the train or on the bus to work, or you're sitting on the couch. And I'm not going to put any big, massive pressure on you. I do get a lot of messages every day through my social media channels from people looking to learn from me, and I don't need you to go and pay me. All right. Again, this free course hopefully has given you a lot of good insights. But if you are interested in working with me, you'll see some options in the description of this video where you can go and learn more about getting my help.